Chapter 41. All the wolves like to dig their anus in battle, but this one is especially different. It is not only the first undead to use the dig anus tactic to provide ideas for Wei Huan, but also the first undead to meet Wei Huan and be summoned by the contract. The states of the undead seem to be exactly the same, but after getting along with them for a long time, you will find that some are indeed smarter and stronger. The dig anus brother is smart and agile, and always has a strong desire to fight, and is always the most active in the face of summons. But it is precisely because of the specialness of the dig anus brother that Wei Huan did not order it to approach the tree after summoning it, but summoned another wolves. This wolves is much more serious, and it is the most standard undead summon. Without Wei Huan's order, it has no initiative. Wei Huan comforted the seemingly unhappy brother, anyway, looked at his dig anus brother, and touched its hard skull. Then he ordered the wolves to walk towards the tree in front of them. When the wolves arrived in front of the tree, they seemed to know what to do naturally. It ran straight to the huge amber-like tree knot, raised its front paws, and scratched it twice. The tree knot, which seemed to be extremely hard on the outside, broke a hole, and a yellow sticky substance flowed out from it, which soon wrapped the front paws of the running wolf. The running wolf did not dodge, but drilled into it. After a few seconds, it was completely in the tree knot. The gap on the tree knot healed quickly, and the vague figure of the running wolf curled up inside could be vaguely seen. Click, click. The anal-digging brother clenched his teeth and scratched the ground with his front paws, looking anxious. Wei Huan was not anxious, but just tapped its skull with his fingers. At the same time, under his glasses, the data of the tree was changing. Durability 9999/10,000. Durability 9998/10,000. Durability 9997/10,000. On average, 1 durability point is lost per second. What does this mean? Wei Huan has his own guess, but he still needs to see the final result before he can make a conclusion. Just waiting. When the durability drops to 9,700 points, it also means that 5 minutes have passed. At this moment, the falling durability stopped, and the sleeping wolf in the tree knot seemed to wake up. After struggling twice, the tree knot popped and broke open, like a ripe melon cub, wrapped in a yellow sticky liquid, and fell to the ground. Looking at this running wolf again, it has changed. The body is bigger, the height of the shoulder and back with 4 limbs on the ground is close to 1 meter, and the length plus the tail has reached 3.5 meters. The bones on the body became much thicker, and from the pale white color that looked like it had run out of energy, it became shiny and stronger. The protruding snout and protruding canine teeth were about 3 centimeters longer, thick and curved, and looked amazingly lethal. At the same time, when Wei Huan stared at it, the data of this running wolf was also lit up. Running wolf 1-star running wolf skeleton, level 2, Wei Huan summon. Stamina, 180 out of 180. Strength, 26. Agility, 20. Spiritual power, 6. Special status, none. It has been upgraded. After upgrading to level 2, the attributes are also doubled. Although this data is not as good as that of a living running wolf, if the running wolf skeleton is now facing a living running wolf, it does not need 3 or 4 to 1, but can barely deal with 1v1, and 2v1 will definitely win. In other words, if he sends out his entire army next, it will only take 5 minutes to double the combat power. This thought made Wei Huan, who had experienced many storms, feel his blood boiling and his heart beating like thunder. Powerful, no one can resist powerful power. As the blood gradually surged to his head, undead skeletons appeared behind Wei Huan, one by one, in rows and groups, spreading far behind him. After the undead skeletons appeared, they lined up quietly and silently like soldiers who had undergone the most rigorous training. As long as they waited for the master's order, they would launch a terrifying attack on the enemy like a tidal wave. But Wei Huan did not act recklessly in the end. He calmed down and ordered the hidden cat, violent bear, crypt beast, Xiaorong, and ghost crow to go forward one by one. He ordered them to enter a tree tumor one by one. Then he patted the anus-digging brother, who had been unable to hold back for a long time, and let him find a tree tumor by himself. The anal digger went in first, followed by the hidden cat. Wei Huan's eyes fell on the ghost crow that was resting on the tree knot, thinking that it was a spirit that couldn't get in, but it ended up going in. Next was the violent bear. As a 2-star violent bear, Wei Huan thought it would look for 2-star grass, but it ended up choosing 1-star grass. In this way, it's not surprising that the crypt beast and Shiroma chose 1-star grass. Obviously, these dark beasts that are shown as a few stars are just divided by humans according to their bloodline strength and talent. In fact, the undead creatures summoned by Wei Huan are all the most basic strength of the first level. Of course, in the challenge battlefield, those powerful 2-star Dark Beast Lords and 3-star Dark Beast Lords will definitely become stronger with the enhancement of bloodline potions. For humans, the Dark Beast still has many secrets, and the datization of the silver goggles is not entirely correct. These glasses display information that is difficult to distinguish between true and false in the way humans think. At least Wei Huan now understands why the battle between his summons and the Dark Beast Lord has such a big difference in casualties. Once the strength difference reaches a certain level, no matter how large the number is, it cannot make up for it. Without the undead pasture, he will become ordinary in the advanced battlefield. Now, it's different. The first one to complete the upgrade is the Hidden Cat. 1-star pasture also drops 300 points of durability. The Hidden Cat breaks out of the cocoon. The body shape does not change, but the bones are thicker and the fingertips are extremely sharp. Next is the Ghost Crow. The second level Ghost Crow has not changed much. The bones are also hard, and the beak and claws are harder and sharper. Wei Huan remembered that the Ghost Crow's movement speed will be further accelerated in the Dark Beast list. Next, Wei Huan thought that the one who would complete the upgrade would be the Anal Brother, so he looked over as a matter of course. But the durability of 1-star grass dropped to 9,700, and it did not stop, and continued to drop to 9699, 9698, 9697. So Brother Diao's anus is indeed a little different. Could it be that this is the elite summon in his summoning legion? In that case, there is another different summon, which is also an elite? Thinking of this, Wei Huan turned his head and saw the female crypt beast that squeezed away all the undead as usual. Even Shiroma did not avoid it, and insisted on standing closest to it. There was a circular mark on its back shell that was burned by an oil barrel. It was the crypt beast that Wei Huan and Mu Zhong had been riding in the random challenge. It is very different from other burrow beasts. Not only did it approach him when he summoned it for the first time, but it was also very active, and had its own ideas. When they met, the green fire in the burrow beast's eyes flickered. It stretched out its 2 front legs, wanting to pick up Wei Huan on its back as usual. Wei Huan patted its legs, but did not go up. The burrow beast was rejected and stood still, but the green fire in its eyes dimmed a little, and it looked a little aggrieved and sad. This burrow beast is so special that it is even smarter than the anal digger. Perhaps it is because of the difference in species, or it was a special elite when it was alive. The truth cannot be discovered for the time being, but Wei Huan is already looking forward to its advancement. While thinking, the durability of the anal digger's tree tumor stopped at 9,500, and it also evolved. The fruit is ripe. The reappearing anal digger returned to Wei Huan and stood with the previously evolved running wolf. This comparison showed the changes. First of all, the anal digger is larger in size, and has thicker bones. What is particularly noticeable is that there are bone spurs about 2 centimeters long on its head, elbows, shoulders, etc. It doesn't seem to have any lethality now, but you can imagine the evolution direction of the anal digging brother, and how powerful the bone spurs will be when they grow up. It's simply a war weapon, and the measurements and endurance of the anal digging brother are also stronger than those of ordinary 2-star running wolf skeletons. Running wolf 1-star running wolf skeleton, level 2, Wei Huan summon. Endurance, 260/260. Strength, 35. Agility, 27. Spiritual power, 15. Special status, none. The most obvious thing is that it has an extra 9 points of strength. These 9 points of strength are enough for it to bite other running wolf skulls to pieces. Wei Huan was very happy, and touched the head of the anal digger. The bone spur hurt his hand, and it didn't feel as comfortable as before. It was just a small matter. In front of power, everything is a small matter. Then Wei Huan got the upgrade data of the Violent Bear, the Crypt Beast and the Xiao Rome. It takes 500 points of durability to upgrade the Violent Bear from level 1 to level 2. The Crypt Beast needs 1,000 points. The Xiao Rome needs 2,000 points. The more powerful the tribe is, the more energy it needs to upgrade them. The glasses show durability, but it is actually energy. After testing the 1-star grass, Wei Huan set his sights on the 2-star grass. The 2-star grass is deeper in this vast pasture. The entire pasture is so large that Wei Huan can't see the end even if he stands on the back of the crypt beast. Presumably, there will be higher level grass farther away. The branches of the 2-star grass are obviously thicker and secrete more yellow viscous liquid. Wei Huan ordered Brother Taogang to evolve, but Brother Taogang just obediently went to the 2-star grass and strolled around twice, without any intention of evolving, and came back. Wei Huan asked other summons that had been upgraded to 2 stars to try to evolve, and the results were the same. This was the first time that the summons disobeyed his orders. The summons were fearless, and would not hesitate for a moment to die, so the reason for not executing was probably that they could not do it. It seems that this kind of evolution has a CD. Wei Huan was disappointed for a moment, and then he cheered up immediately. The CD will always end, and it is only a matter of time before it is upgraded to the 3rd level. Besides, once all the summons in front of him are upgraded to the 2nd level, their strength will double. The process of becoming stronger is fine as long as you don't stop, and take it step by step. Then, Wei Huan began this happy process. Batches of 1st level undead went in, and batches of 2nd level undead came out. He was so excited that his upturned mouth corners had never fallen. I don't know how much time has passed. Just when he was upgrading happily, Wei Huan found that a tree not of 1-star grass suddenly shrank. After staring for a long time, the durability of this 1-star grass reached 1/10,000. A ghost crow that was upgrading inside fell to the ground in a mess, obviously not fully evolved. Then, under Wei Huan's command, it flapped its wings and got into a nearby 1-star grass to continue evolving. Wei Huan was a little worried at this moment, and he kept watching this 1-star grass whose durability dropped to 1. About 1 minute later, the endurance recovered to 2/10,000. Although only one number changed, Wei Huan breathed a sigh of relief. In other words, it can still be used after a while. As for the fact that it takes 1 minute to restore 1 point of energy, there is nothing to complain about. It just takes some time, and gives away experience. Even if it takes 1 hour to restore 1 point, he can wait. In this way, Wei Huan studied it for a long time, until all his summons were upgraded to the 2nd level. He ended it with a sense of unsatisfaction. It's time to go out. The familiar feeling of teleportation came, and when Wei Huan felt the difference in the touch of his feet again, he knew that he was back in the car. The dark world was cut open from the middle, and dazzling light shone in. Blinking, a familiar scene in the car appeared on the iris. Wei Huan. Wei Huan followed the voice, and turned to see Mu Zhong, who was twisting his body from the passenger seat to look over. Then, Wei Huan saw the dark outside the car. Dark? Yeah, I've been in for 3 hours, and it's just getting dark. Mu Zhong propped himself up from the back of the chair, and stretched his neck curiously. How is it? The undead ranch. It sounds like a big improvement. Speaking of this, Wei Huan couldn't hold back his smile and nodded. Yes, it's very big. This is my professional training ground. Mu Zhong's eyes curved with a smile. I knew it. Let's go eat, and talk while eating. Mu Zhong came to the open kitchen in the living room, and sat on a high chair to heat up the dishes. Wei Huan helped him, and put the dishes on the table. Before eating, the topic of the undead ranch was over. Mu Zhong looked envious. The professional training ground is the 2nd professional temple. Those who can enter it for long-term training are far more powerful than those at the same level. I have 2 professions, and I don't even know where the professional training ground is. Wei Huan served hot rice, handed the first bowl to Mu Zhong, and said, I suspect the appearance of the professional training ground is related to the diamond treasure chest. Mu Zhong is very smart and understood it immediately. Because of you and Agri's? Yes. Mu Zhong poked the tip of his chopsticks in the rice, picked up a chopstick of rice, and stopped again. He thought of a possibility. So in our Yin country, there is also a farmer who took a 6-star potion? Wei Huan nodded. If the speculation is true, then Yin country not only has a 6-star farmer, but also a 6-star druid, which is hidden deep enough. Just with such a foundation, Yin country will still be defeated in 11 years, so the Dark Beast Lord may also have a terrifying killer. Thinking of this, Wei Huan's relaxed brows frowned again, turning all the pressure into appetite, and scooped a big mouthful of rice into his mouth and chewed hard. Mu Zhong glanced at him, without asking more questions, and talked about what happened today. Wei Huan's attention was soon diverted. Especially after hearing Mu Zhong's analysis that the group of people acting were probably arranged by Shi Hengjuan. A cold color flashed in his eyes. I was careless. I should have left some undead outside the car. Do you have any misunderstandings about our current strength? Mu Zhong smiled. In the case that there are only 1st-level cars, and no 2nd-level cars, our 3rd-level weapons are enough to easily blow up any guy with bad intentions. Wei Huan didn't say anything. Carelessness is carelessness. No need to make excuses. Maybe they are strong enough. But Wei Huan knows that nothing is absolute in the challenge world. Some special drawings and weapons are enough to make people complete a decisive victory of the weak over the strong. Moreover, after entering the 2nd-level challenge, the ruins, treasure chest monsters, and the power of nature that appear are enough to easily wipe out any arrogant person. After dinner, Wei Huan got up to wash the dishes and let Mu Zhong go to rest. He said, "I will hurry up tonight. Your professional level is higher than mine. Become a shaman earlier." "Okay." Mu Zhong nodded. He is an auxiliary without combat power, but he also has his own reasons to become stronger. Moreover, he not only has to train in dual professions every day, but also improves his spiritual power through the microscopic world, which is also very busy. The best partners are those who, when separated, practice to the strongest in their own areas of expertise. Only after they gather together can they burst out with a more powerful light. When Wei Huan was washing dishes, Mu Zhong went to the passenger seat, put the microscopic world in the small cloth bag on his chest, and then supported himself with both hands and moved back to the room. The small cloth bag swayed on his chest. His height was not even as high as most of the furniture, but he walked with his head held high. "I'm going into the house." "Yeah." "Good night first." "Good night." Wei Huan had a lot of things to do at the moment. He wiped his hands and returned to the driver's seat, looking out of the car. The night environment of the second-level challenge was obviously too bad. Not only did the wandering monsters appear, but the sandstorm also came as expected. The level 2 headlights were on, and nothing could be seen 1 meter away. Only the whistling and flying yellow sand hit the car body, hitting the windshield, crackling. It was not appropriate to move at night, and it was even more difficult to move at night like this. The ghost crow, running wolf, and hidden cat summoned by Wei Huan were a little affected by the sandstorm, and their movements were slower than during the day. Wei Huan took the running wolf and hidden cat back to the tomb, and gave the road exploration work to the violent bear, and the guarding work outside the car to the crypt beast and Zayuroma. Only the ghost crow could not be taken back. The ghost crow was Wei Huan's eyes, and it was necessary to plow the land and open the treasure chest. It didn't matter if it was a little slow, as long as it ensured that no treasure chest was missed within the 3-kilometer radius of the area where it was located. The ghost crow was released, and the car slowly drove forward. 10 minutes passed, and there was no harvest. Wei Huan pursed his lips. The disadvantages of falling behind appeared. After entering the second-level challenge, challengers from the entire region will merge and drive on the same highway. Although this road is very wide, once you fall behind, you can only pick up treasure chests that others have missed. Wei Huan has not yet opened a treasure chest, which only means that within a radius of 3 kilometers, there are densely populated main roads. Entering the undead ranch once, he lost a lot of advantages. It is impossible to resign yourself to fate. With the speed of their car, it is entirely possible to catch up with the leading car in half a day with full pursuit. However, Wei Huan plans to use the second method. That is to leave the main road and explore the edge. In this way, not only can you open the treasure chest, but you can also avoid encountering other challengers, and there is no need to rob their resources. Besides, there are ruins hidden in the edge, which often contain many opportunities. If you are lucky, you may open a treasure map to dig for treasure, which is better than focusing only on speed. Do it when you think of it. Under his command, the violent bears, who were exploring the way, began to deviate to the southeast. He drove slowly behind at a speed of about 100 miles per hour. Finally, 20 minutes later, he drove to a bronze treasure chest. This was a good start, indicating that he had gradually driven away from the crowded area. The sandstorm here had obviously become bigger, and he was getting closer to the edge of this road. The sand dunes also became steeper and harder to climb. Fortunately, his undeads had all been upgraded to level 2, and with a large number of parts upgraded to level 3 on the car, this level of environment was far from enough to stop Wei Huan. However, Wei Huan did not go any deeper. After the number of treasure chests reached a suitable level, Wei Huan went east again. Driving on the highway without roads, just drive east all the way. After 9 o'clock, Wei Huan stopped to rest and cleared a batch of treasure chest monsters. It was originally very simple to clean up, and now that all the members are at the second level, these treasure chest monsters can be said to die very quickly. The anus-digging brother didn't even dig his anus, but directly bit a running wolf. The two wolves fought and the dust flew, and finally even hit the front of the car. In the end, the anus-digging brother, who was not afraid of pain and had a fierce fighting spirit, bit off the neck of the running wolf and completed a historic 1v1 victory. After the victory, the anus-digging brother spun twice within the range covered by the headlights of the car, and the tip of his tail like a dry stick hung on the ground, sweeping straight, looking like he was asking for praise. Wei Huan liked this elite summon very much. With a thought, the anus-digging brother came to the side of the driver's seat, and put his 2 feet on the car window glass. Wei Huan rolled down half of the glass, and touched its skull with bone spurs in the strong wind. Caw-caw-caw, the anal digger made a happy and coquettish sound. A soft hum, followed by a huge white bone leg, appeared beside the car window, squeezing the anal digger out of the distance that Wei Huan's hand could touch. You don't need to look to know that it is Xiudian. In order to distinguish the difference between this elite crypt beast and other crypt beasts, Wei Huan named him Xiudian. After evolving to the 2nd star level, the intelligence has increased a little bit, and they will be jealous. Wei Huan patted its bone leg again in Xiudian's soft hum. Compared with the prickly anal digger, Xiudian's bones feel smoother and more comfortable to touch. It was like touching a piece of ice jade. Since Little Dot was summoned, he has been walking above the car. This is an intimate attitude and the most comprehensive protection. With Little Dot around, even a fly can't fly in front of Wei Huan. After clearing this batch of treasure chest monsters, Wei Huan started the car again and set off. This time, less than 3 minutes later, the violent bear exploring the road ahead stopped. Wei Huan also slowed down and looked at the location of the violent bear. It's a treasure chest. This is the first time Wei Huan has seen a treasure chest since entering the desert. Compared with the treasure chests that appeared directly on the road during the primary track, the treasure chests in the desert have become more difficult to find. The yellow sand covers the treasure chest, obscuring its color and reducing the probability of it being discovered. Although as a reward mechanism for this challenge, the treasure chest will always be in a state where it cannot be submerged by the yellow sand. After all, its purpose of existence is to be discovered and opened. The camouflage that can be close to the environment still reduces the probability of it being discovered. At first glance, Wei Huan couldn't even tell what type of treasure chest it was. After staring at it for a while, before the glasses showed the value, he determined that it was a black iron treasure chest by the pattern, size, and dark background. In the current stage, the probability of encountering black iron treasure chests has increased, but silver treasure chests are still rare. Ordered the violent bear to open the black iron treasure chest. Unexpectedly, a hidden cat appeared inside. The hidden cat appeared from the treasure chest and entered a combat state, rushing towards the violent bear, who opened the box. The violent bear, who had been prepared for a long time, raised his 6 legs, pounced forward, and slapped the hidden cat out of a parabola with a slap. Puff! There was a dull sound of heavy objects falling on the sand in the strong wind. Then, within the range illuminated by the headlights, a small white jade leg bone flashed by. Puff! A sound like a watermelon bursting. The shrill scream and the sudden silence were just a moment. Get hidden cat skin X1. The Little Dot came back, and the blood on the tip of its toes dripped onto the sand, which was quickly wiped clean by the yellow sand. It loyally returned to the top of the car, and used its body to create the safest barrier for Wei Huan. Amid the flying sand, the white bone violent bear moved forward again. The huge spider was looming in the sand, and under its belly, the dim car lights illuminated the small area. There was also a large army of undead following outside the car, moving forward silently. Such a strange picture was like an epic blockbuster of a fantasy movie, mysterious and grotesque, and with a certain magnificent mythological atmosphere. Shadows and pupils gradually walked away. Whoosh whoosh, the wind was fierce and mighty, as if it would never stop and never end. Chapter 42. At 6 o'clock in the morning, the wind and sand stopped the moment it got light. The sun returned to the earth, scorching hot. The natural environment of the 2nd level challenge is harsh, but it is also a gradual process. The first day will not give the challengers too difficult environment, so the sandstorm stopped at dawn. The chat room became lively again, and someone was posting data tables. The first place in the National Vehicle Performance list, Combat Power list, Score list, and Life list is still Wei Huan. And I found that these data have changed after waking up. Is the boss working secretly at night again? Every morning when I get up, I routinely worship the boss's name, and the boss blesses me. Is it confirmed that there was a sandstorm last night? Why can the boss still drive, but I can only hide in the car and shiver? Boss, can you wait a moment? I don't ask for anything else, I just want to drive behind you, and I feel at ease looking at your majestic back. I want you to follow me, I hope you can start a team. Add one to me. If you want to die, just form a team. Didn't the school teach you that? It's easy to lack supplies when forming a team. When the oil is not enough, do you need help from the boss? You should explore and open the treasure chest by yourself. I tell you a secret. If the team encounters a high-level treasure chest, they will fight each other. The boss doesn't need to form a team. Just continue to sell discounted blueprints and equipment in the auction house. Our district has developed very well because of the boss. Add one to the same as above. It would be better if the discount could be cheaper. No, shut up. The first night of the challenge has passed. The gentle environment and the confidence in Wei Huan, the atmosphere of the whole district is very good. Everyone started today's challenge while chatting and laughing. Mu Zhong also got up, brushed his teeth and washed his face, and had a bowl of hot soy milk for breakfast. The breakfast was also perfect. Wei Huan didn't waste time. He finished eating first and drove out. There was still sandstorms on the edge of the road during the day, but it was much better than at night. The purpose of these sandstorms was warning, to remind the challengers that they had reached the edge of the road, and the risk would double if they explored further. Unless there were special circumstances, Wei Huan would not enter it. If it was just to open the box, the ghost crows would be enough. But that special situation really happened soon. A ghost crow flew out from the depths of the sandstorm, making a quack-quack sound. After being promoted to the second level, the ghost crow's intelligence improved a little, and their cognition of objects became much more complicated, and communication with Wei Huan became simpler. See. Ruins. Big. Only Wei Huan could understand the language of the ghost crows. He was delighted. He found the ruins. He immediately turned the steering wheel and drove in the direction indicated by the ghost crow. When Mu Zhong came over after finishing his work, he could see at a glance that the course was off. They were driving to the edge of the desert highway. What did you find? The ghost crow told me there was a ruin. They spoke almost at the same time. Mu Zhong was surprised. You found the ruin so soon? Then he said, as a matter of course, with your efficiency in plowing the land, it's not surprising. Mu Zhong sat in the passenger seat, and was already sorting out the supplies that Wei Huan had swiped out last night. Bronze-level items are still the most. We need supplies from black iron and silver treasure chests to upgrade to level 3. I heard that there are often high-level treasure chests hidden in the ruins. If there are none this time, I will have to buy them in the mall. At the beginning, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong were very anxious to upgrade the third-level car, because only the third-level car can fearlessly break through the second-level challenge. The emergence of Undead Ranch changed their minds. Now their strength is doubled, and with the protection of the Undead Army, completing the second-level challenge is no longer a problem. Now Mu Zhong wants to accumulate points more. In the future, there will always be materials that cannot be opened in the treasure chest, and they can only buy them at a high price in the mall. Hundreds of thousands or millions of points at any time, not to mention whether the landlord's surplus food is enough. Even the dark beasts cannot be killed by you at will. Everyone is an intelligent life, and they will definitely find a way to avoid war after suffering losses. The harvest of points in the later stage is not as easy as imagined. Mu Zhong now starts to be frugal and manages the family, and Wei Huan also supports it. The value of the two. The views are basically the same, and it is very comfortable to get along with each other. Wei Huan continued to drive deeper, while Mu Zhong began to put items on the auction house. The challengers who had been waiting in the auction house for a long time basically bought all the bronze equipment and first-level blueprints in seconds. Although the remaining black iron equipment is very expensive, the sales volume is not low, especially the equipment that can be used by the farmer sequence, which is basically sold out as soon as it is put on the market. These equipment can be sold even at a 98% discount, but Mu Zhong still only puts it at an 80% discount. The auxiliary equipment is even sold at a 50% discount. Today's chat room is very harmonious. The person who wanted to lead the rhythm yesterday was no longer heard after being criticized. After all, challenging the world is too dangerous, and any material may save lives. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong's actions have indirectly saved many people. It's just, there's nothing to criticize, and forcing it is very low-end, so I just stopped talking. After the equipment was hung up and the blueprint was just half hung up, Wei Huan suddenly said, "We're here." Mu Zhong looked up and looked outside the car, staring at the ruins, and was silent for a long time. Then, he turned back suddenly. "Do you want to get off the car? The reason why the ruins are dangerous is that you can't drive into them." The challenger left the protection of the vehicle, and his strength was reduced by half. Of course, Wei Huan didn't have to worry. But Mu Zhong still hoped that he could be more cautious. No hurry. Wei Huan was indeed very cautious, and he didn't insist on saving face. "I let the undead go in first, and I go in after confirming that there is no danger." "Yeah." Mu Zhong nodded, knowing that this must be done. Some ruins are very special, and the mechanisms need to be touched by the challenger before they can be opened. Wei Huan will definitely get off the car, but if he can carefully check the dangers first, he will be relieved. Wei Huan sent 10 of each of the 3 types of undead creatures, the running wolf, the hidden cat, and the ghost crow, into the ruins. Soon, they lost their tracks. Mu Zhong said, It seems that they have found a way down. Some ruins are very large, like a maze-like underground palace. Yes, some people who go down do not die at the hands of the underground palace monsters, but are trapped in the maze. Exploring the maze will affect the results of the gold medal challenge, and we must complete the challenge in advance and enter the next challenge as soon as possible. What do you think? Mu Zhong was silent for a long time this time, holding his forehead and smiling. I am getting more and more greedy now. What should I do? Wei Huan raised his eyebrows, smiling. Mu Zhong said, how about this? I will buzz Xiaodian and let it send more soldiers down. Wei Huan could definitely increase his troops to explore, but that was Wei Huan's ability. Mu Zhong was greedy and wanted more, so he had to use his own ability. He couldn't ask for more and expect others to complete everything. In Wei Huan's army, there were not many small species such as running wolves and hidden cats, and the ghost crows had no lethality, so there were not many options for the exploration teams he sent out. Mu Zhong's suggestion was a good idea. The face hugger with a diameter of 1 meter was definitely the trump card for underground palace exploration. Thinking of this, Wei Huan said, let's not use the small ones for now. They are elites. Their main job is to protect us. Once the buff is refreshed, they will become weak and have to return to the tomb after the end. After explaining this, Mu Zhong saw the mother crypt beasts appearing one after another outside the car. Huge crypt beasts like container trucks appeared on both sides of them, refreshing one every 10 meters. A total of 20 crypt beasts appeared, almost surrounding the ruins. Wei Huan likes to recruit crypt beasts very much. The feeling of my little brother can summon little brothers is not only very pleasant, but also the key is that these crypt beasts can make him explode soldiers. They are the core soldiers of his undead army. These crypt beasts are not all that Wei Huan recruits. When only 20 of them appear, there is a sense of fear and oppression of being filled with vision and facing giants. But in the eyes of Wei Huan and Mu Zhong, this is a 100% sense of security. Mu Zhong beat the drums and painted a layer of light blue light buff for the 5 crypt beasts, and the number of soldiers they summon can be tripled. The other crypt beasts did not add attributes, but when they gathered together and poured into the ruins, the number was more than 300. Yellow sand, ruins, giants, dead bones, and a large number of white bone spiders formed a weird and absurd picture. It was simply a horror movie. The 2 people in the car were at ease, and even changed their posture out of boredom because they were uncomfortable sitting for a long time. Finally, the first harvest popped up on the screen. Get Silver Level Endurance Potion X1. Get the car's exterior crash barrier blueprint 3 X1. Get Portable Anti-Tank Missile X1. Mu Zhong said happily, a good start. The first one is the silver treasure chest. There are more good things in the ruins. Wei Huan didn't say anything because he felt that the number of summons was decreasing. They were attacked by treasure chest monsters, and their combat effectiveness was not low. Even if they were upgraded to 2 stars, the losses were still great. But after all, the human wave tactics were very unsolvable, and Wei Huan's brows soon relaxed. Supplies appeared on the screen. Obtain 10 scaly snake scales alien species. Mu Zhong explained, I met an alien species so early? Wei Huan pondered, it's probably because of the ruins. The ruins are indeed dangerous, but I don't know if this alien species is strong? Strong. Wei Huan calculated the opponent's combat power through his own battle loss ratio. It's equivalent to a 3rd level Lord level Dark Beast, not counting the territory. Mu Zhong sighed. This strength is really unsolvable for challengers at this stage. The danger level of the silver treasure chest will only get higher and higher, not lower. Yes, this will block most people's upgrades, so it's only until now that the 5th level car has appeared. After getting the items in the silver treasure chest, Wei Huan took out the endurance potion and handed it to Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong did not delay and drank it. This was the first bottle of silver level endurance potion he drank. It improved significantly, and the upper limit of endurance was raised to 400 points. This endurance quality has reached the endurance value of the upgraded 2-star Violent Bear. Even if it is bombarded with missiles, it cannot be killed in one shot. In front of the powerful attributes of the professional, the anti-tank missiles in this treasure chest have become very useless. Killing people but not being able to kill them, taking a taxi is like scraping, and human war weapons are unpopular here and have become weapons to kill monsters. The blueprint of the external crash barrier, 3, of the car, not only did they have it, but it had even been successfully upgraded. It was useless to keep it in their hands, so Mu Zhong put it up in the auction house. The 3rd level blueprint is sold for 200 points in the mall. Mu Zhong put it up for 160 points, but it is still expensive. At this stage, There are not many challengers who can afford silver items. Someone in the chat room squatted on this blueprint. A silver blueprint has been put up for auction. Did the boss just open a silver treasure chest? Jealousy has made me unrecognizable. I know that silver treasure chests are not something I can covet, but I can't even see them. What should I do? Hasn't everyone noticed that the boss has a lot of treasure chests? Is there any trick? You are a necromancer, and you also open a lot. Have you watched the videos online? When the boss exploded his troops, the rooftop, the ground and the outer walls were all densely packed with undead. Damn! I was so shocked that I couldn't shut up for a year. Boss, what posture do you need to awaken the necromancer? Watching the conversation of the challengers in the chat room, the undead exploration army sent by Wei Huan encountered obstacles again. 5 face huggers died at once. Wei Huan couldn't feel the change in number, but the crypt beast mothers of those face huggers issued a warning sound. Wei Huan waited nervously for a while, but his summons did not decrease. He thought for a while and said, "There are traps below." Mu Zhong nodded. The underground palace is very dangerous. After that, 2 more boxes and a pair of wings of alien black bats appeared, and a ghost crow flew out to tell him that the underground palace had been explored. They walked through all the forks, opened all the boxes they could see, and touched many traps. It took a total of 11 minutes to get a silver treasure chest and 2 black iron treasure chests, as well as materials for 2 alien treasure chest monsters. The alien materials can upgrade some special parts that cannot be bought in the mall. Mu Zhong asked Wei Huan curiously, "Do you want to go in and explore?" Wei Huan nodded. "They can't distinguish valuable items. I have to go through it with my own eyes." Mu Zhong also knew that you can't get tiger cubs without going into the tiger's den, so he just told Wei Huan, "Be careful." Wei Huan opened the car door and got out of the car. This was the second time he got out of the car in the road challenge. Last time he fought for the diamond treasure chest, and this time he hoped there would be a surprise waiting for him. Mu Zhong did not follow him in this time. With his current physical condition, following Wei Huan would be a burden, and there were a lot of things waiting for him in the auction house. Different developments have different divisions of labor. Wei Huan. Mu Zhong poked his head out. "Choose a crypt beast warrior, and I will buff it. It will be faster and safer." Wei Huan nodded, and soon, a relatively large crypt beast warrior with a spider back width of about 1.5 meters came running from the ruins with 8 legs. Mu Zhong buffed the agility and strength of this crypt beast warrior, and did not buff its endurance because he did not want its size to grow larger. In addition, he buffed 10 facehuggers and 2 crypt beast guards, saying, "They are your personal guards. Don't leave their protection circle. They are armed to the teeth." Wei Huan looked at the satisfied Mu and nodded. He turned around and stepped on the back of the crypt beast warrior, which was steady and solid as a rock, without shaking. Then, under Wei Huan's command, the 8 legs of the crypt beast warrior moved in sequence, and even on the soft gravel, they could still move forward steadily and quickly. In a blink of an eye, they arrived at the ruins. This ruin is obviously not a product of human civilization, but more like a nest of some creature. The wind-dried clay stood in the wind and sand, and you can see the roots of plants hanging down at the edge of the gap, dancing in the wind. Wei Huan's eyes fell on a semicircular object similar to a broken eggshell, and he already had some ideas about this ruin. In his previous life, he stayed in the second level challenge for a long time, so he also knew about the ruins at this stage. Perhaps, the scaly snake was the owner of this ruin. After breaking out of its shell, it built its own nest underground. After the challenge came, it and its home became a challenge point in this world. Entering the underground, it was indeed a cave built by snakes. Wei Huan half-crouched down, and the cave beast warrior directly carried him into the long passage. The light in his vision was gradually deprived, and there was darkness in front of him. Wei Huan brought lighting props, but he didn't use them. The undead army lined up on one side of the passage every 5 meters, waiting for their master to arrive. The green flames in their eyes were enough to illuminate a section of the cold and damp cave. Wei Huan blinked and quickly adapted to the darkness. As a dark-attributed professional, he was very adaptable to darkness. But he didn't like the fishy smell coming from the depths of this cave. He ordered the cave beast mount to speed up. He had a lot of experience in exploring this kind of nest, and it was far from discovering the mysterious place. Not long after, they came to the depths of the cave, where 3 forks appeared. The ghost crows had been waiting here for a long time, quack quack to tell him what was at the end of these 3 roads. In the middle was a silver treasure chest and a scale snake. On the left were 2 black iron treasure chests and a black bat. On the right was a trap, where several face huggers were folded and fell into the muddy and swampy sticky liquid, never to come out again. Finally, the ghost crows flew over and confirmed that there was no way back. The ghost crow's IQ was not enough to fully describe the environment, but Wei Huan knew from experience that there was a cesspool on the right. He would not go to the right. If there was a treasure map there, he would admit defeat. Then, Wei Huan looked at the fork in the road. This place must be explored. This road was not deep, and it would end in 3 minutes. The view suddenly opened up, and a huge cave appeared in front of him. The ground in the middle was smooth, with traces of coiling. I think the scale snake usually sleeps here. But after being captured by the challenge world, it was put in a treasure chest and placed on its bed, waiting for a battle of either you or me. After Wei Huan looked at the environment, he set his sights on the wall. The undead summons behind him entered one after another, found a corner, and began to face the wall. The green flames in their eye sockets became the best lighting. Wei Huan stepped on the back of the cave beast warrior, and slowly searched for possible information along the wall. After searching for a circle, he found nothing. Wei Huan did not give up. His sight began to fall downwards, and this time his target was the ground. Soon, he had a harvest. In the corner of the wall, he found a basketball-sized, triangular, thick stone rubbing board with some line traces engraved on it. Isn't this here? The fragments of the treasure map. The final destination is a big treasure. Maybe a gold treasure chest, maybe a special item. If you are lucky, you can even get legendary equipment. Wei Huan and the team members had collected a few pieces before, but never collected them all, and even caused a crisis-ridden pursuit. In the face of wealth, even in the case of a common external enemy, some people still have red eyes. This time, Wei Huan plans to collect as much as possible and try to realize his dream. Of course, if exploring the treasure affects his speed, he can put it aside for now. There are also ruins in the road challenge behind him. The treasure map fragments are special items and cannot be stored in the warehouse. He recalled whether there were elite units among the ghost crows, and finally confirmed with regret that he did not have any elite ghost crows. Finally, he gathered all the ghost crows and asked them to remember the appearance of the stone slab. What are the undead servants used for? They are to help him run errands when he doesn't want to move. It is unknown whether the ghost crows remembered the stone slab, but the anal digger came over again and clicked beside Wei Huan. It invited Wei Huan to sit on his back. Wei Huan looked at its 2 centimeters long bone spurs and firmly refused. The anal digger scratched the ground with his front paws and seemed very sad. Wei Huan just pretended not to see it. Everything went smoothly, and Wei Huan came out of the ruins in about 10 minutes. Back in the car, the message "Get Treasure Map Fragment X1" jumped on the screen. It was the first time for Mu Zhong to see the treasure map, so he took the stone slab. His arm sank. TSK. It's still a bit heavy? Wei Huan confirmed that it was time to give Mu Zhong 2 bottles of strength potion. Mu Zhong took out the stone slab. He had no legs, so he put it directly on the seat and carefully stroked the lines on it with his fingers. After a while he said, "There is also a very low probability of opening a treasure map when opening a box. I think we can try to buy it. How many points do you think is appropriate?" Wei Huan said, "About 1200. Mu Zhong thought, "Okay, 1 fragment is equivalent to the value of a silver treasure chest, which is about the same. Then I will try to collect it?" "Okay." Wei Huan restarted the car and drove out again. He did not return to the original route, but decided to drive on this route closer to the edge. Sure enough, this route was more dangerous, and soon he encountered quicksand. The weight of the undead skeleton was too light, and it would not be easily swept into the quicksand. But the car was not. After they got stuck, Xiaodian cried babbling and carefully pulled the car out of the quicksand with his 4 front feet. The quicksand was not a big threat to them, but they could not drive in this area. Mu Zhong suggested taking a detour. Wei Huan said, "Let Xiaodian carry us in." The idea was opened. "That's right. Who said that you have to drive to challenge the road?" Xiaodian obediently lifted the car and put it on the back shell under the order. Xiaodian, who was upgraded to level 2, easily carried them and walked on the quicksand as if it were flat ground. Soon, the action of going deep into the dangerous area took effect. In this huge quicksand area, even the ghost crows could not explore all the areas, because they walked in the core and soon found another ruin. Mu Zhong touched his chin. Are there so many ruins? Wei Huan thought, generally, there will be high-level treasures in dangerous places. That's true. Finding ruins is equivalent to finding treasure chests, and the treasure chests in the ruins are very concentrated, and there are treasure map fragments to take. It's very nice. Chapter 43. Just like the last ruins, they did the same thing again, and soon their harvest was displayed on the screen. A silver treasure chest, 2 black iron treasure chests. A bronze treasure chest. This time, the silver treasure chest opened a strength potion, and Wei Huan gave it to Mu Zhong again. Mu Zhong raised his eyebrows, and drank it without saying much. Both of them had enough silver equipment, so they continued to put it up for auction. There were always people watching the auction house, and there would be reactions over there whenever they made a move. Is it another silver treasure chest? So what posture did they use to see the silver treasure chest? This frequency is a bit exaggerated. Could it be that the boss discovered the ruins? What are ruins? No way. Are there still people who don't know about ruins? Speaking of which, Mu Zhong was collecting treasure maps just now, and the boss is indeed developing the ruins. I envy Mu Zhong so much. I also want to get on the boss's car. How can the boss get on your car? Otherwise, you can announce a test. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong got married, 2 men. This sentence caused a huge uproar, and everyone was eager to gossip. What? The boss likes men? Ah! I am devastated. My 180 centimeters long legs are in vain. No way. Men can get married to men? I thought same-sex marriage was cancelled for population recovery. Mu Zhong is a winner in life. I envy him for winning without doing anything. No wonder Mu Zhong was able to get the Dark Beast Nemesis. It turns out he relied on hugging thighs. The facehugger came out of the ruins holding a stone slab. Wei Huan's face showed no expression, and the air in the car was freezing cold. Mu Zhong pulled him and smiled. Don't be angry, you know how strong I am. Just tell me, even if there is no marriage, am I qualified to get on your car? Wei Huan nodded, but what he saw in his eyes was Mu Zhong's depressed attribute. Wei Huan knew that Mu Zhong's heart was not disability, but that he gave up his car to save his life, and gave up the qualification to be an independent challenger forever. His name will always be followed by the 2 words Wei Huan. This is a destruction of Mu Zhong's pride. This is unsolvable. Unless Mu Zhong chooses to leave his team, give up his challenger status, and no longer enter the challenge world. Otherwise, they will be tied together forever. Wei Huan sighed, and raised his hand to close the chat content. Mu Zhong said, no need. Wei Huan did not answer, but opened the door, and got out of the car. The facehugger held up its 2 front paws, and this time, the stone slab was about the size of an American football. It tiptoed, and handed it to Xiaodian. Xiaodian carefully clamped the stone slab, and handed it to Wei Huan, who was standing on its back. Wei Huan took it, and it was indeed a fragment of the treasure map. But it was not sure whether it was the same type as the previous one. There are many ruins in the challenge world, and there are also many treasure maps, as well as paper and iron fragments. There are so many kinds that it is very troublesome to collect them. Of course, the high-level fleets formed by the challenge corps and private individuals, with money and people, can still put together a complete map and dig out treasures. The value of the treasure is generally equivalent to a single piece of a gold treasure chest, and generally there will be some profit. But if you are lucky and get a higher level item, you will make a fortune. The main business of the Gong's fleet organized by Wei Jinhong is to find treasures. Or drive it yourself, or trade it. Wei Huan roughly remembered that Wei Jinhong's main car had 3 level 4 car parts, and 4 gold equipment. This level is not comparable to the challenge corps, but it is already very good in the private fleet. It is relatively easy to drive the silver treasure chest on the level 3 highway. Wei Huan took the stone slab and handed it to Mu Zhong through the car window, and then jumped off Xiaodian's back. The strengthened Crypt Beast warrior caught him. The guards surrounded him, and sent him into the ruins again. It was still the cave of the Scale Snake. Poor Scale Snake, is this the whole tribe chosen by the challenge world to become a ruin monster? However, this Scale Snake's home is better managed than the previous one, with 2 more forked passages. In fact, this is a sign that a stronger Scale Snake will appear later and weave its nest into a terrifying maze. That's when it will kill the challenger. Wei Huan ordered the Crypt Beast warrior to take him to all passages except the cesspool. Finally, he removed a piece of black flat polygonal iron sheet from a seemingly inconspicuous wall. The gravel on the iron sheet was smoothed away, revealing fine lines. Yes, another piece of treasure map fragment. Made of iron. This is why Wei Huan came in. He let the ghost crows gather around him, watching him explore the treasure map, find the treasure map, and then take it out for them to see and memorize. The ghost crows are smart, but very limited. As long as Wei Huan taught them, they can distinguish. But on the other hand, they don't know that this piece of iron is also a treasure map. The patient teaching now is to lie down later. Wei Huan didn't mind getting off a few more times. It just happened. And it also avoided the embarrassment of staying in the car with Mu Zhong. He actually knew that Mu Zhong was strong inside, and could not be defeated by a little gossip. But the depression that always appeared in his glasses was very eye-catching. Coming out of the ruins, Mu Zhong leaned half of his body out of the car window, and waved to Wei Huan. A hearty voice, wrapped in the wind and sand, came. No way? 2 pieces of treasure map fragments? Wei Huan raised the iron sheet in his hand, and waved it. Mu Zhong exclaimed, rich. This ruin is rich. But the good luck ended there. After they left the quicksand area, they continued to drive on the edge of the road. All the way forward, except for opening some black iron treasure chests and bronze treasure chests, there were no high-level treasure chests or ruins. Wei Huan yawned, stopped the car, and asked Shidian to put them on his back and carry them on his back. He planned to go to the undead ranch to have a look. It's a pity that the CDs on his summons are still there. It seems that after upgrading the star through the ranch, it takes some time to digest and absorb. It's never a good thing to have power too quickly and easily. And the 1-star grass is still recovering at a rate of 1 point per minute. It takes about a week to fully recover. It's a bit slow. But Wei Huan is already very satisfied. This is his professional training ground. A special space that billions of people can't ask for. As long as he goes in and out of the training ground frequently, he will gradually pull away, or catch up with those real geniuses. He summoned the undead recruited in the professional temple last night, completed the 1-star upgrade in the undead ranch, and left here. It was less than 10 minutes. When I got back to the car, I saw Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong was no longer selling supplies. He was training his spiritual power with the microcosm. 256 plots of land, with his current spiritual power level, was a big project. Wei Huan made a cup of coffee for himself and Mu Zhong. When he got closer, he found that Mu Zhong was holding the microcosm, and sweat was coming out of his forehead. Do you want me to train spiritual power with you? Mu Zhong heard that his spiritual power was withdrawn from the microcosm and said, Are you going to the undead ranch? I'm back. So soon? Then Mu Zhong smiled with his eyes curved. Come on, I'm waiting for you. Wei Huan's mouth corners slightly raised, handed him the coffee, and sat down in the back seat. Wei Huan's spiritual power was strong, while Mu Zhong's spiritual power was light and soft. When Wei Huan used his spiritual power to pull weeds and turn the soil, Mu Zhong's spiritual power was right next to him, and he entangled with him unknowingly. Time passed by minute, and the white smoke on the coffee in his hand dissipated and gradually cooled. Suddenly, Wei Huan's hand holding the mug trembled, his eyelashes trembled, and the corners of his mouth were pursed into a straight line. Mu Zhong's chaotic breathing was in his ears, but he could not feel anything. All his attention was focused on the fireworks that suddenly exploded in front of him. Those dazzling fireworks swept him and Mu Zhong into the sky, rushed out of the planet, and rushed into a magnificent nebula universe. Time lost its meaning at this moment. It seemed like he had experienced a great famine for thousands of years, and it seemed like only a short moment of white horse passing by. When he came to his senses, the two were still in the car. Mu Zhong held the microscopic world in his hand, looking at him with a blushing face, and there was a faint trace of water at the end of his eyes. Staring. For a long time. When the last consciousness came back, Mu Zhong said slowly, My mental strength has improved. Wei Huan nodded in agreement, his face tense. Mu Zhong coughed, Then I go take a shower. After Mu Zhong returned to his room, Wei Huan also went back to his room and planned to take a shower. The water was too small. The water produced by the water collector was only half of that in the desert. He could only put on his clothes and pants and lie on the bed for a while until he estimated that Mu Zhong had finished washing. It took half an hour to go back and forth. In the average shower time of 3 minutes, it was a bit too long. Mu Zhong looked at him with a strange look. Mu Zhong hesitated. You can't? Wei Huan said, No. Oh, obviously still didn't believe it. Wei Huan couldn't explain it clearly, so he was too lazy to explain. Time passed quickly, and it was almost dark again. Mu Zhong opened the chat section that had been closed for a long time. Where is the leg broken? Does it affect anything inside? The root of the thigh, what do you think? So pitiful. Don't be sad, we will always support you. Big brother Wei Huan will definitely be at the front, and it will be no problem for a level 4 or 5 car. Your leg will recover sooner or later. It will be fine in Big brother Wei Huan's car. Wei Huan frowned when he saw these messages. In the seemingly sympathetic remarks, there was a sense of excitement of prying into other people's secrets, and it was an afternoon, for hours had passed, and the topic had not cooled down. It was hard to imagine what kind of offensive discussions had appeared during this period. Wei Huan tapped the screen, opened his own chat box, and was about to enter the content. His hand was pressed down by Mu Zhong. What do you want to say? Wei Huan said, if you have time to gossip, their equipment blueprints should be enough. Threat? Mu Zhong was a little surprised, and then nodded, it's a good idea. Wei Huan didn't expect Mu Zhong to agree. Mu Zhong laughed, do you think I will persuade you? The knife has cut my flesh, why should I endure it? How much do I like others to trample on my kindness? Okay, you drive well, leave this matter to me. Wei Huan thought about it, and shook his head. I have something to say. What? 3 minutes later, the World Channel ushered in 2 important speeches. The first one was said by Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong, the difficulty of adventure has increased, and it is not easy to open the treasure chest. The discount sales activity is suspended, and will be resumed according to the actual situation. The second one came from Wei Huan, who almost never spoke in the chat room. Wei Huan, recruiting one teammate for the 3rd level car, who is quiet and hardworking, and strength is not important. If you need it, you can find Mu Zhong to sign up. Ah? Boss, is it a level 3 car? I want to sign up. Why do you want to end the event? I just earned enough points. Since you have started, don't stop. You keep changing it like this. Are you kidding me? Are auxiliary equipment also banned? It's not easy for auxiliary people to live. If you have auxiliary equipment, please sell it. I looked at the ratings of the vehicle performance list. It's not even up to the level 3 car. Can you please stop lying? It's easy to understand. The purpose of the event is to gather popularity. If you stop now and open it again, I bet on my head that the price will definitely increase. I have seen many tricks of capitalists. The chat room was shaken. As expected, everyone's attention was diverted from gossip, and they began to complain. Wei Huan did not explain, and together with Mu Zhong, he refreshed the same content in the chat room again, and then ignored it. It was just getting dark. Mu Zhong got up to cook, and Wei Huan drove the car away from the dangerous edge before the sandstorm came. There was no words for a while. The challengers in District 1006, who were supposed to gossip about dinner, all started the night of Level 2 challenge with anger, fear and complaints. Wei Huan thought that such remarks would continue, but soon, different voices appeared in the chat room. Duan Yusen, so there are so many fools with low emotional intelligence in this world? Duan Yusen, no way? Don't understand? Really don't understand the meaning of Wei Huan and Mu Zhong's announcements. Duan Yusen, this is just digging your own grave. Lu Qingji, hush, why do you say it? There will be more competitors for the car quota. Duan Yusen, I am the driver, I don't go to other people's cars, I speak my mind. With this EQ, it's better not to be a challenger and harm others. Zhang San, well, since someone has said it, I will remind you, talk less and be diligent is the key. Li Si, I have been fed up with it for a long time. He was injured while performing a mission. Even if he got on Wei Huan's car, it was his blessing. I just want to ask you, when he was clearing dark beasts in the wasteland, what were you doing? When he was going through life and death, what were you doing? Your peaceful life is his medal of honor. Do you want your sympathy? Duan Yusen, applause for blessing. Mu Zhong won the College League Championship for 2 consecutive years for our pick. He is a reserve player in the Dragon Group and has a dual profession. The future is promising. Without saying anything else, I just ask you, do you like the bloodthirstiness of the dancer? Wei Huan, yes, bloodthirstiness is very useful. After saying this, Wei Huan turned back to look at the kitchen. He saw Mu Zhong also looking at him and laughing. Wei Huan also laughed. The chat room has become a debate conference at this moment, and there are always some people who are stubborn and stick their necks out to argue. But even so fierce, in Wei Huan's opinion, it is much better than the one-sided sympathy. Mu Zhong has never been important for sympathy. What he wants is respect, which is the recognition gained by his own strength. At dinner time, the debate in the chat room has not ended. The 2 groups of people cursed each other, and Jia Yang led a group of neutral people to persuade them to stop fighting. District 1006 is also full of vitality and lively today. Mu Zhong took out a bowl of food they prepared in the rest space and heated it up. The braised beef was cooked to the right temperature, with just the right amount of saltiness. The rich soup was wrapped around the large chunks of meat and soaked into every fiber, making it soft and fragrant. There was also a dish of roasted rooster served on the table. The freshly slaughtered rooster, paired with the brand name roasted rooster ingredients, was very delicious. While eating, Mu Zhong said, I didn't want to kill it. It was too domineering. It chased chickens all over the yard. It jumped on the back of whoever it caught up with and bit them. The chickens were flying, And the dogs were jumping. It was obviously a 3 yellow chicken seedling. How did it become a fighting cock? Wei Huan paused at his eating speed and asked uncertainly, "Are you chasing hens?" "Ah?" Mu Zhong blinked his eyes, picked up a piece of chicken and put it in his mouth, buried in the dry rice. It smells really good. I opened the box during the day today and collected all the materials for the level 3 headlights. Wei Huan set off again, and his vision was much better. Yesterday's level 2 headlights could only illuminate 1 meter in front, but tonight, there was also a sandstorm, but he could see 4 or 5 meters away. The smaller 380 long legs appeared in the range of the headlights from time to time, and the anal brother ran around under the thighs, sometimes around the front of the car, and sometimes around the side of the car. The gap between the elites was showing, and Wei Huan decided to look more in the big tomb tonight to see if he had missed anything. Just then, a ghost crow passed through the wind and sand, making a quack sound. Wei Huan hesitated for a moment, but finally turned the steering wheel and drove out in the direction of the ghost crow. Found the ruins. At the same time, he told Mu Zhong without turning his head. Mu Zhong turned off the water and looked out from the kitchen window. The misty wind and sand blocked the vision tightly, and the gravel hit the window, giving a feeling of doomsday. He was a little worried. The ruins are more dangerous at night. Don't get off the car. Later, he thought about it, and simply put down the half-finished work, came to the back seat, propped up the seat, and looked a little nervously. After a while, Mu Zhong pointed to a ball of light in front and asked, "Are we there?" Wei Huan saw the ghost crow stop and nodded. "We are there." Mu Zhong nodded. "Is this ruin so beautiful?" "Be more careful. The law of nature is that the more beautiful it is, the more dangerous it is." Wei Huan noticed something was wrong. "Beautiful? What did you see?" After Mu Zhong and Wei Huan looked at each other for 3 seconds, he described, "A ruin covered by a ball of light. The hazy white light blocked the wind and sand, and it seemed to be an oasis inside. I saw a little light green." Wei Huan also described it as, "It was pitch black, with ruins." Mu Zhong touched his chin. "So? Is it because my mental power is too low that I was deceived? Whether it is true or not, let the undead explore it, and we will know." Mu Zhong took a deep breath and exhaled. "It is indeed dangerous to challenge the world. My attributes are already high enough, but I almost got tricked. Or maybe you are right." Wei Huan comforted. "No, you are right." "Huh? After your undead entered, my oasis was messed up. Ha ha ha. It should have been a dangerous exploration, but it suddenly became ridiculous. The upper limit of the second level challenge also determines the upper limit of the monster. This ruins monster that can create illusions may be very powerful, but unfortunately it met the completely supermodel Wei Huan, and the result became very ridiculous. Wei Huan has high mental power, and is not affected by illusions. His undead creatures don't even have mental power. They are fearless, and just rush forward. The result was that the opponent's most proud method was useless. Soon, they learned the general situation ahead through the items displayed on the projection screen. Obtained illusion lizard scales X10, the summoned creatures fought a lizard in a group, and the information about the scales falling was sent, but there was no message about opening the treasure chest. Mu Zhong said, "I have seen the information about the illusion lizard in the library. Its scales are very special. They absorb sunlight during the day and release light at night. You can create light projection by adjusting the angle of the scales. Its combat power is not strong, but after entering the light phantom, it will be blinded by the 5 senses. Once you believe it, you will die in less than half an hour in the wind and sand at such a night. This is not a treasure chest monster, it is a stray alien." Wei Huan nodded. As the challenge progressed, greater danger was slowly approaching. He took a special look at the number of people in the chat room. The total number of people was 2 less than before dinner. People died every day in the challenge world, and it was normal for 2 people to be missing after nightfall. But in fact, careful people will find that it is not normal for 2 people to be missing at nightfall. It can only be said that as soon as nightfall, there were stray monsters attacking the challengers. After the death of the phantom lizard, the light in front of Mu Zhong also disappeared. Under the dark night sky, the wind and sand howled with fangs and claws, and you can vaguely see the gloomy ruins not far away. Is that human civilization? He saw the real ruins. Wei Huan shook his head. No. Mu Zhong thought for a while, and said, "There is a speculation that all civilizations that fail in the challenge will eventually appear in the next challenge field in the form of ruins. There is such a saying." Wei Huan's mood suddenly became bad. He just came back from the failure of the human challenge. as long as he thought that human civilization would appear in a ruin in the future in this way. It hurts like cutting out the heart. There are often some special items in the ruins of civilization, and the undead can't distinguish them. Do you want to go in and explore? Mu Zhong looked at the undead army that had already entered the ruins and asked again. Wei Huan nodded, and without waiting for Mu Zhong to persuade him, he said, I will go in at dawn. Mu Zhong smiled, very stable, Captain. Yeah. Wei Huan didn't know whether he had the task of changing the ending after his rebirth, but no matter what, he couldn't let himself swell and destroy himself. Soon, the undead army's exploration brought good news. Get Silver Spiritual Power Ring X1. Get Air Tire Modification Blueprint X1. Get Air Tire IX4. Get Air Pipeline X8. Get. Mu Zhong said happily, special blueprints are out. Wei Huan's eyes lit up, and he nodded. The two of them took the blueprints out of the warehouse without stopping. Click Learn. The Make button was directly lit up. Air Tire Modification. Yes/no click Yes. Make Air Tire 1%, time remaining 9 minutes, and 59 seconds 10 minutes. Mu Zhong's eyes lit up. Sure enough, the civilization ruins have technological blueprints, and the quicksand problem has been solved. Yeah. Just like the challenge they are experiencing. The challenge world always seems to choose a technological civilization and a biological civilization for a competitive collision. In the challenge world, the ruins of biological civilizations have strong physical fitness and spiritual energy potions. The ruins of technological civilization produce all kinds of technological drawings and materials. It's like an evolutionary plunder. The winner takes everything from the loser and the direction in which he is good at, and eventually becomes a more advanced civilization. The loser destroyed. Chapter 44. Next, the display screen showed 2 more treasure chest opening notifications. 1 black iron treasure chest, 1 bronze treasure chest, both of which opened blueprints. However, they were just ordinary upgrade blueprints, and no special upgrade blueprints were opened. But the bronze treasure chest that was opened last dropped an item. Get return symbol X1 return symbol? Return symbol. Seeing the display on the screen, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong spoke excitedly at the same time. Return symbol, a very important material in the challenge world. It has many forms, and its main function is to ignore the restriction that the challenge world must stay here for 10 days once entered, and can return to Blue Star at any time. The existence of this thing is similar to the engine blueprint in the primary road. You may not use it after getting it, but you will definitely keep it first to save your life. It is an item with low circulation and high price. The return symbol can only be opened by opening a treasure chest after leaving the primary road and entering the secondary road. The spawn rate is not high. With Wei Huan's plowing type box opening efficiency, he has only opened 1 return talisman so far. The few kindnesses of the challenge world are probably that the return talisman is not limited to the box level. Even if you open the worst bronze treasure box, there is a chance to open it. The main goal of many ordinary challengers in the challenge world is to collect the return talisman in low-level boxes. The value of 1 is equivalent to winning a lottery ticket of 5 million, and the winning rate is much higher than buying a lottery ticket. Wei Huan had 1 in his previous life. He treasured it so much that he didn't use it several times when he was in danger. As a result, he wore it until the destruction of the Blue Star, and it was completely unusable. While Wei Huan was talking, he had already taken out the return talisman. It was a ring, silver in color, an ubious ring with a butterfly wing shape, and the workmanship was exquisite. Staring with both eyes, the information was also very simple. It was called Return Talisman, a disposable item, and it could leave the challenge world after use. Wei Huan handed the Return Talisman to Mu Zhong, who took it, but put it back in the warehouse. Wei Huan frowned, wanting to say something but stopped. Mu Zhong said first, there is only 1, it is not easy to divide. I believe that at our speed, there will be a second one soon. Wei Huan thought about it, and it was right. Put it in the warehouse, and whoever needs it can use it. And Mu Zhong spends most of his time in the car, so it is better to deal with it this way. The two stopped talking, and looked out of the car again. Under the dark night, there was no starlight at all, only the ruins illuminated by the car lights. The undead's exploration of the ruins has not yet ended, and the tire upgrade has reached 100%. The 2 people sitting in the car didn't feel anything, but they knew that the appearance of the car was different now, because they had seen animation examples in college courses. At this moment, their tires were no longer upright, but the front and rear wheels were horizontal on both sides of the car. The special tires used the power of air to lift the car up and fly it to about 1 meter above the ground. In this way, It can ignore the influence of quicksand, rocks and other obstacles, and fly directly from the sky. The flying machine used by the Blue Star Challenge Corps is the driver sequence. Through the scientific and technological learning of the professional temple, the aircraft technology was brought to the outside world to promote technology. There are more advanced technology products in the challenge world, but due to the level of the driver sequence, not many technologies are brought into the present world. After all, under the pressure of the monster lord on the opposite side, Blue Star can only put more energy into the challenge world. Thinking of this, Wei Huan asked Mu Zhong, "Have you upgraded to a technician?" "Huh? No. I heard that this air tire technology is a technology that junior technicians must learn." "How should I put it?" Mu Zhong looked helpless. "It's too difficult. I'm not a science and engineering guy. How can I awaken this sequence? This is too much." Seeing what Wei Huan wanted to say, he waved his hand again. "Don't worry, I haven't delayed it. I'm training hard every day. If my level can catch up with our car, I can make it directly and sell the finished product." Wei Huan actually wanted to remind him that when the driver sequence is upgraded to level 5, he can become a mecha technician. If at that time, he didn't find the flesh and blood potion to help him recover his legs, he could at least make a pair of mechanical legs himself. With powerful mechanical legs, it is not a big deal to kill a Zayuroma with one knee. This sequence is actually quite powerful. Its power does not lie in its prestige in the world of challengers, but in the reality that it has the meaning of technological ascension with the entire civilization. However, at present, the driver sequence is still a sewer profession. Except for the limited number of drivers raised by the Challenge Corps, most of the other drivers give up their challenger status after completing the first challenge. The number of awakened sequences is even smaller. Wei Huan hesitated because the information was too advanced. Mu Zhong was not born in an ordinary family. If he told him something he didn't know, he would have doubts even if he didn't ask. But he believed that Mu Zhong would not give up the advantage of dual professions. Such a strong person would only do his best to master what he can. Here, Mu Zhong has already talked about other things. The dancer sequence is progressing smoothly. Before the end of this challenge, it is likely to be upgraded to sequence 3 and become a shaman. But at present, the fastest way to upgrade to level 3 is the car. Now we only need a level 3 balcony to upgrade the whole car. We also have the drawings and most of the materials for the level 3 car. After speaking, Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan, looking a little hesitant, which was not in line with his usual consumption concept. Wei Huan nodded. "We are short of 3 alloy pillars." Mu Zhong nodded, speaking of his pain point. "Yes, 1 pillar sells for 600 in the mall, and 3 will cost nearly 2,000. Not only do we have to collect treasure map fragments, but we also have to upgrade the intelligence system by 2 levels, all for points. I thought that every bit of money saved is a bit of money, even if I can open 1 or 2 myself." Wei Huan thought about it, and made a final decision: upgrade it. After this challenge is over, we will enter 2 more random challenges. Go to withdraw money? Mu Zhong smiled with a wink. 0 yuan purchase. Wei Huan also smiled. For others, the random challenge of life and death is now described as a cash machine in the eyes of the two. Speaking of this, even he himself found it funny. After laughing for a while, Mu Zhong finally decided to give up this careful calculation. After all, their entry is not just the 0 yuan purchase of random challenges. In the past few days, they have sold weapons and blueprints, and even with discounts, they now have more than 7,000 points. It is indeed enough for them to complete the upgrade of the 3rd level car, while taking care of other needs. Mu Zhong opened the mall, and found the alloy pillar. This is the core material for upgrading the whole car, and the price is extremely expensive. In the primary challenge, they upgraded the 2nd level car, and shouted for purchases on the public channel for 3 days. Later, Wei Huan opened it from the silver treasure chest and successfully upgraded it. Now, upgrading the 3rd level car requires 4 alloy pillars. One of the alloy pillars is a material opened from the gold treasure chest, and the remaining 3 alloy pillars, even with Wei Huan's plowing-like opening method, did not open a single one. So, is it a matter of luck and slowly accumulating, or spend a lot of points and buy from the mall? This is where most people need to choose. It is also one of the main reasons that prevent ordinary challengers from upgrading advanced cars. But obviously Wei Huan does not have to choose. If there was no undead ranch, he might have been more cautious, worried that he would not have an overwhelming advantage in the 2nd level random challenge. But not now. The professional training field has improved his combat effectiveness as a whole. If Mu Zhong's bloodthirstiness is added, he has the confidence to continue to sweep the random challenges. By then, for others, The extremely difficult points to obtain will not be a big deal. I buy it? Yes. Mu Zhong no longer hesitated and chose to buy quantity X3. The alloy pillar went directly into the warehouse, and the production button of multipurpose RV3 was lit. Yes/no, of course it is yes, Mu Zhong pressed excitedly. Unable to complete the upgrade, please complete the upgrade of the balcony 3 first. Mu Zhong's old face turned red, embarrassed. I forgot, I just said that the balcony has not been upgraded. Then can the materials for the balcony be bought in the mall? Wave 1 nodded. He was indeed reminding himself to be diligent and thrifty, but after opening his mind, he found that he was indeed never a professional in the life department. Adventure is what he loves. The materials for the balcony are cheap, and there is not much shortage. It only takes 90 points in total, so he lit up the production button. I will upgrade the balcony first this time. A 10-minute countdown appeared. While waiting for the balcony to be upgraded, the undead's exploration of the ruins has not ended. This ruin is obviously very large, and there are many traps. Wave 1's undead have been suffering casualties. But it doesn't matter. The more traps they trigger, the safer Wave 1 will go in. Moreover, these damaged undead will be resurrected in the tomb. The advantage of the necromancer is that they are endless and immortal. The two people who had nothing to do for a while were not convenient to go to the professional temple for training. Finally, Mu Zhong simply clicked on the list to see. The list unit is located in the upper right corner of the screen, with a cross sword and shield pattern. After clicking, you can see 5 lists. National Combat Power ranking first place Wei Huan, District 1006, 1245 points. Second place Yui, District 1267, 452 points. Third place Xiao Yuan, District 89, 403 points. Fourth place. Wei Huan's combat power score is nearly 800 points more than the second place Yui. Everyone thought that it was because of the equipment opened in the Platinum Treasure Box after Wei Huan won the championship that increased his score. But in fact, Wei Huan's combat power is strong, not only because of his strong equipment, but also because of his natural 100 ghost power value and the appearance of the Undead Ranch, which have improved his combat score. Of course, the Black Wi-Fi Light Crown of Thorns has a high combat power score. National Vehicle Performance ranking first place Wei Huan, District 1006, 300 points. Second place Yui, District 1567, 230 points. Third place Xiao Yuan, District 89, 210 points. The vehicle performance ranking is closely related to combat power, and the two rankings are closely related. After all, if the combat power is not enough, you are not even qualified to open the high-level treasure chest, and the speed of obtaining materials will be slower. Just when Wei Huan and others were looking at this list, Yui privately chatted with Mu Zhong. Have you upgraded the third-level car? He asked. Mu Zhong replied, No, I got a special blueprint and upgraded the aerodynamic tires. Oh! But we will upgrade the third-level car soon. Mu Zhong finished the chat quickly and switched to the next one in a good mood. National Scoreboard first place Wei Huan, District 1006, 12,603 points. Second place Yui, District 1567, 1030 points. Third place Dingqi, District 14444, 823 points. Fourth place. Although there is another cliff-like gap, the points of Yui and others can still reveal some information. Mu Zhong said, if they had not experienced the monster tide in the challenge world, they should have also entered the random challenge. Even if they only broke through 10 monster territories, their strength was extraordinary. Not to mention that each of them almost wiped out nearly 100 lords of the other side. When Mu Zhong was analyzing and discussing, he did not notice the surprise and the flash of nostalgia in Wei Huan's eyes when he saw the third name. Then, Mu Zhong clicked again to switch the list. National Life ranking first place Wei Huan, District 1006, 22,341 points. Second place Sun Yiling, District 23, 9,234 points. Third place Lu Mengmeng, District 193, 7,292 points. 30th place Gu Jiayang, District 1006, 3,522 points. 38th place Duan Yusen, District 1006, 3,453 points. 97th place Lu Qingji, District 1006, 2,670 points. For people in our district made it into the top 100? Mu Zhong counted, is life so strong? The reason why Wei Huan and others scored high in the life department is because they have microcosm and their time and space have been upgraded twice. Such a life improvement is simply not something that an individual can support. But not everyone has a microcosm, and no one has the luxury to use points to upgrade it, at least not now. So, except for Jia Yang, who was awarded a microcosm by the Legion as an excellent district instructor, everyone else got high scores entirely by living quality. Scoring in the life system is very complicated. For example, if you make a cushion with bare skin, you may get 5 points. In front of the windshield, put a small grass ornament with electric energy waving hands to it 5 points. Cooking a braised pork for yourself for the first time, you get 10 points. Or if the clothes you wear have nothing to do with combat power, you can add another 10 points if you wear a casual and comfortable one. In this ranking list, quality of life is above all else. Sun Yiling is indeed the second place. Mu Zhong recalled, she is a top student in the life department of the Demon Challenge University. In every university league, Sun Yiling won the championship in the life department competition. She has a photo memory, and all the supplies in front of the level 5 car in her mind. She knows very well how to accumulate points in the life department. She won the championship in her first year of college, and got the reward of the microcosmic world. She can receive it after the primary challenge is over. It seems that she manages her microcosm well. The purpose of the Challenge University to hold such a league, in addition to exchange and learning, is mainly to select outstanding talents, focus on training, and climb the list. After all, before humans face the invasion of monster lords, they must first face the competition of various countries and major challenge legions. Not to mention how high the value of the platinum treasure chest at the top of the overall list is. Even the gold treasure chest is enough to make the legion fight for its head. If Yui is the hope of Yin country to compete for the overall list, then Sun Yiling is the bottom line for Yin country to keep the gold treasure chest on the life list. Of course, the final result has already come out. The plan that has been prepared for several years is not as good as Wei Huan, the dark horse that suddenly appeared. Wei Huan is so strong that he has completely crushed his peers. The world rankings have not been opened yet. If they are opened, Wei Huan will only be far ahead. Wei Huan's goal has never been his peers, and those predecessors who have long gone away. He has been responding to Commander Dong's call. He wants to go to the front and fight side by side with them. Finally, Mu Zhong switched back to Champion Challenge list and World Overall list. These two lists are not open and are blank. Champion Challenge list is a speed list. After reaching the second level challenge, it is a national competition, and the winner will receive rewards. It will be opened after the first person reaches 70% of the progress. World Overall list will not be announced until the last challenger leaves. That is, 1 month later, after the countdown of the first batch of new challengers ends, they will be scored for their comprehensive quality based on their performance in the first half of the stage, a total of 10 days. During this period, those who complete the challenge and return to the world can tell what they have seen and heard. But before the real results are announced on the app, they are all gossip. Some people even use this information to cheat. Over time, gradually everyone treats these spoilers as gossip, believing them or not. After reading the list, the exploration of the undead army just ended. The ghost crows flew out and croaked above Wei Huan's head, making Mu Zhong's head split. Wei Huan told them to shut up, and only let one of them, whose brain was a little smarter and almost reached the elite level, report to the ghost crow. Big. A lot. No. Although it was still very vague, Wei Huan understood what it meant. The underground space was very large, and there were many strange items that could not be named, and there were no treasure chests. For such a large ruin, only 1 silver, 1 black iron and 1 bronze were opened, which was indeed a bit unexpectedly few. Wei Huan told the ghost crow's message, and then said to Mu Zhong, "I will go down to take a look tomorrow morning." Mu Zhong said, "I will go too." Then he explained, "The driver will have extra gains for technological products, maybe we can get something different." Wei Huan thought about it, and realized that there was such a saying. He looked at Mu Zhong with a different look. He could add buffs, and get extra gains when exploring. Not to mention how much influence he would have on the world in the future. Just on this car, Mu Zhong was a well-deserved ace assistant. Too strong. For such an assistant, he really wanted to raise him to the best. All the good things were given to him. The 2-person exploration plan for tomorrow was set. In order to be on the safe side, Wei Huan did not withdraw his undead army. He let them continue to wander in the ruins and trigger all the traps as much as possible. Mu Zhong followed him, and he could not afford any loss. Mu Zhong didn't know what Wei Huan was thinking. He stared at the upgrade progress bar of the balcony until it reached 100%. He said, "It's done. Do you want to see it? If not, I will upgrade to a level 3 car directly." Wei Huan shook his head. He had seen what a level 3 balcony looked like. Xiong asked again, "Do you want to see it?" Mu Zhong said, "No, it's all in the picture. I just want to upgrade to level 3 now." As he said that, he couldn't wait and pressed the production button. Upgrade multi-purpose RV 1%, countdown 59 minutes, and 59 seconds. It takes an hour. The higher the level of the upgrade, the longer it takes. As the upgrade of the whole vehicle began, they fell into a thick fog behind them. Except for the first row of driving seats, nothing can be seen when looking back. During this period, no one can enter the thick fog, but can hear the vague sound of countless construction teams, the sound of ding. Things like joint farming. Too much is harmful to the body. Wei Huan also put down his seat and entered the professional temple. He guessed that the undead could not be upgraded to level 3, not because they had CD, but because his level was not enough, and their level could not exceed his. So he limited himself. And he wanted to discover more elite undead, not only to make the pastor stronger, but also to use them more easily. Especially the ghost crow, which was his eyes. He really needed a smart and elite ghost crow that could communicate smoothly. Back to the tomb, still at the place where he exited last time. Here, he was about to leave the dark side of the tomb. The cold black fog enveloped him. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw a group of skeletons with green eyes, staring at him. These were all the undead, who died when exploring the ruins. They were eagerly looking forward to Wei Huan's resurrection. Wherever Wei Huan's eyes fell, the eyes of all the skeletons were full of green flames, and the power of death was strong. They happily surrounded Wei Huan, calling out "click, click." As long as Wei Huan called them, they could leave the tomb again. After completing these, Wei Huan stayed on the dark side of the tomb to patrol the mountains and look for elite ghost crows. 5 hours passed in the space in a blink of an eye. Wei Huan, who had no harvest, had to leave. The third level RV was about to be upgraded, and he wanted to go out and take a look. Wei Huan, who was about to leave, suddenly had a special feeling behind him. It was like a peeping. He looked back, but apart from the familiar undead, he did not see any strange existence. Moreover, the peeping feeling also disappeared. Wei Huan lowered his eyes, and a dark light flashed in his eyes. His job was to completely control this tomb. In this absolute space, there could be no illusion. He firmly believed that the feeling was brought to him by some unknown existence. Gaze, Wei Huan thought of a possibility. Yes, his strength was not enough, so he could not recognize it. But as the strength increases little by little, the cognitive wall between oneself and the other party will be broken little by little. The distance summoning will soon be here. Thinking of this, Wei Huan was in a good mood and left the professional temple again. He felt like he was being watched again, but this time he did not stop and disappear directly on the spot. He opened his eyes again, and the countdown came to the last half minute. Mu Zhong felt that Wei Huan was back, so he also ended the spiritual training. The two looked behind them at the same time. The white fog faded quickly under their gaze, and the scene in front of them suddenly became clear. Level 3 car. Chapter 45. After upgrading to level 3. First, the driver's seat changed. The same 2 rows of seats, but more spacious and comfortable, like sitting on a soft sofa. The leather seats, soft latex filling, and the distance between the front and rear rows are so wide that you can even put a coffee table in front of the seats while crossing your legs. The driver's cab has become a separate room, about 50 square meters in size. In such a room, it is hard to imagine that this is a car running on the road. Only by sitting on the sofa and looking at the scene outside the windshield can you realize that they are indeed in the car, and they are indeed moving forward and taking risks. Wei Huan got up and left the driver's seat and walked out. Mu Zhong followed behind. The passage no longer needs to be opened separately, and there is enough space for passing through. They crossed the entire room and came to the door. Wei Huan glanced at Mu Zhong and opened the door. In front of them, it was suddenly clear. Outside the door, the huge living room, at a glance, was 300 square meters. Not only is there a door to the kitchen, but there is also a large balcony with floor-to-ceiling windows. At the same time, there is a staircase leading to the second floor. That's right, the third-level car is a luxurious 2-story villa. If they can upgrade to a 4th-level balcony, they can even own a 3-story villa. In his previous life, Wei Huan lived in a 3rd-level car for a long time. He knew that each room in this villa had different facilities and equipment. There was a living room, dining room, kitchen, and an entertainment room on the first floor. There were 5 single rooms with their own washing space on the second floor. The master bedroom and the second bedroom had a large arc-shaped balcony. The construction specifications of the third-level car were exactly the same, but the interior decoration depended on each person's ability. Anyone who sees it for the first time will be amazed by the magic of the space law, as well as the gift of the challenge world to the challenger, which is extremely mysterious everywhere. Who would dare to think of driving a villa on the road? The two did not rush to buy furniture, but went upstairs to choose the room and arrange the mattress. The furniture and items taken out for the second-level car are now back in the warehouse. It will take a lot of effort to rearrange this big house. It is late at night, and I have to explore the ruins tomorrow. Besides, the time for today's professional temple has not been used up yet, so there is no need to waste time on the trivial matters of decorating the house. Wei Huan went directly into the master bedroom, and did not go out again. During this time, Mu Zhong came and knocked on the door once, with an expression in his eyes. Are you not curious? Are you not excited? You can stay calm? Are you not sick? Wei Huan is really not curious, and he is really not excited. When his car is upgraded to the Earth Fortress, he will not be able to remain calm. After that, Wei Huan returned to the tomb and continued his professional training. The feeling of being spied on still exists, and it is becoming more and more frequent. This also shows that Wei Huan is not far from recognizing the other party. Unfortunately, until the end of today's training time, he could not really see the other party. Finally, Wei Huan used all the remaining dark power to summon the Crypt Beast and Shiroma. One is his current highest combat power unit, and the other is a super arsenal that is convenient for him to burst troops. It's hard to choose. TSK, it's hard to choose. After coming out of the professional temple, Wei Huan went to bed directly. There was no conversation all night, and when he opened his eyes again, it was a gentle female voice that woke him up in his ear. Hello, driver, it's 5 o'clock in the morning. Do you need me to open the window for you? Wei Huan's eyes were still closed, but his mind was instantly clear. In just 1 second, he had thought about everything that had happened from yesterday to now, from beginning to end. Then, his tense body slowly relaxed. He hummed a note and opened his eyes. He saw the large curtain sliding open to both sides, revealing the dark scenery outside the window and a large private balcony. Wei Huan sat up from the bed and touched his hairless head. He found his glasses and put them on his nose. He walked past the window, and the glass reflected a tall, strong, and handsome man. When he got up today, Wei Huan did not rush to brush his teeth and wash his face, but went directly to the private balcony. If he was familiar with the third-level car, then the private balcony of the master bedroom should be one of the few places he was not familiar with. After all, the master bedroom belonged to the captain by default, and he was just an ordinary crew member in his previous life. Pushing open the sliding door separating the balcony from the room, Wei Huan stepped onto the balcony. This is a semicircular balcony, about 20 square meters. The balcony guardrail is made of the simplest alloy bars, but this thing can be purchased in the mall to directly change the appearance. Wei Huan walked to the balcony, put his hands on the guardrail, and looked at the extreme darkness in front of him in silence. After thinking for a while, he stretched one hand out of the guardrail. About 30 centimeters away, his fingertips were the first to feel the dense, stinging pain after being hit by the wind and sand. The sandstorm was blocked outside the balcony by the law of space. Although the balcony is outside the car, it is protected by the body of the car, with the same airflow and moderate temperature as inside the car. If he is not afraid, he can even put a bed here and sleep under the sky. This feeling is very novel and very inspiring. The beating heart is screaming, I'm finally standing here. The belated excitement rushed into Wei Huan's brain on this equally crisis-ridden morning. Facing the darkness, Wei Huan stretched out a comfortable lazy waist with a smile on his face. He even practiced real soldier combat skills 3 times on the balcony. At 5:40, a gentle female voice sounded in the room again. Hello, Captain, are you up? Wei Huan stopped his hand and replied, I'm up. The female voice said, the deputy captain notified you to go to the first floor for dinner. Thank you. You're welcome. Wei Huan went into the bathroom and took a combat bath to wash off the sweat after morning exercise. The bathroom of the third-level car is also much more luxurious. There is also a round bathtub in the bathroom of this master bedroom. When Wei Huan was taking a bath, he looked at the bathtub a few more times, and finally he was eager to try it. He hurriedly dried himself and went downstairs. There were already a lot of furniture in the living room downstairs. Sofa, coffee table, dining table, several pots of green plants in the corner, and a projection screen covering the entire wall, like a movie theater. Mu Zhong was already sitting at the dining table, waiting for him. Wei Huan pointed at the decorations in the room. Did you get a good rest last night? Very good. Mu Zhong smiled. They are all large ornaments. They can be taken out of the warehouse and placed directly in the designated area. It's not troublesome. But some small details may require two of us to work together. Yeah. Wei Huan sat opposite Mu Zhong, with a bowl filled with plump and shiny wontons, chopped green onions, and dried shrimp sprinkled on top, stirring with chopsticks, and a faint fragrance wafted out. Under the bowl was soft silver noodles, wrapped in soup, smooth and delicious. It turned out that today's breakfast was wonton noodles. The kitchen of the third-level car is much larger than that of the second-level car, but Mu Zhong can still cook well. Wei Huan remembered and said, after upgrading to the third-level car, it seems that some technological products are available. I remember there is an indoor elevator inside, and it seems there is also a wheelchair. Mu Zhong gently pushed the dining table with both hands, and his body slid down, revealing the wheelchair he had been hiding under the dining table. He smiled and said, I have bought it. The floating wheelchair is similar to the one Mu Zhong used on Blue Star. The biggest advantage of this wheelchair is that it can go up the stairs. In this way, it saves the money to install an elevator. Then, Wei Huan pointed to the top of his head and asked, Is it installed last night? What? Artificial intelligence. Yes. Primary AI only has the function of automatic driving. Intermediate AI is more like a smart housekeeper for the whole house, and it also has automatic driving and fire control functions. The autopilot function is a good function, but the price of 88 and 888 points is too high, far exceeding the value of this function. However, the official and challenger schools will recommend that if conditions permit, AI must be upgraded first. All because AI has the ability to scan maps. Primary AI can scan terrain, treasure chests and monsters within a radius of 300 meters, which completely solves the disadvantage of using eyes to find supplies. At the same time, AI also has the ability to build maps, and treasure hunting with treasure maps will be easier. The scanning radius of intermediate AI is 1,000 meters. Although it is far less than the distance of Wei Huan's current summons, it is a qualitative leap for other challengers. Of course, this kind of function, which is like a cheat, also requires conditions for configuration. First of all, the purchase price is not low, and you must have a level 3 car to install it. The emergence of AI will also greatly improve the vehicle performance list and score list. After breakfast, when Wei Huan returned to the cab, the chat room was already talking about Wei Huan's car. When I woke up, the boss's vehicle performance list score reached 360 points, which is definitely a level 3 car. And the boss has a lot of points, maybe he has upgraded AI, and tears of envy flowed from the corners of my mouth. Is Wei Huan here? Didn't you say yesterday that you would recruit drivers? When do you sign up? Someone else asked, when will the products continue to be put on the shelves? I have been patient all night, and the points cannot rot in my hands. Please boss, I really need it. Wei Huan is temporarily unable to respond to everyone's messages in the chat room. When they came to the cab, it was already dawn. The scorching sun burned the gravel and twisted the air into layers of lines. Yao could hardly open his eyes. It was as if the sandstorm last night had never existed. There was no low temperature that would freeze people to death. They were always in this hot desert, which could almost roast people. At dawn, the temperature in the car suddenly rose. The smart housekeeper adjusted the constant temperature system and asked, the temperature outside the car is 52 degrees Celsius. Are you sure you want to open the door? Yes. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong, who was sitting in a wheelchair, waited in front of a double door in the cab. This is the only door to the outside world in this villa. Click. The smart housekeeper opened the door. Wei Huan pushed it open a little, and felt a stream of heat coming towards him, like a tongue of fire licking on the face. Today's temperature is higher than yesterday. The environment of the challenge world is always harsh. It is difficult for many people to survive in this environment, not to mention getting out of the car to open treasure chests or explore ruins. Fortunately, the constantly improving physical attributes have gradually turned challengers into extraordinary people. The tolerance to the environment is naturally much stronger. Wei Huan got out of the car, and before he stepped on the gravel, a cave beast warrior had already caught him. He turned around and went to help Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong told the smart housekeeper, enter protection mode. Okay. The smart housekeeper responded gently. The floating wheelchair carried Mu Zhong to the outside of the car, floating half a meter above the ground. This is more convenient than Wei Huan. Mu Zhong glanced at Wei Huan and adjusted the car up another 50 centimeters, so that his sight was almost the same height as Wei Huan. Said, "Let's go." The ruins are on a sand dune about 50 meters high. Their car was parked under the sand dune last night. Whether it is a cave beast warrior or a floating wheelchair, climbing such a sand dune is easy. But climbing with legs is another matter. Soon, they came to the top of the sand dune, and the ruins were in full view. A circle of broken mud and sand walls wrapped around a yellowish metal object. Only a part of the metal object was exposed on the ground, and most of the remaining body was buried deep in the mud and sand. "It's like a UFO crash site." Mu Zhong described it this way, and then a simple fence was built outside. Wei Huan nodded and said, "Challenge the world to recruit strongmen everywhere, and I was unlucky enough to be hit. Now it is impossible to verify whether this is a fragment of a restored civilization or a specially created scene. There are too many lost civilizations in the challenge world. At the beginning, there were people on Blue Star who were studying these histories, but now no one cares. If they lose, they will also become a ruin in the challenge world." Passing through the broken wall, they came to this arc-shaped iron lump. A crack that seemed to be twisted and deformed after a collision appeared in front of them. It was pitch black in the depths, and a gloomy cold air rushed out. Mu Zhong deliberately took a deep breath. Fortunately, there is no stench from the biological nest. Wei Huan walked in front and reminded Mu Zhong to be careful. "Last night, hundreds of my summons died." "So fierce?" "I'm worried that there are still some traps that have not been triggered." "Then I go down a little." The height of the wheelchair silently dropped back to half a meter. Wei Huan smiled and walked into the darkness little by little. The undead creatures were already in place, and the deep green fire spread to the end of the vision. Just as he was trying to adapt to the darkness like before, he suddenly saw the passage as bright as day. Behind him, Mu Zhong, who was sitting in a wheelchair, had huge, bright bulbs sticking out of his shoulders. Mu Zhong said, "Lighting is just one of the most basic functions of this wheelchair." "Wei Huan, eh?" Then, Mu Zhong threw a round ball to Wei Huan. Wei Huan fumbled around and opened it skillfully. The ball flew from his hand, floated above his head, and illuminated the area around him. Mu Zhong said meaningfully behind him, "Don't linger in the darkness." Wei Huan's eyelashes trembled, and he continued to walk forward without saying a word. The long passage was completely illuminated. A long corridor full of technology was revealed. The corridor tilted downward, and a summon appeared every 5 meters. The running wolf stood against the wall, the hidden cat hid in the dark room, and the face hugger crawled on the ceiling. The pale skeleton body, and the faint green fire, the hideous posture, were just like the scene of a horror movie. Wei Huan knocked on the wall, and the sound of clang 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 was indeed a technological item. Going forward, an open door appeared in front of him. The moment it was illuminated by the light, the hidden cat flashed out from inside, and soon disappeared into the darkness again. This was a room, like a double dormitory. Except for the table and bed fixed on the wall, all the items were tilted and piled on one side. There were large brown marks on the wall, and the area was so large that it was like a whole person slapped on the wall and exploded. It was a very underworld environment, but fortunately, there was no stench. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong only took a look and came out. This is a survival challenge, not a puzzle game. In addition, there is the competitive pressure of the speed list. The challenge world will not hide the supplies in 2 secret places. This room is not an important room at first glance. The passage is deep and goes down. They walked for 10 minutes, and have not left the accommodation area with blood everywhere. Until the rustling sound was heard. A ghost crow suddenly flew out and croaked twice sharply. Wei Huan said, "There is a fork in the road ahead. I plan to go directly to the cockpit and energy warehouse." Mu Zhong said, "I always feel that you know the driver sequence very well. I just want to go to these 2 places." Wei Huan, eh? So, under the guidance of the ghost crow, they ignored the maze-like terrain and went straight to the cockpit. Only halfway through, the alloy walls above and around them suddenly slid to the sides, revealing a series of black holes for weapons. "Trap! Be careful," Mu Zhong reminded hurriedly. Wei Huan, who had already stepped into the trap, jumped out of the weapon's range like lightning and retreated 10 meters with Mu Zhong, looking cautiously. "I saw the weapon holes hidden in the wall, making duh sounds like the sound of a pistol trigger being pulled. However, no bullets were fired. What is it doing?" Mu Zhong felt very funny twitching. Wei Huan thought of something, and his eyes fell on the ground. The ground was indeed pitted and burnt. This reminded him of the summoned creatures that were constantly sent back to their hometown last night. The deliberate arrangement really worked. Wei Huan explained it briefly, and then set off again, arranging a large number of undead creatures in front, knocking and hammering along the way. But obviously, most of the weapons here have been destroyed by time. Or perhaps, for the current challenge, they only need to face threats of this degree. They had a smooth journey, and came to the cockpit. A huge cockpit that completely exceeded the current Blue Star technology, and only appeared in science fiction movies appeared in front of him. See if there are any supplies I can get. Mu Zhong was already eager to try. Wei Huan nodded, arranged a bunch of undead creatures to protect him, and observed in this cockpit. The environment here is a bit like the cockpit of a level 6 car. Before Wei Huan came back, humans already had a level 6 vehicle, and photos of it were exposed. Heavy fortress on land, sea and air, can hold thousands of people, can do anything, and is extremely powerful. But looking at the text on the panel on the console, it has nothing to do with humans, which made Wei Huan quietly relieved. I found something useful. Mu Zhong suddenly spoke. Wei Huan looked up, his eyes looking through the layers of bones and looking at him. Mu Zhong said, "The driver is simply the nemesis of this kind of technological ruins. Give me time, I can dismantle most of the supplies here. You see, a coil of wire like this costs 5 points in the mall, and I can use it to make a lot of things, such as fans, air conditioners, and water collectors. But time is limited. I will look for materials for intermediate water collectors. Our car is seriously short of water." Wei Huan wanted to say, "Am I not killing hard enough? This kind of thing can be bought in the mall, so don't waste time." But then he thought about it. Driver sequence needs to prove its value in this way. As long as it doesn't take too much time, let Mu Zhong arrange it. Mu Zhong was immersed in the happiness of picking up junk and couldn't extricate himself. The entire cab was dismantled into a mess by the joint efforts of him and the free coolies. Wei Huan wanted to leave several times, but when he saw Mu Zhong's sparkling eyes and the corners of his mouth that were always curved, he closed his mouth again. He thought, "At most I can drive a little longer tonight." Finally, Mu Zhong came back to his senses. He patted his head and said angrily, "I understand your happiness in opening boxes. No, I have to leave here. I have to go to the energy room to take a look. I heard the drivers can open special engines or other finished parts in the ruins of this technological side. We can't waste time on these junks." Wei Huan said nothing. "Let's go." "Yes." Mu Zhong left resolutely, and along the way he took away 3 operating tables, licking his lips, and said, "My intuition tells me that there are good things in this thing if we disassemble it." Wei Huan heard it, and tilted his head slightly. Facehuggers squeezed in from outside the door. 3 or 5 of them worked together to dismantle the operating tables that Mu Zhong didn't have time to take away. Ding ding bang bang. Crackle. In the blink of an eye, all the operating tables were gone. These unidentifiable things cannot be put into the space backpack. But it doesn't matter. The facehuggers carried the operating tables, wires, handles, and other strange items and left happily. Mu Zhong took a look at the cab that was like fallen leaves swept by the autumn wind and held his forehead. Robber. Wei Huan's mouth curled. He seemed to get the joy of picking up junk. He went to the power room and triggered another mechanism. But just like before, those trembling gun muzzles could not squeeze out a drop of oil. Shake it, take it back, and the road is smooth. But the things in the power room are not junk. If a complete advanced engine can be disassembled, the value is not low. Mu Zhong's professional level is still a little low, and he looked around for a long time without making a move. Wei Huan waited for a while, leaving a group of undead creatures to protect Mu Zhong, and went to another room at the reminder of the ghost crow. Warehouse. The warehouse was extremely messy. The items originally placed here became a pile of garbage of unknown purpose after the spacecraft crashed, leaning in one place. In the corner, the garbage was piled up into a small mountain. At a glance, most of the items were twisted and deformed, and completely abandoned. I'm afraid Mu Zhong needs to come here to distinguish them. The reason why Wei Huan came here is because this is the room where the silver treasure chest is opened. According to his previous experience, it is easier to find the treasure map in this room where high-level items are stored. With a thought, the rustling undead creatures descended from the space door behind him, climbed on these garbage mountains, and quickly carried them out. 3 minutes later, Wei Huan suddenly stopped. His eyes fell on the items that the face hugger held above his head, and he squatted down. This is a miniature steel mecha. Although it was missing the head and an arm, Wei Huan still recognized it. It seemed to be the mecha driven by a level 5 mecha technician. Chapter 46. Wei Huan looked at the abandoned mecha. If this is a level 6 car, it is reasonable to have level 5 technology items on the car. Unexpectedly, the thing I have been thinking about is actually found here. Wei Huan's eyes are full of smiles. Order the face hugger to send the mecha to the front of the car. Even if these things are abandoned and cannot be used, junior technicians can disassemble and study them, which is also a new hope for Mu Zhong. After that, the face hugger found 2 more broken micro mechas, both of which were asked by Wei Huan to be collected separately. The garbage mountain was completely moved away, revealing the black iron block underneath. Found it. Treasure map fragments. Next, Wei Huan went to the other 2 rooms where treasure chests were opened. After not finding any useful items, he went back to find Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong was commanding a cave beast guard to carefully carry a 2-meter-tall black iron ball on his back. The rest of the undead skeletons were destroying the gate, obviously to take this thing out. What is this? Wei Huan asked. It may be an advanced engine, or other advanced components, but I am not capable enough to disassemble it on site, so I can only transport it out as a whole. Wei Huan nodded and asked, Do you want to go somewhere else? Mu Zhong said with regret, This is simply a treasure trove of driver sequence. I can feel that my level has been significantly improved. But we can't waste time here any longer. Besides, these things are enough for me to absorb and digest slowly when I go back. Wei Huan also felt that it was about the same. Not only this big iron ball, but also the controller in the cab, and the 3 micro mechas could keep Mu Zhong busy for a long time. Back on the ground again, 3 hours had passed. For a road challenge where every second counts, this exploration took too long. The messy items that could not be put into the space backpack were piled up in the living room. The space that was beautiful and tidy in the morning became a mess. Wei Huan closed the door and called, Butler. Hello, Captain, I'm here. Drive. Okay. The happiest thing about the 3rd level car is that Wei Huan doesn't need to sit in the driver's seat to drive. Set the speed to 500 miles per hour and let the AI drive. There were only ghost crows flying around outside the car, and even Xiaodian couldn't keep up with this speed, so he was taken back to the tomb by Wei Huan. The car didn't stop all the way, and didn't encounter a treasure chest. The radar range of the intermediate AI is not as good as Wei Huan's summoning distance, and the treasure chests along the way have long been opened by the ghost crows in advance. Nearly 2 hours of non-stop driving is enough to recover most of the time wasted in exploring the ruins. Mu Zhong and Wei Huan have been sorting supplies in the living room during this period. Dual professions are very powerful, but there is also a big drawback. That is, a person's energy is limited. After training in the professional temple, most people will be exhausted and find it difficult to enter the 2nd professional temple to continue training. Mu Zhong is a strong man in every sense, and he wants to be stronger. Not only does he have to train in dual professions, but he also has to use the microcosm to exercise his spiritual power. The day is already full, and he has to deal with trivial matters such as life and item trading. Even if he works very hard, the speed of the driver sequence is still very slow. But now, the problem of not being able to train driver seems to have been solved in part. While disassembling these parts, Mu Zhong was also improving his professional ability. This knowledge may be a little scattered, but when he goes to the driver professional temple again, he will make rapid progress. Wei Huan lent a hand to help Mu Zhong move objects that were too heavy. He rarely summoned the undead in the car, and the place where he lived should not be gloomy. After the work of moving was done, he practiced real soldier combat skills next to him. After not having to drive himself, and even opening the treasure chest, all that was left was to improve himself desperately. 2 hours passed in a flash. When the scheduled time was about to arrive, the smart butler reminded, Captain, we have driven 1,600 kilometers, opened 1 silver treasure chest, 13 black iron treasure chests, and 8 bronze treasure chests during this period, and did not explore the ruins. After a pause, the smart butler continued to ask, Do you need to continue? Wei Huan was sweating all over, and was in high spirits. Mu Zhong also focused on disassembling the parts in his hand, and was very focused. After thinking for a while, the number of treasure chest monsters following behind the car was not enough to fill the gaps between teeth. Wei Huan said, Keep moving forward at a high speed. Remind me when you encounter ruins or 2 hours later. Got it, driver. However, this interruption made Wei Huan no longer want to continue training. He stopped training, washed his face simply, and then took a bottle of water and went to the driver's cab. Passing by the living room, Mu Zhong was obsessed with disassembling and didn't even raise his head. Wei Huan's mouth curled slightly. The awakening of the profession must be the most suitable for him. Mu Zhong always said that he didn't understand why he awakened the driver sequence, but what was the fact? I have been addicted to this profession and cannot extricate myself. Back in the cab, the view suddenly widens. The windshield occupies almost half of the room here, and you can clearly see the temperature outside that is so hot that the air is distorted, and the monotonous, dazzling sand dunes. It is just a level 3 windshield, which is adjusted very intelligently, so that when you look out, you can see the scenery outside clearly without feeling uncomfortable. Wei Huan sat in the main driver's seat. This is a soft, half-wrapped seat that fits the human body's arch very well. Right in the middle of the windshield, there is no co-pilot on the left and right sides. There are protruding cabinets on both sides of the left and right hands, and many things can be placed in the cabinets. He puts empty mineral water bottles on them. When he sits on the seat will sink slightly, wrapping his body very comfortably. Then, according to his request, either sit like this or push forward about half a meter. The seat pushed forward is perfectly embedded in the cabinet. The round steering wheel was delivered directly in front of him. Looking around, it was a very strange feeling. He knew there was a large space behind him, and this was not a car at all, but a room. But after he sat here, his perspective and body feeling returned to the time before the upgrade, exactly the same. The familiar feeling of driving. After he entered the driving seat, the smart butler asked, "Captain, do you need to switch to manual driving?" Wei Huan said, "No." "Okay, I know." Wei Huan is an experienced driver with rich driving experience. But when manpower is limited, even he can't keep driving at 500 miles per hour for several hours without accidents. Autonomous driving is a must for future road challenges. The main work of challengers has changed from boring driving to opening treasure chests and entering ruins to explore. And through the items in the treasure chest, quickly absorb and evolve madly, and finally fight against the Dark Beast Lord at the forefront. The focus of road challenges has always been survival and development, not being a driver. After looking outside the car for a while, Wei Huan retracted his gaze and turned on the projection screen on the windshield. He wanted to see what he had just opened and whether there were any 4th level parts that could be upgraded. Starting from the 4th level car, most of the parts dropped or opened in the silver treasure chest. Not only are the numbers small, but the strength of the treasure chest monsters is very strong. It has almost reached the point that even if a non-powerful team sees a silver treasure chest, individuals dare not open it. Not to mention the gold treasure chest. For the current challenge core, which is upgrading from level 4 to level 5, every time they open a gold treasure chest, it is a war full of dangers. Sometimes, the people of the challenge core would rather face the visible alien monster tribe than the random monsters opened by the gold treasure chest. So far, Wei Huan has opened high-level treasure chests that others can't even dream of. But when he reached this stage and really needed to use the supplies, he found that there was not a single one that could be upgraded. The dilemma of his previous life came all at once. It took him 5 years to upgrade from Sequence 3 to Sequence 4. Accumulating little by little, enduring little by little. But soon, this feeling of powerlessness faded away quickly like a tide. This life is different. I can definitely go further and further. After confirming that there is no upgrade, Wei Huan finally looked at the chat room. Only after seeing this did he realize that something was wrong. You are not the only one who discovered the ruins. You dare not open the silver treasure chest, but I do. Why do you occupy it, and not let me open it? Lu Feng, I know it is you. You stole my treasure map fragments. I will never let you go. We will fight to the death. Someone is killing people in the ruins. Don't go to the ruins with coordinates 1 2 3 3 4 24 22. Many people died. Report the coordinates. Do you really want to die? Jia Yang, please calm down. Don't kill each other. Our opponents are only the dark beasts. Jia Yang, stay alive. Staying alive is the most important thing. Think about your parents and relatives. Calm down. They are waiting for you to go back. Wei Huan frowned slightly when he saw this. I know what I'm worried about, and it finally comes. This phenomenon is by no means an isolated one, but is extremely common. When the ruins appear and there is bound to be a treasure chest inside, the challengers who leave the vehicle to explore will lose the last shelter. At the same time, the depths of darkness seem to have opened the shackles of morality, and one by one, they have turned into devils. Greed and arrogance are the roots of human inferiority. In the face of temptation, even if it is social appeal or school teaching, in the end, they will succumb to the temptation of desire in the depths of darkness. There will always be chaos for a while. Then wake up from the fear, and order can be restored. Wei Huan asked the smart housekeeper, how long will it take if I go to 1 2 3 3 4 24 22? The smart butler said, it will deviate from the current course for 23 minutes. Wei Huan was slightly surprised and said to himself, only 23 minutes. The smart butler heard it and analyzed, yes, the coordinate is 256.23 kilometers to our right, and it will take 23 minutes to reach it at the current speed. What about full speed? Full speed can reach 670 miles, and it only takes 16 minutes. Then go over at full speed and have a look. Okay. The smart butler controlled the vehicle to drive to the left, and the slight tilt and acceleration could be felt in the cab. But when he returned to the room, this feeling was gone. Wei Huan's body tilted slightly, and he was thinking at the same time. They had stayed in the ruins before for too long. Even at a speed of 500 miles, they still did not leave the main group. The direction they were going was even a little ahead. Previously, in the primary challenge, Wei Huan's maximum speed was 350 miles. After entering the second level challenge, he upgraded the third level engine, third level tires, third level shock absorbers, and aerodynamic tires improved by special drawings, which has increased to 520 miles per hour. After that, the whole car was upgraded, and the speed increased by another 150 miles per hour, and finally reached 670 miles per hour. This speed almost reached the fastest speed of a small aircraft flying in the air. The reason why he did not maintain a speed of 670 miles per hour was that the Ghost Crow could no longer keep up with this speed. This also made Wei Huan confirm again that he really had to speed up the pace of professional training. Otherwise, it would be more than just speed that was missed. At a speed of 670 miles per hour, the Ghost Crow could not open the box, and the scanning radius of the smart butler did not find the box. Wei Huan heaved a sigh of relief, knowing that he should be back on the main road. There was no chance of finding any more boxes after the looting along the way. That's good, I didn't miss many billions. It was only about 7 or 8 minutes before and after, and Wei Huan saw the dust raised by the vehicle in front. The smart housekeeper also reminded, Challenger's vehicle was found in front. Overtake him, Wei Huan said. Okay. So, without any intention of slowing down, Wei Huan's car, like a gust of wind, passed the front. The young Challenger, who was also heading to the coordinates, and wanted to see the so-called ruins, and join in the fun, was enduring the high temperature of the desert and driving dizzy. Suddenly, a gust of dust was seen, and something ran to the front. Car, impossible, it was too fast. Compared with the speed, it seemed as if he was standing still. So is it a monster? Or a sandstorm? Looking at the direction of the dust, it seemed to be the same as his goal. The young Challenger stepped on the brakes and stopped. The excitement above suddenly fell back. He thought about it with doubts, and finally turned the steering wheel and drove in a different direction. Whether it was a wandering monster, a natural disaster, or a Challenger, this speed was completely beyond his imagination. If something unexpected happened, I'm afraid I can't even escape. This person is very rational, and knows how to adjust in time. But Wei Huan encountered more than one car along the way. The closer he got to the target ruins, the more cars he overtook. The owners of those cars saw the dust raised after he overtook, and they shouted excitedly in the chat room. Oh my god! What just flew over? I didn't react at all, and I was hit by a lot of exhaust gas. Did you see it too? I saw it too. It was a white van with very special wheels, as if it was suspended in midair. It's not unusual, but it's aerodynamic tires, special blueprints, but they're not rare, I learned them, and I almost have the materials to upgrade. That speed, I'm afraid it can't be achieved by upgrading a tire fast. Too fast. With a buzz, I turned 100 times in the same place. Ha ha ha. The chat room was filled with bloody curses, and the atmosphere changed slightly because of Wei Huan's appearance. Even if no one knew that the person in the car was him, in the road challenge, speed is almost equivalent to strength. Everyone knows that a big guy rushed over. It was the person who threatened to die if he reported the coordinates before, who spoke in the chat room. Zhang Tian, now it's good, someone is coming, and none of us can take it. Zhang Tian, I have seen stupid people, but I have never seen anyone as stupid as you. Zhang Tian, if you have the guts, don't hide in the car. When I find you when I get back, you will be in trouble. After 3 consecutive messages, I could tell that the person named Zhang Tian was furious. In the chat room, some people were just watching the fun and started to make fun of him. Some people were really curious. What's the situation at the scene? Can't we team up to explore? Even if it's a monster with a silver treasure chest, 2 or 3 professionals should be able to kill it at this stage, right? Immediately, someone answered him very stupidly and naively. After opening the treasure chest, the supplies went directly into the car. It was so hard to finish the fight. What should I do if I don't divide them? If there is no trust foundation, it's better not to team up with others easily. Who knows if the teammates are human or ghosts? Trust is mutual, right? I am a praying person. I hope to team up with others. We can just split the supplies in half according to the rules. Instead of bringing a nurse at this stage, it's better for two combat professions to team up. The little healing of the praying person is not as fast as my own healing. The prayer bottle of holy light can be bought at the auction house. It only takes a few points. Why bring a burden with you? Wei Huan's eyes fell on the name that spoke last, Imai. Rather than saying it is a name, it is better to say it is a surname, the surname of the mulberry country. The reason why Wei Huan is so sure is that since the primary challenge, every time Shi Hengjuan speaks, this person called Imai will speak. Sometimes he coaxes Shi Hengjuan to flatter him, sometimes he helps Shi Hengjuan to build momentum, and like now, he always stirs up trouble and creates controversy. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, the chat room, which had just improved the atmosphere because of Wei Huan's appearance, was immediately filled with hostility again. Some people support Imai's remarks and believe that there is no need to bring healing and auxiliary professions to drag themselves down at this stage. There are more people who, because of their usual school education, know the importance of these non-combat professions, which can only be reflected on the battlefield, and they are a group that needs their help and kindness. The incitement brought a new round of debate in the chat room. Imai fanned the flames from time to time. It is hard to imagine what purpose he is doing this for. It is not just because he thinks it is interesting. That would be even more hateful, a born devil. However, some people are not firm in their stance. Once they are fooled, they follow the other party's rhythm. Little do they know that they have become a knife in the hands of the other party, stabbing their compatriots. Wei Huan wrote down the name, and when he came back to his senses, it was the smart butler who notified him that he was about to arrive at the destination. The smart butler said, "Ruins are detected ahead. Would you like to switch to manual driving?" Wei Huan held the steering wheel with both hands and turned it gently, and the driving right returned to his hands. "Smart butler, it has been changed to manual mode. I wish you a happy driving." The speed dropped to 50 miles per hour. Wei Huan drove the car, sliding forward slowly. After climbing over the last small hill, he saw a ruin. The appearance of the ruin looked familiar, with the broken eggshell outside and the circular passageway leading downwards, which should be the cave of the scale snake. Outside the ruin, more than 20 cars were parked. These white and dilapidated vans surrounded the ruins in a half circle. The yellow sand blew over and hit the arrow hole on the roof of the car, and there was a chill of drawing a bow and stringing it deep inside. The blue electric current flashed across the car surface, and all the wind and sand were bounced half a meter away, forming a protective shield like a protective film. They almost faced the outside with the front of the car, and the windows were closed, so no one could see the figure inside. They kept a very restrained and vigilant distance from each other. I didn't see the so-called blood flowing all over the ground in the chat room. Could it be inside the cave? Wei Huan passed through the gap between the two cars and drove to a place closer to the ruins. Beep! Beep! Before he could make any move, a car honked behind him, as if it was a warning. Wei Huan ignored it and continued to drive forward. Beep beep! Beep beep! This time the horn sounded even louder. The sound was so loud that it came from all directions, as if all the cars were honking. Wei Huan was annoyed by the noise, and he turned the steering wheel to the left as far as he could, floating in the air, and turned the car 180 degrees to face everyone. In the chat room, Zhang Tian was roaring again. "Zhang Tian, new here, do you want to die? It's just a powered suspension wheel. What's so great about it?" Zhang Tian is indeed a fool. There are more than 20 cars here, and most of them honked their horns, but no one did anything to show up. Only Zhang Tian was shouting, "No matter how you divide it, I won't accept it. I discovered the ruins first, and we saw the treasure chest first. You have to stay here. At worst, the dungeon will be closed and we will die together. The one in front, why don't you get out of here? It's not your turn to go in. I count to 3 and I start. 1, 2, 3. As soon as the voice fell, 3 of the 4 cars closest to the ruins opened the entrance of the arrow tower at the same time, and pushed the car forward 3 meters. Zhang Tian said in the chat group, "Get out. Don't force me to kill people." Wei Huan saw this and understood why Zhang Tian was so arrogant. He has allies. 3 cars, and they all look like level 2 arrow towers. No wonder Zhang Tian is so arrogant. At the current stage, most people have not yet formed a team. In the case of level 1 cars, the level 2 arrow tower is enough to easily blow up a car. The key is that they still have 3. If they hadn't been unable to drive when entering the ruins, with the strength of their 3 cars, they could have fought the scaly snake in the silver treasure chest and finally won. With this inference, Perhaps Zhang Tian was indeed the first to discover the ruins. But when he was waiting for his teammates to come, he was discovered by outsiders and his coordinates were exposed. That's why he was so angry. Successfully opening a silver treasure chest can be worth about 2 million. If you are lucky, you could open the most in-demand farmer sequence equipment and sell it for more. Making money is the main purpose of most people who risk death and return to challenge the world again. Letting them watch the money without getting it is to deny their lives. While Wei Huan was thinking, the 3 cars moved a little closer. They had counted to 3, but they hadn't launched an attack yet. They didn't seem particularly crazy or had no bottom line. Wei Huan didn't say anything, nor did he summon his army of undead. He just notified the smart butler, turn on defense mode. So, in front of everyone's eyes, this car was just like them except that its wheels were horizontal and suspended in the air. It was just a shabby white minivan, but in the next second, a blue protective shield light ball with a radius of 3 meters appeared. Under the car, there were 2 rows of rolling serrated shapes. If these 2 exterior parts were not obvious, then when the 2-story arrow tower on the top of the car rose, his identity was already obvious. Is it a level 3 arrow tower? Look, this protective shield should be level 3. So, is this a level 2 vehicle? Or a level 3 vehicle? TSK. No matter if it's a level 2 vehicle or a level 3 vehicle, at this stage, only Boss Wei has upgraded his level 2 vehicle in our district, right? All kinds of thoughts collided in his mind, and the smarter ones immediately made the correct association. Is it Boss Wei? Ah! I saw the real person, Mom. My trip was worth it. Boss Wei Huan. It's Boss Wei Huan. Who dares to be so awesome? It can only be my godfather. Then, the chat room started talking. What? Where is Boss Wei Huan? Could it be that Boss Wei was the one who just passed me? Oh my god, the smoke is so pretty. That exhaust, so cool. What a shame, I was just a few seconds late. Can anyone describe to me what Boss's car looks like? Is it a sports car, or an off-road skin? I think Boss can buy a rocket skin. Puff. Help me, am I the only one who thinks the rocket skin is the ugliest? It looks like a hanging car. Ha ha ha. It was very strange. The atmosphere suddenly became relaxed. It was like an umbrella suddenly appeared above my head. Although I was still walking in the storm, I inexplicably felt that I had some protection. If there is a slight difference in strength, there will be jealousy and competition. But if the strength is very different, it is like a mortal meeting a god, and there is only worship and hope for protection. The chat room was already in a mess, and the contradictions and quarrels that Imai had deliberately created just now were instantly eliminated. Many people even lined up in the chat room to call I'm going to 1 2 3 3 4 24 22 to see Boss Wei, not to compete for resources, thank you. I'm also going to see Boss Wei, not to compete for resources. See Boss Wei, not to compete for resources. See. All the comments below are exactly the same. Hundreds of people line up to see Boss Wei. Boss Wei himself, Chapter 47. Not only that, once Wei Huan's identity was exposed, someone at the scene rolled down the car window. The head that had been tightly huddled in the car just now poked out and excitedly shouted directly, Boss, is that you? I'm your fan. After the first one, there was the second one. In a blink of an eye, there were more than 20 cars, and the windows of the driver's seats of more than 10 cars were opened. Men and women were all shouting, Hello, boss. Someone said, Boss, just come over. I said first that I don't want the things inside, I just want to watch the fun, and then I found myself entangled in this aura and couldn't leave. Someone else said, Since you are here, this ruin is yours. Finally, it was Zhang Tian who shouted from the car window, Boss Wei, is that you? Just say something, this matter can be solved easily. Wei Huan thought about it, and made a random comment in the chat room. Wei Huan, yes, others, not knowing what was going on, took photos in the front row. The last string that was taught at the scene also relaxed with Wei Huan's speech. The names in the chat room will not lie. Then, 7 or 8 car doors opened almost at the same time. The challenger who should not trust anyone, but only the car actually left their safest shelter, their car, came outside. Boss Wei. Boss Wei, is it really you? My god, I was lucky to see you. I thought you were in front of the big door. You didn't come back just to take care of this mess? Don't worry about it. It will delay you from winning the championship. There was also a car farther away. After the car door opened, a tall and strong man jumped out. His burly figure could be seen from a distance. He howled, Boss! Boss! I finally met you. I went to your school and waited for many days. Please accept me as your henchman. I will be your godson, godfather. Look at me! This cry was shrill and shameless, but Wei Huan's presence was too strong. Besides, if I could really get Wei Huan's protection, what's wrong with recognizing a godfather? I recognized 3 godfathers in the university dormitory for a bite of food. Isn't that enough? Wei Huan's attention was in front of a car in front. Zhang Tian wore black leather boots and a cowboy hat. Before opening the car door and getting out, he even turned off the vehicle's attack mode. He got out of the car, his face distorted by the temperature outside the car, and he was still saying to the people on both sides, "Turn off the attack mode first. Boss Wei is here. You dare to show your guns? See that 3-level arrow tower? Our car is like paper, right? Boss Wei." Wei Huan knew he was talking about others, and he was also reminding himself. Unless they cross levels, professionals of the same level cannot defend against the attacks of vehicle weapons. Even the most resistant knight sequence will find it difficult to survive the attacks of vehicles of the same level. This little thought. Wei Huan said, "Turn off the defense mode." Okay. Zhang Tian on the opposite side finally dared to come over after he turned off the defense mode. Wei Huan had no intention of getting out of the car. He just rolled down the window and looked over. The face with glasses was slightly distorted when it penetrated the light and shadow. Under the sunlight, a face familiar to all the people of Yin country appeared. High nose, thin lips, phoenix eyes, flying thick eyebrows. In every sense, he is definitely a handsome guy, but he is also very unkind, lofty and indifferent. Being stared at by Wei Huan's expressionless eyes, Zhang Tian's feet, which were trying to get closer, were fixed on the gravel. I don't know what he was thinking, but he raised his hands above his head and made a gesture of surrender. He said in a humble tone, "Boss Wei, I didn't want to cause trouble, and I didn't kill anyone. It was that kid who said nonsense, so I was angry. You see, I saw this place last night. There was no one at that time. I called my friend to come and open the box, but that kid ruined it. I was angry too. My friend came here and spent a lot of energy. The boxes missed on the way, and the time wasted are all our lives. But since you came here in person today, I won't say anything else. I will let you take care of the ruins. You just need to let that kid, who yelled and yelled, compensate me with 2 small energy blocks." Wei Huan listened to him all the way, touched his thin lips, and said very coldly, "That's your business and his, I don't care." Zhang Tian's face did look ugly for a while, but he finally gritted his teeth and nodded. "Indeed, this is not your business. This is a lawsuit between him and me. Okay, since it's like this, even if we are unlucky and have no life to get rich, let's go." After speaking, Zhang Tian turned around and wanted to leave. "Wait." Wei Huan called him. "How many people have you called over? Point them out to me and tell me their professions." Zhang Tian was confused, not understanding why Wei Huan asked this question. And although asking about professions is not a big taboo, it should not be asked so easily, as it seems presumptuous. But the person who asked was Wei Huan, who won the overall championship. Not only is he extremely powerful, but his character is also obvious to all. He donated so many equipment silently in the primary challenge, and the value is not much lower than this ruin. In addition, he also sold a lot of equipment at a very low discount in this second level challenge. These alone are enough to prove that his character and morality are sufficient. Not to mention, the app forum is analyzing that the reason why Yin Country got its first level 5 car so quickly was that Wei Huan drove it out of the platinum treasure chest and handed it in. Trust is not something that is said, but something that is done in practice. Even though Zhang Tian had all kinds of doubts, he finally chose to believe Wei Huan. He pointed at several cars and whispered, "I called 4 people over. Together with me, we are all teammates of the 3rd level cars in the future. There are 3 warriors, a shepherd, and a praying man. Is there something wrong? Do you want us to help you explore the ruins? No problem. We are going to set up a mercenary team anyway. You just need to offer a suitable price." Wei Huan ignored his long speech and just continued, "So, are you the captain of this team?" Zhang Tian scratched his head. "In theory, it depends on whose car is upgraded faster." Wei Huan said, "I just want to make sure. Can I talk to you?" Zhang Tian really thought that there was business. His eyes lit up. "Yes." After saying that, he looked around vigilantly. The other people who came around have changed from treasure chest competitors to order competitors. Wei Huan got the correct answer and said, "There is an old rule on the highway. When a ruin is discovered, the first person who has the ability to explore it has the right to explore the ruins." Zhang Tian nodded vigorously. Yes, that's what I said. They just wouldn't let me in, and I didn't dare to go in. I was afraid that I would be stabbed in the back by this group of people after finally opening the treasure chest, so we are stuck until now. Zhang Tian was indeed full of resentment. Wei Huan could only wait for him to finish complaining and said, I respect this rule, so I want to develop jointly with you. Zhang Tian raised his eyebrows. Wasn't it just hired development? How did it become joint development again? Wei Huan saw that he didn't talk too much this time, so he continued, the monster in the silver treasure chest is a different scale snake. Although your 5-man team can take it down, you will also risk losing troops. Let me explore this ruin. You can buy items at a 50% discount. I can get the resources I need first, and I will also give you 50% off points. How? Zhang Tian was stunned. He didn't expect that the overwhelming wealth would fall down like this. He forced a smile on his face for the first time, and bowed. Really? Okay. Of course, no problem. You can arrange it. We will listen to you, and you can tell us to do it if you need us to do it. He took the wealth properly. Others approached and heard the conversation between Wei Huan and Zhang Tian. Some didn't care, but some looked a little unhappy. Wait. Someone wanted to speak up. Everyone has a share in the exploration of the ruins. How can you decide the ownership so easily? Wei Huan looked at him, then at Zhang Tian. Your people? Zhang Tian shook his head like a rattle. Wei Huan glanced at the man who objected again and ignored him. With a thought, portals appeared on both sides of the car. 2 white and clean wolf skeletons walked out from each of them. Is it the famous undead life form in the country? This thing is even more terrifying when you see it up close. It has a huge body, thick bones, green eyes, protruding sharp teeth and nails, and a shoulder height of nearly 2 meters. It is simply a terrifying killing weapon. Those who opposed immediately shut their mouths tightly, and could not fart. Zhang Tian wanted to leave, but he could not move at all. The appearance of the running wolf skeleton seemed to solidify the air here, and even the temperature dropped a lot. In the portal, the running wolf skeleton, the hidden cat skeleton, and the flying clouds made a sick and quack sound. In a blink of an eye, it filled the entire field of vision. Zhang Tian and other challengers, who got off the car, were all wrapped in the middle by these undead skeletons. They were so scared that they dared not breathe, and their legs were shaking. Wei Huan's undead army. Although I had seen it in the video a long time ago, when I really faced it, I found that the pressure was so strong that I was like a fallen leaf in a storm, and I was in danger of being swallowed at any time. But it was not over yet. After the total number of running wolf hidden cat reached 20, a white and thick leg bone appeared in the 2 portals. The 4 leg bones slowly but surely extended out, and were 5 meters long, like a terrifying weapon, which made people feel a phantom pain piercing through their chests. Then, the 2nd step was taken, the 3rd step, the 8th step. Then, the huge and ferocious mother crypt beast, which looked like a spider, appeared in front of everyone. Its height was like a container truck, which was higher than the car they were driving, and could hold the small car under its feet. At this time, the head was raised extremely high, and it felt like the neck was being pinched. Crypt beast. Someone murmured. I heard that in the 2nd level challenge, if you open a silver treasure chest, you may get a crypt beast. If you have never seen it with your own eyes, you can't imagine that if you encounter this kind of thing, you will die. Too scary. How can I kill such a dark beast? If I jump up, I am not as high as its knees. Perhaps the appearance of the crypt beast made everyone on the scene feel extremely scared. After that, 6 more crypt beasts appeared in the portal. The giant beasts moved slowly and passed over their heads, frightening everyone and making no more fuss. In short, if this thing scratches me, it will cost me half my life. If I can't beat any of them, what can I do if there are more? At most, I will be stabbed into meat paste. The gap in strength is too big, so I just gave up. On the contrary, there are very few people who look at these moving behemoths with admiration, and tears of envy flow from the corners of their mouths. So what posture can awaken the necromancer? However, everyone was shocked by the size of the crypt beast, but forgot that the crypt beast does not fight by itself. The most terrifying thing about it is that it is a mobile arsenal. As the life of the beast swarm civilization, its huge number of summons is the real killer. The abdominal cavity opened, revealing a dark hole with a diameter of 3 meters, leading to an unknown space. From inside, round objects fell one after another. The 8 long legs of those round objects suddenly opened 1 second before landing, standing steadily on the ground. Then they rushed towards the ruins without stopping. It was a face hugger. These face huggers were hanging with messy rotten meat, gathering together, like a white stream, rushing towards the ruins. In the middle, There were sometimes running wolves and hidden cats, as well as cave beast warriors with their bodies spread out for more than 3 meters, rushing directly into the cave. Because there were too many of them, it took a long time for them all to squeeze in. This number is at least about 200. If these undead legions are used to deal with the people here, no one can escape, and even the cars can be easily dismantled. At this time, some people remembered that Wei Huan had an achievement called Dark Beast Nemesis. It was because he slaughtered the dark beasts in the entire district. In a district, there are 1,000 dark beast lords, and Wei Huan did not leave any of them, killing them all. This is the god of killing. He is also a real Tenju strongman, the man who was not very happy before, and tried to reason with Wei Huan and tried to get a piece of the pie, no longer dared to speak. At this moment, he didn't even know what his purpose was to stand here. Seeing the undead creatures enter the cave, the 9-headed cave beast mother beast slowly wandered on top of these cars. He didn't even dare to go back to the car now. Zhang Tian was also shocked. But he was in a completely different mood now. Boss Wei could have just robbed it, but he still made a deal with him. He is worthy of being the recognized boss in their district. It's just a matter of temper. Boss, you are too awesome. Zhang Tian hunched his back, and couldn't help but lean closer to Wei Huan. He took a deep breath, and wanted to smell the smell of his bragging. Zhang Tian said again, you can even drive a crypt beast, 9 of them. My god. I understand the upper limit of a person's strength. Let alone 9 of them. Even 1 of them is enough for me to walk sideways. Zhang Tian can scold people, and he can also praise people. He praised Wei Huan to the sky and the earth. At this time, someone was avoiding the legs of the last crypt beast, and finally rushed to the front of Wei Huan's car. He bypassed Zhang Tian, stuck to the car door, raised his head, and expanded his nostrils, and said sincerely, Godfather, please take me in for the sake of barbecue. Wei Huan looked down at him. He was thoughtful. Speaking of barbecue, he bought barbecue once when he entered the challenge world. Later, Mu Zhong came and ate different delicious food every day, and never bought barbecue again. He still remembered that Mu Zhong said at that time, it's hard to survive in the challenge world. If you can still consider delicious food at this time, your strength must be good. Thinking of a name, Wei Huan asked him, Lu Qingji? Lu Qingji's eyes lit up, and he said, my son is here. Wei Huan, This is the first time I have seen such a shameless person. Lu Qingji's eyes lit up. Godfather, I want to get in the car. I am a fraudster. I have silver equipment and a gold equipment. My car will be at level 2. Please take me in. Wei Huan, Very direct and enthusiastic, but too flattering. Wei Huan's confidence does not need to rely on others' compliments. Lu Qingji and he obviously have different auras. Besides, he is not the only one who makes the decision on this car. Since he has said that Mu Zhong should take care of his teammates, Wei Huan did not plan to worry about it. Just then, the screen jumped and items were opened. Wei Huan read out, I got a 3rd level car shell blueprint, a silver agility earring, and the upgrade materials are 2 Lumi fruits, 2 Qingchuan fruits, 5 alloy screws, and 2 steel columns. The daily necessities dropped are a bag of high gluten flour, 3 bottles of water, and an intermediate energy block. After reading these, Wei Huan looked at Zhang Tian. Don't you want to remember it? Huh? Zhang Tian seemed to have just realized it. Only a few minutes have passed? You got it already? Wei Huan felt it. The snake is still being killed. Zhang Tian thought that the battle was still going on, and it was impossible to open the silver treasure chest so quickly. Wei Huan said, the snake dropped 5 snake scales. I have a use for the scales, but special items cannot be bought in the mall, so I will bid 10% higher than the same level items. The total points are 220, and I will give you 110 points. Zhang Tian tried to close his chin. Okay. Just then, another exploration team found the black iron treasure chest. Wei Huan reported the items in the black iron treasure chest, and the face hugger also came out of the cave holding a slate-like treasure map fragment. Wei Huan saw it and said, I want the treasure map. The purchase price is 1,200, and I will give you 600 points. Zhang Tian's fingers twitched. Even though his brain was numb, he still figured out that he hadn't done anything, but just stood here for a while, and he had 710 points in his account? Oh my god. What a godly speed. I want to recognize him as my godfather too, with such a big brother, who wants to go out to explore the wasteland by himself. The undead army explored the ruins very quickly, retreated in 6 minutes, and turned the inside upside down. During this period, Wei Huan didn't get off the car because the undead army could basically complete the exploration of the scale snake crypt alone. In addition, It is necessary to be on guard against others. As a fragile long-range profession, he didn't want to expose himself to danger. The undead army that completed the task retreated to the tomb, and when Xiaodian finally left, the oppressive air finally flowed again. Wei Huan lowered his eyes and looked at Zhang Tian and said, "The remaining items and points have been traded to you. After processing, you can just give me the points." Wei Huan was concerned about his lagging progress. After saying this, he nodded and closed the car window. Regardless of other people's attempts to stop him, he ordered the smart butler to set off and return to the planned route again. Wei Huan came and went like the wind, but left everyone here with a shock like a thunderbolt. For a while, the chat room was full of topics about Wei Huan's strength. Wei Huan handed the Slate treasure map to the smart butler and asked it to analyze the map. Halfway through, he remembered that he seemed to have forgotten something. Since he couldn't remember it, maybe it wasn't important. In the dust he left, a strong man got out of the sand. It was Lu Qingji. Lu Qingji's face was covered with sand, and he sighed in frustration. Boss Wei Huan seemed to want to say something. Why didn't he say it? Would he recruit me to join the car if I met some conditions? Lu Qingji excitedly returned to the car with 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow. In the chat box, he typed Wei Huan's name and sent 2 words, Godfather. The next second, the system sent a message. You are not the other party's friend Wu. Lu Qingji fainted on the steering wheel. On the other side, more than 600 kilometers away, in a technological ruin. In the ruins that seemed calm and peaceful, 3 people fell 10 meters away from the entrance. These 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, were all cut in the neck from behind, and then stabbed in the heart and died. As they took their last breath, their bodies were swallowed by darkness, and disappeared into the challenge world along with the blood. At this time, a figure emerged from the darkness in the corner. He was short, with fierce eyes, wearing a set of silver equipment that challenged the world, and holding a short dagger like a wolf's tooth in his hand. A drop of red blood dripped from the dagger, and fell to the ground, and then disappeared as if swallowed by the earth. Obviously, he was the murderer who killed 3 people. A young man of only 20 years old, but he didn't care about the 3 lives. He glanced at the place where the body just stayed with indifference, and then looked outside the cave again. At this time, his headset rang with a call. Ijima, is everything resolved? Yeah, he replied. The person on the other side said, I'm under a lot of pressure here, come here. Ijima said, someone may come, am I not going to defend it? No, Imai has already diverted most people's attention according to the plan. Wave 1 just appeared, and everyone went to another ruin. No one will come here in a short time. Hurry up and kill this treasure chest monster. We have to leave here. Yes, the short man answered, wiping the blood on the dagger with his trouser legs, and then disappeared from the spot. Wave 1 almost returned to the original route, and even slowed down, arranging the ghost crow out, for fear that he would miss a box. Leaving the driving to the smart butler, Wave 1 stepped out of the driver's seat. At the same time, he asked, Butler, how is the scan? 2 of the stone slabs are confirmed to be the same map, but the key coordinates are missing. The rest cannot be grouped. There are 3 stone slabs and 2 iron plates in total, and 2 maps can be put together. The luck is already very good. Wei Huan was very satisfied. When he opened the door, he said, notify me if you find ruins. After a pause, he said, if there is any information about ruins in the chat room again, tell me too. Okay, driver. The smart butler replied gently. Wei Huan had already walked into the living room. Mu Zhong was still dismantling his pile of junk. It seemed that he had not noticed that Wei Huan had just driven at full speed to a ruin and resolved a dispute. His eyes fell on Mu Zhong's chapped lips. Wei Huan went to the kitchen and came out with a glass of water and 5 strawberries in his hand. The strawberries were grown in the microscopic world. I don't know if it was the variety, but they tasted very sour and Wei Huan didn't like them. Mu Zhong said it was okay, but when Wei Huan washed it, he only washed a little bit. He came to Mu Zhong, sat cross-legged directly, and handed the water to Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong raised his confused eyes and came back to his senses. Oh, thank you. Mu Zhong took the water and drank it all in one gulp. Wei Huan looked at what he had in his hand and asked uncertainly, are you making a water collector? Yeah. Speaking of this, Mu Zhong became excited. I think the materials are almost the same, so I tried to make one myself. Although I haven't succeeded yet, I think it's not far away. If I can really make a water collector, I can sell it for 18 points. Challenge the world is really a piece of shit. In the desert area, the price of the water collector has increased by 20%. This is intentional murder. This thing is actually not difficult to make, and the materials are cheap. As long as you master the method. Wei Huan looked at his blabbering mouth, his eyes fell on his dark hands, and finally moved back to his lips. Without thinking much, he picked up a strawberry, and brought it to Mu Zhong's mouth. Chapter 48. Mu Zhong, Looking at the big hand next to his mouth, gently pinching a red strawberry, Mu Zhong's eyes almost became cross-eyed. Finally, he slightly opened his mouth and sucked the strawberry carefully. Thank you. Mu Zhong bit the strawberry, tasted the sweetness and the sourness, and whispered. No need. Wei Huan said, and took another strawberry, and handed it to Mu Zhong's mouth. Mu Zhong wanted to say no, but looking at his hand, and the strawberry, he finally opened his mouth again. This one seemed sweeter. Mu Zhong couldn't help but raise his hand, and touch his green earrings. The wound was itchy and hot. After feeding the last one, Wei Huan asked, How long will it take? Do you want to get up and rest for a while? Mu Zhong shook his head. I'm almost done. Yeah. Mu Zhong sipped the strawberry juice in his mouth, and fiddled with the parts in front of him. After a while he said, Do you want to do something else? Wei Huan was stunned for a moment, and saw that Mu Zhong was uncomfortable. Is it because he is here? Why is he uncomfortable? The room is so small, where else can he go? Looking at Mu Zhong in confusion, Wei Huan decided to get up. I make lunch. Mu Zhong didn't even raise his head, just heat up the food in the refrigerator. Okay. Before lunch, Mu Zhong really made a small water collector. He put the things on the dining table, took a look after eating a few bites, observed the efficiency of water collection, and talked about the plan to upgrade the small water collector to an intermediate water collector. He said. Wei Huan listened, and looked at Mu Zhong with a bright smile from time to time. Unconsciously, he ate an extra bowl of lunch. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the smart butler notified again that a ruin was found. Wei Huan returned to the cockpit and looked out. This ruin was different from the 2 ruins he had seen before. It was very big, like a mountain. The entrance was under the sand dunes, with several caves. The edge of the cave was dyed with an ominous red color, and when the wind blew, it made a shrill woo sound that could be heard from a long distance. Wei Huan was really familiar with this ruin. Like the scale snake, it was robbed by the entire tribe, and became the unlucky guy who challenged the trial NPC. There were not many in number, but the style was obvious. Wei Huan called it the Sandworm Ruins. The sandworm is a huge desert insect as big as a bus, with a huge mouthpart with fine teeth on its head. It lives deep underground, and can easily dig out a mausoleum far larger than the scale snake ruins. At the same time, the sandworm is also called Desert Engineer by humans. Its underground palace has good air circulation, suitable temperature, and is very spacious, large enough to allow vehicles to enter. It is the favorite ruins of challengers. No one wants to explore the ruins on foot when they can drive. Of course, once the combat power of the vehicle is added, it is conceivable that the strength of the sandworm is not weak. But after confirming that this is the sandworm ruins, Wei Huan still ordered the butler without hesitation to drive the car into the ruins. Looking closer, the magnificence of the sandworm ruins is more directly oppressive. The entrance built on one side of the sand dune has 3 largest holes. Wei Huan did not hesitate, and chose the most convenient passage to drive in. The caves of the sandworm are basically connected. The inner walls were not covered by gravel, revealing layers of horizontal stripes, which were tight and regular, as if they were carefully piled up. The light gradually dimmed. Wei Huan turned on the headlights. The level 3 headlights not only illuminated the front, but after adjusting to full lighting mode, they were like a shining sun, illuminating every detail of the passage. Wei Huan drove manually very slowly. He also released the army of the undead. This ruin could barely accommodate the crypt beasts, and as a result, the front and back of his car were almost filled with the army of the undead. The ghost crow flew the fastest, and went to explore first. This time, the running wolf did not wander around, but followed the army of violent bears that were rarely summoned now, and moved forward leisurely. The skeletons of violent bears have always been the main force of the cannon fodder summoned by Wei Huan. They can fight and are good at attacking. However, the passages of the ruins explored so far are too small, and not suitable for the movement of the violent bear skeletons. Now that these violent bears have been summoned, they walk in a row of 2 in the passage, and there is still a lot of space. The grandeur of the Sandworm Underground Palace can even bring a strong sense of oppression to the challenger. This is not the first time Wei Huan has faced the Sandworm, and he still moves forward very cautiously. The terrifying mouthparts of the Sandworm are still fresh in his memory. Not long after, he has a harvest. The ghost crow opened a black iron treasure chest, and the treasure chest opened the water collector that Mu Zhong had been thinking about. Although it is still a small size, it accumulates little by little. There is indeed a problem with the water supply in their current car. The desert map affects the work of the water collector, and it can't even reach 1/3 of the normal efficiency. 6 water collectors can barely be used by the 2 of them. It is hard to imagine what kind of predicament those underdeveloped challengers are facing. He took out the water collector directly, and one of the transmission ports was in the cab. First open the water collector, and enter the water collection state. By this time, it should be possible to accumulate about half a mineral water bottle of water. After doing all this, Wei Huan returned to the driving seat. Just as he was about to switch to manual driving, a rustling sound came from the front. A face hugger was hanging upside down on the ceiling, with a pair of forelimbs holding a black iron block the size of a basketball, and finally fell in front of the car. Wei Huan rolled down the window, took the treasure map fragment, looked at the face hugger's dazed look, raised his hand, and touched its head. Face huggers actually look very disgusting, with 8 legs, a rugby-shaped body, a cracked mouth on the abdomen, densely packed teeth and corrosive saliva, which makes people unlovable. But Wei Huan thinks these little things are inexplicably cute. Being patted on the head by Wei Huan, it clung to the wall and shook its body. Its 2 forelimbs, which had presented the treasure map, were raised high and waved back and forth. Dumbfounded, green flames lit up on both sides of its back. There were 10 of them, all its eyes. But after being replaced with the fire of death, it became a jade green decoration, which was actually quite beautiful. After being touched by Wei Huan, this face hugger was very happy, and followed the car for a long time. It clung to the wall as if it were walking on flat ground. Wei Huan could see it from the window of the driver's seat when he turned his head. At first, Wei Huan didn't care, but after being followed for a long time, Wei Huan suddenly realized that he had seen this situation before. Whether it's Shijian or the anal guy, they all like to stick to him. Could this one be an elite too? Wei Huan thought of this, and then he opened the car window again and hooked his finger at the face hugger. The face hugger suddenly jumped onto the car, its 4 limbs grasping the car window, facing Wei Huan's abdomen, revealing its cracked and hideous mouth parts. There was no saliva inside, but because of the bite, the whole mouth was scarlet, and a bloody smell came out. It's not cute again. There are always some bottom lines in human aesthetics that cannot be trampled on. Wei Huan frowned, waved his hand, and drove it away again, and then quickly rolled up the car window. This time, the face hugger did not follow him again, but stepped on the wall flexibly, and finally hung upside down on the ceiling, and rushed to the front in a blink of an eye, and disappeared. The face hugger is the summon of the crypt beast, and the fire of death on it also comes from Wei Huan. Wei Huan's control over these face huggers was even higher than that of the mother crypt beast. With such a distraction, he unknowingly arrived at the fork in the road. But the ghost crow had been waiting here for a long time, croaking, leading the way for him. Every time the undead army reached a crossroads, they would disperse a group to explore. But the number of guarding undead around Wei Huan remained the same. The number of his summons now was enough to easily fill this underground palace. Quack, quack. The ghost crow croaked again, and Wei Huan looked outside the car and saw the box in the huge underground cave, emitting a faint golden light. Wei Huan sat up straight. Gold treasure chest? It turned out to be a gold treasure chest. Wei Huan had the experience of 2 lifetimes, and he also had the ability to plow the land in this life. He had encountered only 3 wild gold treasure chests, including this one. This is of course related to his lack of strength in his previous life, and his inability to explore 2 dangerous ruins. But it is a fact that gold treasure chests are rare. People almost assume that gold treasure chests can only be obtained by hitting the list. The gold treasure chests rewarded by the first level Highway Champion Challenge are the best to get. Although it is a 1 in 1,000 chance, there are many people and districts in Yin country, and with a large base, there are certainly more resources. The major challenge legions of various countries have almost set population growth as an important strategic goal. Because there are talents, there are districts, and there are gold treasure chests only when there are districts. As for the worldwide competition such as the combat power list, it is very difficult to get it. It can also be seen from this how rare the number of gold treasure chests is. But after the excitement, Wei Huan quickly calmed down. Sandworms are not easy to kill. The huge body, tough skin, and mouth parts that can swallow everything are enough to make most challenge teams sigh. This is also the reason why Wei Huan told Guiyan not to rush to open the silver treasure chest after finding it, but to take him there first. He originally planned to evaluate the battle environment, make the most appropriate battle deployment, and then retreat in advance. No matter how hard they fought, He just had to sit back and reap the results. But he didn't expect that this was actually a gold treasure chest. The treasure chest monster inside would only be more terrifying. Wei Huan only realized at this time that this sandworm ruins was indeed very large. He always thought that he had not explored for too long, resulting in a vague memory. Especially the main cave where the gold treasure chest was placed, it seemed to be prepared for a crazy battle. Wei Huan thought about it, left the driver's seat again, and got up and returned to the living room. Mu Zhong. After lunch, Mu Zhong was immersed in optimizing the water collector. He didn't look up until Wei Huan called him for the third time. Wei Huan said, "I'm going to the undead ranch. I need your help to open a golden treasure chest." Mu Zhong's eyes were beautiful and flying. When he opened his eyes wide and looked over, they were round and bright. Golden treasure chest. This time, he came back to his senses completely. The water collector in Mu Zhong's hand was no longer fragrant. He supported the wheelchair and sat back on it while looking left and right. The light outside the window was dim, revealing an ominous scarlet color, layered, showing circles of horizontal stripes. As if looking out from a large cocoon wrapped in layers, there was an extremely uncomfortable feeling of suffocation. Then, Mu Zhong saw the golden box. His face was almost pressed against the glass, and he exclaimed, "What luck! I can actually find a golden treasure chest." Wei Huan had already walked to the stairs and heard, "I go get ready and come down in a while." Okay. Mu Zhong stared at the golden treasure chest, his eyes fixed on it. Wei Huan went up to the second floor and walked to the left along the corridor. The first room was the captain's master bedroom, and the opposite door was the master guest bedroom. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong lived door to door, and there was a semicircular balcony in each room, like a pair of symmetrical small wings. Wei Huan entered the master bedroom and ran to the balcony. On the left side of the balcony, there stood a black coffin about 3 meters long. This is the dead ranch. After upgrading the vehicle, Mu Zhong put the dead ranch directly on the balcony of his room. This is a good arrangement. The car will continue to carry people in the future, and he also needs a private space. Professional training grounds are extremely rare. I'm afraid there is only one for each profession. They are like strategic weapons that can mass-produce stronger professionals. However, he is the only necromancer in the world, and the undead ranch is in his hands, so he naturally has no need to hand it over. It's best to hide it to avoid being jealous. Wei Huan raised his hand and pressed the black coffin. The dark power that only necromancers can use activated the black coffin. The black coffin slid up and down from the middle, revealing a white circle on the ground with dense runes engraved on it. The dark power dyed the white circle black from the outside to the inside. When the last white light was polluted, Wei Huan's eyes blurred and he came to the undead ranch. The desolate land was covered with rotten and charred soil, as fertile as if it was made of protein and fat accumulated and fermented by countless organisms. The dark liquid, like a maggot, climbed up the edge of Wei Huan's shoes, but because the owner didn't like it, he restrained himself and didn't dare to go forward and entangle again. But even so, every step Wei Huan took would pull out sticky black threads under his feet. On the strange land, there grew rows of big trees that only appeared in horror movies. The trees had no leaves, and their branches were splayed. Each tree had a black twisted tree tumor hanging on it. From the cracks, you can see that it was filled with yellow sticky liquid, and it seemed that it could not bear it, flowing down, hanging in the air with threads. Wei Huan's glasses showed the properties of the nearest tree. 1-star grass durability 2010/10,000. Too little energy. Wei Huan bypassed it and continued to walk back. After walking 7 or 8 rows, he finally saw a 1-star grass with complete energy. Wei Huan stood in front of the tree knot, flipped his hand, and a green flame appeared in his palm. Hellfire depending on how much nether energy Wei Huan inputs, the explosion power varies. But the nether fire just summoned his primary, and the amount of nether energy it can contain is limited, which means that its explosion power is also limited. The highest power at the current stage is equivalent to an intercontinental missile, with an explosion range of about half a kilometer, which can easily blow up a reinforced concrete high-rise building. However, in Wei Huan's opinion, this power is far from enough to deal with the sandworms in the gold treasure chest. With a few thoughts of trying, he sent the nether fire to the grass. Unexpectedly, this nether fire that he forgot to upgrade actually reacted to the grass. Its flame tilted towards the grass and finally stuck to it. The flame turned into countless strands of hair-sized objects, drilling into the grass, like some kind of parasitic process. Until the end, the whole body was immersed in the grass. The durability of the grass was decreasing rapidly. 1 point per second. After 5 minutes, there was still no sign of stopping. Wei Huan could only wait. But this wait lasted for more than 2 hours. A 3-star nether fire in the glasses actually consumed more nutrients when it was upgraded to the second level in the undead pasture than a 4-star Shiroma. The nutrients of the 1-star grass were consumed until only 2,000 points were left, and the nether fire with advanced strength was ripe. Bang! It exploded from the inside out. The remaining 2,000 endurance suddenly turned into 1 point. The tree tumor was shattered, liquid sprayed all over the ground, and even 2 branches were blown off. If the trunk was not still there, the tree looked like it was destroyed. But at this moment, it was not far from being completely destroyed. The upgraded nether fire jumped out like a gourd doll and threw itself directly into Wei Huan's arms. Wei Huan turned sideways and easily avoided it. Then he looked at the tree that was blown up again, and his face instantly turned cold. He was so distressed that he trembled. He had a lot of grass, but that didn't mean he was willing to waste it. It would take him nearly 2 days to recover the nutritional value of 2,000 points. And now 2 branches were blown off. Who knows if it will affect the nutritional quality? He looked at the upgraded nether fire again with cold eyes. He vaguely felt a little consciousness from the nether fire. Although it was not strong, it was no longer an empty shell. But Wei Huan didn't like this change. The hellfire was his strategic reserve, a killer weapon that could decide the outcome of a game at a critical moment. He didn't need something with independent consciousness that might not obey, and especially that would explode. After a long stare, the swaying hellfire calmed down and floated motionlessly in the air. Wei Huan then took the hellfire and felt it quietly. The overactive factor completely calmed down. That's right. After accepting the hellfire, Wei Huan didn't leave. He waited for a while, and then, one after another, the tree tumors were blown up, and 5 hellfires in a row were all overactive. Lung Lian waited for the upgraded hellfire to calm down. Wei Huan collected them and sent them back to the tomb before leaving. Before leaving, Wei Huan looked at the tree with broken branches with heartache. They are just like a group of naughty kids who have nothing to do after eating. After getting back in the car, Wei Huan went straight out and went downstairs. This time, Mu Zhong did not tinker with his pile of junk, but lazily sat on the sofa, fiddling with the microscopic world in his hand. He had just finished his professional training as a driver, and now he began to strengthen his spiritual power, not letting himself idle for a moment. It is hard to imagine how hardworking and self-reliant Mu Zhong is by nature if he does not know the final outcome of this world. It is not without reason that he can become the light of Challenging University and become a reserve member of the Dragon Group. It would be great if he could stand up again. Wei Huan strongly looks forward to the arrival of that day. Wei Huan's appearance woke Mu Zhong up, and Mu Zhong looked up. Is it okay? Yes. I guess you went to upgrade the nether fire, right? Smart. Wei Huan nodded, slower than planned. But it also shows that the value of the nether fire is higher than we thought. Yes. Mu Zhong is always good at talking and thinks further. The two then came to the cockpit together. Under Wei Huan's command, the car turned around and left the cave where the golden treasure chest was placed. Soon, under the driving of the smart butler, they returned to the ground. But this is not the end. They continued to drive out for 2 kilometers, approaching the limit of Wei Huan's control over the summoned creature, and then stopped. Looking back, the mysterious sandworm ruins were completely out of sight. The endless yellow sand was flying, and the golden sand dunes reflected the sun. The heat was rising, distorting the vision. Wei Huan sat on the single sofa behind the driver's seat, side by side with Mu Zhong. In front of them was a windshield that filled their vision. It was like sitting in an IMAX movie theater, waiting for a visual feast. Wei Huan's lips were a little dull, and there were also slight bloodshot eyes. He looked a little tired, but in good spirits. He took a sip of water from the cup and tilted his head. It started. Mu Zhong said him with anticipation. I really hope to see it up close. Wei Huan said, the underground palace of the sandworm is very large. Even here, the power of the explosion. As he spoke, the ground suddenly shook violently. It was as if some huge monster had thrown a punch from the ground. Sand particles splashed everywhere, and the sand dunes collapsed and splashed. Then, the ground seemed to have a big mouth that quickly swallowed the sand dunes and fell into an endless abyss. It was not until this time that the sound of the explosion followed. Boom! It was deafening, like thunder. The noise was so loud that it even made his ears ring. Wei Huan vaguely heard Mu Zhong shouting, not dead. Yes, not dead. 2 nether fires infused with all of Wei Huan's nether power were thrown into the wide-open mouth by the ghost crow, but they did not kill it. The materials dropped by the killed sandworm are precious, and are the main materials for upgrading the 3rd level car. Such important alien materials are not sold in the mall, so they are so precious. Since they have met, how could Wei Huan let them go? Besides, the treasure chest monster and the box opener will fight to the death. If they wait for it to recover and chase them, it will be a pity to lose the rare advantage. Wei Huan immediately decided to take the initiative. Go back, he ordered the smart butler. The smart butler flexibly avoided all cracks and obstacles and drove at full speed. The advantages of automatic driving are obvious, even in such a broken environment. In less than 20 seconds, they arrived near the original sandworm ruins. Going further, there is only a huge bowl-shaped pit left. The pit is full of red broken soil and flying red gravel, almost completely blocking the view. But at the end of the field of vision, where the red fog is slightly weaker, you can vaguely see a columnar body dancing wildly like a long roar to the sky. The shrill screams of awe. For portals appeared on both sides of the car, and the undead army poured out like crazy, rushing into the thick red fog. Chapter 49. This time, even the Shiroma were dispatched. The 8 Shiroma were tall and strong, with hideous faces and black bodies, like demons. The neighing of the wind was hoarse and unpleasant, hitting the soul directly, and then it jumped high and raised a trail of dust, rushing towards the Sandworm King. Boom! 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 It seemed that the drumbeats from the ancient wilderness sounded from the sky, and vaguely you could hear the sound of the ancient sacrifice prayer. Layer upon layer, gathered together, the sound waves were indistinguishable. Then, the mysterious power descended. The body of Shiroma suddenly grew twice as large out of thin air, and the figure submerged in the red mist looked like the god of war riding a flying horse in myths and legends. And the mother beast of the underground beast was also blessed with spiritual power. After eating 1-star grass, the crypt beast can summon nearly 50 face huggers, and now the number has doubled. Each crypt beast has the strength to summon 100 more minions. As an elite unit, the small point has stronger capabilities. Not only can its summoning number reach about 180, but there is a greater probability of summoning crypt beast warriors and crypt beast guards. The combat power is more than doubled. Mu Zhong's ability, combined with Wei Huan, is too terrible. If other challengers still have to consider the problem of weakness, then Wei Huan doesn't have to worry about this at all. Their combination is so perfect. If Wei Huan is the Hades standing on the bone tower, then Mu Zhong must be the most precious and beautiful gem on his crown. The battle ended as quickly as expected. The seriously injured Sandworm King could not face the 8 Shiorames, who had eaten 1-star grass and were brushed with a full set of buffs. The 4 legs of the Shiroma are 4 claws, which are very good at grasping and climbing. Not to mention that the length of the Sandworm King lifted to the sky is less than 100 meters. Even if it is a stick that pierces the sky, they can easily climb up. The 3 heads and 6 arms are even more terrifying. The sharp nails can cut any hard object, and the huge force makes them love scratching and tearing. After the battle, Wei Huan approached the battlefield and saw a corpse dismemberment scene. The Sandworm King was torn into countless pieces of meat, wrapped in transparent and sticky liquid, scattered all over the ground. The unsatisfied Shiroma walked among the pieces of meat with a heroic and high-spirited attitude, like a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder. When he saw a piece that was a little bigger, he would tear it apart with his 4 legs. The Sandworm King, like some soft-bodied insects, was neatly divided into 2. Not only will it not die, but it will also split into 2. Its vitality is extremely tenacious. But obviously, now that it has been torn into this state, it is dead and can't die anymore. After all, the tough sandworm skin and sandworm mucus have become supplies, appearing on the screen of the car's front windshield. The former is a material used in the car. The latter is a necessary material for a certain profession's upgrade potion. Less than 2 minutes after Wei Huan drove over, before the red sand fog fell, the challenge world swallowed up these corpses, and there was not even a trace of mucus left on the ground. Only this messy ruins were left. Alas, it made such a big noise when it appeared. How could it be so weak? Mu Zhong sighed very Versailles. Then he said excitedly, "Look at the gold treasure chest. There is an advanced water collector. It's an advanced water collector. You can take a bath." This time, the gold treasure chest has a level 5 engine upgrade blueprint and a gold level power glove. One is not used now, and the other will not be used in the future. It seems that there is no point in eating it and throwing it away. Apart from selling it for points, there seems to be nothing to be happy about. On the contrary, when the material list was at the end, the advanced water collector that appeared almost made Mu Zhong jump up. The water collector that he had been thinking about was finally available. He opened an advanced one. In the future, the water on the car can be made at will. In addition, Wei Huan was also happy. A pair of xenon lamps fell from the gold treasure chest, which is the key material for upgrading the level 4 headlights. As soon as the xenon lamps arrived in the warehouse, the production button of the level 4 headlights lit up. Upgrade? Yes. Upgrade level 4 headlights. Countdown 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Wei Huan finished this first, and then took back all the undead creatures, leaving only the ghost crow outside. He overestimated the strength of the Sandworm King, or underestimated the explosive power of the Netherfire. This time he seemed to be going all out. In addition to the zombies, all the skeletons were summoned out in one breath. Muzhong also buffed up a lot. The result was that some undead with buffs couldn't even squeeze into position, wasting an opportunity. Now they have to wait for the CD penalty of weakness. This is equivalent to Wei Huan's combat power being directly reduced by half. Next time, I have to be more careful. What a waste. Muzhong also said so, pinching his nose and sighing. I was so happy that I emptied my spiritual power and felt dizzy. Wei Huan said without looking back, Dizzy, I carry you up later. Muzhong sat up in shock. No, it's okay, I go upstairs by myself. Wei Huan's attention was on the screen. He was checking the missing materials, and didn't notice Muzhong's oversensitivity. After a long silence, when he came to his senses, there was no one behind him. Wei Huan shouted, Butler. I'm here, driver. Let's go, call me if there's a ruin. Okay, driver. The car drove out of the ruins, and continued to the destination, at a speed of 500 miles per hour. Wei Huan looked outside the car for a while, and the monotonous scene made his eyelids start to fight. He habitually leaned back, put his feet on the steering wheel, folded his arms, closed his eyes, and fell asleep in less than 2 seconds. When he opened his eyes again, it was 3 hours later. It was dark. The level 4 headlights can illuminate very far, and even in a violent sandstorm, you can see the environment more than 10 meters away. The AI scanning device is somewhat limited in a sandstorm, but it has no problem maintaining a speed of 500 miles per hour. However, the speed of the ghost crows was limited in such a climate. Wei Huan could feel that they were extremely reluctant, and their soul fire was weak. Stop, that's all for today. Wei Huan ordered, and also took back the ghost crows. The car slowly stopped, and the smart butler said gently, Okay, driver, I have stopped according to your order. During the automatic driving period, we drove a total of 32.58 kilometers, and opened a total of 8 treasure chests, including 5 black iron treasure chests, and 3 bronze treasure chests. Do you need me to report the material list in detail for you? No. Wei Huan raised his eyebrows. After 2,000 kilometers, he didn't even open a silver treasure chest. Did he run into that gold treasure chest, and used up his good luck? He felt sad. He not only wanted quality, but also quantity, and he had to do both. Wei Huan frowned. He felt that the fundamental problem was not luck, but his professional level, which limited the distance his summons could explore. So, how long would it take to advance to the 3rd level tomb worshipper? Wei Huan left the cab and returned to the room. The lights were bright, but there was no one. The parts that Muzhong brought back were piled on the ground with no space to stand, and he was nowhere to be found. Wei Huan went upstairs, and saw the closed door. He must have fallen asleep. Today, he has been busy since dawn. Wei Huan explored 3 ruins, while Muzhong has been training in various aspects, almost draining his physical strength and energy. With automatic driving, it is not easier than driving, especially since they are all extremely self-disciplined people. Muzhong rested, so naturally no one made dinner. Wei Huan felt his empty stomach, and went downstairs to the kitchen. Wei Huan never positioned Muzhong as a chef or nanny. Muzhong was just showing his value, and just right. This is the initiative that an excellent partner should have. Now with autonomous driving, the two of them have their own things to do, and cooking has become a hassle. Wei Huan walked around the kitchen, not wanting to do it himself, so he turned on the system projection screen in the kitchen and searched for food in the auction house. This time, I found that the challengers in this area are almost still at the stage of eating hot dogs and bread. There are a few cakes and rice, among which the pickled vegetable and mincemeat dish is sold by someone. 1 point is a large jar, and the sales volume is good. Wei Huan bought 2 bowls of ready-made rice, and a portion of pickled vegetable and mincemeat. Then he continued to scroll the screen, and saw a list called barbecue, large skewers pop up, so he bought one, which was 5 skewers. After buying it, he saw the name of the seller, Lu Qingji. Wei Huan was stunned for a moment, and then remembered Lu Qingji's ridiculous and shameless performance at noon today. I have never seen it before. For a moment, It seemed that barbecue was not fragrant anymore. After buying dinner, Wei Huan only took out a bowl of rice, and kept the rest in the space to keep warm, and ate it with pickled vegetables, mincemeat and barbecue. He did not wake Mu Zhong, but before leaving, he left a note on the table to remind him that there was a ready-made hot meal. Then he went upstairs. The water collector had been replaced with a large one, and the water in the shower was sufficient and powerful, pouring from head to toe, removing the fatigue in his bones. Halfway through the shower, Wei Huan's eyes fell on the round bathtub not far away, staring at it for a few seconds before turning his head back. After taking a shower, I found folded pajamas under the wash basin. Mu Zhong had put them in at some point. They were all in sizes that suited him, and there were several sets. The pure cotton pajamas were very plain, and they were made of soft, sweat-absorbing cotton material with a faint lavender scent. Wei Huan picked up the clothes and put them on. The area around his shoulders and arms was a little tight. His strength had increased a lot recently, so he simply wore only pants and walked out shirtless. The big massage bed was actually useless. After using it for the first time, Wei Huan never used it again. He didn't bother to care about his still wet hair, and fell asleep on the pillow, saying, "Housekeeper, turn off the lights." The last trace of light disappeared, and darkness fell. The wind and sand outside the car could not break into the protection of the protective cover, and everything was silent. Wei Huan's consciousness entered the professional temple, and continued his training today. He could feel that he was close to a breakthrough. In the chat room of Area 1006, Lu Qingyi cried, "Boss, look at me, you bought my meat again, add me as a friend, I will grill you meat every day, sob sob sob." In addition, in front of a remote ruin, 7 cars were parked here, seemingly waiting for the daybreak to explore the ruins. These cars formed a circle, which was well protected from the wind and sand, and they could even build a private channel to communicate through the intercom. Shering Juan's voice was ringing in the intercom at this time. Tomorrow is the same as before. Imai will continue to create conflicting topics in the chat room to attract their attention and try to slow down everyone's driving speed. Ijima, I gave you 2 silver agility equipment today. You must guard the door for me. Anyone who breaks into the ruins will be killed without mercy. Don't let today's situation happen again. Ming Mei, keep an eye on the sellers in the auction house. If Wei Huan puts up items for sale again, buy them for me as soon as possible. That idiot thinks he is selfless and great, but he is giving us points. Ming Mei is a woman, and she speaks in a coquettish and sweet voice. Yes, it's too stupid. I'm willing to buy auxiliary professional equipment at a 50% discount at a 90% discount. By reselling these equipment, our team has more than 3,000 points. Sure, Juan, and I reminded you to keep the resources, and you must preserve them well. These are the resources needed by the mulberry tree. Ming Mei, don't worry, I remember that these materials are also very cheap. Wei Huan is really stupid. One night passed. At 6 o'clock, the sky brightened on time. The temperature that could freeze a person into ice cubes in the last second suddenly rose to 50 degrees, without giving people any time to adapt. Lu Qingji had finished breakfast and dinner, and sat in the driver's seat on time at 5:55, making all preparations. As soon as the sun rose, he stepped on the accelerator and drove out. His car was already level 2. Yesterday, he was lucky. Not only did he encounter a black iron treasure chest, he opened high-level core materials, which allowed his car to be upgraded to level 2. He also saw Wei Huan with his own eyes, and talked to him. Although he did not fulfill his wish to get in the car, he was in a very good mood today. He drove his beloved car, humming songs all the way, and was very comfortable. But soon, after he climbed over a hill, he found a ruin. And outside the ruins, there were 7 cars that had been waiting there early. Lu Qingji hurriedly stopped the car, stretched his neck, and looked around. With yesterday's experience, he dared not approach these places casually. However, he didn't want to go or not. Lu Qingji's eyes turned, and he remembered the majestic appearance of Boss Wei who came yesterday. So, if he told the coordinates, would he be able to see Boss Wei again? And Boss Wei was a stickler for rules, and was willing to split the money 50-50, which he thought was just like getting something for free. So, Lu Qingji, Boss Wei, I found another ruin. Add me as a friend. I tell you the coordinates. Lu Qingji, Boss Wei, come on. In this way, Lu Qingji shouted for 10 minutes, and rejected all those who chatted with him privately, and wanted to buy information. Finally, the scene he expected happened. Mu Zhong requests to add you as a friend. Mu Zhong knows. Boss Wei's partner, finally, has my sincerity moved the heavens? Lu Qingji hurriedly accepted Mu Zhong's friend request. He opened his mouth with one sentence. Boss Mu. The coordinates are 132422232. Bring boss here, I help you keep an eye on it. As soon as this sentence was sent out, Lu Qingji heard a boom, followed by an earthquake, and he and his car flew up. The windshield shattered, and he was thrown from the hill to the bottom of the valley. Even a second-level car could not protect the blood from his chest. With a wow, a mouthful of blood sprayed on the windshield. The broken lines were stained with blood, and 3 cars driving down from the sand dunes were vaguely seen. He was discovered. But why would they attack directly? They just warned him and left. Why would they attack directly without even seeing each other? As the vehicle approached, diamond arrows were shot out from the opponent's arrow tower. Swoosh! It shot straight at the driver's seat. It was going to kill him. Lu Qingji was so scared that his scalp went numb. He rolled down the driver's seat. At the same time, his talent as a fraudster was brought into play. His body blurred and disappeared quickly. He hid in the car. The car shell was shot into a hedgehog by the diamond arrows. He was also shaken left and right by the strong impact. He swallowed the blood in his mouth and looked around, trying to find a place to survive, but found desperately that he had no way to escape. Then, boom, boom, 2 more loud noises. The opponent actually used a rocket to blow him up. It's a fight to the death. Lu Qingji was bounced high up and fell on the edge of the table. He was dizzy and his back was licked by the flames. Large areas of skin were burned. One foot suddenly felt a sharp pain and then lost all feeling. He let out a hoarse cry and could hardly maintain his hidden body. Fear and pain made tears flow uncontrollably. For the first time, he felt the cruelty of challenging the world so realistically. No, it was not the cruelty of challenging the world, but the people. They were their compatriots, who should have watched over and helped each other. Just a few boxes, is that a big deal? Is that a big deal? Is that a big deal? Lu Qingji turned around and looked at his blown-off leg, tears falling down in pain. He vaguely heard laughter outside the car, and someone was shouting, "Is he dead? Fire a few more rounds. It seems to be a level 2 car, don't let him live, kill him." Mu Zhong saw the coordinates set by Lu Qingji and said to Wei Huan, "This guy is quite nice, he contacted you to tell you the coordinates. You mean you split the money with him 50-50 yesterday, is that what he meant?" "That's right. The probability is higher than taking your chances, and the benefits are higher." Wei Huan recalled Lu Qingji. He was sure that the other party didn't want to split the money with him. But getting on the car was not that simple. He gave the right to get on the car to Mu Zhong, and his car was going to the front line in the end. His teammates didn't say they were extremely powerful, but at least they had to compliment them and improve. "I always felt that Lu Qingji was not suitable." Mu Zhong was still saying, "It seems that the rush last night had some effect. The coordinates are going backwards. Are we back to the first place again?" Wei Huan said, "Exploring the ruins will indeed slow down the process." There is another point that Wei Huan didn't say. He always felt that the chat room was full of hostility. Whenever he opened it, he would always quarrel. As an old challenger, he was sure that the atmosphere was wrong, as if someone was deliberately pushing it. It was like everyone was arguing and gossiping, so how could they concentrate on driving and opening treasure chests? On the long challenge road, alone in one car, with only one level car, the only way for challengers to kill time was the little excitement in the chat room. It was obvious that someone was playing tricks in the spotlight. So was it to win the speed championship? Wei Huan was lost in thought, and Mu Zhong suddenly said, "We have too many supplies in the warehouse, and many people contacted me, hoping to buy at a higher price." Wei Huan wanted to say, "If you are not angry anymore, just sell it." Mu Zhong sneered, "According to my intuition as a dealer, I have run into someone in the same industry. I have paid attention to the direction of the auction house in the past 2 days. The materials we put out were raised and put up again, and some of them were sold several times. It doesn't matter if it's small things, but silver materials, each of which costs 200 or 300 points, can still be sold quickly. If it weren't for a team operating this, I would take my head off and play with it like a ball." Wei Huan lowered his eyes, and his eyes turned cold. In fact, how to implement good deeds to the real demanders has always been a difficult problem from ancient times to the present. There are always people who are good at selling and can seize the opportunity at the first time and make a lot of money from it. Mu Zhong, it's not that there is no way to bypass this group of people, but it's very troublesome. As long as there is a purchase limit, it can have a significant effect, but the auction house does not have a purchase limit function, so we need to operate manually. It takes a lot of energy, and it's not worthwhile to spend the whole day here. I can only control silver level and above materials at most. Maybe I can help you solve your worries. The smart housekeeper suddenly said, I can compare the data and complete the auction purchase limit. The smart housekeeper also said, I retrieved all your transaction records during this challenge. One of the challengers named Ming Mei bought a total of 8 silver equipment, 21 black iron equipment, and 56 sets of materials from you. From yesterday to today, the challenger Ming Mei sold 54 of the equipment and materials at the auction house. She fits your definition of a thrower very well. In addition, Ming Mei is in your friend list, Deputy Captain. Mu Zhong's eyebrows twisted with tears when he heard this. He opened his friend list and saw Ming Mei's name in it. Before this, he had communicated with Ming Mei. Ming Mei, I am a praying person. I still dare not get off the car to open the box. I have relied on healing potions to get here. Can you sell me some auxiliary equipment at a lower price? Ming Mei, please look at my information. I won't lie to you. I will be satisfied as long as I can open a bronze treasure chest and upgrade to sequence 2. Ming Mei, thank you. It's already 50% off. You also gave me a black iron spiritual power gauntlet. I just opened a bronze treasure chest. It's really different with the equipment. I killed the first treasure chest monster in my life. Ming Mei, Boss Mu Zhong, I just opened another box. They are all bronze boxes. Why are the treasure chest monsters so powerful? I almost couldn't come back. Now my body is full of wounds, and my spiritual power is at the bottom. It hurts so much. Mu Zhong almost vomited when he saw this. When he saw the sentence, he gave Ming Mei 3 bronze items that increased strength for free, thinking that the main reason why the prayer could not kill the treasure chest monster was not because of his insufficient treatment, but because of insufficient strength. But now, after knowing that she was the biggest thrower, although the 3 bronze equipment were not worth much, being deceived and given away for free still made him feel sick as if he had eaten a fly. The key point is that when he looked up and met Wei Huan's eyes, Mu Zhong's male virtue that he could never dream of was awakened instantly, and he explained anxiously, Don't think too much, I don't have any other intentions towards her. You see, many of my friends are auxiliary professions, and the bronze equipment is directly given to them. I gave it to this woman just because she is a prayer. But Wei Huan obviously didn't care about these. Wei Huan said, Ming Mei Jingjing, what is the connection between these 2 names? After this, Mu Zhong still had something to understand. These are all surnames of Mulberry Country. Wei Huan, add Shi Hingjuan. Mu Zhong's forehead twitched, and he whispered, You mean? We aided the enemy? Even if the meat is rotten in the pot, I don't want to give it to the worms of Mulberry Country. So after saying this, Mu Zhong's face was extremely ugly. If it weren't for the reminder of the intelligent housekeeper, he would have been sucked blood without knowing it. In the future, this Ming Mei should not appear in my transaction catalog again, no. Mu Zhong learned a lesson. All those who have made transactions, please help me directly reject them. Okay, deputy driver. The intelligent housekeeper answered gently without any sadness or joy. Then he reminded, 1 kilometer from the destination, the scan found traces of battle, and the speed has been reduced. Do you want to switch to manual driving? No, you continue to drive at a low speed. Wei Huan had already stood up and walked to the windshield, leaning on the operating table to look out. What traces of battle? Describe in detail. A photo similar to a satellite image, taken from above, appeared in front of Wei Huan through the screen projected on the windshield. Chapter 50. This is an ordinary minivan, and the real level of the interior cannot be seen from the appearance. Now it is still a mess after being blown up, twisted and deformed, and the black smoke from the burning flames covers most of the body. Wei Huan frowned. Money is attractive, and the battle around the ruins has never stopped. On the contrary, in the ruins we went to yesterday, several parties were restraining each other, and in the end no one dared to move. It was rare. Looking at this extremely twisted car, Wei Huan said, Go around and take a look at the ruins. It's not that he is cruel. It's already like this. The people inside will definitely die. After a while, the challenge world will recycle, and there will be no drop of blood. He has seen many deaths, and is indeed hard-hearted. Captain, scan and confirm, there are signs of life in the car. Still alive? Yes. Then we have to save him. Wei Huan did not get out of the car. Only 3 running wolves appeared outside the car, one of which was larger, with hideous bone spurs growing on its skeleton. As soon as Brother Degong appeared, he wagged his tail in front of the car, and clicked to Wei Huan, and then rushed towards the burning car. It was the first to arrive, pushing the other 2 running wolf skeletons aside, shaking its head up and down, as if studying the car, and then used its claws to pull the car up. Interestingly, the other two actually listened to its orders, and it seemed to have the embryonic form of a wolf pack. The three cooperated tacitly, one pulling and the other pulling, and accurately disassembled the car's shell. The iron sheet was as fragile as paper, and was thrown everywhere. After a while, Brother Dagon pulled a person out of the ruins. A tall and strong man in a black suit was dragged unconsciously in front of Wei Huan. The ground was covered with blood. Wei Huan's eyes fell on his bloody feet, and said, "Lu Qingji." Mu Zhong nodded, "Save him." It doesn't matter why Lu Qingji was injured now. Since he is still alive, he must be saved. But Wei Huan didn't rush to take him to the car. He left Mu Zhong in the car, and got out of the car, with the healing potion of the praying man. Lu Qingji was already in a dying state. After taking the potion, he regained his consciousness a little. He saw Wei Huan in a daze, and tears came out before he spoke. It hurt, and he was also full of grievances. He said hoarsely and intermittently, "Yes, I'm sorry. There are people in the ruins. He killed, died, hung." He didn't explain it clearly, and fainted immediately. Wei Huan pursed his lips, and touched Lu Qingji's nose. His weak breathing was about to stop at any time. He made a quick decision, and carried him to the car. Mu Zhong said, "The first room on the left, the items in the room are all intact." Wei Huan nodded, and carried him upstairs. When he was placed on the bed, the neat sheets were stained with black and red gravel and blood. His left foot drooped softly from the ankle, a comminuted fracture, with bones exposed. His back was all burnt, and there was an arrow-piercing wound on his right shoulder. The fatal injury may be a rupture of internal organs caused by the explosion. Mu Zhong was on the other side of the bed, analyzing. The first-level treatment potion can't save his life, and there must be a second-level one to have hope. Even the second-level potion won't work. It's best to have a second-level nurse treat him directly. This is even more difficult. It is difficult to upgrade the healing profession. Only team training can give you a chance. At this point, the two looked at each other, and suddenly thought of the same person in their minds. Mu Zhong recalled and asked, "In the end, did he say Shihengjuan? Isn't it death?" Wei Huan recalled. Mu Zhong said, "Forget it, I find out after I try it." "Okay." Although I don't know how Mu Zhong wants to test it, since he said it, there should be a way. Wei Huan also has his own things to do. He has been on the battlefield a lot, and Wei Huan is very experienced in this kind of battlefield first aid. Although there is currently a lack of means to treat fatal injuries, injuries in other places cannot be left alone, especially the left foot, which cannot be saved but becomes disabled. Wei Huan bought a lot of healing potions from the auction house. The first level potion is just slow to recover, but the effect is still there, especially for external injuries. The healing potion is sprinkled directly on the cleaned wound, and the flowing blood slowly stops. During the treatment, Wei Huan discovered that Lu Qingji must have been a child who grew up in luxury. His skin was tender, and his flesh was thin without any injuries. He was not strong, but fat. Moreover, his equipment was very good. Not only was he equipped with silver-level equipment, but he also had a gold-level agility equipment. This also allowed his agility attribute to reach 282 points. The attribute panel was not much worse than Mu Zhong's. Mu Zhong opened 7 gold boxes, and 1 platinum box. Lu Qingji was alone and unknown. If he didn't have a strong background, he wouldn't have been able to put together this set of equipment worth billions. So, if he hadn't been ambushed and there was a group fight, it would have been hard to say who would win or lose. Wei Huan treated the wounds on Lu Qingji's back and shoulders, and Mu Zhong came back up. He came in, and took a look at Lu Qingji's condition. His eyes fell on the crippled leg, and a sense of hostility suddenly appeared in his eyes. He spoke with a little spark in his tone. "There is a more than 70% chance that the woman and Shihengjuan are inside." Wei Huan did not stop his hands, and there was a cold light in his drooping eyes. "I let the ghost crow go in and take a look. Everyone knows your current methods. Don't alert the enemy, and move quickly." Wei Huan said, "There is a ghost crow that is close to the elite level, and is smarter than the others. I will arrange it to go. While you go down, I will take care of the people." "No." Wei Huan refused, bluntly. "We are not familiar with him. You can't be alone with him here. I deal with this, and we go down together." Mu Zhong lowered his eyes, and looked at his legs, and said nothing, just silently clasped his hands. "You are very skilled." Mu Zhong could feel how skillfully Wei Huan treated the wound, as if he had done it countless times. "Yeah," Wei Huan replied vaguely. After roughly treating Lu Qingji's wound, the rest could only be treated by a professional doctor or a praying person. There were no doctors in the challenge world, but there was a sequence 2 prayer in the nearby ruins. They locked the door, asked the smart butler to keep an eye on the situation in the room, and went downstairs. Just then, the ghost crow flew back, circling overhead, quack quack. After listening for a while, Wei Huan frowned and explained to Mu Zhong, "It's still not smart enough. He can only tell that there are 9 people inside, 3 of whom are women, and can't judge their occupations. It's already very powerful." Mu Zhong comforted, "What about now? I go in and take a look." "You don't need to go directly, right?" Mu Zhong was a little worried. "That Shihengjuan, who has been stirring up trouble in this area and stealing our resources, I have long wanted to meet him. If it weren't for Shihengjuan, I would also like to know why they attacked Luqingji. People die every day in the challenge world. I can't care if they die in places I can't see, but since I have met them, I always have to ask, otherwise I will be uneasy." Mu Zhong thought about it and nodded. "The 2-headed shadow demon is not your opponent. There are probably not many people who can break your defense in this level of challenge world." This is said to Wei Huan, and also to himself. Knowing that Wei Huan was going to take a risk, his nerves were unimaginably tense. But he must try to believe that Wei Huan can do it. Wei Huan stepped on the underground beast warrior, wrapped in a group of ghost crows and black fog, and turned over from the sand dune. Looking from a distance, it looks like a flying dark cloud. Mu Zhong was in the car, staring at his back for a long time. Then he said, "Butler, turn on the defense mode." The cave beast warrior moved very fast, and arrived in front of the ruins in a blink of an eye. But this is not a scary place, but as they approached, the dark cloud was like rain, dropping dense bones, like a huge wave, pouring into the ruins. When Wei Huan arrived in front of the ruins, he stopped with a thought. He did not go directly into the ruins, but looked at the 7 cars surrounding the ruins. Thinking of something, 2 large portals appeared around him, and 2 cave beast mothers walked out, making a hee sound. Then, they stretched out their front legs, clamped the car, lifted it high, and carried it on their backs. Just like that, they moved the car away. Not leaving the car here is to prevent it from being attacked by the car. Moreover, the current cars are not level 3, and have no active attack capabilities. They are like a piece of iron, and are easy to take away. The mother of the underground beast went back and forth 3 times, and after moving all the cars away, they squatted on the left and right at the entrance of the ruins as door gods. Wei Huan was completely relieved when he saw this. It is better to be safe than sorry. He returned from the future of broken mountains and rivers, and saw too many things of cutting off the bottom of the pot, and turning the tide against the wind. Then he really entered the ruins. A very ordinary scale snake ruins, it doesn't look big. After seeing the grandeur of the golden treasure chest ruins with his own eyes, this kind of ruins looks like a silver treasure chest at most. In Wei Huan's eyes, the most valuable items in this kind of ruins are only treasure map fragments. The cave facing downwards was low, and Wei Huan stepped on the back of the cave beast warrior, and had to squat slightly to enter. The air after entering was very smelly, not only the odor of the scale snake ruins, but also an indescribable fishy smell, and a faint smell of blood. Wei Huan blinked, and habitually wanted to adapt to the darkness directly, but the strange appearance of the undead skeleton in front of him and Mu Zhong's reminders kept repeating in his ears. Wei Huan still took out the floating light, and gently threw it on his head. The floating light flickered twice, and after it stopped, it emitted a soft light, illuminating the cave in front of him. Wei Huan didn't expect that he would see this scene. Brother Diao's anus led 5 running wolves, and surrounded a man, with side bangs not far away. When he got closer, he found that they were surrounding a man with side bangs. The man squatted in the corner, his hands raised high above his head. He squatted in a strange way, as if his pants were too long and piled up at his ankles. It was not until Wei Huan saw the woman lying on the ground beside him, with twisted limbs and purple face, and disheveled clothes, that he suddenly glared at him. Not only did he understand where the fishy stench came from, but also why his pants were piled up at the bottom of his trousers. Wei! Help! The woman also saw him, and her eyes were wide open, full of hope for life. However, Wei Huan saw the disappearance of a life with his own eyes at this moment. The wound that almost cut to the throat bone spurted out the last stream of sticky blood, and the woman's trembling body suddenly stiffened, and then completely collapsed. Wei Huan's pupils turned cold, he retracted his gaze, stepped down the burrow beast, and walked towards the man step by step. The evil ghost-like wolf skeleton made way for him, like Moses split the sea, and made a gesture of submission. Wei Huan came to the man step by step, looking at the man and the woman's eyes that were exactly the same as his, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He raised his foot, stepped on the man's face, and slammed his head against the wall. Bang! Woo! He used his greatest strength, and the other party screamed. Wei Huan's foot continued to grind down hard. Crack! The sound of bones breaking echoed in the cave. Rubbish! His thin lips touched up and down, and he spit out harsh words. No, I don't. The man was in great pain and struggled to explain. The next second, the fingertips waving suddenly flashed with cold light, and a long hidden dagger cut towards Wei Huan. Wei Huan did not dodge or evade, and even did not have a surprised expression. The eyes behind the glasses were icy cold. He just lifted his foot and stomped hard on the face. Crack! The nose bone was broken, and the cheekbone was sunken into the face. Ah! The man was in pain like a drowning fish, struggling violently, and a stronger odor filled the space. The knife that cut towards Wei Huan naturally couldn't cut anywhere. Wei Huan retracted his foot in disdain and took 2 steps back. Looking at the man struggling in a desperate situation, with his whole face sunken, he glanced at the girl who was not far away and died with his eyes open. She was really beautiful, but her appearance could never protect a person from surviving in the world of challenge, but it was a disaster. The girl just disappeared in Wei Huan's gaze, and was swallowed up by the world of challenge. Looking at it this way, it seemed that a trace of tenderness of the world of challenge was felt again. Wei Huan, ho ho, spare me. The man obviously felt his killing intent. Even though he was about to faint from the pain, he still begged for mercy. It's not me, I didn't, she committed suicide, yes, suicide. Don't kill me, I don't want to die, I don't want to. His face was covered with blood, and he looked hideous. His saliva couldn't be contained in his mouth, and it flowed down with the blood. The exposed thighs were all mud and sand mixed with liquid, and he looked extremely embarrassed. Tears fell down. Don't kill me. Wei Huan didn't respond to him, but turned his head away indifferently. The anal digger raised his leg and took a step forward, laughing strangely with a click-click sound, and the green flame in his eyes swayed. Wei Huan left here, stepped on the back of the cave beast warrior again, and walked into the depths of the cave. There were shrill screams behind him, begging for mercy, cursing, and then pleading in fear, until there was no sound. Don't worry. After a while, even the corpses disappeared. The mechanism of death without evidence, lawlessness, and challenging the world has unlocked the seals of some natural demons. They can do whatever they want with the power in their hands. It's just, God is watching what people do. It's just such a coincidence that he happened to come more than 10 seconds earlier, and saw with his own eyes his cruel method of destroying the corpses. Wei Huan is not a real 20-year-old young man, not a rookie challenger, who has not even walked out of the university campus. In his previous life, he killed many dark beasts, of course, he also killed people, and even destroyed the corpses. So, what about the rest of the people? Don't let him kill them all at once, destroy all the corpses. He also wants to take a second-level nurse back. Just like the situation at the entrance of the cave, when Wei Huan entered the depths of the cave, the people inside had been controlled. The undead army obeyed his orders, and surrounded the humans without attacking. Another group surrounded the treasure chest monster Scaly Snake, and the battle was almost over. This was the first time Wei Huan saw the Scaly Snake in person, after he was reborn and returned to the ruins so many times. It was as ugly as in his memory, with a body of more than 10 meters, coiled on the ground, as thick as a bucket, and covered with dense, red scales. The Scaly Snake was a different species, not a life form on the Blue Star and Dark Beast plains, with little intelligence, but extremely vicious. Not only was it highly gifted in combat, it was also highly poisonous. Its highly poisonous teeth were not the only thing, but also the group of poison sacs on its head. Once it exploded at a critical moment, the second-level challenger would be corroded by the poison and riddled with holes, with his intestines pierced and his stomach rotted. At any time, treasure chests above silver level are extremely difficult to open. Therefore, challengers will use a unified method, that is, open the treasure chest and run away, return to the car, and use the vehicle's attack ability to slowly kill the treasure chest monster. But this team dared to open the box directly in the cave. They could even assign one person to watch the wind at the door. They can have such spare energy because... Wei Huan's eyes moved away from the scale snake and looked at the group of people blocked in front by the undead skeletons. As the intelligence said, there were a total of 9 people here, including 3 women, 5 men, and one who was neither male nor female. She looked like a boy, but she applied lipstick and eyeshadow, and had a high ponytail. Wei Huan's eyes were instantly locked on this androgynous face. It's not about gender, but he was born obviously old. Among a group of 20-year-old young people with collagen on their faces, his old face could not be made up for by a layer of makeup. Besides, he has a pair of sinister and vicious eyes. Wei Huan has seen too many such eyes, just in the challenge world, when he killed people for a treasure chest, or stabbed someone in the back, when his killing intent could no longer be concealed, it was such eyes. The next second, Wei Huan felt a flash in front of his eyes. The person he locked his eyes on suddenly disappeared. Then, a chill reached the back of his neck. Quick, very quickly, the professional skill ghost step of the gambler sequence 3 ghost step has an extremely fast speed. After it is activated, it can reach the opponent in an instant and swing a knife that has been charged for a long time. It can even kill the back row professions with weak defenses instantly. What's more, he is a level 3. Isn't it easy for a level 3 to kill a level 2? When Da Dong took action, Shi Hengjuan, who had predicted his action in advance, even pulled him back. Unfortunately, Shi Hengjuan, who had just reached the second level, was unable to stop Da Dong's unauthorized actions. He watched him turn into a puff of green smoke and float behind Wei Huan in a flash. At that moment, Shi Hengjuan was angry, excited and expectant. What if? He meant what if? It might not be a bad thing to really kill this genius of Yin country. Yin country relied on its strong challenge strength to suppress Sangshu country, especially the Qinglong Legion deployed in the northeast. Like crazy people like to make trouble for their Sangshu country. If the first place winner of this session died here, Yin country would be extremely heartbroken, right? Of course, if you kill someone, you must kill him completely and leave no traces. So you must stab him a few more times to make sure he is dead and gone before you leave. At this moment, Shi Hengjuan has thought a lot. A twisted and weird smile appeared on his face, and his eyes were almost bulging with expectation. But the next second, a bang sounded. A figure flew out and hit the wall heavily, leaving a web-like mark. A mouthful of blood spurted out 3 feet high. Without any chance, his disappointment was extinguished faster than it rose. Come back. Thinking of a way out of desperation, he shouted. Afterwards, Shi Hengjuan looked at Wei Huan hesitantly. Yes, you want to kill Wei Huan with a third-level ghost step? In the district of Beijing, Wei Huan had already been imprisoned. The team that fought with Wei Huan in the corridor was led by a third-level female ghost step. They could not survive a single encounter, and are still in prison. Wei Huan was so strong that before he released the army of undead, everyone thought he was a powerful melee profession. It was really crazy. He was not well informed and his brain was not working well. Arranging this idiot to protect the Wei was the worst arrangement. Now he has caused such a big trouble. Wei Huan, his action has nothing to do with me. You saw it, I clearly pulled him and spoke to stop him. He acted on his own. He thought you came to rob the treasure chest. Shi Hengjuan's knees were softer than his brain. He took off his hands without hesitation, and even threw the weapon in his hand to the ground and raised his hands. When he moved, the other 7 people also raised their hands in surrender. Wei Huan looked at them with no expression on his face. His eyes fell on Shi Hengjuan's face, and all he could think about was the girl at the door, who died with her eyes wide open. But Shi Hengjuan really knelt too quickly, not even giving him a chance to get angry. So, should he continue to find excuses to attack? Wei Huan did not hide his murderous intent, and looked at the group of people with cold eyes. The army of undead felt Wei Huan's emotional changes, and the green light in their eyes flickered, and they moved forward a few steps. Until Wei Huan saw Shi Hengjuan's attributes, his expression changed strangely. Not far away. The battle of the scaled snake reached a fever pitch, and dense face huggers crawled on its body, biting it crazily and leaving it with holes. It counterattacked before death, and the poison sac on its head exploded. The undead rushed forward fearlessly, turning into a solid and huge bone shield, protecting Wei Huan on one side. The venom that almost splashed the entire cave was not touched by a drop on Wei Huan. Ah! 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 Shi Hengjuan and his group, who were forced into a corner, were stained with blood on their bodies and faces. They screamed in pain, but dared not move. Wei Huan's killing intent did not retreat, and the army of undead would not retreat even a bit. The gap in strength was too big. They were like pigs on a rack, unable to control their life and death, and full of fear. Hiss! The scale snake screamed before dying. Its flesh was torn all over the ground by the army of undead. In the end, only a red bone was left, hanging softly on the ground. Poisonous blood flowed all over the ground. The army of undead retreated, revealing a ground like a slaughterhouse. Finally, someone in Shi Hengjuan's team could not bear it. His knees softened, his face was pale, and he really knelt down. For every one person, there were 2 people who knelt down on the ground. In the end, only Shi Hongjuan was left. He gritted his teeth and knelt down. Chapter 51. During the primary challenge, Shi Hongjuan still considered Wei Huan as an opponent. How dare he think about it now? He sadly discovered that he really didn't dare to face Wei Huan except for some tricks in secret. Wei Huan's terrifying strength scared him. A scale snake, a 3rd-level ghost step, as if he had tried his best, but Wei Huan only moved his fingers to solve them. How could there be such a strong person in this world? When everyone knelt down, Wei Huan's murderous intent that was almost overflowing finally dissipated a little. He knew that Shi Hongjuan was not a good thing. The entire Mulberry Kingdom was like a rat in the gutter to Yin Kingdom, always spying on it, and trying to get some benefits. But just like Yin Kingdom would not destroy Mulberry Kingdom for this reason, Wei Huan was not a murderer. At least at this moment, he had no reason to kill. Get this ghost step offline. This was Wei Huan's first request. Shi Hongjuan nodded. Even if Wei Huan didn't say anything, he would make this idiot offline. He thought he was nothing and dared to take the initiative, but was kicked away by someone. He was so stupid. I killed the one outside. This sentence really changed the faces of the group of people here. They looked at Wei Huan with a trace of anger that dared not say more. Wei Huan only said, "Rape and plunder will not die well." I crushed his face with my own feet, and let the undead take out his intestines from the Gongwei Gate. He died miserably. So you can take revenge or argue. The people who were angry just now immediately bowed their heads, and dared not mention arguing and revenge. Besides, he is a scumbag who thinks he can do whatever he wants in the challenge world. I have reminded him not to touch the bottom line. Shi Hongjuan explained. Wei Huan looked at him deeply and continued. The people in the car outside are my people. He paused for a moment, leaving enough time, and saw 3 men, shaking like sieves. Wei Huan knew what was going on. He changed the subject. There's a level 2 blesser in your team, right? Come with me and save people. This time, everyone looked at the girl with bangs in the middle of the crowd. I am. The girl stood up herself, short and looked like a junior high school student. I go with you. She walked to the skeleton, looked at Wei Huan timidly again, and walked cautiously in front of the slowly opening passage, walking inwards, and came to Wei Huan. She stopped 5 meters away from Wei Huan. Skeletons and ghost crows blocked her way. She looked at Wei Huan with bright eyes, trying to open them wide. Her mouth was slightly pouted, and the corners of her mouth were hooked up. She said, "Master Wei, my name is Ming Mei, and I am a level 2 blesser. Now I will go with you to save that master." Wei Huan looked at her legs and her face, and felt that she was ugly. He turned and left. Ming Mei walked with her feet turned inward, running behind her. After a while, she was out of breath. Master Wei, wait Ming Mei can't run. Ah! Ah! The screams in the cave suddenly sounded, interrupting Ming Mei's coquettishness. Ming Mei shuddered and dared not make any sound. When she was about to reach the entrance of the cave, a face hugger ran over. It was the face hugger that was evolving towards the elite. It fell from the top of the cave, and then spat out 3 bloody palms from its mouth under its belly. All of them were ripe palms, mixed with blood and mucus. They fell to the ground, bounced twice, rolled around, rolled up gravel, and were still bleeding. Puff! Then, another larger object was spit out from the abdominal crack of the facehugger. Looking closely, it turned out to be a complete right arm. The arm was still twitching and trembling after leaving the human body. Wei Huan took a look. With 1 hand for each person and Shi Hongjuan's arm, the mission was well performed. Raised his hand and touched the back shell of this cute little guy. The little guy spun happily. Ming Mei followed behind breathlessly. When he saw that his companions arranged at the entrance of the cave, and the woman he had captured were indeed gone, his face changed. Then he stepped on something round and soft, and looked down. Woo! Woo woo woo! He covered his mouth, and almost sat on the ground. It was a head, a pile of bleeding hands. Ugh! Frightened like this, Ming Mei dared not think about seducing Wei Huan again, and immediately became as honest as a puppet. Wei Huan looked at her, and she followed him without saying a word, fearing that Wei Huan would be unhappy and order these undead to bite off her toes. Outside the cave, the temperature was extremely high, and the sun was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. The 2 burrow beasts lying here saw their master coming back, and slowly stood up again. Wei Huan raised his foot, stepped on one of the long legs, and climbed onto the back of the burrow beast. The other burrow beast received Wei Huan's order, and also raised its front paw towards Ming Mei. But Ming Mei didn't dare to touch it. Her body was as stiff as a piece of wood. Wei Huan waited for 3 seconds and became impatient. With a thought, the anal digger ran over from a distance, grabbed Mingmei's clothes, and jumped onto the back of the burrow beast with ease. Mingmei's head was facing down, and she was thrown on the back shell, hit hard, and almost fainted. When the underground beast moved, it shook slightly. She propped herself up, not daring to move or complain, and was as obedient as a quail. Back behind the sand dunes, a white minivan was parked here in good condition, with 4 horizontal aerodynamic wheels, indicating its uniqueness. Another broken car had disappeared. This made Wei Huan's face cold. In the challenge world, if a person died, the car would also disappear. Fortunately, he soon found that there were many scattered debris on the ground, but the main body of the vehicle was missing. This meant that someone had taken the car away. Wei Huan looked at his car. He couldn't see the inside of the car from the outside, but he knew that Mu Zhong should be watching him in the car. As if responding to his judgment, the car made 2 beep sounds, as if greeting him. The sharpness between Wei Huan's eyebrows slowly eased. After taking Mingmei into the room to treat Lu Qingji's injuries, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong stood guard at the door and told him what had just happened. Wei Huan never said much, but he would tell Mu Zhong what he had to tell. He had to tell Mu Zhong about this obvious act of making enemies, so as to avoid being attacked by him in the future. Mu Zhong just listened and said nothing. Firstly, Mingmei looked timid, but her eyes were always looking around restlessly. There was no need to discuss these things in front of her. Secondly, Wei Huan did not do well, and he did not think he should say anything. If it were him, he would probably have more concerns. After all, not everyone can kill and hurt others calmly. Even if that person is extremely evil, the bottom line of human morality will still turn into reason to stop him. Therefore, Wei Huan did not feel excessive, but rather satisfied. Yes, he knew that he might be reluctant when he did it, but he really liked the result. Wei Huan did what he could not do, which made him feel that Wei Huan was born to be a challenger, and he was too adapted to this cruel environment. Wei Huan did not know what Mu Zhong was thinking. He only knew that he had also come from innocence and kindness, but he was challenging hell and tormenting the kind and orderly honest people. The reason why he did not kill all these people was that his moral bottom line was stopping him. When he had strength and power, he should be more cautious with the butcher knife in his hand, and only kill those who should be killed. Therefore, those who raped and robbed should die, those who attacked Lu Qingji should be punished, and Shi Hingjuan, as the leader of this small team, was even more to blame. Others cut off 2 fingers, and he cut off 3 fingers. This was a warning. He was not a saint, but he was not interested in taking revenge and acting recklessly. This world, which is already riddled with holes, needs more order. He also has his own scale in his heart. Mingmei's treatment is still going on. As a prayer of the second order of prayer, her current strength is stronger than when she was at the first order, but it is also limited. Lu Qingji's injuries were not light, and her left foot was comminuted and fractured. She only barely recovered 20%, which drained her last bit of spiritual power. She looked at Wei Huan delicately, and fainted beside the bed. Wei Huan walked into the room. Mu Zhong looked at his movements, and unconsciously tightened his eyes. But Wei Huan just bypassed Mingmei, and picked up Lu Qingji from the other side of the bed, and at the same time told the smart housekeeper, lock the doors and windows of this room. Mu Zhong smiled again, and walked in front to lead the way. Fortunately, another room was arranged in advance. In the newly opened room, the sheets were clean and neat, and the room was no longer filled with the stench of blood and coke. Lu Qingji was placed on the bed, his eyeballs slowly moving under his eyelids. Wake up soon, Mu Zhong said. Wei Huan nodded and asked him, did you take Lu Qingji's car? Yes. Without waiting for Wei Huan to ask more, Mu Zhong explained, the car is only seriously damaged, not destroyed, and it can be restored slowly. If the car is left there, it is equivalent to giving up the identity of the driver. In the future, he will have no other way out except to join other teams. The most important thing is that without his own car, his strength is seriously damaged, and no driver is willing to accept such a crew. Wei Huan heard Mu Zhong's regret from these words. Mu Zhong is the one without a car. He should have died in the primary challenge. Even if he barely survived, he should have taken the initiative to give up his identity as a challenger and give up his identity as a crew member. This was the secret understanding between Mu Zhong and Wei Huan at the beginning. But who said that dancers and necromancers are really good together? The huge number of undead army made up for the weakness of weakness and truly complemented each other. Even if Mu Zhong wanted to get off the car now, Wei Huan would never agree. A truly good comradeship must have value. If it is just based on pity and charity, it will sooner or later become unbalanced and become enemies. This is also the reason why Mu Zhong tried his best to prove himself as soon as he got on the car. Mu Zhong, the only son of the commander of the Qinglong army, a reserve member of the Dragon Group, who was awarded the rank of captain by military exploits, how could he be a husband who was always around the stove? Mu Zhong knew exactly what he should do to prove his worth and stay in the car with dignity. Unfortunately, the fact that he didn't have a car was destined to be a regret for Mu Zhong. Unless time goes back, it can never be made up. So it was precisely because his umbrella was torn that he knew better how to protect others from wind and rain. Mu Zhong said, "The car must be kept. As long as it can be repaired and can still be driven, it is not a failure, and there is still a future. Thank you. Thank you." A hoarse voice came from the bed. The two bowed their heads, and Lu Qingji woke up. The 190 centimeters fat man had tears in his eyes. He didn't know who he said thank you to, but at this moment his eyes were as devout and sincere as a believer. Mu Zhong smiled. "It's just very expensive to repair. Super expensive." "No, it doesn't matter, I have money. It will cost a lot of money. I know your equipment is not cheap, but the cost of the car will be even higher." "Yes." After saying that, he pursed his cracked lips. "Can I have some water?" "I'd buy it." Mu Zhong smiled and stopped scaring him. "It doesn't cost money. There's a girl next door who fainted to save you. Do you want to marry her?" "Ah? But it was her teammates who beat you like this." Wei Huan shook his head, turned and left, and when he came back, he took a glass of water. He didn't stay for long, there were still some things to deal with, so he left directly. The rescue matter was solved first, and now he had time to deal with the treasure chest issue. He killed the scaled snake, and this time he didn't plan to split it 50-50 with the other party. He wanted all of it. Even if the silver treasure chest was of no use to him now, he didn't want to let the person he hated take advantage of him. In addition, I didn't want to give away any points that were cheated by Ming Mei. Back in the cave, the undead still blocked the group of people against the wall. The body of the scaled snake and the blood on its body disappeared. The smell that filled the cave now came from the injuries of the four people's broken fingers. Wei Huan appeared again, causing a commotion. In addition to fear, it was all because the third-level ghost step was still there. Without waiting for Wei Huan to speak, the ghost step covered his heart with broken ribs and hurriedly said, I go right away, don't do it." This was a kick from Wei Huan, kicking out PDS, and his calves were cramping. Ghost step is a profession with high mobility, high burst, and specializing in back row. It can be said that from the food chain, it can despise summoners like Wei Huan. But in fact, he didn't even touch the corner of the opponent's clothes, and he knelt directly. The most important thing is that he can feel from that kick that Wei Huan's attributes are super high, with higher strength than real soldiers and higher agility than ghost steps. How many potions did he drink and how strong clothes did he wear? His strengths were defeated by others' weaknesses. How could he dare to have any thoughts about Wei Huan? While being watched by Wei Huan, Guibu pulled out a necklace from his neck. On it hung a pendant that looked like black and white butterfly wings, which was the return symbol. He pinched the butterfly wings with both hands. A hint of reluctance flashed in his eyes, and then he broke it hard. The necklace was destroyed, and his figure faded away, disappearing in the world of challenges on the second-level highway. Watching Guibu leave, Wei Huan set his eyes on Shi Hengjuan's face again. Being watched by him, Shi Hengjuan was stiff all over, as if being watched by the god of death, pinching his arm that was in great pain, and he hated Wei Huan so much that he wanted to eat him alive. But he subconsciously curled the corners of his mouth and showed a flattering smile to Wei Huan. Shi Hengjuan thought about dealing with Wei Huan, and also thought about using the power of his family to eliminate Wei Huan in advance. But when he really saw him, he realized that his plans were simply seeking his own death. On the second-level highway, he was invincible. What about the third-level highway? At that time, Wei Huan was already stronger, and he couldn't catch up with him even if he tried his best. As for finding trouble with Wei Huan in reality, since Wei Huan handed over the 5th-level materials to the Yin Kingdom military, let alone the Suzaku army, I'm afraid the entire Yin Kingdom army is his backing. Especially since he married that Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong, the son of the commander of the Qinglong army Mudi Heo, he chased their Sangshu Kingdom's action team like a mad dog. If they hadn't found a way to break his legs, the spies they arranged in Yin Kingdom might have been pulled out. It's a pity that he climbed up to Wei Huan and didn't die in the primary track. Shi Hengjuan thought, while smiling at Wei Huan. His forehead was sweating with pain, and he almost had a tail stuck on his buttocks. Wei Huan asked him to hand over the contents of the silver treasure chest and the points, so how could he dare to say no? He walked in front, holding his bleeding hand, and thought about whether he should do it after getting on the car. It really hurts, and this is a cripple. When he saw a pile of fingers thrown on the ground like garbage, Hengjuan's eyes turned red. He wanted to pick it up, but didn't dare to. He killed Wei Huan 10,000 times in his heart. As a result, when he came out of the ruins, he looked and wondered, where is my car? Where is such a big car? At this time, 6 crypt beast mothers emerged from the sand dunes, like big crabs, holding a car with their 2 front feet and walking towards this side. Such a big car, with a full sense of security sitting inside, is like a toy in the hands of the crypt beast mother. Hengjuan, who was planning to get in the car and fight, lost the fire in his heart again. He was afraid. And he knew that he was finished. The morale of the battle was declining again and again. He could only be ruthless in his heart when facing Wei Huan several times, but he didn't dare to really take action. All the failures today will be forever imprinted in his mind, and he will never be able to get rid of Wei Huan's shadow in this life. This kind of cognition is more terrible than admitting failure. Hengjuan got in his car and looked at Wei Huan, who was within his range, but he didn't dare to do anything unusual. He even took a healing potion to stop the bleeding for fear of misunderstanding. He obediently displayed on the screen and took out all the items opened in this ruin. Wei Huan didn't add him as a friend, so he couldn't even trade. He took out these equipment and supplies one by one and placed them on the ground in front of Wei Huan. When he stood up, he saw the disgust in Wei Huan's eyes. He looked down and saw that the supplies were stained with blood from the broken finger. He wiped it with his sleeves, sweating profusely. Under Wei Huan's gradually cooling eyes, he took off the 2 rings on his intact hand, put them on the mineral water box, and said flatteringly, "I'm really sorry for dirtying your things. This is to compensate you. The 2 silver rings with spiritual power are worth a lot." But Wei Huan didn't like them at all. "Take back your own things and get out." He deserved to get his own things back now, and there was no need to wear the hat of bullying for 2 broken rings. He touched the supplies with his hands, and these things went directly into the space package. Wei Huan stood up to leave, but stopped after thinking, "Is he Mightier Man?" Hengjuan nodded. Wei Huan didn't say anything else, leaving Hengjuan with a panicked look. He believed that he would know what to do. After dealing with everything, he returned to the car, but Mingmei had not woken up yet. Lu Qingji was seriously injured and fainted again. Mu Zhong asked Wei Huan, "What are your plans?" "The day has just begun, I can't delay here, and I will send Mingmei off the car directly." "What about Lu Qingji?" "Give him a return talisman, put the money on his account, and let him return to reality to heal his injuries." Mu Zhong lowered his eyes, and thought for a moment, then nodded. "It's a good idea." "Aren't you afraid that he won't come up again?" "No," Wei Huan said confidently, and thought of something and laughed. "For such a favor, he will only seize the opportunity, and repay it with his body." "Huh?" An hour later, Lu Qingji woke up from his coma again, but he saw a white ceiling, white walls, and white sheets. His grandmother sat by the bed holding his hand, smiling with red eyes. "Wake up, wake up, wake up! He's awake!" Doctor. Lu Qingji thought of something and grabbed his grandmother's hand. "Grandma, how did I come back? Am I dead?" "No, my car is gone." "No. Did I use the return talisman?" The doctor hurried in, and Grandma Lu was relieved and comforted him, saying, "My dear grandson, it's a good thing you came back alive. What we said before is no longer valid. Nothing counts. Revitalizing the family is not as important as my grandson's life. From now on, we will not enter the challenge world. You just be a good playboy. If you are gone, how can Grandma live? Grandma will only have you left. All the family members are dead. You are the only one left. You are my sweetheart." Lu Qingji glanced at the expressionless and dedicated doctor, and scratched his toes awkwardly. "Huh? My foot." The numb left foot regained feeling. Grandma Lu said, Yes, the note described your injuries one by one." Lu Qingji's eyes lit up. "Note? What note does Grandma want?" Grandma Lu continued, "Grandma asked Dean Huang to come in person. She is a 4th-level divine healer. With her help, your leg will be cured immediately." "Good." Lu Qingji didn't care about his feet. "Please tell me, what note is it? Is it the note left by the boss? What is written on the note?" Grandma Lu was interrupted, but she was not unhappy. Her eyes were full of indulgence. She held Lu Qingji's hand and kissed him again and again. "I really have to thank them for sending you out. They also wrote the injuries and reasons on your clothes, just below the message. They also specifically said that they used a return charm for you to remind you to remember to pay back the money." When Lu Qingji heard this, his eyes lit up, and he opened the quilt and was about to get up. The doctor and Grandma Lu held him down at the same time. Grandma Lu was angry. "What are you doing? Are you going to piss me off to death?" Lu Qingji smiled happily. "What money do you want to pay back? I can't repay your kindness. I want to repay you with my body." Achoo. It was as hot as hell outside, and he had to put on more clothes in the car. After Wei Huan sneezed, he glanced at Mu Zhong and saw that he was wearing long sleeves, so he felt relieved. However, this attention reminded me that Mu Zhong seemed to have been wearing long sleeves all the time. If it was a little cold, he would put on more clothes. The injury on his leg hurt his foundation. Even if his attributes were improved now, this resistance to cold and heat would not be as good as when he was healthy. Thinking of this, Wei Huan said, "Prayers, blessers, healers, divine healers, and then 5th level angels, they will have the ability to regenerate broken limbs. Now there are 5th level vehicles, and 5th level professionals will appear soon, and you will be able to stand up." Mu Zhong was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Take your time, it's not so urgent now. Besides, there are many people in the Legion who are seriously injured and dying, waiting for life-saving. People like me, who can still take risks in the challenge world, don't need to fight for a place. It takes time to roll out the 5th level profession. The war on the front line is tight, so we must give priority to upgrading combat professions, and wait for more angels." Wei Huan thought about it and nodded. He also knew that Mu Zhong's concern was never the disability of his leg. People who are used to the battlefield understand a truth: except death, nothing is a big deal. As long as you are alive, you have a future. Chapter 52. Then, it was much calmer. Without Shi Hingjuan's people messing around in the chat room, there was no more hostility. Every day when I opened the chat room, it was peaceful. The news that Boss Wei opened the ruins and split the profits with others 50-50, without cheating, was spread through Zhang Tian's mouth. Many people would contact Wei Huan as soon as they found the ruins. If it was not too far, Wei Huan would go and take a look. There were also many rejections. Wei Huan also wanted to get the reward of Champion Challenge. When it came to the second stage of the road track, the focus was still on survival, adventure, and racing. Champion Challenge became a national competition. The first person to reach the finish line in the country still had a gold treasure chest as a reward. After completing the primary road challenge, the challenge world gave the challenger 5 days of rest. Wei Huan used these 5 days to go on a random challenge. He only stayed in the enclave for 1 night, and returned to the car in the cemetery the next day. They waited in the car for a day, and entered the challenge world as soon as the level 2 highway challenge was opened. Since he was the first batch to come in, he certainly wanted to fight for the gold treasure chest. Although it is important to develop the ruins and find the treasure map, the box of the Champion Challenge is a gold treasure chest that is almost certain to be won. He opened 10 silver treasure chests, but they were not as valuable as 1 gold treasure chest. So Wei Huan asked the smart butler to analyze it. If it was really not cost-effective, he would have to refuse even if the coordinates were sent to him. Mu Zhong's enthusiasm for cleaning up the rags has faded a little in the past 2 days. Finally, he is not sitting in the living room all day to disassemble parts. Today, I returned to the driving car and used the microscopic world to train my spiritual power. I saw Wei Huan talking about another invitation to the ruins. He said, "You can't have both the speed champion and the ruins exploration. If we want the speed champion, it's basically equivalent to giving up the right to explore this map. In addition, you can't go back to the stage after the finish line, and you can only explore the public area in the second half. The value of ruins development is not high." Wei Huan nodded. "Get to the front as soon as possible." Mu Zhong had a different opinion. The value of the second level road is limited. It's okay not to stop, but I suggest staying on the 3rd level road for a while. They gave the 3rd level road a name. Do you know what it's called? Fighting for the Central Plains? Mu Zhong smiled. I know everything. Yes, fighting for the Central Plains. Mu Zhong was about to make a few jokes, but his eyes were fixed on the other party's coordinates, and he said affirmatively, "This coordinate is wrong." Wei Huan also saw it. "This coordinate is in front." Yes, it's still in front. Since yesterday, the ruins coordinates set over are all in the back, which means that we have completely separated from the main force. Now the coordinates are in front. Guess who it is? It's the people in the public area who survived before. Wei Huan said affirmatively. Level 2 highway, also known as the district battlefield. Not only are there challengers from Wei Huan's current session on this highway, but also challengers from previous years' 10,086 districts who did not enter the level 3 highway. These veterans are restricted to the second half of the highway. Unless they pay a great price, They cannot return to the stage and interfere with the challenge of this year's challengers. But as they reach the finish line and enter the second half of the highway, they will merge with the veterans of previous sessions. Wei Huan took a look at the number of people in the chat room. 413 people are a relatively stable number of people who have been born and died in the past few days. More than 600 people survived the primary challenge, and more than 400 people returned again. The return rate of 70% is probably the highest in the past years. It's all because of Wei Huan's star effect. At the same time, this stable number also shows that Wei Huan has not completely left the area of novice challengers. Just like the national channels that are constantly increasing in number, certain conditions must be met before entering different channels. So the people in front are colluding with the people behind? Mu Zhong came to this conclusion. We haven't entered the second half yet, and the number of people in the chat room has not changed. Obviously, someone is waiting for us in front. Hongmen Banquet. Wei Huan thought about it, and shook his head. No. Mu Zhong smiled. Yes, it's not that we are timid. Since we know it's a trap, we still have to jump in. It's purely a brain disease. Then, Mu Zhong said, enter the challenge world and survive for 10 days, and you can return to Blue Star once. In the past years, on the 10th day of the secondary highway, you could almost see the phantom wall and enter the second half of the schedule. At that time, leave once and come back. Come, it's a challenge for veterans. But at our speed, I think we should be able to reach the phantom wall one day in advance, which means we have less than 2 days left. Wei Huan said, you can go slower, you are about to advance to sequence 3, I want to wait until you advance before going. Mu Zhong, indeed, there may be a tough battle on the other side. They have already received the news before you go. Whether good or bad, we are too conspicuous. A cold light flashed in Wei Huan's eyes. Only by crushing with strength can we push away all troubles. The so-called strength is not just Wei Huan's personal strength. In his heart, Mu Zhong is deeply bound to him. Mu Zhang's improvement is his improvement. He had been looking forward to the shaman's bloodthirstiness for a long time. Mu Zhong, who had just come out of the professional temple exhausted last night, was chased by Wei Huan and entered the professional temple again early in the morning. For this reason, he had not even trained the driver sequence for 2 days, and focused on attacking the shaman wholeheartedly. Wei Huan ordered the intelligent butler to move forward in a Z-shaped manner, expanding the search range while slowing down a bit. Not long after, the intelligent butler told him that ruins were found again in front. Wei Huan, who was cleaning up in the living room, secretly prayed that the ruins this time would not be on the technological side again, otherwise he didn't know whether to call Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong is now addicted to picking up rags, just like him opening boxes. Fortunately, the ruins found this time were still scale snake ruins. It's just bigger than any of the previous ones. Wei Huan summoned a full third of his undead creatures before he barely completed the exploration of the crypt and found the silver treasure chest hidden deep in the crypt. 1 silver treasure chest, 3 black iron treasure chests, and 1 bronze treasure chest. After opening the silver and black iron treasure chests, nothing valuable dropped. But something popped out of the bronze treasure chest. Get a return symbol X1. Get a bronze spiritual potion X1. Get a water collector, small return symbol. Look, who can you argue with? The things that came out of a bronze treasure chest are worth more than 3 silver treasure chests. Wei Huan took the return symbol out of the warehouse, holding the small one in his hand and looking at it for a long time. If it weren't for the silver glasses reminding him, he wouldn't have known that it was actually an ear bone clip. A very rare equipment part. It is extremely delicate, only the size of a thumbnail, and looks like a butterfly's wings at a cold glance, but it is actually a Mobius strip representing an endless cycle. Wei Huan took it in his hand, thought about it, took off the necklace of the return talisman on his neck, and clipped the ear bone clip above his right ear. Perhaps because of its simple style and black color, a man wearing it would not look feminine, but it matched Wei Huan's overall black and cool equipment very well. In fact, even if it doesn't look good, Wei Huan will keep it. The ear bone clip is a very rare equipment part. Maybe only the unconventional return talisman would think of hanging equipment here, so it will not conflict with other equipment and waste an equipment slot. Not long after Wei Huan put on the ear bone clip, the undead army that had completed the exploration began to return. First, the ghost crows flew out, and then the densely packed face huggers spread on the ground. Among them, one face hugger was extremely unique. Its front 2 feet held a stone treasure map high up, and a piece of iron treasure map was placed on it. One bug actually took 2 treasure maps. He rushed to the front of the car, raised the treasure map like offering a treasure, and handed it to Wei Huan. Good dog. Wei Huan patted the face hugger that was about to reach the elite level, and named it Dog to distinguish it from other face huggers. Anal digging brother, eh? Dog, eh? The one who should be called Dog was not called Dog, and the one who should not be called Dog was called Dog. Both parties had no right to object, and they were very happy. Wei Huan took the treasure map from the dog's paw, turned around, separated the two pieces, spread them flat on the cabinet on the side of the driver's seat, and handed them to the smart housekeeper for scanning. Over there, the dog and the anal-digging brothers circled the car, one to the left and the other to the right, and not surprisingly, they collided after 2 circles. The dog was knocked away by the brother, who was digging his anus. He curled up his 8 legs in the air, and became a ball. He landed on the sand and spun around. The green flames in the brother's eyes suddenly swelled, and he cried happily, "Caw caw caw," and went up to continue to create the dog. Wei Huan was watching happily, and the smart housekeeper said, "Captain, I have calculated the treasure coordinates through the existing map." Wei Huan turned his head in surprise. "I thought it was too early." "Yes, we have a total of 6 treasure maps, and the largest piece of fragments is about 18 pieces. Now we have obtained the treasure coordinates, which are composed of 6 pieces. Just now we obtained the key information. After deduction, there is a 99.99% probability that the treasure coordinates are correct. Where is it? How long will it take?" Wei Huan was a little worried that they would have to go back. The smart butler said, "On the other side of the phantom wall." A little disappointed, but fortunately, Wei Huan nodded, "Mark the coordinates and remind me when the time comes. Now keep going." "Okay, driver." The undead creatures all went back, only the anal digger was still playing with the dog. Wei Huan thought and took them back. The next second, the smart butler set off again. This time, it was not even 3 minutes. The smart butler suddenly said, "Driver, a visitor is requesting to board the vehicle." "They are driving." This time, Wei Huan was really stunned for a while before he slowly reacted. "Lu Qingji?" "Yes, he made a request to board the vehicle. Do you agree?" Wei Huan thought about it and said, "Let him come up." While talking, Wei Huan had left the driver's seat and came to the living room. I saw that in the middle of the living room, one of the transfer points for picking up items from the warehouse was lit up. Then a tall and strong figure appeared in the circle of light. Looking at this figure, who else could it be but Lu Qingji? Before the transmission was completely over, Lu Qingji began to dance with joy. "Boss, I'm back. I'm here to repay you." "Hello, boss. You actually let me get in the car. Woohoo, I'm so touched." Then he rushed over, hugged Wei Huan's legs, looked up, and said pitifully, "Thank you, boss, for saving me. My family has been a single-line family for 9 generations. If I die, my family will be extinct. My grandma will definitely not be able to bear to go with me. The money that my grandpa, dad, and mom have worked hard to earn all their lives will be cheap for those stinky relatives. You are not only my savior, but also my grandma's savior, and even more so my grandpa, dad, and mom's great benefactor in the afterlife. My grandma said that if you are willing, I can give you all the money in my family. Please, let me work like a cow and a horse for you, and let me repay you." Wei Huan knew that this kid was threatening to repay a favor. In fact, he had already discussed with Mu Zhong that it was okay for one person to get in the car first. They were both busy now, concentrating on improving their strength, and their quality of life was inevitably a little lower. Take the junk piled in the living room, for example. It has been there for a few days. It will not be a big deal if it is scattered here for a long time. Lu Qingji left the challenge world in their car, and his junk was put into the garage by Mu Zhong. When he returned, he must have been in their car. In order to be on the safe side, Mu Zhong had learned about Lu Qingji's background 2 days ago. It's not a secret. You get the answer if you ask. The Lu family has a family background of red businessmen. They are engaged in industry. Before the advent of the challenge world, they produced steel cables and other products for the national military industry. After the advent of the challenge world, the old man in power, his son, and his daughter-in-law died together. The 64-year-old old lady was ordered to take over the power in times of crisis. Now she is still supporting the lives of more than 80,000 people in Yin country. It's interesting to say that before Jin's son was about to enter the challenge world, the old lady asked for help from the Qinglong army. It's a pity that no one can intervene in the distribution of the challenge world. Even Mu Zhong, who is dying, has to come in and fight a life and death test, and he can't really help this old lady. But after going around in circles, Lu Qingji finally got on Wei Huan's car. Or, he got on Wei Huan and Mu Zhong's car, which was also protected by the military. Mu Zhong is a captain of the Qinglong army. Anyway, Lu Qingji has a clean background and is protected by his ancestors, so he is qualified to get on Wei Huan's car. It's just... Wei Huan asked him, his eyes sweeping over his wounded area. It's only been a few days, you come back? Have you recovered from your injuries? Lu Qingji was moved to tears. Yeah, I'm fine, I'm just a little lame. Grandma asked a divine healer to save my life that day. If she hadn't stopped me from coming back, and wanted me to be a playboy, I would have been able to come back the next day. Playboy? Wei Huan suspected that he had heard it wrong. Lu Qingji blushed and said, Grandma only has me as her relative. She doesn't want me to come back and take risks. So, even if I can be a playboy or a waste, it's okay. As long as I'm alive? This is really the old man's deep love. Did you come back without telling Grandma? Being looked at by Wei Huan fiercely, Lu Qingji shook his head like a rattle. No, my grandma has a bad heart. I can't make her angry. She is my only relative. That's why I didn't come back until today, Grandma said. Lu Qingji smiled and said, My family doesn't have anything good to give you. My Shingon group is not ours, but the country's, so we can't give it to you. But some of the properties our family has invested in are almost all in the protected area, and they are still worth some money. Wei Huan, Lu Qingji was embarrassed. I know you are not short of money. A platinum treasure chest is worth a fortune. The legions of countries around the world are jealous. There are so many gold boxes. I just want to tell you that you saved me my life, my money, everything I have is yours. You point east and I don't go west. Just accept me, boss. Just. So noisy. When Mu Zhong got in the car, he talked a lot, trying hard to prove his worth. But Mu Zhong knew his limits. He said what he should say, and didn't say what he shouldn't say. Look at this one in front of him. They are all children born in unusual families, and their emotional intelligence and experience are indeed far behind. This reckless output, is this to improve or lose goodwill? The old lady can see clearly that this fat son heir is indeed more suitable to be a playboy. Wei Huan was dizzy because of his endless talking, and struggled his legs out of his arms, saying, Let's not talk about anything else, go and see your car. Lu Qingji didn't know that Wei Huan had already secretly acquiesced to his identity as a driver. He only knew that Wei Huan didn't nod and agree that he didn't like him. He followed Wei Huan with a gloomy face, wondering if he was going to be kicked out of the car. There is a staircase leading down on the side of the balcony of the living room on the first floor. Go down and open the door. The whole first floor is a garage. A level 3 car, plus the driver, can carry a total of 5 people, and can also carry 4 small cars. Mu Zhong's car has been abandoned long ago, and he has no car. In the challenge world, car is a very special existence, equivalent to a household registration book. Mu Zhong now has no household registration book of his own, and has entered Wei Huan's household registration. Once he chooses to leave, he will completely lose his challenger status. And other crew members, such as Lu Qingji, even if he gets on Wei Huan's car, as long as he gets Wei Huan's consent, he can still leave and start his own business. In other words, the relationship between Wei Huan and Mu Zhong in the challenge world is similar to no divorce, only widowhood. Arrived in the basement. As soon as the lights were turned on, Lu Qingji's sad face, he couldn't hide it, all smiles. Ha ha ha. His car has become a twisted wreck. Good car, Lu Qingji pretended to be sad, and said with a hard-pressed mouth, I can't use this car now. Can I stay in it until I fix it? Wei Huan was amused by his appearance, but it didn't show on his face, and he nodded. Okay. The rising tone of his voice was suppressed with great reluctance. Lu Qingji rubbed his hands and looked at Wei Huan expectantly. To repay you, how about I grill some meat for you? When Mu Zhong came down with dark eyes, Lu Qingji had already set up a barbecue grill on the balcony on the first floor. Large pieces of meat were rolling on the charcoal fire, and the sizzling sound of oil rolled out the strong aroma of barbecue. He's coming up? Mu Zhong moved to Wei Huan's side and looked at the figure outside the balcony. Are you eating barbecue in the middle of the day? Wei Huan said, I made you a light soup, and the rice is ready in the pot, you can eat these. Mu Zhong was still recovering from his injuries, so it was not suitable for him to eat too heavy food, but he smelled the food and was tempted. Eat half a skewer. Wei Huan didn't say yes or no, but suddenly changed the topic and said, Your injury is not an ordinary injury, right? Lu Qingji was so seriously injured, and even with a divine healing master, he came back in 3 days. Mu Zhong smiled. You are so patient that you only asked me now. Wei Huan was silent for a moment and explained, I just respect you. Yes, you respect me, and I respect you too. We just care too much about each other's feelings. In fact, there are many things that should have been said long ago, but we always hold it back until the last minute to ask. Mu Zhong glanced out the window. Lu Qingji was grilling skewers happily, singing and dancing. The dragon group is responsible for harassing the development of the Dark Beast Lord in random challenges, and killing the other party's genius as much as possible. Although not everyone knows this, if you are willing to inquire, you will always know it. Wei Huan nodded. Mu Zhong continued, I can't even enter the challenge world, so my internship in the dragon group is just a name, but I am actually involved in the national security work within the jurisdiction of the Qinlong army. Wei Huan, military security and military intelligence collection. Yes. Mu Zhong nodded, counter-espionage. After saying this, Mu Zhong stopped talking. Wei Huan looked at him in confusion. They had already talked about this. Why did he fall silent again? Mu Zhong was also embarrassed. He thought for a moment and said, Wei Huan, my life belongs to you. You have to believe me. I don't want to hide anything from you. But my injury is indeed a highly confidential matter. I can't tell you clearly. I can only tell you that if challenging the world is a battle that concerns human civilization, then the actions in the Dark of Blue Star are even more of a hegemony game. Moreover, it is not just the major legions that are secretly planning. In fact, there is an undercurrent deep in the Blue Star that is more terrifying than you can imagine. Wei Huan frowned. Through this limited information, he seemed to be able to guess something. If we say that those guys became thunderbolts in the previous life, it seems that only those guys were. What is the undercurrent? Wei Huan deliberately asked deeply. This? Is it inconvenient to say? It's a group of lunatics. Well, what's so scary about lunatics? No, those lunatics have obtained part of the authority to challenge the world. Mu Zhong thought about it, and shook his head. I know a limited amount. Hearing this, Wei Huan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that those guys have been seen by the official, and they are not far from being completely exposed. Wei Huan saw that Mu Zhong really didn't know much, so he changed the subject and said, Let's not talk about confidential things. Let's talk about your leg. So when you were on a mission, the other party used a special item that challenged the world, which caused you damage, and also caused the divine healer to be unable to save you. You can only heal yourself by improving your own strength, right? Yes. Which side's forces? Not sure. 16 comrades in arms who acted together, 11 died on the spot, and another senior brother, and I were seriously injured at the same time. I barely woke up, but he didn't make it. Speaking of this, Mu Zhong's shoulders were heavy, and the sadness that was usually deeply suppressed surged up like thick ink, trying to swallow him. Before he was pulled down and suffocated, Wei Huan grabbed his wrist, as if to pull him up, and used his strength. Eat! Mu Zhong came back to his senses. He blinked, followed Wei Huan's strength, and tried to climb up. Okay, I'm really hungry. Looking up, he smiled at Wei Huan, but the smile was forced. Wei Huan didn't like it, but he thought he was great and worthy of any praise, so he raised his hand and rubbed his head. The soft hair passed through his fingers, and he couldn't let it go. Halfway through the rubbing, both of them were stunned. Boss! Lu Qingji came into the room with a plate of barbecue and saw the sight of the two people entangled together. Fuck. This is love. Lu Qingji shrank himself up little by little, carefully. Chapter 53. Lu Qingji's barbecue skills are really good. At least they suit Wei Huan's taste very well. The lunch finally had some quality, and the expression he looked at Lu Qingji was better. After lunch, Mu Zhong returned to the room. He said, I can feel that I am getting closer, but I haven't made a breakthrough yet. This is probably because I haven't taken the advanced potion. Now I'm taking the potion upstairs, hoping that I can successfully advance when I come down again. When saying this, Mu Zhong felt a little regretful. The dancer sequence he awakened naturally was only 2 stars, and he would need to take an advanced potion every time he advanced in the future. The driver sequence awakened by opening the platinum treasure chest can be upgraded to the 5th level naturally, and then collect advanced potions. Wei Huan nodded. Don't force yourself, we still have a few days to go to the Phantom Wall. Besides, even if Mu Zhong didn't advance, Wei Huan believed that with his own ability, he would be able to easily pass through the public area in the second half. Lu Qingji was busy until Mu Zhong went upstairs, then he came over. He looked at the stairs with envy and said, Is Boss Mu about to advance? I've only been at level 2 for a while, and you're all so strong. This is the king's car, I imagined. Wei Huan said, Your current job is logistics support. All the components in the living room are useful and need to be organized. After you finish these, you can do your own things. Okay. Lu Qingji nodded hurriedly, wishing Wei Huan would assign him more work so that he could stay in the car all the time. But seeing that Wei Huan was in a good mood, he couldn't help asking, "Boss, our car is using automatic driving, right? I see it hasn't stopped yet. Are we opening the box?" Wei Huan wanted to explain, but it was too troublesome, so he simply tilted his head slightly, and a ghost crow appeared on his shoulder. This was the ghost crow that evolved towards the elite direction. It shut up very obediently when it came out, knowing that it was not time for him to work. Wei Huan hooked the ghost crow's chin and said, "My ability, it is very fast." Lu Qingji opened his clear eyes and nodded. "Yeah." Wei Huan said, "The maximum distance is 4 kilometers." Lu Qingji's big eyes gradually showed stupidity. "Yeah, then what?" Wei Huan sighed. "They can open boxes." Lu Qingji was surprised. "Ah, really? They can open boxes?" "Yeah." Satisfied Lu Qingji's curiosity, Wei Huan went to the cab. Wei Huan returned to the screen, logged into his account, and went to the chat room. The person who contacted him in the morning to explore the ruins contacted him again. Wei Huan made it clear that he had rejected him, so he ignored it. In addition, several people called his name in the chat room, saying that they wanted to provide coordinates. Wei Huan saw that many people wanted to cooperate with him, but unfortunately there was really no chance. So he rarely spoke in the chat room. "Wei Huan, I have already driven to the front. I want to win the gold medal, and no longer develop the ruins." After the voice fell, the first thing that sounded in the chat room was various screams. "Ah! Front row photo! Ha ha ha, so happy! Boss Wei's name is shining, ah ah!" Then there were various regrets. "Holding my head, I don't want to get off the car to fight monsters. Why is it that when it's my turn, there is no pie in the sky? I feel uncomfortable and want to cry, but I still want to thank Boss Wei for the days of flying. Thank you Boss Wei as well. They say that challenging the world is dangerous and indifferent. I just want to say that our 1006 district is the warmest. The luckiest thing is to be in the same district with Boss Wei." In the end, it turned into a sincere blessing. "Yes. I wish Boss Wei can win another golden box. Hee hee, Boss Wei is super handsome. I wish you the championship. Come on, Boss Wei. Boss Wei, you are the best. You are the eternal boss of our 1006 district." Wei Huan lowered his eyes and thought about it, and couldn't help laughing. Everything he did was from his heart, and he was happy, but it was always a pleasure to be remembered well by others. At about 5 p.m., Wei Huan suddenly felt an indescribable mysterious atmosphere. It was like the advent of some kind of law, filling this small car. Mu Zhong has upgraded. Wei Huan hurriedly got up, left the cab, and rushed to the room. "Boss!" When Lu Qingji saw Wei Huan coming out, he hurriedly got up and called for someone, but Wei Huan ignored him, and went upstairs directly. Lu Qingji touched the tip of his nose, and secretly admired the good relationship between the two. At this time, he couldn't go upstairs and be a light bulb. Hee hee hee, this car is really powerful. It's simply a dream car. I must have cultivated for hundreds of lifetimes to be able to step on this car. Looking at the 3-level car in front of him that looked like a big villa, listening to the movement upstairs, Lu Qingji lay on the ground, hugging the floor, not wanting to leave at all. Wei Huan had already gone upstairs in a flash. He wanted to push the door open directly, but he restrained himself and knocked on the door. Knock knock knock. The door opened in response, and Mu Zhong sat in a wheelchair, smiling at him in the room. Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong carefully, and at the same time, Mu Zhong's attributes appeared in front of him. Name, Mu Zhong. Age, 20 years old. Gender, male. Occupation, shaman. Sequence 3, driver. Sequence 1, endurance, 560/980. Strength, 67. Agility, 20 to 79. Spiritual power, 760. Special status, low health, depression. The 3rd level shaman priest increased Mu Zhong's spiritual power limit by 300 points. With the help of a large number of spiritual power potions and equipment, his total spiritual power value was raised to 760 points. As a pure auxiliary profession, Mu Zhong's endurance, strength and agility are already very high, comparable to some level 2 combat professions. 67 points of strength. A 2-star 2nd level undead violent bear has only this level of strength. Only 1 or 2 of them are needed to beat the challengers of the same period to the ground. Endurance has not been full, which is probably related to the rule damage suffered by Mu Zhong. However, he has changed from a seriously injured state to a residual blood state. The key is that the residual blood of 560 is higher than the best state of many professions, so there is no need to worry. The decision to use endurance potions to raise Mu Zhong's bloodline was correct. It is worth mentioning agility. Agility was deducted. In fact, his agility in hands and thinking has not decreased, but the lack of legs has seriously affected his movement. Even so, 20 points of agility is higher than those who have not entered the challenge world. As for the depression state, Wei Huan glanced at Mu Zhong's happy state, reminding himself to keep paying attention and just help at the critical moment. No need to mention it specifically. How is it? Seeing Wei Huan staring at him, Mu Zhong knew that he was looking at his attributes. Wei Huan nodded. Spiritual power 760. Mu Zhong silently calculated. Although I don't know the specific consumption of opening bloodlust, I can feel that it can't be opened 3 times. Newly advanced shamans. It's very difficult to open bloodlust once. Mu Zhong raised his eyebrows. How can it be the same? I am your driver. As a joke, Mu Zhong casually mentioned, the last time I wore your glasses, I found that there was a dark erosion in your special state. Is it your injury? Wei Huan shook his head. I was not sure before. Until I saw Shihengjuan, I can confirm that this dark erosion does not refer to the injury. After thinking for a while, Wei Huan concluded, Shihengjuan is a very rare requiem master of the sleepless sequence. You also know this sequence. Agris Frankling, the Dark Knight Apostle of Asham, they belong to the same profession. There is also dark erosion in Shihengjuan's data panel. Mu Zhong frowned. So, you mean, this is a unique state of dark energy professionals? It should be. Find another criminal sequence to know if it is. Mu Zhong nodded while listening, and he had already kept it in mind. Then he smiled. Let's go. I am now confident to try the second half of this road. Wei Huan nodded. Same. For others, the road challenge is a battle for survival. The high temperature during the day and the sandstorm at night make them have to worry about whether to open the box in front of them from time to time. They may have to pay the price for their greed in the next second. However, these survival pressures are all gone in front of Wei Huan. So far, he has eaten and drunk enough, and he doesn't even need to drive himself. There is no pressure to open the treasure chest. There is even a gold treasure chest on this road. This shows that this road is completely unsuitable for his current state. He should move forward and continue to catch up with the main force. Moreover, in the challenge world, although the value of high-level treasure chests remains unchanged, different roads correspond to different levels. His car is already level 3. If he wants to get level 3 core materials, he must go to the level 3 highway. The same is true for the professional level. There will be new alien species there. Only by killing those alien species and exploring special areas can you get the key to the next stage. Especially after upgrading to level 3. Wei Huan obviously felt that he was too slow to collect upgrade materials on this road. Even with his way of opening boxes in such a wide range, he only upgraded a level 4 headlight in so many days. This road is no longer suitable for him to stay. Even if he goes to the public area where new and old challengers are mixed in the second half, the probability of obtaining high-level materials is higher than here. So he simply stopped wasting time. Order the smart butler to resume straight driving. They are going directly to the illusion wall. Next, Wei Huan took a look at the remaining time and practiced real soldier combat skills in the car for a while. He had a video of the Soldier King combat skills sent by Captain Wang, but he was once a farmer sequence and knew very well that standard combat skills were the key to exerting power. Through the video, he couldn't complete the training of the real king of soldiers fighting skills, so he might as well continue the training of real soldiers fighting skills. This body is only 20 years old now. The seemingly strong physical fitness comes from the medicine. Compared with the body that was tempered day after day and year after year in the previous life, there is still a clear difference. The most obvious thing is that his current strength value is obviously higher than that in the previous life, but the lethality of a punch is far less than that in the previous life. This young body has not been fully tempered, and it is a pity that the huge potential cannot be brought into play. Therefore, in Captain Wang's eyes, Wei Huan's real soldier fighting skills were already very perfect, but in his own eyes, they were still far from perfect. This is the difference in cognition for people who have stayed at this stage for more than 5 years, working day and night to squeeze out the last bit of potential, and have truly achieved perfection. So before Wei Huan confirmed that the real soldier fighting skills met the standards in his mind, it was not important whether he went to learn the king of soldiers fighting skills. Of course, he still remembered the other party's kind invitation, and this respect did not only come from Mu Zhong's relationship, he could feel that the other party really recognized him. After practicing until he was sweating, the smart housekeeper called him downstairs to eat. Wei Huan took a quick shower and went downstairs to see that Lu Qingji had grilled a plate of meat that was as big as a mountain. Wei Huan? Mu Zhong covered his mouth and laughed. You only know how to barbecue. Lu Qingji didn't think there was anything wrong with eating 2 barbecue meals a day. He happily put a large plate like a basin on the table and said, like offering a treasure, "Boss, eat. Boss, eat. I also grilled 3 skewers of kidneys today. You have to try them. This is my specialty." At the age of 20, it is the time to eat and drink. Although Wei Huan thought that eating 2 barbecue meals in a row was not good for his health, he was still tempted by the meat when it was served in front of him. In addition, Lu Qingji can cook meat and eat meat. He eats with big mouthfuls and praises the food while eating. Eating with such a person will make you especially hungry. Before, there was no comparison and no difference. Now Wei Huan realized that Mu Zhong was the intellectual officer he imagined. No matter what he did, he would exude a kind of elegance and calmness from the bones. It's not that he doesn't fit in, it's just that he has his own standards for everything he does, which is very different from the grassroots soldiers. Wei Huan likes people with temperament like Lu Qingji, but he also appreciates Mu Zhong's elegant and gentle posture. There is no good or bad, just 2 different landscapes. Mu Zhong is not in good health, and can't eat 2 greasy things. After eating some barbecue, he put down his chopsticks and left the table. The suspended wheelchair carried him to the driver's cabin, and when he came back, he held a microscopic world in his hand. He picked a lot of fresh vegetables from the microscopic world. The pure environment inside can be eaten as soon as the vegetables are picked. Mu Zhong still washed it, saying that it tastes better with water. He wrapped the meat with lettuce and rice, put it in his mouth, and took a bite. The curved eyes were obviously delicious. He swallowed it all in a few bites. Then Mu Zhong took another piece of lettuce, and after doing the same thing, he handed it to Wei Huan. Eat some vegetarian food to relieve the greasiness, Mu Zhong said with curved eyes. Thank you. Wei Huan reached out to take it. Mu Zhong avoided it. Open your mouth. Wei Huan looked at him deeply, then opened his mouth and bit it. The soft lips touched the warm fingers, and Mu Zhong lowered his eyes and avoided Wei Huan's sight. Thank you, it really relieves the greasiness. Well, you're welcome. Lu Qingji, who was eating with greasy mouth, looked at the meat in his hand and suddenly felt that it was not so fragrant. He also wanted to eat vegetables and rice rolls. But he just thought about it, knowing that Boss Mu would not make one for him. So he took one and made it himself. Okay. A greasy big hand reached over, pulled a leaf of vegetable, and fed it directly into the mouth that was still chewing meat. Lu Qingji was stunned by the chewing. The next second, he chewed like a fool. It's delicious. Lu Qingji swallowed the food in his mouth reluctantly, and looked at the plate of vegetables again with his shining eyes. Why is this vegetable so sweet? So crispy? I have never eaten such fresh and delicious lettuce leaves. Mu Zhong smiled, pushed the plate in front of him, and said, Eat it, there are still a lot, don't save it. Thank you, Boss Mu. Lu Qingji picked up the lettuce leaves and ate them with big mouthfuls. Mu Zhong also said to Wei Huan, If in the novels of cultivating immortals, the microscopic world is a blessed land, filled with spiritual energy, and the taste of planting and breeding is excellent. If people can live in such a living environment, I don't know if they can cultivate immortals, but it should be no problem to prolong their life. He picked up a piece of lettuce leaf, wrapped another one for Wei Huan and handed it to him, and continued, I have been busy with professional training recently and have not practiced spiritual power. The land that was harvested last time has not been turned over until now. I will sow again tonight. If you want to eat anything, you can tell me and grow it fresh. Wei Huan's appetite is not strong, so he said, whatever. Mu Zhong went to see Lu Qingji. Lu Qingji was stunned for a moment, and then moved. Can I say it too? Mu Zhong nodded. Lu Qingji choked with joy. Boss Mu, you are so nice. Later, after Lu Qingji learned that chickens were raised in the microscopic space, he said that he was also good at roasting chickens, and they could eat roasted chickens tomorrow. Wei Huan, no matter how much you like barbecue, you shouldn't eat it this way, right? Just when I was about to persuade Lu Qingji to study other recipes, the smart butler suddenly notified me above my head. Captain, we found ruins ahead. May I ask if we have arrived? Okay. Wei Huan nodded, took 2 tissues to wipe his mouth and hands, and stood up. Lu Qingji was surprised behind him. What? Isn't it dark? Were we still moving forward? No wait, boss, do you mean to explore the ruins at night? This. Isn't it a bit too crazy? Lu Qingji, who was a quail at night, couldn't imagine that they not only moved forward after dark, but also explored the ruins. 10 lives are not enough to die. But on second thought, when Boss Wei was on the primary track, he was racing at night. When he reached the secondary track, he continued to race at night. It's not strange. It's just exploring ruins at night. It doesn't seem strange to happen to Boss Wei. Want to go and see together? It was Mu Zhong who made the invitation. Soon, it's the same when we come back to eat. Huh? Oh yes, I want to see. Lu Qingji has stood up with expectation. The two left the restaurant and followed Wei Huan into the cab. Lu Qingji walked behind, his face flushed with excitement. This is the cab. He actually entered the most central area of a car, and Boss Mu asked him what he wanted to eat. So is that right? Is it possible that his hope of staying in the car is a little greater? After entering the cab and seeing this spacious room that was just like a private cinema, Lu Qingji was attracted by the scene outside the car before he could express his admiration. The level 4 headlights can penetrate far at night, and even in such a violent sandstorm, you can still see the situation more than 50 meters away. The place illuminated by the car lights was a ruin that looked eerie and scary. The red clay revealed an ominous feeling, spreading all the way from the dark cave entrance. But compared to those, there was something more terrifying. It was the army of undead that lined up in rows and groups and marched into the cave. Even though it was not the first time Lu Qingji had seen it, goosebumps still appeared on his back. Then, a tremor of excitement arose from every bone. The army of undead of Boss Wei, my god, from this perspective, it was too cool and too safe, right? You don't even have to get out of the car to get the things in the ruins. It's great, Lu Qingji screamed like a fanboy in his heart, with stars in his eyes. And in about 10 minutes, he saw with his own eyes the list of supplies that popped up on the screen projected on the front windshield of the car. Get Silver Agility Ring X1. Get Silver Endurance Potion X1. Get Windshield Blueprint X1. Get. The windshield blueprint dropped. Mu Zhong said with surprise, it can greatly reduce the resistance of driving in sandstorm weather. There is also a water world. Wei Huan thought that in the 6th level highway, there is a large expanse of ocean. The 6th level vehicle evolved into a heavy fortress on land, sea and air. Although it has the ability to travel on water, the windshield can greatly speed up the speed of water travel. When many people wanted to go back to the desert to fight for the windshield, it was too late. Of course, there are also water shield blueprints in the water world. As a special blueprint, it is also difficult to get. The human army is stuck on that journey. Any improvement that is useful to the current environment is very important. So the windshield blueprint was once sold at a very high price. As I said before, Wei Huan is not short of money. He has seen the destruction of human civilization. When the giant in front falls, even if the people behind him have piled up a mountain of gold, they will eventually be buried in the less. Only by improving one's own strength can one survive in this world. He took out the blueprint of the windbreaker, slapped off the study, and when it appeared in the production interface, it was already lit up. There are too many materials in the warehouse. More than 10 or 20 treasure chests are opened every day. Mu Zhong spends some time just counting these materials every day. If the smart housekeeper had not been upgraded to the intermediate level, Mu Zhong would have been trapped here for a long time every day, doing these meaningless things. Although Mu Zhong did not think so. Wei Huan always felt that if it could be simplified, it would not delay the time for cultivation. It takes 10 minutes for the windbreaker to complete the upgrade. During the upgrade, Lu Qingji made a pot of tea for everyone and waited quietly. Mu Zhong chatted with Lu Qingji, and Wei Huan listened without talking. During this period, the notification of obtaining new supplies has been jumping on the screen of the windshield. Probably the last black iron treasure chest was opened, and the black iron endurance potion fell out of it. Mu Zhong suddenly said to Wei Huan, I have eaten up all the black iron endurance potions, right? Wei Huan nodded. He had eaten up almost all the bronze and black iron potions. Mu Zhong asked him, then give this endurance potion to orange juice. Huh? Lu Qingji didn't expect that there was still something for him to do. After a moment of hesitation, he looked at Wei Huan excitedly. He was not completely stupid. He knew that if he took the boss's things, it meant that the boss recognized him, cultivated him, and gave him a chance. But can I, boss? He looked at Wei Huan hesitantly, and his fat body tried to look pitiful. Wei Huan had agreed to let Lu Qingji get in the car. If he really didn't want him, he would have thrown him out with his broken car. The reason why Lu Qingji didn't join this car from the household registration is that his car is too bad, causing the system to sleep and temporarily unable to join. Just fix it. But Wei Huan still confirmed meaningfully, Have you really thought it through? I have thought it through. Lu Qingji did not hesitate. Then drink, Wei Huan said. Chapter 54. After getting Wei Huan's consent, Mu Zhong took out the potion and handed it to Lu Qingji. I heard from Wei Huan that you are wearing silver equipment and 1 gold equipment. I think your family has arranged everything for you very well. I forgot to ask you, have you drunk enough potion? He spoke slowly and steadily, his voice was clear and mellow, and there was a kind of intimacy that went straight to the heart. Lu Qingji shook his head like a rattle and took the potion bottle with both hands. Thank you, boss, Mu. He looked at the potion bottle in his hand and said with emotion, this set of equipment was bought for me by my grandmother before I entered the level 2 highway this time. The equipment has great liquidity, so it is easy to buy, but people will drink the potion after it is opened. I have only drunk a bottle of black iron level endurance potion, and I didn't even drink a full bottle of bronze. The potion is too difficult to open. After that, he looked at the two with tears in his eyes. Thank you for your cultivation, my life belongs to you. Just arrange me to do the dirty work. If I am not happy at all, I am not a human being. After that, Lu Qingji drank the potion in 1 gulp, felt the subtle changes in his body, and knew that he was a little stronger. But compared to these, he was more happy that Wei Huan and Mu Zhong intended to cultivate him. Later, he said with red eyes, actually, on my first day on the road, I was bitten by a poisonous snake when I opened the 2nd bronze treasure chest. I kept shouting for help in the chat room, but no one sold me antidotes. When I was about to die, it was the antidotes that the boss took out and saved my life. Later, I bought a set of barbecue grills from Boss Mu with rubber, and the first skewer of meat after grilling was bought by the boss again. That's why I was able to fully utilize the supplies in my hands, and I was able to get better and better, and successfully complete the challenge. Now I mention these things, I just want to say that you have saved my life more than once, and I am really grateful to you. After listening to this, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong looked at each other. I really didn't expect that they and Lu Qingji had such a fate. But in this matter, Lu Qingji didn't need to lie. He had already got on the car, so there was no need to add weight to himself. At this time, I really just wanted to tell them. Wei Huan patted Lu Qingji's arm and didn't say anything. Mu Zhong smiled and said, the car is a house, and the people living in the car are a family. We go through life and death together, take risks together, and celebrate together. Only fate can bring us together. Woo 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 yes. Lu Qingji wiped his tears again. He was a 190 centimeters tall, chubby guy, but he loved to cry. While he was talking, the army of undead, who entered the ruins to explore, had already come out. This time, it was Guzi who held the treasure map and ran to knock on the window, like offering treasure. It lay on the windshield, revealing its mouth with dense teeth under its belly. Lu Qingji, who was crying a man, looked up and saw it. He took a half step back and stopped crying completely. This ruin is not small, but there are not many things. There is a silver treasure chest, a black iron treasure chest, and a bronze treasure chest. The only valuable drop is the windbreaker blueprint. In addition, there is only 1 treasure map, which is an iron block. Wei Huan put the iron block casually on the cabinet next to the driver's seat, touched the 4 thin and long legs of the white bones that came in through the window crack. The dog bit his teeth, made a crackling sound, and left happily. Lu Qingji glanced at the 2 bosses' doting smiles, tried to suppress his shock, and brainwashed himself to tell himself how cute and well-behaved he looked, and that he didn't have to worry about changing his teeth. Captain, I have completed the coordinate inference of the 2nd treasure map, with an accuracy of 82.32%. The smart housekeeper spoke at this time. Mu Zhong was puzzled. Is it the 2nd coordinate already? Wei Huan nodded. The 1st coordinate inferred this afternoon is almost certain, but it is on the other side of the phantom wall. What about this one? Mu Zhong asked. The smart housekeeper replied, it is also on the back of the phantom wall. Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan and smiled. It seems that there is no reason to stay here now. Let's go to the phantom wall overnight. Okay. But Wei Huan is going to the professional temple tonight. He was also about to break through, and could reach level 3 at any time, so he couldn't delay his cultivation for a day. The night watch job is left to you, he said to Mu Zhong. Lu Qingji said, I can watch. Mu Zhong shook his head. You can't delay your own cultivation. You still have energy after coming out of the professional temple. You can take my place. I watch for half the night. Okay. Lu Qingji nodded, very happy that he was assigned the job. Although it was a shift duty, because of the overnight journey, everyone finally decided to rest in the cab and enter the professional temple. The soft big sofa wrapped the whole body, and the feeling of relaxing on it was the same as lying on the bed. Wei Huan didn't delay for a moment, and went straight into the professional temple. Lu Qingji was always excited, looking here and there, and couldn't calm down to practice. He was found by Mu Zhong when he was absent, and Mu Zhong looked at him and smiled. Lu Qingji smiled innocently. "It's great, this car is so good, it's like going directly to heaven. I must have saved the Milky Way in my previous life to be able to sit in this car." Mu Zhong smiled. "Who said it wasn't? We may have teamed up to save the Milky Way in our previous life, and we got the qualification to get on the car. Okay, hurry up, don't fall behind, there is no idle person in the car." Lu Qingji hurriedly assured, "I will definitely try my best to catch up with you, even if it's just a little bit." After so many days, Wei Huan has already patrolled more than half of the tomb. He climbed up in a spiral shape, and now he has already passed the halfway point of the mountain. There are more high-star undead on the top of the mountain. Now, apart from the undead army following him, the most common ones are the cave beasts and the Zayuroma. These high-star creatures, even after death, have a sense of territory. Each, or a few, will occupy an area, and there will be no other undead creatures around. When they see Wei Huan, they can feel the complex emotions they convey. They are eager for Wei Huan to summon them and ignite the fire of life, but they are also afraid of losing their freedom. Therefore, especially Zayuroma, they have never taken the initiative or resisted. Even if they see Wei Huan appear in their territory, they keep a certain distance and follow Wei Huan with their eyes until he leaves. Wei Huan has seen it many times, so he is not surprised. But today, when he patrolled an area without other undead creatures, he knew that he should have arrived at the territory of a certain Zayuroma again. I had planned to cross it as before. I never thought that after walking for only 1 minute, the ground shook and a Zayuroma rushed towards Wei Huan with a strong desire to attack. However, without waiting for Wei Huan's order, Xiaodian and Tao Gang rushed out to fight. Zayuroma was huge and could easily suppress Tao Gang, but after Tao Gang reached the second level, his body became much bigger, and bone spurs appeared on his strong joints, which directly knocked Zayuroma down. The star bloodline gap between the two sides was huge, and Tao Gang could not directly defeat this Zayuroma. The joining of Xiaodian changed the situation, especially the dog that jumped off Xiaodian's back. Although it looked small, it moved flexibly on Shuoma's body quickly, and finally cleverly went under Shuoma's belly, wrapped its 8 legs tightly around his waist, opened its big mouth like a crack, and bit hard. "Don't be so nagging." The undead didn't know pain. Shuoma had only dry flesh like a zombie, but when the dog bit his vitals, it still reacted greatly. It struggled hard, but was suppressed by Xiaodian and brother Diaogong, and let out a hissing howl. Wei Huan was not angry when he saw that he was attacked, but was very happy. Such a different performance basically shows that this is a different elite. The strength of the elite can be seen from brother Diaogong and the dog. They are fully capable of fighting together, and actively finding the enemy's weaknesses. The difference in strength on the battlefield is not a little bit. So the next second after seeing Zuroma being defeated, Wei Huan poured his dark power into its body, instantly lighting up the fire of death in its eyes. Huh? The process was so smooth that Wei Huan was puzzled. How could it be so easily subdued when the hostility was so obvious? Wei Huan carefully sensed it again, and felt that the mind of this Zayuroma was disordered and distorted. This was the first time I had seen it. Wei Huan didn't believe it, and carefully sensed it for a while. It was indeed disordered. Wei Huan's face darkened when he realized it. Could it be that it was not hostile but simply going crazy? Wei Huan ordered Xiaodian to let go of this Zayuroma. Zayuroma turned over and stood up. The fire of death in its eyes had been lit. It stared at Wei Huan for a long time. Suddenly, it kicked its hoof and ran away. It disappeared in a blink of an eye. The key point was that there was still a dog hanging under its belly that had not had time to get down. Wei Huan, who had never dreamed that summoning the undead could summon a man-in, had an ugly expression as if he had eaten a fly. He adjusted his mood on the spot and continued to move forward. He walked and stopped, and when he got more deeply involved with the tomb, he summoned an undead creature, unknowingly expanding his undead army. Now, the number of his single summons has reached 800 plus. This does not include the number of his subordinates summoning his subordinates, and the number of soldiers after Mu Zhong's explosion. Wei Huan roughly calculated that if he used all his troops, and Mu Zhong used bloodthirstiness, he could probably explode 3,000 plus troops without caring about the consequences. 3,000 plus. This number can basically dominate a small battlefield. Not to mention other things, even if it is the treasure chest monster spawned in the gold treasure chest, If he directly explodes the troops without using the nether fire, he may be able to hit 2 or 3 at a time. The sense of security is so great. Even if they pass the phantom wall and meet the old challengers, the strongest of these individuals and teams who stay on the secondary road and dare not move forward can only face a golden treasure chest monster, right? Of course. It would be great if they could reach the 3rd level before passing the phantom wall. It is not only his summoning limit that is improved, but most importantly, he can upgrade all summons to the 3rd level through the Undead Ranch. Every time he advances, his strength is improved, not just doubled, but doubled or tripled. However, he has been unable to advance to sequence 3. Obviously, he can feel the peeping sight more and more clearly, and he has tried many ways, but the facts prove that he cannot summon higher star level undeads if he does not advance to sequence 3. In a blink of an eye, the 5-fold training time of 1:5 has passed. His energy consumption reached the limit, and he was driven out of the tomb. Because every time before leaving, the feeling of being peeped is the clearest, so this time, Wei Huan seized the opportunity and looked back at the tomb at the moment of leaving. Then he saw the flying big-eyed monsters around him. Yes, it was a big-eyed monster. Like Guilliman, they were both 5th-level monsters. They were also magical creatures. The black laser of the big-eyed monster and the rockfall attack of Guilliman, as well as the relatively rare healing dark beast pigworm, were all the undead life that Wei Huan had been coveting for a long time. He spent so much time and energy, and finally, he could see a trace of the existence of this class. Can he see it? Is it still far from summoning? With a big breakthrough today, Wei Huan was in a good mood. He opened his eyes and looked around with a clear mind, and saw that it was pitch black outside, and the car was still moving forward. Mu Zhong sat on the sofa next to him, holding the microcosm and working inside. Lu Qingji was leaning on the sofa outside, and it was unknown whether he was asleep or training in the professional temple. Wei Huan got up quietly and looked at the time. It was only 11:30. The screen showed the list of materials for opening treasure chests during this period. The probability of opening high-level treasure chests in the wild was not high now. Wei Huan did not look closely, but just pressed the make button. There were no materials lit up in the drawings of the institute, so he closed it. The windbreaker had been upgraded long ago, forming a layer of air film outside the car, which was impervious to water and fire, and blocked the wind and sand within a range of 5 meters. But the most special thing about the windbreaker is the drill shape at the front end of the air film. The scientific design can break the wind barrier and greatly increase the vehicle's driving speed. Before the upgrade, the maximum speed of this car could reach 670 miles per hour, and now it is 770 miles per hour. The speed at full speed is really like lightning. Unfortunately, the Ghost Crow can't keep up with a full-speed car. 500 miles is their current maximum speed to ensure the opening rate. It would be great if the sequence broke through to the 3rd level. The speed of the Ghost Crow that evolved to the 3rd level should be further improved. Wei Huan smiled when he thought of this. This idea is probably a bit greedy. When the maximum speed of others is only about 300 miles, he is actually dissatisfied because the speed of 500 miles is too slow? Wei Huan. Mu Zhong's voice came from behind, and Wei Huan turned his head to look. It turned out that Lu Qingji had also finished his training, and he replaced Mu Zhong on duty, so Mu Zhong withdrew his attention from the microscopic world. Rest? Wei Huan asked Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong nodded, but looked at Lu Qingji with a little hesitation. It's not that he doesn't trust Lu Qingji. It's just that Lu Qingji's first day on this car, he is worried that he will not understand or be familiar with some things, so he will have to work the night shift alone. Wei Huan said, "There is an intelligent butler to help. You can ask me if you don't understand. You have worked hard to break through today, so take a good rest. I don't know what will happen after passing the illusion wall. Maybe there will be a battle soon." Mu Zhong thought about it and told Lu Qingji, "The intelligent butler is enough to handle most situations. If there is something, we will contact us. Don't worry. Don't worry." Lu Qingji shook his head vigorously. There are 2 big guys in the car. How could he worry? Isn't it just a night shift? He must keep his eyes open and not miss any situation. Mu Zhong smiled and wanted to say something, but Wei Huan pushed his wheelchair without saying anything and pushed him out the door. The 2 walked upstairs together, and Mu Zhong said, "Don't worry." Wei Huan said, "You said that the smart housekeeper will notify me if there is anything. Besides, I am not sleepy now. I will send you back to the room. I still need to go downstairs." "Then you don't have to send me." Wei Huan said nothing, just pushed him upstairs. Mu Zhong rubbed the empty fabric of the pants beside him, pursed his lips, and smiled softly, and there was a little light in his eyes. After sending Mu Zhong to the room, Wei Huan did not go in. He didn't have this sense of boundaries before, but now he suddenly has it. Wei Huan stood at the door, thought for a while, and said, "Good night." Mu Zhong looked up at him, with a smile on his lips, and said softly, "Well, good night." The door closed in front of Wei Huan, and Wei Huan stood in front of the door for a few seconds before turning around and leaving. When he returned to the cab, the smile on his face had completely disappeared, revealing a hint of indifference. Lu Qingji saw it, and stood up obediently without saying anything. Wei Huan once again used the silver goggles to look at Lu Qingji's data. Name, Lu Qingji. Age, 20 years old. Gender, male. Occupation, fraudster, sequence 2, stamina, 280/420. Strength, 97. Agility, 220. Spiritual power, 10. Special status, low health. You should also go to rest. Wei Huan said, "Your physical condition is not good. I will be on duty tonight." "Ah? No, no, no." Lu Qingji shook his head hurriedly. He didn't want it. He wanted to shine. Wei Huan knocked on his glasses. "You should know that some special props can digitize the challenge world, right?" "Ah? Is there?" But Lu Qingji didn't know. Wei Huan could only say, "Yes, my glasses are like this. You are in a state of low health now, and you are still losing blood. Go and rest. Once you recover from your injuries, no one will care if you don't sleep for 3 days." Lu Qingji scratched his head awkwardly after being exposed by Wei Huan, but he didn't leave. He insisted on staying in the cab, saying that he could sleep on such a big sofa. Wei Huan didn't care about him. It is normal to work hard to show your value, especially in a more powerful car. You are afraid that you are not good enough and don't deserve this car. It's just that Mu Zhong is moderate and listens to advice, while Lu Qingji is too timid and dare not relax. It's not bad after all. Wei Huan returned to the main driver's seat and took the microscopic world that Mu Zhong had been holding. All 256 fields have been developed. Most of the fields have new seeds planted. In this period of time, under the influence of the accelerated law of time, tender buds have emerged, and maybe they will bloom tomorrow morning. The remaining fields were fenced off as breeding areas, where Mu Zhong raised chickens, ducks, pigs, cows, and 2 boxes of bees. There were only 3 or 5 chickens and ducks at first, but they hatched a new batch of chicks and ducklings every 3 days, and when they grew up, they laid eggs and hatched chicks. They could not eat them all, and they could not eat them all. The cows were dairy cows, and they had fresh milk every day, but Wei Huan and Mu Zhong did not like Western breakfast very much, and they could not finish the milk in the box. As for the pigs, one was killed today and used for barbecue, but there was still a large pile left, which could not be eaten. The second-level microcosm had an overproduction. In theory, 12 people were just right to feed a level 4 car. Now the excess food, especially vegetables, often could not be harvested in time, and they were always left in the fields, which was a pity. In Wei Huan's opinion, the car could still carry more people. When the national war on the third-level highway came, let Mu Zhong find someone from the military and arrange some excellent challengers to come up. Wei Huan had also gotten on other people's cars in his previous life, and someone had held an umbrella to protect him from the rain, so he didn't mind holding an umbrella for others. Especially those teammates from the previous life, it would be great if he could meet them again. In his previous life, Wei Huan had not planned to join a certain army, but Wei Jihong found him and let him join a private team. At that time, he still had a nostalgic attachment to the father-son relationship and hoped to get his father's care. It's just that relying on his father, which is the most normal decision for ordinary people, has become his most disgusting experience. Gong Lianing can't tolerate him, and Wei Jihong can only exploit him. Wei Shuai, his half-brother, a 6-year-old child, pointed at his nose and asked him, "What are you doing in my house?" Finally, Wei Jihong was blown away by Gong Lianing's pillow talk and actually sent him to die. After he escaped from the clutches of the dark beast with blood all over his body, he knew that he was an orphan from then on. After that, he mixed with some private car teams, and then went to the south and joined the Suzaku Challenge Army, and his life became stable. Therefore, if he chose the Qinglong Army in this life, it would be difficult for him to meet his former teammates again. But if he really wanted to go to the Suzaku Army, could he let go of this place? Knowing that the Qinglong Army was going to have trouble, and would become the shortest sport of the barrel, he still kept going higher. No matter how he thought about it, it was a very stupid persistence. Wei Huan put the microscopic world on the cabinet, put his feet on the steering wheel habitually, and closed his eyes with his chest. That's how it should be. Calm down, Think more when you have nothing to do, think through it, and then make a decision. You will definitely not regret it. At 5 in the morning, Mu Zhong came down to take over the shift. They had been running all night. Mu Zhong brought the hot buns over and asked Wei Huan to eat and go to sleep. Wei Huan shook his head. I slept last night. When I drove a first-class car before, I also slept like this. The seat was not as comfortable as it is now. I found the ruins at 4 in the morning. I woke up once until now, so it's not that I didn't sleep. The buns were made on the day when the two of them made an appointment for the challenge and waited to come in. Neither of them knew how to make buns, so the shape of the buns was not good looking, and the dough was not well risen. But Wei Huan ate very deliciously. He had eaten 2 consecutive meals of barbecue yesterday, and it seemed that he would have to eat roast chicken today. He was eager to eat some food cooked in other ways. Lu Qingji also ate very deliciously. He was simply a big mouth. Everything he ate tasted delicious, and he praised everything he ate. Oh, this bun is so delicious. The meat filling is so fragrant. The thin skin is the crystal bun from Guangdong, so transparent that you can see the meat inside. Mu Zhong, who simply didn't ferment the dough well, smiled and said, yes, the crystal shrimp bun from Qingyan, without shrimp meat. Lu Qingji nodded while eating. I knew it was so delicious. So delicious. In a series of delicious sounds, Wei Huan unknowingly ate 2 more buns, and just like that, eating breakfast and chatting, the sky suddenly brightened. Wei Huan squinted and looked out the window, and saw the golden light that penetrated the sky and the earth at the end of his vision. It was as if he had reached the horizon. Mu Zhong said, we have reached the phantom wall. Lu Qingji, ah? We have reached the phantom wall? So fast? Chapter 55. The phantom wall is also a name given by humans to this unknown method. People who see the phantom wall for the first time will admire the superb methods of the gods. The sky and the earth are so vast, and the seemingly endless desert makes humans so small, like a speck of dust. But when you see the phantom wall, you will feel like you have reached the edge of the sky. It divides the vast world into 2, and the world is completely cut and broken before your eyes. If it is just like this, it can only be called a wall without the word illusion. Illusion literally means unreal, strange and constantly changing. The same is true of reality. As they gradually approached the phantom wall, they also saw the constantly changing patterns appearing on the wall bit by bit. If I must describe it, it is like a huge TV standing in front of you. On the TV, you can see a white mini car starting from the forest road and running all the way to the east. It drove to the desert, raising a cloud of dust. In the flying sand, a group of undead creatures appeared, killing the groups of treasure chest monsters that followed. There were also scenes where it stopped on the road for no reason, and was overtaken by one car after another. But the temporary lag did not discourage it. It began to open up a new route alone, traveling through the storm and groping in the dark. At the turn of day and night, it surpassed again and came to the front. Until a certain moment, its wheels suddenly turned into aerodynamic wheels, the car was suspended in the air, and the speed was much faster out of thin air. It's our car. Mu Zhong actually knew from the beginning that this was their car, but he spoke only at this time. The phantom wall is a review of the entire track. The review starts when we can see it, and ends when we reach the bottom of the wall. No matter how fast or slow we drive, we can always appreciate the entire process of our own challenge. This is a divine method related to space and time. After watching the review and passing through the phantom wall, we will leave the stage of protecting newcomers, officially come into contact with previous challengers, and feel the real chaos of the challenge world. When Mu Zhong said this, they were getting closer and closer to the phantom wall. They were driving very fast, but strangely, they still finished watching all the reviews of their own on this level of highway in a short time. Finally, when their vision could no longer fit all the pictures on the phantom wall. At the same time, in the picture, they saw their car coming to the phantom wall from a bird's eye view. Arrived at the end, at the last moment, brilliant fireworks exploded on the phantom wall, guarding a golden treasure chest. The light was so bright that it was almost blinding. Got it, golden treasure chest for the champion challenge. At the same time, the whole district was notified. Congratulations to the driver Wei Huan and the deputy driver Mu Zhong for completing the second level track challenge in District 1006 first. Reward gold treasure chest X1. In the chat room. Ah, congratulations to Boss Wei. Congratulations to Boss Mu. Congratulations. Congratulations. Warm congratulations to the boss for winning the championship again. Family members, who understands? Since the champion challenge popped up yesterday afternoon, I have been staring at it. I couldn't sleep well at night. Now I am finally comfortable. Sincerely, Boss Wei's championship makes me happier than anyone else's. At the same time, I also want to thank the big guy for selling my equipment at a discount. It really helped me a lot. I will continue to be awesome in the future. Also grateful, I wish Boss Wei will always be the first. The first in the national server. The first in the world. Thank you +1, Boss Wei is going to a wider world. I am smiling and crying. The blessings in the comment area kept going up, which shows the popularity of Wei Huan in District 1006. In the district with more than 400 people, there are probably only a few who are eager for Wei Huan to leave at this time. Because of Wei Huan's lesson, 3 fingers were broken. Shi Hongjuan, who had been depressed for several days, smiled with his bloodshot eyes wide open. This evil star finally left. This place is the biggest. If you don't make it to the last moment of the stage and take all the resources here, only a fool would go forward, however. After leaving the stage area, you can contact the people sent by the family. At that time, should you do something to Wei Huan? A vicious thought appeared in his mind, but the next second, he was stared at by the cold eyes behind the gold-rimmed glasses. Shi Hongjuan's heart jumped, and his fingers hurt. He sweated on his forehead. He stopped thinking immediately and stopped at the brink. With Wei Huan's strength, unless the family's level 4 car can also come, it will be useless even if 1 or 2 level 4 professionals come. Rather than causing trouble for Wei Huan like a jumping clown, it is better to avoid him, and continue to plunder resources in Yin country. As long as the resources are obtained enough, let alone the level 4 car, even the level 5 car that is about to be upgraded will have a place for him. Finally, take a look at the congratulations sent by the system for passing the level. Shi Hongjuan didn't dare to think of anything he shouldn't have, but he still felt really jealous. This is a gold treasure chest. Wei Huan has taken so many gold treasure chests, why can't he take one? At the same time, the challengers on the Yin country's level 2 highway, who were adventuring in the challenge world, also received this notification at the same time. National Channel. Duan Yusen, 100861 Duan Yusen, congratulations to our District 10086, our school's A-level university students Wei Huan and Mu Zhong for completing the challenge again and winning first place. Yui, 15611 Yui, congratulations. It's only the 8th morning today, and you've already completed the challenge, which is amazing. Xiao Yuan, 123121 Xiao Yuan, Wei Huan, a legendary figure. I'm looking forward to meeting him on the level 3 highway. I must get to know such a hero. Of course, amid the congratulations, there are also some people who like to be unconventional and sing the opposite tune. Lin Wenjue, 2011 Bian Sheng so soon, you won't have no exploration of the ruins, right? You lost the watermelon and picked up the sesame seeds. The ruins in the public area are watched by veterans. It's not so easy to explore again. You will definitely regret it. Soon someone agreed, and firmly believed that others were stupid, and they were smart. The challenger of the new national channel in District 1006 couldn't help but say, we don't even have time to invite Wei Huan to the ruins found in our district. To be honest, don't you think that the value of a gold treasure chest is much higher than that of a silver treasure chest? Immediately someone cooperated with the ridicule. Some people are jealous because they can't get the gold treasure chest, and they say the grapes are sour because they can't eat them, so they complain. If you have the ability, you can get the gold treasure chest and go on TV to talk. Someone else said harshly, you don't even ask where the key materials for the first level 5 car on Blue Star came from. If it weren't for Wei Huan, we would have lost. Those who slandered Wei Huan, could they be traitors from Dark Beast? With the word big hat pressed down, these sarcastic voices gradually disappeared from the national channel. The rest of the people continued to rejoice. Congratulations to Wei Huan for winning the first place. Congratulations to Wei Huan for winning the first place. Line up downstairs. It's a pity that there is no overall ranking after leaving the primary track, otherwise the foreigners will be pissed off. Every time our Yin country wins the championship, I can wake up with laughter in my dreams. Congratulations to Wei Huan for winning the first place. With Wei Huan's speed, he can easily get the world's first place. He will follow the path of those professional families and leave them with nowhere to go. Come on, Boss Wei. Have you seen it? The results of the secondary track in the app are out again, and Wei Huan is still the only one who opened a page. Of course, if Wei Huan is a member of my family tree must start from him. No, only I. Are you not good at math? Today is the 8th day since the opening of the level 2 highway, right? If you complete the challenge so early, will you be able to grow well? The last person who asked this question has already finished eating cucumbers upside down. Can anyone stop making jokes? National challenge, national science popularization, low-level stupid mistakes are impossible to be made knowingly. I believe Wei Huan can do both. Besides, after the level 2 challenge, there is no overall ranking, and it is indeed better to compete for speed than for growth, and to get a gold box for sure. Because of Wei Huan, I always feel proud of it. As soon as the news section of the Challenger app came out, people all over the world saw it and started to discuss it. Compared to foreign countries, they were all depressed and guessing, why is this Yan Guo Wei Huan the first to complete the challenge? Or they were sarcastic about his poor development, or they were vigilantly collecting more detailed information about him. The common people of Yan country were, of course, simply happy. There are geniuses every year, but no one as strong as Wei Huan has ever been seen since the challenge of the world came. Maybe, a certain country also has hidden geniuses, or perhaps considering some strategic purposes, they are not so publicized. But so what? Anyway now, people all over the world know how strong Wei Huan is, and he can complete the challenge several days in advance. And this extreme speed, doesn't it just prove that Wei Huan's vehicle is very well developed? Otherwise, if the speed is not reached, wouldn't it be so fast? Moreover, during this period, people have used the return symbol to return to Blue Star. The list that can only be seen at the second-level highway assessment site has long been leaked. In Yin country, Wei Huan's name tops all the lists, and is more than twice the second place. If this is not called strong, who dares to say that he is stronger than him? Wei Huan's competition platform is no longer in the same period. Everyone can see that he is catching up with the pace of the front, and he will rush to the front sooner or later. At that time, he will become a big boss who suppresses one side, tear the dark beasts apart with his hands, and the god of war will come again. The people of Yin country will have a climax just thinking about it. Commander Dong has been in the challenge world these days. After upgrading Fawn Williams' car to level 5, he has been working non-stop, deploying troops and generals, and striving to deploy level 5 cars throughout Yin country in the shortest world. First, it was the second level 5 car of the Suzaku Challenge Corps. Later, because the Azure Dragon Challenge army was ambushed by the leader of the Dark Beast, Commander Hong was seriously injured and unconscious, and the Azure Dragon army was leaderless, so the third level 5 car of Yin country was set in the Azure Dragon army. After that, he continued to go to Xuanwu, Baihu and other challenge armies. He was busy day and night, and didn't take care of many things. On this day, he rarely left the challenge world and returned to Blue Star to rest. He was reading the Dark Beast list given to him by Commander Moody Heo. This is a set of photocopies. The originals have been collected and carefully preserved by the country. The ones sent down are backup copies. And the quantity is limited. For the time being, only the highest level in the Yin country will read it. Commander Dong was fascinated by it, and felt like he had found a treasure. Many of the previous confusions about the Dark Beast civilization were solved. Good stuff. He admired while reading. If we had this thing earlier, we wouldn't have sacrificed so many soldiers on the front line. These two children are amazing. They have done what we old people can't do. The person accompanying him was the secretary who had some connections with Wei Huan. Hearing this, he smiled and nodded, then regretted. It's a pity that it looks like he won't come to our army. Are you obsessed? Commander Dong said without raising his head. A capable person can shine wherever he goes. Besides, if we really need him, will he refuse? The secretary shook his head almost without thinking. Others don't know, but he will definitely come. Commander Dong heard it, smiled and nodded, and stopped talking. After reading 2 more lines, he said, Qi Long is in chaos now. It is really not a good time to join now. If it were someone else, I would fight for it no matter what. But they are different. With Moody Heo watching, I think this is their opportunity. Heroes in troubled times, this world should not be too concerned with rules, only talents are used, and those who are capable are in power. The secretary opened his eyes wide. You think they are so promising? It's not me who thinks they are promising. Commander Dong raised his head and smiled. It's Moody Heo who will definitely do this. You mean? The secretary felt a little unbelievable because of his own guess. Maybe he was overthinking. At this moment, the secretary's cell phone rang. It was a call from the military. The person on the phone said, Wei Huan has completed the second level challenge, 2 days in advance, and the results have been published on the app. Commander Dong has heard it, put down the book and picked up the phone, opened the app and looked at it for a while, with a smile on his face, arranged someone to pay attention to the mentality of May Day later, don't discourage the children's enthusiasm. The secretary nodded and wrote it down, yes. Also, Commander Dong thought about it, if you leave the stage, you will be exposed to those things. See if we have anyone else in the second level stage, let them pick up and escort the two children. Yes. Qilong Challenge Corps. Okay. That's great. The people who are arranged must contact Mu Zhong as soon as possible and hand over the information to them. Also, you must keep an eye on that group of people. They will definitely cause trouble, and you must stop them. Mu Dihao returned to the challenge world at noon on the day when the martyrs were sent to the cemetery. After Commander Hong fell, he and the other 4 commanders and deputy commanders had to take up the banner of the Qinglong army. He had his own mission. Before Commander Hong fell, he received an order to cooperate with Commander Dong to complete the upgrade of the first Tier 5 vehicle. So he stayed in Challenge World until now. During this period, he not only completed the upgrade of the first Tier 5 vehicle, but also conquered the core material that had been blocking them under the leadership of this Tier 5 vehicle. Not only did they have a second Level 5 vehicle, but they also had the first Level 5 professional, farmer sequence, Martial King. This is how the Challenge World is. It is difficult to break through from 0 to 1, but it will become very simple afterwards. Especially since they have been at this stage for 2 years, and their accumulation has reached a certain level, they are about to explode and have more Level 5 vehicles and Level 5 challengers. As a result, a transfer order was issued to transfer the 2 vehicles and the only Martial King away. The transfer order was sent by Commander Chai. He was the deputy commander of the Qinglong Challenge Army. After Commander Hong fell, he took over the command. But this made Mu Dihao uncomfortable. He was a very firm supporter of the Hong faction, and Commander Hong Gang also trusted him very much, otherwise the first Level 5 vehicle would not have been arranged in his legion. But as soon as Commander Chai came to power, he picked his fruits and directly transferred his people and vehicles away and arranged them in the hands of his confidants. Mu Dihao had been sulking in the challenge world for 3 days. I will return to Blue Star and have a talk with Commander Chai once the 10-day deadline arrives. Yes, I am not a close confidant of your faction, but it is too much to come and rob people and cars now that you are in power. Those who understand know that you are making strategic deployments, while those who do not know think that you are taking advantage of the opportunity to gain power. Mu Dihao was so angry that he could not eat his meal. The warriors who returned from Blue Star brought good news. Wei Huan and his son were the first to complete the challenge of the secondary highway. They won the championship. In fact, at Mu Dihao's level, a gold treasure chest is far from a big deal. Only a platinum treasure chest can make him look up to it. But that is someone else's treasure chest, and he doesn't care about it. The golden treasure chests that his son and his partner got were different. Then his mood immediately became like the morning sun breaking through the clouds. His face was full of rosy clouds, and he was in high spirits when he was happy. He said to his adjutant Luo Jia, "Hey, it's only been a few days, and it's already completed? It can be 2 days ahead of schedule. No, if the delay is counted, it can be 3 days. Oh, these 2 kids are really, why are they running so fast? I don't know if they have explored the ruins well. Did they open more boxes?" Luo Jia listened to Mu Dihao's complaints, but what he saw in his eyes was the boss's mouth that was almost grinning to his ears. This face full of pride, only a silly father can make this expression. But soon, Mu Dihao calmed down again. He tapped his fingers to remind. Mu Zhong knows some of the situation in the challenge world, but he doesn't know much. I asked you to sort out the information a long time ago, and you must find a way to send it to them. The challenge world is in chaos. Don't let them suffer. Luo Jia nodded. I will arrange for someone to send it over, and the protection people will also be together, but I'm afraid they won't be needed. It's better to arrange a road guard. What do you think? Mu Dihao shook his head. With their abilities, accurate and detailed information is more useful. Luo Jia agreed but didn't leave. After thinking for a while, he said, the investigation of the explosion in Qin Lake has made some progress. Mu Dihao, who was full of joy just now, froze and his eyes instantly turned cold. Speak. In front of the phantom wall, the car slowed down. Wei Huan and the other 2 stood in the cab, and their expressions were slightly nervous. Mu Zhong said, we are going to pass, and we can't turn back. Once we leave the competition area, the situation in the second half will be much more complicated. Everyone must be careful. Lu Qingji was really nervous, nodding his head. Yeah, I will be careful. Wei Huan, They came to the bottom of the wall, and the light curtain above their heads was so big that they couldn't see anything clearly. Looking up, they could only see a glittering sky. Through the thin phantom wall, they could vaguely see the scenery behind the wall, which was still endless yellow sand and a sea of sand. But it was vaguely different. The car passed through the phantom wall, and the body didn't feel anything obvious. It was like pulling open a veil in front of the eyes, and the vision became clear from blurry. They left the stage and came to the real secondary road. Welcome to Yinwood District 1006. Join the chat room. There are 2,891 people online in the chat room at that time. The desert had some subtle changes. The powdery sand became much coarser. If you look closely, you will find that the lumps of sand are entangled with tree roots. Such a shape indicates that there is water and plants nearby. There is an oasis nearby. Mu Zhong said, most of the oases near the Phantom Wall have official man points to provide supplies, where you can rest, and there are stable return areas. Do you want to go? Mu Zhong asked Wei Huan. Wei Huan nodded, with a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. He remembered this supply point, called supply point number 3. The car moved forward, the speed was only maintained at about 200 miles, and the smart butler kept correcting the route during this process. After about 10 minutes, you can clearly feel that there are a lot more clumping sand, and even see a hint of green. When they came to a small sand dune, they were about to continue moving forward. Suddenly, the sand exploded, and a huge 3-meter-long alien wandering monster with a scorpion-like tail hook attacked them. It looked powerful, but it was ineffective. Under the aim of the smart butler, the level 3 arrow tower accurately shot at the fatal weakness of the alien monster, and then was hit head-on by the 3-level sawtooth in front of the car. It didn't even survive a single encounter, and was directly shed blood in the yellow sand and split into 2. Oh, Lu Qingji felt that he didn't even feel nervous, and the battle was over. It was really cool to follow the boss. I don't know if I can beat him in his broken car, but my first reaction would definitely be to bypass it and have a chase. In the boss's car, it became a horizontal push. Mu Zhong said, it's a very common alien wandering monster, which is the most common on the second-level highway. In the stage, they often encountered wandering monsters, but because the car was too fast, they often ended up mixing with treasure chest monsters. Anyway, it was a small monster that even the car needed to stop. But soon, the car drove forward for less than 1,000 meters, and sand grains exploded again. This time, 2 wandering monsters appeared directly, and their bodies were even larger than before. The largest one, the length from the pliers to the tail hook is 5 meters. The wide-open pliers are also covered with dense serrations, which seem to be able to split the car in 2. But facing the attack of such a behemoth, the faces of the 2 people in the car did not change, and they did not even blink. Lu Qingji tried to suppress his fuss. Sure enough, no matter how big it is still a monster of the second-level road. This third-level car is enough to sweep everything. Mu Zhongzi said while watching the battle outside, the supply point is not safe. It is occasionally attacked, and because of the crowds, wandering monsters often appear around. Therefore, each supply point will have a third-level car team stationed, not only for guarding tasks, but also for regular patrols to remove the surrounding wandering monsters. Therefore, the dense appearance of wandering monsters is very abnormal. Wei Huan said with certainty, this supply point has an accident. Chapter 56. Mu Zhong also thought of this, and listened to Wei Huan's rare explanation. Regular inspections, and such a density, this is not a supply point, but a death trap. Indeed? Mu Zhong nodded. Their cars can ignore these sand scorpions, but in fact, most of the cars are only level 2 at the current stage. It takes a lot of maneuvering to kill such monsters. If you can only enter the supply point in this way, it is better not to enter. It is probably because of the noise of the battle that awakened the sleeping monsters. Gradually, sand scorpions emerged from the sand dunes within the field of vision. Big and small, at a glance, there are as many as 7 or 8. This is too abnormal. With such a density of monsters, this place has not been cleared for at least half a month. Mu Zhong frowned. Has the supply point been destroyed? Wei Huan thought, let's go and see. He ordered the smart butler, keep driving forward. In addition, 2 portals appeared on both sides of the car, and he summoned 4 Zyromas. After being promoted to the second-level undead, the Zyromas, who were also 4 meters tall, were full of fighting spirit as soon as they came out, scattered and rushed towards the sand scorpion. They jumped high with their 4 claws flying, jumped on the back of the sand scorpion, and grabbed the 2 pincers and tail hook of the sand scorpion with 6 arms, and pulled hard. With a strength of more than 140, these seemingly terrifying sand scorpions were torn into pieces with ease. The Zyromas were like 2 armies facing each other, and the generals who rushed to the front were mighty and murderous. After killing one quickly and efficiently, he rushed towards the second one. It was silent and powerful, and its body was not only ferocious, but also strong and solid, with a heroic look. Wow wow wow. Lu Qingji's face was pressed against the windshield, and his saliva was flowing down. This was the first time he saw Zayuroma, whether alive or undead. As a 4-star dark beast, Zayuroma was born with a temperament like a god of war. Men are most unable to resist such strength, and they wish they could ride on it and rush together. Smart housekeeper, stop the pre-launch mode of the Arrow Tower, control the vehicle, and drive slowly behind Zayuroma. Zayuroma galloped in front with 4 claws, and all the wandering monsters hiding under the gravel nearby were awakened and turned out one by one. But whether it was a sand scorpion, a sand snake, or a desert lizard with environmental mimicry, they were far from being Zayuroma's opponents. Not to mention the great power, the desert monster's most proud toxins could not do anything to them. It was a completely one-sided massacre, going all the way to the depths of the oasis, killing all the way, and dropping a lot of materials. But no treasure chest was seen. After leaving the stage, there are fewer treasure chests on the roadside, and you need extremely high luck to pick one up. On the other hand, the treasure chests in various ruins will increase, and the treasure ruins marked on the treasure map can make up for the regret that there are no treasure chests on some roads. This setting can also show the difference between the stage and non-stage roads. One is to focus on exploration and adventure, and the other is to accelerate survival and development. In this way, after walking about 10 kilometers, you can see a stone wall in the distance. The yellow wall is integrated with the sand, and you can hardly see any abnormality at a cold glance. Until you pay close attention, you will find that the wall is not only high, but also has a sentry tower on it. It was like the territory of a second-level monster lord. But on the city wall, the flag of Yen country was flying. It was obviously different from the monster lord. It was a fortification built by humans. There are still city walls? Lu Qingji rubbed his eyes in surprise. Compared with the reborn Lu Qingji next to him, who had a family background and was expected by his grandmother to be a playboy, he looked much more naive. Mu Zhong laughed when he heard this. In such an environment, if fortifications are not built, how can people in the oasis survive? Are there still many people in the oasis? Aren't there only official people? Mu Zhong said, of course there are a lot. It's not surprising that there are 1,000 or 2,000 people in the city, whether they are stopping here to reorganize, or slowly developing, or just trying to make a living on the secondary highway. This is only the district level. When it comes to national and world-class highways, the city will be even bigger. At present, the Qianfeng city of Yen country has a permanent population of 3 million. Lu Qingji was speechless for a moment, already imagining the grandeur of the million-person city. There were challengers in there, all level 4 vehicles, and the level 4 professionals and their teammates walking on the road. People did not take off their armor, and horses did not leave their saddles, coming and going in a hurry. If you occasionally have some free time, you can drink a lot of wine. How bold and happy it is. When I came back to my senses, the car had arrived near the city wall. The horn sounded beep beep beep. Except for attracting the nearby wandering monsters, so that Xiao Mama could kill them happily, no human figure appeared on the city wall. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong looked at each other, showing a bad expression. Wei Huan suggested, shout in the chat room. Mu Zhong didn't want to expose his tracks for the time being, so he thought about it, looked at Lu Qingji, and asked, is your system fixed? Fixed. How could Lu Qingji sleep last night? He couldn't sleep well when he thought about the boss keeping watch while he slept, so he barely slept until 3:30 and couldn't sleep anymore. When he woke up, he saw that the boss was taking a nap, so he quietly left the cab and went to the underground garage. He was not completely stupid. He knew that when he would officially become a formal driver depended on when he could fix his car. The car didn't need to be completely fixed, as long as the car system was restored first. When he was looking at the broken car at a loss, the smart butler asked him, the captain asked me to ask you, is there anything I can help you with? Lu Qingji was moved to tears. With the help of the smart butler, his system was reconnected to the network in a few seconds. In fact, since then, he has been looking forward to starting this topic. Lu Qingji nodded like a chicken. The housekeeper helped me fix it last night. Housekeeper? Mu Zhong raised his eyebrows. He just felt that the car was too masculine, so he chose a gentle female voice. If he chose old male voice, wouldn't he have to call the housekeeper grandpa? Mu Zhong suppressed his laughter and said to the housekeeper, housekeeper, confirm that Lu Qingji is on the car. The smart housekeeper confirmed. Confirm that Lu Qingji is on the car? Confirm. Mu Zhong replied that Wei Huan had opened up all his permissions to him, including impeaching the driver. Lu Qingji's scalp exploded, and he watched eagerly, holding his breath and waiting. The smart housekeeper finally said, I have sent an invitation to Lu Qingji. Agree. I agree. Lu Qingji couldn't wait for him to finish speaking, and hurriedly agreed. The smart butler was neither sad nor happy. The driver Lu Qingji has completed the boarding authentication. When Lu Qingji heard this, his mouth sank, and he cried excitedly. It's actually quite awkward for a tough guy to cry, but Lu Qingji's true nature is also heartwarming. Mu Zhong patted his arm to comfort him, and issued the first official order: log into your account to hide the information, and shout a few words to the city. Yeah. Lu Qingji wiped his tears, as if he had received an important task, and patted his chest to promise, I will definitely complete it, Boss Mu. That's not necessary. Lu Qingji's hands trembled with excitement, and he slid the projection screen on the windshield, and the part he operated directly logged into his account. Just opened it, and saw that the chat room in Area 1006 had exploded from 1891 people at the beginning to 3006 people in just half an hour, and there were more than 1,000 people at once. The chat room was particularly lively. Big Brother Wei Huan, look here, I came online to see you. Ah! A big boss has emerged from District 1006, I am so proud. This is the first time I am proud of myself for not daring to challenge the third level. I am the first batch of old people to meet up with Wei Huan and Mu Zhong, right? Come to 13,903.19345. This is the largest and safest safe zone in District 1006. I will kill pigs and cattle to treat you to a meal. The three people in the car were stunned for a moment before they reacted. Mu Zhong said, so the outside world has received the news? Wei Huan thought, after passing the challenge, it should appear on the app. Lu Qingji, then, my task? I am anxious. I just received a task, haha, a new and hot task, should I do it? Do it. Mu Zhong said, ask about the situation at this supply point. Lu Qingji sorted out his sentences and spoke. Lu Qingji, I want to go to supply point 10,321.1233 to wait for my idol. Do you think it's okay? In the chat messages that were scrolling up quickly, Lu Qingji asked for the third time before he saw someone answer him. 10,321.1233 is supply point 3. If I remember correctly, it's already useless, isn't it? Hasn't my little brother come up recently? Supply point 3 is surrounded by monsters. Don't go to dangerous places to chase idols. Then someone else talked about supply point 3. Poor thing, no one escaped from supply point 3. The guards guarded until the last person went offline, and only one person was left in a team. Now that a month has passed, I'm afraid the challenger status has been cancelled. I hope Wei Huan sees this message and doesn't go to supply point 3. Why not go? Isn't he very strong? People outside call him the scourge of the undead. Isn't it better to clear the monsters besieging the city? Does he owe it to anyone? How shameless. Speaking of which, we all owe him. If there were no level 5 vehicles, would you still be here and be sarcastic? Who is being sarcastic? I just think he has the ability to pass by and clear it. What's wrong? If he doesn't want to clear it, then don't ask him. No one is forcing him. Seeing this, Lu Qingji gritted his teeth. Why is this guy so annoying? Is this a suggestion? It's just that his choice of words is weird. Mu Zhong smiled and asked him, what do you think of the atmosphere over there? Lu Qingji was very proud. Super good, no one said these sour words. Mu Zhong asked him again, why? Lu Qingji couldn't finish his words. The boss is strong, the boss is kind, the boss is fair and just. Not only does he distribute equipment on primary roads, but also sells equipment at a discount price on secondary roads. Moreover, the boss is so strong, he has never bullied the weak, and he has convinced us with his actual actions. Mu Zhong glanced at Wei Huan and smiled. Wei Huan was a little embarrassed to be praised in person, so he turned around and sat in the main driving seat and pushed himself into the driving seat. If you can't see it, it won't be embarrassing. Mu Zhong waited until he could no longer see Wei Huan before he said to Lu Qingji, you can tell me so much in detail because you understand him, and because you understand him, you respect him. People who make random guesses based on their subjective ideas without understanding him are not only superficial, but also stupid. You say, what's the point of arguing with a fool? Mu Zhong's words were venomous, but Lu Qingji felt relieved after hearing them, and nodded, yes, there are some fools in this world, and it's a waste of your time to get angry with them. The two of them complained a few more times, and it happened that the chat room was talking about supply point number 3 again. There is still someone in supply point number 3. My friend said that his friend is from supply point number 3. He went online a few days ago, and now his beacon is still there, so he should still be alive. If you don't return to the challenge world for a month, you will lose your challenger status. It is not easier to accept the assessment again than to survive in such an environment for 10 days. Many people rely on the identity of challenger to make a living, and they have to come back. If I remember correctly, the challengers who logged off initially must return tonight at the latest, right? But if they return in large numbers, the wandering monsters will riot, and they will still die. The official people went there 5 days ago, but their combat power is limited. They have been clearing monsters for several days, but to no avail. I heard that the Legion is trying to find a way to arrange for high-level challengers to go there today. Without a car, it will be the same when we come back, unless a 5th-level boss comes. The 5th-level boss is on the front line against the Dark Beast Lord. What do you want? Seeing that the chat room was arguing again, Wei Huan was too lazy to watch it and made a quick decision. Go into the city. Mu Zhong reminded. Based on the number of monsters we have seen so far, it is probably only a small part. Otherwise a 3rd-level car team would not be able to defend it. Be careful. Wei Huan nodded. The wall they came from had no door, so they had to go around to the other side. The oasis was not small, and they walked and killed while walking. It took them 10 minutes at a speed of 60 miles per hour to reach the end of this wall. After bypassing the circular sentry tower built at the corner, they went around to another wall. Only after seeing this did they realize that a fierce war had indeed taken place here. The city wall on this side almost collapsed. Although the traces of blood and corpses were wiped out by the challenge world, the intensity of the war can be seen from the ruins. Under Wei Huan's order, the smart housekeeper found a remote corner and turned into the city. It was already very dilapidated, and now it looks like the civilization before the oil tycoons in the Middle Ages discovered oil, and it was destroyed by violence. The low clay house fell to the ground, and the rare 7 or 8 meter high trees were broken, leaving only a piece of dead branches. The thorn grass on the ground, however, seemed to be full of blood and grew vigorously. A lizard over 6 meters long, with 7 or 8 small lizards, made a nest in this thorn. The noise of the car disturbed them, and before they could get closer, the big lizard pounced out. The shadow was shrouded. If you encounter such a monster tribe unexpectedly, even a level 3 vehicle would be in trouble. No wonder they lost the supply point in the end. There must be more than one group of monster tribes like this around. Wei Huan thought so, and saw a Zyroma coming from behind, leaping over from the roof of the car, and grabbing the huge lizard with one claw. The level 2 Zyroma is very strong, but the big lizard is not weak either, and they did not form an overwhelming advantage for a while. But it doesn't matter, what Wei Huan lacks the most is overwhelming numbers. Then, 2 more Zyroma jumped out. If 3 Zyromas violently attack one, not to mention the 3rd sister-in-law, even the 3rd brother will have to lie down. The other Zyroma is not fighting alone. After seeing this lizard tribe, Wei Huan has already started to replenish his troops. He saw Zyroma one after another leaping out from behind the car, and the number soon reached 1v1. Zyroma, who was stronger than the little lizard, trampled and killed the thorns in a bright red. But it was not over yet. Now that they had entered the city, facing this complex and chaotic environment, the first thing to do was to gather intelligence. The long-awaited ghost crows flew out of the portal like a dark cloud, quack quack. Lu Qingji, who heard the ghost crow's calls for the first time, squatted on the ground with his head in his arms. He had low spiritual power and lower tolerance to mental pollution, and was almost taken away by a wave. The ghost crows flew into the sky and quickly dispersed. The cries also disappeared completely under Wei Huan's command, turning into small black mists that scattered all over the city. In an unfamiliar environment, the ghost crow's reconnaissance is much slower, and the information they bring back is often useless. Wei Huan thought of the content in the previous chat room, so he asked them to bring back only information about humans. It took about 3 minutes, and the ghost crow that was about to evolve into an elite came back. It reported to him that traces of humans were found outside the city in the east. Humans outside the city? When Wei Huan told Mu Zhong this information, they both thought that they should be the people sent by the government to clean up and rescue. There is no order in the challenge world. It is the naked law of food chain evolution, the law of the jungle. But the reason why there is civilization comes from the rules, and order formed by the same race after adaptation, which can help the race reach the top of the food chain. The previous challenge world was only cruel and barbaric, and on this endless sand dune, there were piles of bones. Today, humans have walked here and left traces of civilization. Even those who have walked ahead will turn back to help their lagging compatriots, worrying about their worries, and thinking about their thoughts. Thinking of this, the glory of human nature is so great and brilliant. Let's meet up. Wei Huan said. Mu Zhong also nodded. But the so-called meeting up does not mean taking a detour. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong planned to push directly through the city. Anyway, there were monsters inside and outside the city, and the difference in strength was not big. Of course, the straight line is the shortest between 2 points. After choosing the distance, Wei Huan set off. 5 female crypt beasts were summoned by him. Xiudian was responsible for guarding above their car, and the other 4 crypt beasts surrounded the outer circle of the vehicle. More than a dozen hidden cats shuttled through the ruins of the city, but they would not leave the vehicle too far. They hid their bodies, vigilantly paying attention to the surrounding scenes, ready to jump up and cut the enemy's throat at any time. There were more than 50 running wolves, and they followed Brother Taogang as soon as they came out, as if they had already had the consciousness of a wolf pack. Brother Taogang's body with bone spurs was very obvious, and he made a click-click sound in front of the wolf pack. The wolf pack scattered under its command and shuttled through the streets and alleys of the city. The violent bear has always been the main force of frontal attack, so it followed behind Zayuroma and attacked in a straight line. Along the way, it pushed the mountain and the water. When it came to the nest of the monster tribe, it rushed in, killing the big and destroying the small, and even shaking the unhatched eggs yellow. It crushed the withered and rotten all the way, and was unstoppable. In fact, Wei Huan had another attacking force that was even more powerful, the zombie force. But because they were not likable, Wei Huan did not summon them in daily operations. And because they were not likable, there was no expansion of the army for a while. This city was originally just a supply point built on the terrain of the oasis. At first, it was a stopover for 1 or 2 convoys, and then people lived in the oasis for a long time and did business, and gradually built it into a small city. In fact, the area is not large, like a small village. Only half of Wei Huan's summons have appeared, and the troops have not yet exploded, but there is a feeling that the city is filled up all of a sudden. When there are more summons on his side, those monsters have to give way, which is extremely overbearing and unreasonable. Not to mention the frontal armies crushing and pushing, even the monster tribes encountered on the left and right wings. With the tacit cooperation of the anus-digging brother and the dog, one digs the anus, and the other bites the penis. The whole process can be said to be inhumane and extremely bloody. The fireworks of the war could not affect Wei Huan at all, and their car was always driving on the road, as if it was in an empty space. It took less than 10 minutes to walk through the entire city and arrive at the eastern city wall. It can be seen that this place has experienced a very fierce resistance war in the past. The city wall stood up in one place and fell down in another, and there were faint traces of battle on the ground. One can almost imagine the cruelty of that defensive battle. It is said that only one of the third-level guards here survived. It may be simple to say the word die on the battlefield with your mouth, revealing a certain tragic and greatness. But in fact, only those who have experienced it know how helpless and resolute it is. No one wants to die if they can live. 4 of the 5 people died. It is heartbreaking just to hear it. But such scenes are everywhere at the forefront of the confrontation between humans and dark beasts, and there are farewells everywhere. The car drove to the collapsed city wall and looked out, but no official people were seen. Then I thought, those people should be on the periphery, trying to push inside. Today is the last day to lose the qualification of challenger. All those who have escaped by luck are eagerly waiting to return to this world again, waiting for someone to rescue them. The official also arranged people to rescue, even though this is only a Class 2 highway. Those who stay here for a long time are simply incompetent, timid, and the lowest level of challengers. But still no one will give up even one compatriot. Wei Huan has seen the madness and cruelty of the challenge world, but he still chose to become a challenger as soon as he was reborn. The biggest reason is that he has been protected like this before. Someone held up an umbrella for him when he was desperate, protecting him from the wind and rain. Now, he just wants to hold up a bigger umbrella and do what he thinks is right to the best of his ability. Continue to go out of the city? Mu Zhong asked Wei Huan. Wei Huan was about to nod, and the quack-quack sound of the ghost crow suddenly sounded above his head. Wei Huan looked to the right suddenly, his eyes slightly bright. What's wrong? Mu Zhong noticed his abnormality. Wei Huan said, there are challengers in the city. Is it the people who heard the news and returned? You will know if you go and see. Chapter 57. The car drove to the left. Except for the 4 Zyromas, they followed Wei Huan's order and left the city. The whole army of undead also moved to the left. They saw the car only about 1,000 meters away. They were also new minivans, but the colors of the exterior of these cars had become gaudy. Some were painted all black, some were painted with colorful graffiti, and there was a little yellow duck without a head on the roof of a car. It was just to change the color of the exterior of the car and put on a car decoration. The points spent were very cheap, usually about 10 points were enough. After all, he was an old challenger who didn't have some points. And after staying in a comfort zone for a long time, he no longer only focused on strengthening himself with equipment, but also made some useless waste. Wei Huan looked at the 6 cars not far ahead. It is certain that these cars did not exist before, and the ghost crow would not have told him if he saw them. So, these cars just appeared. In other words, there has been someone hiding in this city, and he only showed up after he learned that he was rescued. It can't be such a coincidence that he just returned, right? Wei Huan. The car in the front is a black van, and the 3-level arrow tower on the top is in an attacking state. It can be seen that it should be the best developed car among them. So, the person shouting is also in this car. The window of the black van rolled down, and a person poked out from inside. Half of his face was wrapped in gray cloth. From the voice, it was a woman. Mu Zhong said on behalf of Wei Huan, "Hello, we are Wei Huan's team. Look at this army of undead. It is the only one in the world, no doubt." The woman was silent for a few seconds, then opened the car door and got out. A wrinkled gray rag wrapped her body from head to toe. She walked a few steps and pulled the cloth off her face under Mu Zhong's seemingly smiling eyes, revealing a healthy and beautiful face. Then, the cloth continued to tear down, revealing the neck and chest, until it was completely opened, revealing a set of almond-white equipment inside. The most eye-catching thing was the Qinglong Army badge on the left chest. The woman walked into the attack range of the car, her eyes fell on Mu Zhong's face, raised her hand and saluted. "Challenge the world, Qinglong Challenge Army, garrisoned at the number 3 supply point on the secondary highway," Fan Tao reports. The voice was powerful, like a bullet shot out, which could make a dent on the ground. Her eyes were even more straight and sharp, and she was very determined. Mu Zhong glanced at Wei Huan. He subconsciously sorted out his clothes, then pushed open the car door, drove the wheelchair, and got out of the car. Lu Qingji hurriedly followed, pushing the car behind him as a guard. Wei Huan fell behind and told the smart butler to keep an eye on the situation at all times, and then he opened the door and got out of the car. As soon as his feet touched the ground, he heard Mu Zhong say, "Hello, Captain Fan, I am Mu Zhong, the reserve of the 6th Squadron of the Dragon Group of the Azure Dragon Challenge Army." "Hello, Chief Mu." Fan Tao shook Mu Zhong's hand, and in Mu Zhong's puzzled eyes, he looked at Wei Huan, then glanced at their car, and then explained, "Your name is spread throughout the Yin Kingdom. As a soldier of the Azure Dragon Corps, I am proud of you, and it is inevitable that I will pay more attention to you." Wei Huan walked up to Fan Tao, and shook the hand that Fan Tao handed over. "Hello, let's talk about the situation first." The simple greetings ended here. Obviously, now is not the time to praise each other. Confirming the identity is just to ensure enough trust, and then understand the real situation here. The treasure is near here. The bad thing is that this is a big treasure, with 28 pieces. It was taken by many forces, and they jointly speculated that it was here. Fan Tao said here, the calmness on her face could no longer be disguised. She clenched her hands at her side into fists, and tried her best to restrain her anger and said, "The crowd gathered here in large numbers, attracting the attack of stray monsters. The group of troublemakers fled together. Only we, the original supply point, were left. We had to resist the siege of monsters that were twice as fast as us." Finally, Fan Tao couldn't say anything more. Many people died. Her comrades were eaten alive by those monsters in front of her. Clearly, they were still talking and laughing a moment ago, celebrating the upcoming promotion. Why? They have to pay for those people's greed? They have to pay for those people's recklessness? Shao Kai's child was just born. How cruel it is to lose his father as soon as he came into this world. Fan Tao raised his hand to cover his face and took a deep breath to prevent himself from breaking down. It was really embarrassing. They were 2 younger generations who had just passed the track of the secondary highway, but they became his support. It shouldn't be like this. Fan Tao adjusted his breathing, calmed down, and said, "Fortunately, we built an underground safe house under this city. After returning to the challenge world, we have been living in it. We took turns living in several cars by rotating the crew. Today, someone heard the noise of the battle, and came out to see and found you." At the end, Fan Tao smiled faintly again, and looked eagerly at Wei Huan, Mu Zhong, and Lu Qingji behind them. "Starting today, until tomorrow morning, many challengers will return, and this will become the most dangerous area. What we need to do now is to open a passage in and out of the city, and transport the people in the city out as soon as possible to avoid more wandering monsters appearing after nightfall." "Okay." Wave 1 nodded. Mu Zhong also said, the people sent by the authorities to pick them up are already outside the city. You should prepare the list of personnel now, and we can send them out directly. Now? This time Fan Tao was really surprised. She looked back at the 7 cars parked behind her. The people hiding in the cars had already got out of the car, hesitantly and excitedly looked over. Then she turned her head and looked at the skeleton of the mother beast of the underground beast that had always been protecting Wave 1's car. I don't know if it's because of the terrifying appearance, but looking at it this way, I feel safer. Okay. Finally, Fan Tao nodded, and without further delay, she turned around to count the number of people. She walked a little distance away, and Wave 1 said with certainty, she is not the captain of this garrison. Mu Zhong's heart skipped a beat, and Lu Qingji couldn't help staring. What is that? Wave 1 didn't expect the two to react so strongly, and smiled and explained, she should be the auxiliary profession that was protected by the team to the end. You mean? Mu Zhong thought about it. She took over the responsibilities of the team, and continued to challenge the world until now. Yes. Wave 1 nodded. This is a very wonderful thing. It is obvious that in the stage, the auxiliary profession lives a very difficult life, but once they successfully become challengers and are incorporated into the combat team, the auxiliary profession will definitely be the one who is protected and survives to the end. In his memory, there was only one girl who had been in more than 10 teams. Each team was wiped out when they were on a mission, leaving only her alive. She was secretly called the Disaster Star. In the end, the girl fought all the way to Sequence 6 and became the best auxiliary profession in the world, the Angel of Life. Before Wave 1 came back, he was lucky enough to listen to an online open class of this Angel of Life. She said, the reason why I am still alive is because my mission is to save more people. Whenever I feel that I can't do it, I will think of the voices that support me behind my back. They told me to run forward, and don't look back. So I ran forward, didn't give up, didn't look back. I wanted to become the most powerful battlefield healer, go to the most dangerous place, and contribute even the last bit of strength to the brave warriors. A disaster star, a healer called Poison Milk, but at the forefront of the war, saved thousands of soldiers and blocked the army of dark beasts again and again. The girl is the Angel of Life Jiangyu. Jiangyu is not Fan Tao, but Fan Tao, who came back despite the danger, will sooner or later become another Angel of Life. Wave 1 admires every beautiful figure who goes against the current. Sure enough, Fan Tao quickly handed back the list, but her name was not on the list. Mu Zhong asked her why. She said, there will be many more people coming back. I must stay here. They have seen me and trust me more. I am confident that I can arrange them out of the city in an orderly manner. Okay. Mu Zhong nodded, then controlled the wheelchair to move aside and said, do you want to get in the car and rest for a while? It will be very hard next. Fan Tao shook his head. I am familiar with the situation in the city. You have cleared the monster tribes in the city, so I can act with confidence. After a pause, Fan Tao said, but I remember that the parking lot is now blocked by ruins. If a large number of vehicles appear in the ruins, I am afraid that an accident will occur. Wave 1 said directly, how many helpers are needed to clean up in a short time? Fan Tao's eyes moved over Wave 1 and the other two, and then looked at the big guy, the Crypt Beast Mother. After thinking for a while, he said, can they help? 3, 2, 1 is enough. Fan Tao thought that the 5 Crypt Beast Mother skeletons here were all of Wave 1's combat power. Wave 1 said, are 20 enough? It should be enough. After saying this, Wave 1's mind moved, and 4 huge portals appeared behind him. One by one, the skeletons of Crypt Beast Mothers, which were as big as trucks, walked out of the portals, and soon filled the field of vision. Fan Tao's mouth was slightly open, unable to close. The group of challengers behind them gasped. Now, for the first time, they had a more intuitive understanding of the champion's strength. One of the underground beast skeletons here could overturn their car. It would kill them, but Wei Huan came with 20 of them. He could easily kill all of them. And is this all Wei Huan's strength? No. Look at those running around and flying in the sky, they are all people. Why is there such a big difference? At this time, a small face hugger suddenly jumped out of the dark ruins and jumped onto Wei Huan's back. Be careful. Someone could not help but remind him. Wei Huan just leaned slightly to the side, letting the face hugger crawl on his back, hugging his neck and head. Then Wei Huan whispered something. This look actually gave him the feeling of a facehugger acting like a spoiled child. Of course, it was Guzi who came. Guzi was an elite life form, very smart. Wei Huan asked him to lead these Crypt Beast Mothers to help Fan Tao move things, and also to protect good people. This kind of complex order, which was not issued by Wei Huan in person, was difficult for ordinary undead to execute accurately. Calling Guzi over, the matter was basically settled. Then, Wei Huan looked at Fan Tao and said, "Show, don't talk, it won't understand. If you don't understand, just do it yourself, they will imitate." "Oh, okay." Fan Tao's eyes fell on the face hugger that jumped down again. From the back shell, it looked like a half-meter spider, with an angular oval body, white and moist bone shell, and moved very flexibly. But Fan Tao knew that the abdomen of the face hugger was very scary. Just now, she even saw the crack of the abdomen of the face hugger, which bit Wei Huan's back of the head. It was hard to imagine that Wei Huan would look at this face hugger with a gentle look. The dog walked out a few steps, saw Fan Tao standing there, and ran back, twisted his body, indicating that she wanted to follow. After 2 rounds of this, Fan Tao came to her senses and hurriedly followed. Then she found that this thing looked like a dog. The place Fan Tao wanted to go was not far away, just over 10 minutes walk away. It was a parking lot located in the square in the middle of the city. In the road challenge, the car and the challenger were bound together, and when the person left, the car would disappear, and when he came back, he would return directly from the car. So you don't want to be stuck in an alley or cave, or knock someone else's car off the ground as soon as you come back. Parking lot and challenge room are 2 special areas for maintaining order. In the challenge world, at least Yin country, Asham, Tula, and other big countries with order have a hard rule that you must go to the parking lot to park in the city. The parking lot also has parking spaces like Blue Star. After registration, you park in the parking space. After choosing to return to Blue Star, the car will disappear. The parking space will be retained for 30 days, which is also the 30-day limit for maintaining the challenger status. The benefit of doing this is not only order, but also the number of people who give up the challenger status every month. It's just that some countries charge for parking, and some countries don't charge. At the number 3 supply point, there is a proud building, which is a government building built around the central square in imitation of the first city of Yin country, Qianfeng City. In the desert area, it is not easy to build a 4-story building without the assistance of modern technology. But there are 2 such buildings at supply point number 3, one for office use, and the other for trading. At one time, supply point number 3 was the largest trading place within 1,000 miles. That's why, even though it's just a supply point, it has a towering and solid wall. But now, these 2 buildings were completely destroyed in the monster's attack, and the ruins were scattered on the ground. Once those vehicles return, they may be crushed directly underneath. Standing in front of the ruins, Fan Tao hesitated and pointed to the front to Guzi. Guzi didn't understand what he meant, so he jumped up, climbed flexibly on the ruins, circled around, and came back without doing anything. Fan Tao remembered Wei Huan's instructions, and went forward to move the stones. She moved the stones from the ruins one by one, and piled them on the edge. During this time, the dog kept watching her, until she went back and forth for the 3rd time. The dog suddenly whistled. Then Fan Tao saw that the abdomens of the mother burrow beasts surrounding the ruins opened, and white bone balls fell out one after another. The moment these white bone balls fell to the ground, 8 long legs opened, lying on the ground like a white wave, surging on the ruins. Face huggers, countless face huggers. On the battlefield, the face huggers that made human scalps numb also made Fan Tao's hair stand on end. But she saw these face huggers, after climbing up the ruins, pick up a piece of rubble, run to her feet, and throw it down. In just a moment of distraction, such a large area of ruins was directly moved away a layer of skin, and piled up into a small mountain beside him. Good, so strong. Fan Tao suddenly found that she could speak gently and lovingly to such an undead life. Wei Huan drove the car, and personally escorted the group of people away. There were a total of 6 cars and 16 people, with 2 people in each car, some of whom were comrades in arms, and some were couples. They did successfully log off during the monster siege. But for various reasons, they did not stay in Blue Star for a long time, and ventured back to the challenge world. But once they came up, they were trapped in the city. They could not leave, nor could they return to Blue Star. They were frightened and starved to persist until now, waiting for Wei Huan to appear. Among them, there are many middle-aged people. Many of them are the first batch of people who entered the challenge world. They gritted their teeth and maintained their identity as challengers, but dared not go forward. They stayed on the second road, opened treasure chests, collected treasure maps, and did some business. Gradually, they regarded this place as their workplace. It was fine when the city was safe. They perfectly maintained the operation of the city. But once a war broke out, These people who didn't even dare to face the challenge, how could they have the strength to protect the city? Now, when they heard that they were going to be escorted away, they followed obediently. During this period, there were also people who wanted to take the opportunity to get to know this well-known young genius. But when they saw the huge underground beast skeleton protecting the car, they didn't dare to really get close. Wei Huan's car was in the front. It was very peaceful when he came out of the city, because he took the road that Xiao Luoma had taken. The stray monsters on this road were all cleared, and traces of battle could be seen everywhere. If you leave farther, you can still see the torn pieces of the stray monsters on the ground. This is how Xiao Rong fights. They tear the prey apart in all kinds of ways. It is the real 5 horses torn apart. However, these body parts will soon be recycled by the challenge world. As for where they are recycled, most people think that they will continue to attack challengers and stimulate evolution, just like those humans swallowed by darkness. Wei Huan looked normal, but the challengers following behind him were all scared pale. Someone whispered in the car, "Is it really okay?" Someone else answered him, "It should be okay." Wei Huan donated a level 5 car. I heard Fan Tao call Mu Zhong Captain Mu. He is a child of the Mu family, and has a military rank. What can be the problem? When talking about the Mu family, it is inevitable to talk about the Azure Dragon Army, and then, there is a sigh. The Azure Dragon Challenge Army was crippled by the surprise attack of the Dark Beast this time. The speaker was a middle-aged man with a gray beard, with deep wrinkles on the corners of his eyes and eyebrows, and his eyes were full of vicissitudes. Not only was Commander Hong Gang unconscious, many excellent soldiers died in that battle. When I returned to Blue Star, I happened to see the live broadcast of the 3,000 martyrs entering the mausoleum. My heart. The young man next to him rolled his eyes, and was very restless. "Master, why don't we go too? Many people in our district have decided to go to the 3rd level highway. In the next stage, they can go to other military districts. The Azure Dragon Army is obviously going to fail." The middle-aged man did not nod immediately, but pinched his eyebrows, and looked at the white skeletons in front of the convoy. After a while, he laughed at his hesitation. He is just an excellent newcomer. Can he really change the future of the Qinglong army? Let's go! As long as we can survive this time, we will go to the 3rd level highway. The middle-aged man slapped the steering wheel. Let's go to the Southeast Challenge Army. Wei Huan sat in the driver's seat, and changed the car to manual driving mode. He drove very slowly to make it easier for the cars behind to catch up. There are many old people who have been challenging the world for 4 or 5 years among these people, but their vehicles are not as developed as his. Among the 7 cars, only one is a 3rd level car, which is the bus used by Fan Taozheng, and did not follow. We are a highway challenge. The core of the highway challenge is to move forward. Mu Zhong's voice sounded behind him. Wei Huan retracted his gaze from the rearview mirror and looked at her. When you stop, it means that this challenge has stopped. Ambition and faith stagnated together. Not far ahead, I saw the figure of Xiao Luoma fighting. The actual battle situation was more intense than imagined. There were at least 50 or 60 wandering monsters gathered in front, stirring up the sand and fog, and it was hard to see clearly. Occasionally, a white light flashed, splashing thick blood and roaring. Wei Huan knew that it was a certain spirit follower, using magic attack. This was the official aid force, but it was blocked here by wandering monsters for an unknown period of time. The movement of the battle was still attracting wandering monsters to rush here. They were surrounded. Hold on. My spiritual power will recover soon. Hold on a little longer. Protect Xiuchun. Don't let the monster touch him. Is the ghost step ready? How long do you want to charge? If you don't come, I will die. 2 fully occupied level 3 vehicles have been blocked here for more than an hour. The Legion squads that have been fighting for a long time are exhausted. The most helpless thing was that when they wanted to evacuate, they found that they were surrounded. The illusion lizard wove an illusion to trick them into walking forward without knowing it. When they realized something was wrong, they were already in danger. At this position, they could neither move forward nor retreat. They were trapped and sacrificed. The captain had already gotten out of the car and led the other 3 real soldiers in the team, Ghost Step, to fight with the wandering monsters and were covered in wounds. If it weren't for another team with a spirit follower who took action at the critical moment to solve the monster with the greatest crisis, they might have already sacrificed someone. But even so, the battle lasted too long. The spirit follower's spiritual power was exhausted. Ghost Step fought until his feet were weak and had no explosive power, and the real soldier, who was holding on in front, the speed of his body recovery finally couldn't keep up with the speed of the wound tearing. Most people were already shaky and ready to fall at any time. Unexpectedly, in a rescue mission, they were the ones who fell into it. But who can I go to for justice? If I must investigate, I have to blame the Dark Beast leader for the surprise attack on the Azure Dragon Challenge army, which sacrificed so many high-level challengers. Originally, it was not their turn to do such a mission. Those who have the return talisman, get ready. It was the captain who finally spoke. This also means that those who don't have the return talisman are destined to die here. Who has the return talisman, Squeak? The captain asked. There was a long silence, and no one spoke. The captain grabbed the sand scorpion's pincers and threw him out. At the same time, a sniper rifle in his hand was conjured up. With 0.1 seconds of aiming time, he pulled the trigger, and the sand scorpion flew out and had its tail cut off in the air, screaming in pain. After putting away the sniper rifle, the captain yelled with red eyes, "Speak to me. Those who have the talisman, get back." Chapter 58. Those who have the talisman, get out of here. But even in the face of the captain's fury, no one spoke. It was clear that a man was doing the ghost step of the power accumulating exercise, and as he jumped, the necklace of the return talisman had already fallen out of his collar, flashing in the sun like a fluttering butterfly. The captain saw it and gritted his teeth. "You. Okay, stop talking." This time, it was the female captain of another car who spoke. She had a neat short hair and held a huge crossbow in her hand. This was a herder, and the violent bear that rushed into the monsters was her pet. While she continued to draw the bow and shoot arrows, she said, "Stay, there is still hope to rush out. You are so great that you gave the return talisman to Xiaochun. I don't have a return talisman either. Do you want to die here with you?" The male captain was speechless and screamed in anger. With a flick of his wrist, a Gatling rifle appeared on his shoulder this time. He held the gun and fired wildly at the monsters. Bang, bang, bang. Ah! Another real soldier transformed into a single-soldier rocket launcher and pulled the trigger towards the location where the monsters were most numerous. Swish boom. The scarlet flames blew up dust and sand, successfully scraping the monsters. The male captain spit out bloody saliva and cursed, "If you are not a soldier king, you are just garbage." Fortunately, the arrow tower attack of the vehicle slightly blocked a new round of siege by stray monsters. Just then. "Alright." The ghost step that had been doing the 3-minute power-up exercise spoke, and then his figure flashed, turning into a blurry figure, and rushed directly towards the monsters. At one time, blood mist burst out from the joints of a large number of monsters. The 7 giants in the front row all wailed, their legs and feet broken, and fell to the ground, screaming. Good job. Hope rekindled in everyone's eyes. But the next second, the ghost step, who had reappeared, fell halfway because of exhaustion. Behind him was the sand scorpion whose foot joints he had removed, with its tail hook raised high. Don't. Run. Be careful. Get up quickly. All the voices rang out at the same time. The female captain drew her bow and arrow and aimed at the scorpion's tail. The male captain rushed forward. Save people. We must save people, but it was too late. The sand scorpion's tail hook was too fast, and the sharp tip had already stabbed the back of the ghost step's head. A strong sense of powerlessness and anger surged at the same time. The male captain bared his teeth and glared. Run! Desperate tears had already filled the corners of his cracked eyes, and were about to flow down. At the critical moment, a huge monster, whose body shape was no less than that of the sand scorpion, suddenly jumped out from the sand and dust. It had 4 claws, and stepped on the back of the sand scorpion. There were also 6 claws and arms, grabbing the rapidly protruding tail. There were also 3 hideous and twisted, dark and evil heads, full of cruel and playful smiles. It was simply a more terrifying demon. It paused for a moment, and then the whole body unfolded. With a puff, the sand scorpion was forcibly dismembered. Zaluma, it was Shaluma. It was like the Shura of the war clan from Hell, who enjoyed killing and had amazing combat power. On the battlefield, it was a terrible weapon for the Dark Beast Legion to attack, and it was invincible. Everyone's face was pale for a moment. With their strength, they would definitely die against the 4-star Shioroma. How could such a powerful dark beast appear on the secondary road when it rained in a humble house? It was going to die. The male captain suddenly stopped and looked at Shioroma, who was excited about tearing his prey apart. With a turn of his wrist, his last magical weapon, the silver sword, appeared in his palm. He was ready for close combat. If he didn't succeed, he would die, until he saw Shioroma's green flaming eyes. The female captain gritted her teeth and said to the people behind her, "Let's go! Those who have the return talisman, let's go!" Wait! The male captain suddenly spoke. This wait, everyone found that the terrifying Shiroma seemed to have no interest in them at all. The next second, after a brief look, the front paws were raised, followed by a ho-ho roar, and jumped towards the next sand scorpion. Guebu crawled in front of the male captain with a face full of fear. The male captain stared at Shiroma and asked, "Do you think it's different?" Guebu was so scared that his mind went blank. How could he see anything different? The female captain answered him, "It's indeed different, different from the Shiroma I have seen." Then the others also reacted. This Shiroma looked dry and black, and its body was like dried bacon. If you look closely at its body, some of its skin even has a hole, and you can see the dark organs inside. And its eyes are also different. Most dark beasts have yellow eyes, and only high-star dark beasts have other colors. Shiroma also has a pair of cold, vertical yellow eyes similar to snakes, which looks very cruel. But now, the eyes of this Shiroma are only green, which is a burning flame. As it moves, the green flames fly up and down, leaving a faint green stream in the air. "What is this?" some people muttered. Those who have never seen the undead Shiroma in person cannot imagine that this is their own summoned creature. They stared nervously at the jumping and tearing Shiroma, showing off its art of dismemberment. Just when they were extremely vigilant, suddenly, 3 identical green-eyed Shiromas appeared on the left and right. At some point, they surrounded them. "It's over," someone said pessimistically. "Not necessarily." Someone said, "They seem to be helping us kill monsters." "Are you dreaming? They are just fighting for the right to eat. When they kill these wandering monsters, they will eat us." Some people are particularly pessimistic. Someone was in a daze, but one word woke him up. "What about now? Do we run or not?" "Yes. Run." 10 people, plus 2 cars, quickly gathered and tried to break through in a direction without Shiroma. But there were many wandering monsters outside, and they were soon intercepted and stopped. Just when they were ready to fight, a Shiroma jumped back and tore the sand lizard closest to them to pieces. The waves of the battle spread to the car, and the resisting sand scorpion whipped a car with its tail, causing the car body to rumble and dent heavily. The last bit of energy in the protective shield also crackled and completely disappeared. Xiaochun in the car, holding his bleeding head, pushed the door crookedly and rushed down. The 10-man team gathered together, surrounded by huge monsters. Zuluma, wandering monsters, endless, densely packed, where can they escape? "Let's fight," the female captain said at last. "If Shiroma wants to eat them, that's the next round. Now let's unite, and clean up the wandering monsters first." The real soldiers rushed out again. The beast herder's violent bear howled and rushed into the monster pile. The spirit follower Xiaochun raised the staff in his hand, muttering something, and the tip of the staff flashed with electricity. Ghost Step began to do his power-charging exercises again, twisting his body into various strange postures, waiting for the final burst. "It's impossible to kill them all. It's impossible to kill them all." But the strange thing is that they slowly found a tacit understanding with Zuluma. Zuluma, who was already a little overwhelmed, also opened up the defense line again with their support. This battle was actually a bit cool. The male captain was covered in blood, but he laughed happily. 1 against 30, how can I? My record has been refreshed. Come on! Daddy is here. The male captain, who was excited about killing, opened his red eyes, and looked for stray monsters everywhere. As he was killing, he suddenly found that there were no more. Gone! He was stunned in place, staring at a group of dark beast skeletons that suddenly appeared. Behind him, someone burst into excited shouts. I know! This is the undead army. Wei Huan's undead army. Wei Huan is here. Fuck! The male captain cursed, looked at the cheering crowd behind him, grinned and wanted to curse a few dirty words. The next second, a strong feeling of exhaustion came over him, and he shook his head and struggled for 2 seconds. His eyes went dark, and he fell on the sand, and then he lost consciousness. Captain! Captain! The captain is awake! When the male captain regained consciousness, he heard Xiao An's chattering in his ear. Although it was noisy, this brisk voice reassured the captain. Thinking of the last moment before he fell into a coma, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the environment in front of him. It was obvious that this was in his car, in his familiar room, lying on his favorite big bed, and on the bookcase next to him were 36 decollectible figures. Xiao An was shouting excitedly by the bed, and another team member had already opened the door and rushed out. He could still be heard shouting, "The captain is awake," from a distance. As soon as he opened his eyes, there was a harmonious and happy atmosphere, which was great. The captain propped up his sore body, glanced at the bandages wrapped around his body, and looked at the dark scenery outside the window, and his eyebrows frowned into a serious shape little by little. It's dark? How long have I been unconscious? Where are the others? Are those skeletons the undead army? Is Wei Huan really here? Shit, isn't that Shiroma also his? A series of questions came out of his mouth, and Xiaoan didn't know how to answer them, so he said in order, "You have been unconscious for half a day, and it's not dark yet, but it will be soon. We are indoors now, so it looks dark. Also, it was Wei Huan who appeared and saved us yesterday." After hearing the last part, the captain touched his chin and cursed. What level is that beast? Why is he so fierce? 2 level 3 teams, a total of 10 challengers, failed to complete what he did alone, which made his efforts over the years seem like a joke. Heartbroken. Xiaoan thought about it and asked him, "Is it not good to be a little fierce?" The captain's words were blocked. "Yes, what's wrong with being fierce? It's better to be fierce to challenge the world." The only thing that was hurt was his self-esteem. TSK. The captain took a break, endured the pain all over his body, got up and went out. When he got off the car, he found that they were in the safe house in the basement. This kind of safe house has every city. It is an extremely rare driver sequence, a handmade technological item. Before each supply point is built, the upper level will give the pioneering team a safe house. In the difficult living environment, the safe zone is the only place where you can rest assured. This primary safe house has an area of only 100 square meters. It originally looked like a small room separated by some wooden boards. Now all of them have been demolished, and traces of life can be seen everywhere. And there should have been many cars stuffed in this house in the past, and even the alloy walls are scratched. But now there is no one. The passage leading to the ground was opened, and cars and people could walk. The captain walked onto the ground with the help of 2 team members. The sky was still bright, and the heat wave was rolling and blowing in his face. A skeleton passed by the male captain leisurely, and turned his head to look at him. The male captain resisted the urge to retreat, and looked at the living skeleton. Is it a running wolf? But it is bigger than the living running wolves he has seen, and why are there bone spurs on the bones? Bone hyperplasia. After staring at each other for a second, the running wolf left. The weird thing is that the captain actually saw boredom on the other's face, seeing emotions from bones. Is he crazy? At this time, a long leg with white jade joints slid past his eyes, attracting his attention. He followed it with his eyes, and looked up. It turned out to be a big spider with 8 legs. It was so huge that it could easily step over houses and vehicles. It seemed to be walking slowly, but it was not slow. Behind it, there were 7 or 8 face huggers running around. Then, the black-clad Zayuroma walked from a farther place. In the ruins, not only could Zayuroma's wind-dried black thighs be seen, but also the skeletons of violent bears that were shaking their heads around him. The captain blinked his eyes, and tried to pull himself out of an absurd and distorted feeling. He asked with a stern face, "Where are the people?" Xiaoan said, "In the parking lot." "Let's go to the parking lot." Van Tao returned to the Challenge World 12 days ago. The scene before her teammates died haunted her like a nightmare, and kept her awake at night. Even though the captain and doctor of the Legion came several times, and asked her to rest on Blue Star, and wait for rescue before going to the Challenge World. But in the end, she resolutely returned to the Challenge World one night, when she woke up from a nightmare. Because she was worried that someone would return, but she had nowhere to hide, and could not survive the mandatory 10 days. Now only she could open the safe house. She can't save everyone, but at least she has to save those who still want to persist. It's worth it that she was protected by everyone and stayed in the last mission. These 10 days were not easy, and the safe house was not omnipotent. The defense of the primary safe house is limited, and the perception shielding of some high-level monsters is very low, and they can be attacked at any time. The only lucky thing is that the authorities never gave up on them. They not only arranged people to rescue them, but also provided them with food and clothing these days. But even so, the constant threat of death still made them exhausted, and they prayed day and night. Especially on the day approaching the deadline. The official team was unable to advance and recapture the supply point. But the challengers who couldn't bear it would definitely return at the last moment. At that time, there would be no need for hundreds of people, only 100 people, and the wandering monsters would form an offensive, regroup at night, and sweep the city. At that time, the safe house would not be safe. I'm afraid those who came up would also die. In fact, in the Blue Star officials these days, some challengers with information stop them from going to the Challenge World. But for many people who make a living as challengers, these dissuasion is useless. They always have a fluke mentality, thinking that as long as they are luckier than the people next to them, it will be fine. So, in such panic, Fan Tao anxiously contacted the authorities again and again to confirm the rescue operation. But when she finally got a reply and the rescuers were also in crisis, she was desperate. In fact, she could leave. She had returned to the challenge world for 12 days, and could return to Blue Star at any time. But if she left, what would happen to the others? If the people who stayed at the secondary highway supply point had the ability to save themselves, they would have broken out long ago. Some of the people who stayed behind were kind and friendly uncles, and some were young and innocent girls and boys. They were all living lives. Fan Tao always thought that if she waited a little longer, there might be a turning point. Finally, in such torment, the turning point she expected finally appeared. At this moment, Fan Tao stood in front of the cleared parking lot, watching the cars one after another. After receiving official notification, hurried back to Challenge World. They got out of the car, looked at themselves, and then looked at the skeletons slowly wandering in the surrounding ruins. Finally, all their eyes fell on the three people. It was like a halo, very dazzling. The handsome young men stood on the back shell of the crypt beast lying on the ground, as if in the middle of the stage, all eyes were focused there. Wei Huan. Tomb Patroller Wei Huan. Necromancer Wei Huan. His name, as he repeatedly climbed to the top of the Challenger app list, gradually became a household name. His professional ability, everything he had experienced, including his figure imprinted in the camera when he caught a glimpse, all became the hottest topics at the moment. No one didn't know Wei Huan. So heroic, so handsome and young, so strong and brave, and so mysterious and lucky. He was glowing. Then, his eyes fell on the young man sitting in a wheelchair next to him. As Wei Huan became more and more famous, his only partner in the car, Mu Zhong, gradually became the object of everyone's envy. But compared with Wei Huan, Mu Zhong's information is relatively less. The world only knows that he is a genius with two professions, has served in the military for a long time, and is already a captain at a young age. They also know that he is also a cripple with both legs broken at the root, a waste who should have died directly in the primary challenge, and can't even drive a car. But now he is beside Wei Huan. Even though he is sitting in a wheelchair with his legs empty, he still has a charm that makes people unable to look away. The rest, there are still some people, who cast their scrutinizing or confused eyes on the tall and strong man behind Mu Zhong, who looks like a bodyguard. He looks quite old, more than 30 years old, right? Could he be the person Wei Huan and his friends met after leaving the stage? Or a road guard? TSK, no matter what his identity is, it doesn't matter. Being able to stand next to Wei Huan, so close, his ancestors must be very happy. Brother Chang, is that Wei Huan? Is the disabled person next to him Mu Zhong? In a car, someone stuck to the windshield to look out, and couldn't help but let out a sour breath as soon as he opened his mouth. I heard that Wei Huan's family background is not bad, and Mu Zhong said that he has a military background. What's so strange about his achievements? If I could also get into the Challenger school, I'd be better than them. You don't even know the scores and you get in? Huh? As the frivolous voice sounded, a puff of smoke sprayed on Lin Su's face. The young man exhaled smoke from his thin lips and said boredly, I asked you to study, but you skipped classes to play games for me. Now you want to challenge the university. What did you do in the first place? Lin Su turned his head and looked at the tall and thin man next to him. He wanted to refute a few words, but was cut back by the cold peach blossom eyes. He grumbled aggrievedly, studying is so difficult. Anyway, you can challenge the world without knowing how to read. Why should I waste time in the classroom? I might as well make more money if I have that time. Stupid. Brother Chang cursed, took a deep puff of smoke and exhaled it, and then said, find a way to get out of the team, and don't let them find out. Okay, Brother Chang. Lin Su was excited when he talked about this. I'm watching it. It will definitely work, the treasure. It will be dark in an hour. The female captain looked at the time again, and couldn't help reminding, we must hurry up and leave here and send a wave out. Not far from her were the 6 cars that initially tried to leave, but for various reasons, they had to retreat again. The people in the car were rubbing their hands anxiously, and they had to check the time every few minutes. Fan Tao frowned. The number of people and vehicles are not right, and there are still many people who haven't come back. If we leave, what will they do? The female captain raised her hand to interrupt her. So many people stay here, if it really gets dark, no one will be able to leave. As she said, she glanced in the direction of Wei Huan and said, our combat effectiveness here is limited. Once we are besieged, it will definitely be dangerous. He is not at level 4, and in such an environment, He can't protect everyone. The female captain didn't want to undermine everyone's confidence, but she had personal experience and could confirm that with such a battlefield intensity, only level 4 vehicles could protect everyone. The problem with the monsters besieging the city is not their individual strength, but their endless number. The number is already very terrifying now, and it will only be more at night. And Wei Huan, even if he is very strong, so what? He is just one person, and so far, he can only control about 300 undead creatures. This number may not be able to stop the first wave of monsters besieging the city after nightfall. The female captain has her own considerations. We have been waiting for 5 hours. Those who have not returned may not return at night. We can't let more people fall into danger because of these people's cowardice. Van Tao opened and closed his mouth. When he was undecided, the male captain covered in bandages just happened to rush over. He heard the last few words and said directly, "Let's go now, don't hesitate. It's too late to rush out from here to get rid of it completely. What are you still thinking about? This is not like you." The female captain pursed her lips, with a hint of embarrassment in her eyes. Van Tao was surprised. Has she been treated gently? She thought she was always hated. "Captain Wei, Captain Mu, we have discussed it, let's set off now." The female captain did not hesitate, and went directly to Wei Huan. After speaking, she glanced at the back of the huge underground beast under their feet, not daring to get too close. "Okay." It was Mu Zhong who answered him. He said, "We have also discussed it. Your car is in the front, and our car is in the back. The undead creatures will help you clear the way in front. You need to pay attention to the monsters that suddenly emerge from the sides or underground, and protect the convoy." "Okay, we understand." After a few words of tactics, the operation to leave the city officially began. Chapter 59. Get on the bus, get on the bus, get on the bus quickly, we're leaving soon. Hearing the not-so-polite shout, the anxious challenger got on the bus happily. Van Tao and the rescue team ran in the convoy to arrange the order. "You are in car number 59, follow the one in front. Xiao Fan, car number 59 is too far back. Can you let me move to the front?" "Don't worry, Aunt Wang, your car will guard the captain's car one by one, it's safe. Let me go to the back. I want to go to the back. I don't want to be in the front. I follow your instructions." "No, I won't leave if you don't arrange for me to go to the back." "Then you stay." The impatient team members cursed. "It's time. Can you stop making trouble and follow your instructions? We take everyone out one by one. Can you follow your instructions?" Although it was chaotic, under the threat of death, the convoy was reorganized in less than 10 minutes. There were 2 official cars leading the way in front. The male captain was entangled like a mummy, and almost couldn't get into the car. Van Tao was alone, driving the 3rd-level car that was transferred to her name at the last moment. Looking at the empty seat behind her, she was full of sadness. Wei Huan pushed Mu Zhong to the back of the team. When he was almost in front of the car, he saw the shadow of a vehicle flashing behind the ruins and frowned. "Did you see it?" Mu Zhong asked him. "Yeah." Mu Zhong thought, it should be a bounty hunter. After Mu Zhong said these 4 words, the expressions of both of them changed a little. The expression of the former was like seeing a lazy dog that only smelled meat and walked. He respected its survival behavior, but he couldn't really say that he liked it, and even felt a little disgusted. The latter was a little stunned, with some reminiscence and a little sympathy in his eyes. But neither of them said that they would go to find them. Bounty hunters go to dangerous places to explore treasures. They have their own survival skills. Although many of them have overturned, they fight for that little money. In this world, not everyone is like Wei Huan, Mu Zhong and Lu Qingji, who still have an elder alive at home. Even an incompetent father like Wei Jihong is the hope of many people. The team went east again, where there was the nearest supply point, and there were official soldiers waiting to escort them halfway. Challenging the world at night is indeed dangerous, but that is only for newcomers. In the second half of the road, there are many vehicles that have been upgraded to level 3, and they are still capable of galloping in the desert at night. As long as they get away from the monsters, they will be safe. Wei Huan glanced at the time. There are still 40 minutes before dark, which is completely in time. The convoy was like a long dragon, and under the cover of the undead army, it slowly swam out from the abandoned city wall in the east. Everything went smoothly in the early stage. With experience in this breakout, everyone was very quiet. The wandering monsters that came out from the ground were quickly killed by Wei Huan's undead army, with the weapons of the 2 level 3 vehicles in front, before they could make a bigger noise. All the way out, gradually going deeper. Seeing that time was passing by little, and getting closer to escaping, Some people even breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, something strange happened. From the left side of the desert, a huge smoke and dust was raised, and a minivan painted with black and yellow graffiti was rushing over at full speed. The entry speed of a level 3 car is 600 miles per hour, and this car obviously exceeds this speed by a long way. It rushed forward, followed by countless stray monsters that were awakened and attracted by it. In the pursuit, the car arrived in front of them in a blink of an eye. Looking at the stray monsters behind him, they pulled out a long dragon, and there was no end at a glance. Did they circle the oasis and attract all the stray monsters? The sudden accident scared everyone, and some people were so scared that they lost control and forgot everything and honked the horn regardless of anything. Don't come over. The horn sounded like a shrill scream, which aroused everyone's fear, so more people followed and honked the horn. Don't come over. Oh no! Muzhong, who was at the end of the convoy, clearly saw more stray monsters disturbed by the sound and turned out from under the sand. He leaned forward, pursed his lips, and accurately identified, "It's that team of bounty hunters. We shouldn't have let them go in the first place." Wei Huan also recognized it, and looked at the car with cold eyes. At the same time, all the undead armies began to gather quickly in the direction of the graffiti car. The fastest running wolf had already brushed past the graffiti car, and like a sharp sword, it hit the group of monsters behind it fiercely. The graffiti car entered the safety protection range and stopped gracefully, revealing a trace of shock. However, in order to protect the entire convoy, Wei Huan's undead army was too far away, and the main force was still clearing monsters in front, so it couldn't get through for a while. The wolf army and the monster army collided head-on, and fought briefly for half a minute. The wolf army, which was unable to get reinforcements, was wiped out by the monsters. The anal digger was the strongest undead among them, but he was still torn into pieces and returned to the tomb. The defense line was completely torn apart, and the monsters rushed into the defense circle. They gathered into a black torrent and rushed towards the graffiti car. A small part of them scattered and rushed towards the ordinary challenger's vehicle. An elite sand scorpion, with the fastest speed, broke through the defense circle and then dodged and rushed towards the nearest ordinary second-level car. Its huge claws clamped on the car body, and the second-level protective shield was clamped by it, making a crackling sound. The stalemate lasted less than 10 seconds, and the protective shield shattered like glass, and the scattered light shield finally turned into starlight and dissipated. The hazy blue light lingered, which should have been a romantic scene, but the fierce big clamp clamped on the car body, making the car body dented and almost split in half, which was not good. A shrill scream came from the car. Look at the graffiti car again. After realizing that Wei Huan's undead army could not stop these monsters, it turned around and avoided the pursuing monsters, as agile as a loach. Raising a cloud of dust and exhaust gas, it finally rushed straight towards Wei Huan's car. He diverted the trouble to others, but not ordinary people. Should we say that he still has some bottom line? Or is he really fucking stupid? Get ready, Wei Huan shouted. As his voice fell, for portals opened on both sides of the vehicle. The one who took the lead was the brother who had just died on the battlefield. He returned and rushed back with his army of running wolves with a long howl. Wei Huan did not summon many running wolves. One-star soldiers had limited lethality on the advanced roads in the later stage. Even if there were undead ranches that could be upgraded now, higher-star undead were obviously more cost-effective. But at this moment, Wei Huan realized the advantages of the Wolf Rune army. In such a positional battle, they replenish their troops the fastest and consume the least, and can quickly regroup and return to the battlefield. Moreover, as an elite undead, Brother Yaodong has a strong IQ, and can command the Wolf Rune army to carry out tactical attacks. The Wolf Rune army that rushed out was divided into two, and surrounded from both sides. Then, one after another, the Violent Bears also rushed out of the portal. The Violent Bears are Wei Huan's main cannon fodder, and the most summoned army. Before, he arranged half of them, nearly 200 Violent Bears, to walk at the front of the convoy. Now he summoned the remaining Violent Bears, as well as the Violent Bears that died and returned to the tomb, with a number of more than 200. After these Violent Bears came out, they rushed towards the wandering monsters fearlessly. The distance is getting closer. Closer. Boom! It was like two divine hammers, bombarding head-on. The broken limbs and bones turned into flying sparks, and the fighting spirit was boiling between the thunder and fire. The monster army was met head-on by the Violent Bear army, which stopped the monsters' offensive, and the two sides quickly chopped each other. There was also a constant stream of reinforcements behind them. 10 Violent Bears against 10 monsters. 20 violent bears against 20 monsters. 50 violent bears against 30 monsters. The violent bears were still joining the battlefield from the portal, but the monster reinforcements were gradually decreasing. Looking into the distance, I saw that Brother Dyogong and his 100-headed wolf army had cut off the monster army from both wings, leaving the leading monster army alone. Good job. I give you chicken legs tonight. Instantly, the tense battle situation eased. Wei Huan then realized the pain that was pulling his scalp. Mu Zhong's hand on the green earring was pressed down by another hand, and Wei Huan stopped him from using skills. Although Mu Zhong was puzzled, he didn't ask any more questions. Everything happened in just a few minutes, and then the two official captains who reacted shouted in the intercom, "All gather, gather. Go to the middle, don't run around." The team began to gather towards Fan Tao's parking space. At the same time, a few stray monsters that attacked ordinary challengers were killed by the team. It's just a Sand Scorpion Elite, and it's still struggling until now. It can be seen that the lethality of ordinary second-level cars is really low. XXX, I know who this graffiti car belongs to. It's Brother Chong's car. Someone has already started cursing in the intercom, and the curse is extremely ugly and dirty. For a while, only his voice was left in the intercom. The two official captains called him several times to stop and shut up, but it was obvious that this man was under stress and could not listen at all. The channel was occupied by his voice. A symbol, a symbol. In the end, Fan Tao stood on the roof of her car regardless of the danger, and waved vigorously, asking everyone to gather around her. Wei Huan took a look at the current situation, and the coldness between his eyebrows became even stronger. Silently watching the car that caused the commotion, he drove towards Fan Tao's car, and said with great certainty, "They moved something that they shouldn't move." What? Mu Zhong was trying to establish a separate command channel with several other captains. Lu Qingji repeated his answer obediently. The boss said they moved something that they shouldn't move. Mu Zhong looked at Lu Qingji, then at Wei Huan. Wei Huan pursed his lips and said nothing, but slowly drove the car to Fan Tao's position. Mu Zhong thought for 2 seconds, took another look at the surrounding situation, and finally repeated, "Yes, they should have moved something they shouldn't have moved." The convoy quickly shrank into a ball, with traces of battles everywhere, and the wind and sand filled the whole place at some point. There was also a sandstorm brewing in the distance. Wei Huan's summons died in large numbers, and then he repaired them, and summoned them back to the battlefield. The consumption of spiritual power was like running water. This was not normal, the loss rate was too high. And until now, no one knew what was slaughtering his undead army. That thing hasn't come yet, and its strength is unknown, be careful. Wei Huan reminded, but he kept suppressing Mu Zhong and prevented him from using skills. Mu Zhong's skills are very useful, but he has to be more cautious in this situation, because his buff has a weak period after it is refreshed. Before knowing the specific information of the enemy, Wei Huan would rather fight with the opponent than reveal his trump card in advance. The sand fog gradually thinned, and Wei Huan vaguely saw something big moving in the sand fog. It was too big, like a small mountain. As it slowly approached, even the sunlight was blocked, casting a large shadow. Against this background, their convoy of 62 vehicles gathered together, but it seemed as weak and helpless as an ant nest. What is that? Is it? Damn it, Brother Chong and the others have alarmed them again. It's over, it's dead. It's dead. The intercom was full of complaints, and Mu Zhong had already contacted Fan Tao and learned the latest and most comprehensive information. After giving a brief and concise explanation, when the last sentence fell, Mu Zhong put down the walkie-talkie and looked at Wei Huan, about to speak. Wei Huan shook his head, looked up at the mountain in front of him, and said, "I know everything. It's just a classic example of people die for money and birds die for food." A gust of wind blew, as if lifting a hazy veil, wiping away the sand fog floating in the field of vision, revealing the real picture. The battle, I don't know when it stopped. The undead army and the monster army maintained a not short distance, and the monster army was actively retreating. But this does not mean that they won, but these monsters retreated after listening to the command, but also surrounded the convoy. The black shell of the sand scorpion was like a line drawn on the yellow sand, clearly distinguishing the two. The light of the phantom lizard's body flickered, and the figure of the monster sometimes appeared in the area where it was, and sometimes disappeared. But the most terrifying thing was the behemoth that appeared after the fog dissipated. That turned out to be a white rhino. It was so big that it seemed to hold up the sky and earth, and one of its legs was thicker than all their cars put together. On both sides of the sharp rhino horns, there was a pair of blood-red eyes. It was these red eyes that made the legendary sacred white rhino look like a devil, and it was very difficult to mess with. Squinting his eyes, he looked far away. On the back of the towering white rhino, it seemed that something flashed by. Wei Huan suddenly picked up the walkie-talkie, and a low voice came out from his thin lips. "Brother Chong, this is Wei Huan." About 5 seconds later, a frivolous voice sounded from the walkie-talkie. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Wei Huan narrowed his eyes, and said word by word, "Either give me what you got, or get out." "Fuck." Brother Chong seemed to have eaten explosives in an instant. "You are robbing me openly. Why should I give it to you? I survived a life-threatening situation, and it belongs to me." Wei Huan stopped talking, but the dark clouds transformed by the ghost crows had gathered beside Brother Chong's car, quack quack, which was really annoying. A group of hidden cats came out from nowhere, circling the graffiti car, scratching it carelessly with their claws, or jumping on the car. Wei Huan's threat was very clear. If he didn't hand over the things he got, he wouldn't protect him. If he had the ability, he would survive on his own. Most people couldn't stand the mental attack of the ghost crows, and the car next to Brother Chong had to force himself to drive a little further away. In just half a minute, there was no more car within more than 30 meters of Brother Chong. Brother Chong opened the protective shield, and the arrow tower also popped out, but he didn't dare to fire. Obviously, he still had some concerns. But the ghost crows didn't give him time. They kept quacking outside the protective shield. The two brothers in his car, who were in the second level of the profession, knelt on the ground and vomited. Brother Chong was in the third level, and had a high resistance to the spiritual pollution of the ghost crows. He looked at the direction of Wei Huan's car with a cold face and frowned. He hesitated in silence and finally said, "Okay, I give it to you." Mu Zhong and Brother Chong added each other as friends. Brother Chong's name was Su Qingqiang. Only his name was displayed, and all other information was blocked. Then the other party popped up a trading box, which contained some silver equipment and a bottle of silver-level spiritual potion. The last item was left, and it seemed to have struggled for a long time, and finally put a gold-level agility helmet. "Wow! Gold helmet." Lu Qingji's eyes lit up. The other party clicked the trade button. Brother Chong gritted his teeth in the intercom. "I give it all to you, I won't die." Mu Zhong was amused when he saw the traded items. He took the intercom from Wei Huan and said, "Brother Chong, do you have any misunderstandings about our knowledge? Can a material that is not even worth a gold treasure chest attract a legendary monster?" "Ah? Legendary?" Lu Qingji is still ignorant. After being exposed, Brother Chong remained silent and stopped talking. Mu Zhong continued, "Although I don't know what it is, if the key materials are not transferred, the hatred will always be on you. You have to be able to withstand the rhino, just go." Brother Chong still didn't speak, but he didn't leave. Mu Zhong stared at it for a while and laughed, saying to Wei Huan, "This is going to be a tantrum." Brother Chong's calculations were so loud that they burst into people's faces. "Do you think that as long as you don't leave the convoy, Wei Huan will definitely take action to protect others?" Wei Huan glanced at the time and finally issued an ultimatum. "I give you 3 more minutes to think about it. Answer me before dark." Brother Chong didn't speak, and neither did anyone else. Hate Brother Chong for stealing the treasure greedily, and trying to divert the blame. He was even more happy about Wei Huan's attitude of not protecting him unless he gave him something. It made him feel relieved. That's right. You can't treat such a person well. A minute passed in the blink of an eye, and the retreating monster army was all assembled and ready for battle. The red-eyed white rhino shook its head, and blew a stream of air from its nostrils. There was indeed something on the rhino's back, looking around. They were obviously intelligent enough, and had the ability to command these monster armies. Moreover, it was obvious that they were waiting for the dark. The dark sky is the world of wandering monsters, and more monsters will be refreshed here at that time. 2 minutes later, the atmosphere became more and more depressing. There was a loud noise in the intercom. Fan Tao couldn't help but curse on the intercom. It was you bounty hunters, who killed hundreds of people in the city, and caused everyone to flee. Now you are still hesitating. Do you want everyone to die here? Mu Zhong added a wait. Opening the treasure chest is locked by the monster. Even if you have the return symbol, you can't leave. You can try it now. Brother Chong was still silent, neither speaking nor moving. Just like a hungry dog, holding a piece of fat meat in its mouth, it doesn't want to let go even if it is beaten to death. Wei Huan glanced at the time. Since just now, the portal that had not been closed appeared again. This time, a group of Shiroma with black bodies, sharp claws, and 3 heads and 6 arms came out from inside. 4, 8, 12, 20 in a blink of an eye, but it was far from the end. When these Xyromas appeared, they were ferocious and oppressive. They were even half a body taller than the car. Their dried bodies were not just shriveled flesh. If you look closely, you can see the thick muscle fibers under the skin. They walked towards Brother Chang's car. Brother Chang finally couldn't help but speak on the intercom. "What are you going to do, Wei Huan? There are so many people watching. I don't believe you dare to kill me." But now, Wei Huan didn't want to talk nonsense with him. The Xyromas surrounded Brother Chang's car one by one, and unconsciously separated this car from the other cars. The Xyromas had a strong aura, and they just rubbed against the side of the car. These cars that didn't dare to turn off the engine moved back and made way. After all 24 Xyromas were in place, everyone found that they were protected by Xyromas in the middle, and only Brother Chang's car was excluded from the outside. Brother Chang's plan was a good one, but it was a pity that it was usually the case that the authorities had to rescue people together. But this set of tricks didn't work for Wei Huan. His army of undead was enough to easily form a defensive formation to protect only those who needed protection. Brother Chang's car shamelessly wanted to squeeze into the convoy, but could he squeeze past the 4-star second-level Xyromas? The key point was that Brother Chang didn't dare to offend Wei Huan to death, and didn't dare to attack Xyromas. After waiting for the undead army that Wei Huan had placed outside to withdraw, Brother Chang's car was left alone for a while, staring at the red-eyed white rhino at the outside. "Shoo!" The white rhino snorted and took a step forward. The earth was shaking. Brother Chang finally broke through the defense, shouting on the intercom, "Didn't you see? He wants to kill us. You are from the military district. Aren't you here to save us?" The female captain said coldly, "Didn't you see anyone outside? Which dog is barking?" The male captain spat directly. "There are still 2 minutes left before dark. The other party is obviously waiting for dark." At this time, no one noticed that there was a different one among the group of Shiroma coming out. Its body is smaller than other Shiroma. When it came out, it looked left and right. It was smart and restless. Then it saw the white rhino in front of it, which was like a mountain. In an instant, the green flames in its eyes rose up. Fight, destroy, kill. Wei Huan's control over the summoned creatures is absolute, and he is absolutely not allowed to oppose his orders. But because it is a group hard control, it cannot be specific to a specific summoned creature unless he sees it. Unfortunately, he did not see the Shiroma, so he did not notice this abnormality. At this moment, he was looking at the behemoth in front of him expressionlessly, and the 4 portals were still emitting the army of undead. This time, it was the zombies that came out. There were not many zombies, but they were slowly coming out, and it took time. Wei Huan realized that his current few shortcomings, only 4 portals, caused his army to form too slowly. Unfortunately, Sequence 2 can only open 4 gates, and the undead ranch can only be upgraded to level 2. If he does not advance for a day, his strength will be stuck here, and it will be difficult to improve significantly. In 2 minutes, Wei Huan's army of undead has not come out completely. But even so, this scene shocked everyone here. This number, is it more than 1,000? Why are they still going out? Impossible. They are all Sequence 2. How can the gap be so big? The few level 3 challengers here felt dejected after seeing the army of undead all over the mountains. Is it possible that I, a level 3, can't even reach 1/10 of Wei Huan? Is such a gap in strength fair? Of course it is unfair. The challenge world is not a game world, and it does not pursue fairness. The strong are like stars, and the weak are dust. That's the difference. The challengers on the battlefield ahead, even if they are the same farmer sequence, can be dozens or hundreds of times stronger. This is talent, opportunity, and enlightenment. They always charge at the front, suffer the most, take the most ruthless risks, and at the same time get the best rewards, widening the gap with everyone else. The strong will always be strong. Chapter 60. More undead appeared, pulling the distance between Brother Chang and the convoy further and further away. Even the monsters, who had reorganized their armies, seemed a little hesitant, and did not move for a long time. The hesitant eyes fell from the back of the white rhino, and finally the only hatred was locked on Brother Chang and his car. Brother Chang had been forced to stand at the forefront of the battlefield. He clearly felt that there seemed to be a concentrated fire mark on his head, and all the monsters looked at him with murderous intent. Just when both sides were very restrained and waiting for the best time, suddenly a Shio-Rome rushed out uncontrollably. It screamed ho ho ho, waving its 6 arms, like a wind-fire wheel, like a brave warrior, bravely rushing into the group of monsters. Wei Huan was stunned when he saw it. Brother Chang's voice rang out in the intercom. "What are you doing? You asked it to stop." Ah! Wei Huan was silent. If he had 99.999% control over his army, then this Zayuroma was the 0.001%. The chaotic and frenzied Zayuroma had rushed far away in the blink of an eye. It was completely out of control. Brother Chong was frightened to the point of madness. Stop! You asked it to stop. If a war really broke out, they would be completely separated from the protection circle and would be dead. Finally, at this moment, Brother Chong could no longer bear the pressure. He finally bowed his head, and once again, made a trade request to Mu Zhong. This time, what was placed on the trade box was an object like a bull's horn. The name displayed on it: Platinum Level Summoning Demon Flute Special and Unique. Dark Profession Restrictions. Summon creatures of the night, listen to the sound of the night wind, the curse from the stars, and bring the power of destruction. Gift from the stars. Seeing the name, and then looking at the appearance of this item, it is not a cow horn, it is a devil's horn. The horn seems to be born with mysterious runes, exuding a strong dark atmosphere. When Mu Zhong saw it, he frowned. Shamans obey the power of nature, and have a natural repulsion to the power of darkness. Lu Qingji didn't like it either, but he tried to open his eyes wide when he saw the platinum item for the first time. Wei Huan, on the contrary, didn't hate the power of darkness. As a great keeper in one of the 3 dark sequences, he had long sunk into the darkness and loved the negative energy surrounding him. However, Wei Huan, who mainly used the power of the underworld to fight, could feel that the violent power contained in this magic flute was not very compatible with him. Seeing that Shuroma had already reached the feet of the giant rhino, it rushed into the group of monsters frantically, and its throat even made a strange laugh of Jijiji. The war started so abruptly. Killing, roaring, the white rhino raised its mountain-like feet. Zuluma pounced on it and bit off its fingernails. Hee. Roar, roar. Here's the thing. Let us in. Wei Huan. When Brother Chong said this, one could almost feel his anger and reluctance as if he had bitten his teeth. Wei Huan also looked helplessly at Sayuyama, whose mind was full of killing and chaos, and his mind moved. The army of undead blocking Brother Chong moved to both sides and made way for him. Fuck. You'd better take us out. Brother Chong drove the car and returned to the team cursing. Puff. The frantic Shuroma was attacked by countless monsters and crushed into pulp by the rhino's horn. However, it also broke the stalemate and the 2 sides of the battle who were barely maintaining balance. Woo! The white rhino roared again and moved towards Wei Huan. In front of him, countless monsters gathered and charged. The sandstorm descended again, rolling up their strong bodies. The wind was whistling, and the dust was all over the sky. In the air, the eyes of the white rhino moved slowly, little by little, to Wei Huan's car. Wei Huan met those eyes, and felt the white rhino's violence and chaos. This is a treasure chest monster of the platinum box level. Even Wei Huan, with his current strength, did not have full confidence to take it down. But fortunately, he had Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong's hand had touched the green pendant on his ear again, and his thick eyelashes drooped slightly, unable to hide the murderous intent in his eyes. Ding! Mu Zhong lowered his eyes, and tapped his earrings with his fingers. At the same time, the sound of war drum seemed to ring out between heaven and earth. Dong! 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 What is this? Some ordinary challengers, who didn't know what was going on, asked in fear. But some people suddenly realized and said in surprise, "This is the war drum of the shaman priest." Yes! Mu Zhong is a shaman priest. The core profession of the dancer sequence is the shaman priest. The bloodthirsty professional ability can be activated at the 3rd level, 1 level earlier than the knight. It can be said that it is the most powerful auxiliary profession on the front battlefield. The excellent shamans are directly absorbed by the official. Ordinary challengers who have challenged the world for 6 or 7 years may not be able to feel how powerful bloodthirsty is. Wei Huan was also very excited. As someone who had never enjoyed bloodlust, he felt incredible and extremely excited when he thought that he had a shaman priest by his side. Then, he looked outside the car and looked at the Shuromas, who had gathered after hearing the sound. When the last dull drum sound fell, some strange screams seemed to sound in the void. Then, a red light tore through the void and fell on the bodies of 24 Shuromas. Hua! The powerful force directly filled the Shuromas' bodies, and the dry and flat flesh became strong and full in an instant. Their bodies grew larger together, tripling in size. The height of the minivan was not even as high as their knees. At the same time, in Wei Huan's glasses, the attributes of the Shuromas also changed drastically in an instant. Zuluma 4-star Zuluma Walking Corpse. Level 2, Wei Huan Summon. Endurance, 1080 increased to 10,800. Strength, 101 increased to 1,010. Agility, 80 increased to 800. Spiritual power, 25 increased to 250. Special status, strengthening countdown 2 minutes and 59 seconds. So strong, awesome attribute. Even if I were to fight against this attribute, even if it was just one, I would probably not survive. The bloodthirstiness of the shaman priest is simply a skill that opens a feast of killing. Too strong. However, such a perverted improvement also has great limitations. For example, this status can only be opened for the minimum limit of 3 minutes for Mu Zhong, who has just become a shaman priest. At the same time, the body will continue to be weak for 30 days. This kind of weakness is like a serious injury that breaks the bones and muscles, enough to make a 4th level soldier so weak that he can't even lift his fingers after the outbreak. So the bloodthirsty skill makes people love and hate it. No one wants to try it unless it is absolutely necessary. However, the bloodthirstiness of the shaman priest is matched with the necromancer with a huge base, which is simply a perfect match. The body is strengthened, the flesh and blood are restored, and the red glow of the Xiao Rome is arranged in a blade-like formation. Under Wei Huan's command, he launched an attack on the White Rhino. Behind him, there are thousands of undead armies. In a blink of an eye, the two torrents collided on the golden sand, making a loud and vibrating sound. The sand was flying, and the roar continued. Boom! The war started. The two captains shouted in the intercom. Wei Huan, should we take action? Our combat formation is 7 real soldiers, 1 ghost step, 1 spirit follower, and 1 beast hunter. The combat effectiveness of the 3rd level vehicle is not bad. Please arrange a task. Unconsciously, these old challengers have regarded Wei Huan as their superior, and their tone has become asking for instructions. And Wei Huan, the substitution is very smooth. He directly picked up the intercom and replied, protect the convoy. Be careful of the monsters that occasionally slip through the net. Gather further around Fan Tao. In his previous life, he was an ordinary real soldier among thousands of challengers, who could not reach the 4th level for a long time. But at the same time, he is also a 3rd level challenger, a resident captain, not only in charge of many other challengers, but also has a lot of experience in fighting such low-level wandering monsters. Even if it is the first time that everyone sees the White Rhino that should not appear on this secondary road, he knows clearly what it is. In fact, he had seen this White Rhino more than once in his previous life. War Clan. So it had already appeared at this time? Wei Huan looked up, as if he saw the existence hidden on the back of the White Rhino. At the same time, the dark clouds that kept gathering towards the White Rhino were like his mood at the moment, full of haze, and complex and strong murderous intent. The dark clouds transformed by the ghost crows rolled towards the White Rhino. The thick black fog even blocked the sunlight, and covered a large area of the battlefield. Below the battlefield, a large number of both sides fought each other, almost unable to distinguish between enemies and friends. Blood, limbs and bones were scattered all over the ground, turning the soft sand into bloody mud. From time to time, a ghost crow fell from the dark clouds above, and stabbed a stray monster. The almost unsolvable soul attack at the current stage made each monster scream wildly, and then it was torn into pieces by the swarming undead army. But on this battlefield, the overly huge White Rhino was equally invincible. It only needed to casually raise its foot, step on the place where there were many undead, and there would be a large number of casualties, regardless of friend or foe. It brushed the bloodthirsty Zayuroma, nimbly bypassed the pillar-like thigh, and finally came close. Their claws extended their nails, and fiercely pierced the legs of the White Rhino, then peeled off the skin and scratched the flesh, nimbly climbing up. Zayuroma, who was 3 times the size, was still the size of a flea in the eyes of the White Rhino. It was just a larger flea, and the damage that pierced into the flesh only made it a little uncomfortable. Its body shook, and its 4 feet bluntly filed on the desert, as if there was an earthquake. The sand dunes collapsed, and the army of undead and wandering monsters, who knew how many were trampled to death. At the same time, the half-climbing Zayuroma was directly shaken by this force, and slid down. An unlucky Zayuroma fell directly at the feet of the White Rhino, and was kicked back to the tomb. Mu Zhong saw this scene clearly, and his lips were tightly pursed. This rhino. How can there be such a terrible thing at this stage? It is even more impossible to appear on the secondary road. With the bloodthirsty Zayuroma, one is enough to slaughter most of their convoys here, but now it can't even withstand a kick from the rhino. Wei Huan is already seriously over the top. How can there be a more terrible existence than him? It's a very high-level treasure chest monster. Wei Huan actually knows the origin of this guy, but he is not convenient to say too much now. Even if it's platinum, it's not that bad. Mu Zhong thought of the magic flute. Wei Huan said, maybe more than that. Not only the platinum treasure chest, but even more than the platinum monster on this road. Diamond? Mu Zhong's vision is already very high, but there are still limitations. Wei Huan looked at the battle ahead where it was hard to tell who was stronger and who was weaker. With a thought, the few remaining ghost crows came out of the portal again, each holding a ball of green fire in their mouths. Mu Zhong saw this and quickly wanted to buff the hellfire. But the effect failed and fell on the ghost crows. The strength, agility, and spiritual power of several ghost crows doubled at the same time, their bodies became larger, and their flying speed increased. What a pity. Mu Zhong was surprised that the hellfire was not affected by the buff, but he didn't think too much about it. While calculating his remaining spiritual power, he calculated the various qualities of both sides on the battlefield, and the sound of the dong 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 war drums never stopped. Under his blessing, the Crypt Beast Mother was the first to be strengthened in spiritual power. After reaching the second level, it could summon 40 face huggers, and the number directly exploded to 120 plus. At this moment, there were 40 Crypt Beast Mothers on the battlefield. Mu Zhong kept a trick and did not bless all of them, but even with 30 Crypt Beast Mothers, the number of undead on the battlefield increased by 2,000 in an instant. 2,000. At first glance, it was all white bones. Wei Huan has always had the ability to form an army by himself, but until this moment, it really gave people the feeling that the mountains and plains were full of fighting spirit and everything they saw was a legion. The team members who saw this scene swallowed their saliva. They all looked up to Wei Huan, but in fact, Wei Huan's true strength had completely exceeded their imagination. There was silence in the intercom. The two captains who had volunteered to go to the battlefield before all shut up. In such a battlefield, their abilities are too limited. Wei Huan is right. Instead of going to the front line to cause trouble, they might as well guard the convoy and provide logistical support. Fan Tao has been rubbing the healing potion in his hands since just now. He wanted to trade it to Wei Huan, but he couldn't click the application button. He is just a blesser. In such a battlefield, the help he can bring is too limited. Su Qingqiang leaned on the windshield with his hands, looking at the battlefield outside, and he hadn't blinked for a long time. His eyes swept over the strong and violent Zayuroma, and fell on the elegant and mysterious Crypt Beast. The expression on his face was complicated, as if it was a difficult choice. Lin Su murmured behind him, Zayuroma is very strong, and the Crypt Beast Mother is also very powerful. Brother Chang, what are you going to choose? Do you still need to choose? After asking this question, Su Qingqiang made a decision. You are the one who will become a female beast. Oh yes, that's right. This Xiaoluoma looks so handsome. At this time, at the junction of the second level highway and the third level highway, a total of 3 people were walking out of a ripple. They were wearing black steel battle suits, just like Iron Man, wrapping their bodies completely, revealing nothing from head to toe, and their appearance could not be seen clearly. But there is no doubt that this form is the combat form of the King of Soldiers. Compared to the real soldiers, who can transform into 3 recently exposed weapons, the King of Soldiers who can generate war armor on the body surface is much stronger. They walked out of the space portal, and seemed to be not very adapted to the environment of the low-level highway. They moved their hands and feet, and then jumped in one direction. As they flew into the sky, a pair of turbine-powered wings grew on the back of their bodies. After turning on the full speed, they took them in the air and flew forward at a very fast speed. The sound waves were deafening all the way. When they passed by, the desert under their feet seemed to be split by an air sword. This speed was more than 1,000 miles, and it was thousands of miles in the blink of an eye. They drove straight in one direction without stopping until a certain moment, a voice sounded in the helmets they were wearing. It's getting dark, and I don't know if they can hold on until we get there. If we hadn't been waiting for this aircraft, we would have come a long time ago and saved them from danger. But this aircraft is really amazing, and the profession of pilot has great potential. If Wei Huan and Mu Zhong were here at this time, they would have recognized that the person who spoke was Lu Xiaotian's voice. That's right, they were Lu Xiaotian, Captain Wang, and Miao Miao who rushed back from the 4th level highway to rescue people. But because they couldn't bring the car back to the front road, they could only wait for the aircraft to arrive, so they hurried all the way. But halfway through the rush, the sky finally got dark. In the darkness, Miao Miao said worriedly, the monsters at night are stronger, they must wait for us. The overwhelming army of undead once again rushed towards the white rhino. That was the hideous face hugger. They may not be strong individually, and any stray monster can kill a large number of them, But with a huge number of bases, it is enough to cause qualitative changes. The 8 long legs and the mouth parts under the abdomen, once they stick to the prey, it is like being firmly glued to it, and can never be shaken off. During this process, the mouth parts on the abdomen of the facehugger will constantly bite the prey, bite off their skin, bite off their flesh, and finally drill into the stomach, scratching and tearing the blood vessels, and swallowing the internal organs. In the surge of the white bone wave, the wandering monsters became vulnerable, and they turned into rotten meat and bones, wailing and falling to the ground one after another. Coupled with the attacks of other undead life, more than half of the thousands of wandering monsters gathered by the white rhino died in a blink of an eye. The situation changed greatly in an instant, and the human side was actually going to win. But at this moment, Wei Huan saw the mysterious existence that walked out of the rhino's head and showed its body for the first time. Their appearance looks like human form. Compared with a huge rhino, their size is like an ant on the head of an elephant. But it was impossible to ignore that from the moment they appeared, it was as if their figures were firmly imprinted on the eye mask. They were wrapped in messy, gray linen from head to toe, covering their heads and eyes, leaving only the eyes exposed. Unfortunately, they were too far away to see the color of their eyes. After a brief visual confrontation, Wei Huan felt their anger from the figures of these beings. And arrogance. Then, a surprising scene happened. A being suddenly raised her hand, revealing her slender and white arms in human form, dancing like a spirit snake. Then, the sound of dong, dong dong, dong, dong dong, appeared from the edge of the sky. But this sound was not above Wei Huan and the others, but on the side of the wandering monster. The wandering monster's body emitted a faint blue light, and then it became larger out of thin air, instantly becoming brave and powerful. It's a dancer. There are shamans on the other side too? Shamans are humans, right? How come they appear among the monsters? So what's on top of that? A scene that shocked human cognition appeared, and the intercom was filled with surprised cries, like an explosion. The dancer was still on the back of the white rhino, dancing enchantingly with a graceful figure. The drums were getting stronger, and the mysterious atmosphere of ancient times, humans, came towards us. I vaguely seemed to hear the woman's gentle, coquettish and sweet provocation. Heh. The hazy blue light finally fell on the body of the white rhino. The already huge rhino began to grow bigger, and its thick rhino horn almost pierced the sky. Half of its body was shrouded in clouds. A pair of red eyes, like the scorching sun, stared straight down. Under the terrifying pressure, it vaguely gave people a terrifying pressure of the gods descending to the world. Just at this moment, the sky suddenly became dark. The black curtain covered the earth, just like turning off the lights in the basement. For a moment, nothing could be seen in front of the eyes. Only in the sky, the 2 blood moons were always bright. So, it seemed to illuminate the enchanting dancing figure in the sky. Dong! Dong dong! Dong! Dong dong! Mu Zhong's palms were also knocking on the armrests of the wheelchair, and a thin layer of sweat was visible on his forehead. As his spiritual power increased, the sound of the war drums on their side also began to gradually increase, forming an evenly matched confrontation with the shaman priests on the opposite side. Mu Zhong's voice was a little hoarse. The knight increased her strength, and her level should be higher than mine. If it weren't for the sufficient attributes, I would have been suppressed. We must end the battle as soon as possible. Wei Huan nodded. He had long noticed the other party's intention. With the ability of the rhino, if it really rushed into the middle of their convoy regardless of anything, it would be enough to cause huge damage. But the other party had always shown extreme restraint and calmness. Until this moment, it was revealed that they also had shamans. It was obvious that they were plotting something. What was the plot? Based on Wei Huan's understanding of them, the plot was of course the opportunity to gain strength after night. Humans would lose their vision in the dark, and their combat effectiveness would be greatly reduced. And the wandering monsters would come in large numbers at night. This was obviously to preserve more strength and take it slowly. He didn't want to fight Wei Huan to the death directly. It's just that the other party wanted to wait, but Wei Huan didn't want to. Want to control the rhythm of the war? Have you asked him? The express delivery to end this war and advance is already on the way. Wei Huan looked up. In the darkness, several ghost crows were holding green flames and flying towards the white rhino. The distance was closing rapidly, and they were about to get close to the white rhino and blow up this seemingly huge, but also a target, thing. At this moment, swoosh! 5 blue-purple lightnings flew out from the sky, breaking the sky in one fell swoop. Suddenly bright, 5 lightnings hit the 5 green flames accurately. The green flames and the bodies of the ghost crows were affected by the lightning at the same time, and were torn apart in an instant. Quack! The cry of the ghost crow stopped abruptly. At the same time, the elements in the nether fire suddenly became active, followed by a boom and a loud noise. The wind and waves suddenly rose. The sand and rocks flew, and the wind was strong. The huge waves caused by the explosion even overturned the level 2 vehicle. The sky brightened for a moment, and the suddenly lit vision saw clusters of mushroom clouds. The green flames rolled up the smoke and pushed up, poking a big hole in the sky. In the center of the explosion, a large number of undead legions and monsters that had just been buffed died at the same time. The terrifying explosion power not only tore their bodies apart, but also directly vaporized them, turning them into blood mist all over the ground. Woo woo woo! The white rhino was hit by the aftermath of the explosion. With such a large body, facing the explosion power of 5 full level 2 nether fires, it couldn't help but stagger and step back. Faintly, one could even hear the scream of the female shaman, who was thrown away by the explosion. Hellfire bombs. This was the first time that Wei Huan had demonstrated their power in front of the world. If it weren't for the arrows shot by the orcs on the opposite side, which exploded a kilometer away, it would have really landed on the white rhino. It was unknown whether the rhino could survive, but the people on its back were dead. It was their caution that saved their lives. Wei Huan closed his eyes for 10 seconds, and then opened them again. Ghost crows appeared again in the 4 portals, and each ghost crow held a green nether fire in its mouth. There were more than 30 of them, although they were all initial stage nether fires that had not been upgraded and had very little nether power infusion. But others didn't know. The appearance of the nether fire floating in the air was very romantic, like the little fireflies in the reeds by the river in summer. But at this moment, in everyone's eyes, there was only horror. The white rhino on the opposite side finally stood firm, and when he looked up, he saw a huge number of nether fires appearing again. In an instant, his eyes became much clearer. Chapter 61. The ghost crow held the hellfire in its mouth, and flew towards the white rhino at Wei Huan's command. The white rhino shook its head restlessly, as if it was struggling instinctively. As a legendary monster, it obviously has a certain degree of autonomy. Unfortunately, it still couldn't get rid of it no matter how hard it tried. Fortunately, it struggled hard and finally threw the existence on its back away. An unwilling roar sounded from the top of the white rhino's head. The white rhino suddenly seemed to have received an imperial decree. Its huge body was as flexible as a monkey. It jumped and turned and ran away. The army of the undead followed closely behind it. It ran, and they chased. In a blink of an eye, it was the horizon. The whole world was briefly quiet for a moment. The sandstorm affected by the explosion seemed to have only just begun to condense. The wind and sand suddenly rose. The undead army, which had been blown apart, once again dragged their remains and surrounded the wandering monster. The wandering monsters had no souls, and they were also fearless of battle damage and life and death, and fought again. But the gap in strength between the two sides was obvious, and on the other hand, Wei Huan was constantly replenishing his combat power. The wandering monsters were quickly eliminated one by one and in groups, until there was no one left. We won! We won! I'm still alive! Thank you, Captain Wei. Thank you, Captain Mu. Thank you, all the captains, I'm still alive. I can actually survive in such a group of monsters. The cheers not only rang out in the intercom, but also in the wind and sand. There was a celebratory laughter. They opened the windows and celebrated their survival with the people in the nearby cars. The male and female captains also opened the windows of the car and saw each other. There was a kind of unconcealable excitement in the eyes of both of them. Then they asked Wei Huan, "Now that the problem of wandering monsters has been completely solved, can we go back to the city to rest?" Wei Huan and Mu Zhong discussed and agreed. The city was indeed in ruins, and the walls on all sides were of no use at all, but it was safer than taking this long convoy across the desert at night. Going back to the city to rest was indeed the best way. So, after Wei Huan left for the second time, he returned to the city again. The city was already extremely dilapidated, and the protective shield that was originally installed was also abandoned. The sandstorm passed through the city wall, making a shrill woo sound. But the people who came here again had no despair and fear in their eyes. They parked in the parking lot, in their own parking spaces, turned on the lights in the car, and let the parking space whistle with strong winds, but they were full of peace of mind. The two captains and Fan Tao came to Wei Huan's car, and they also came with Su Qingqiang, Lin Su, and Zhou Yong, who were escorted by them. The three men were obviously beaten up, and now they stood in front of Wei Huan like prisoners. The male captain said, "What I hate most is you bounty hunters. You have no bottom line and no morals, and you dare to do anything unscrupulous for a little money. You brought that big thing here. Didn't you think that we can't deal with it? More than 100 people died just because of your selfishness." Su Qingqiang didn't say anything. Lin Su and Zhou Yong looked at the boss and kept silent, and they also fell silent. The corner of his mouth was bruised and swollen, and it hurt. Lin Su raised his hand to touch it, and was kicked by the male captain. The male captain was angry that they hurt people, and he hit them hard. After a few kicks, Lin Su spit out a mouthful of blood. "What are you doing?" Su Qingqiang, who bowed his head and accepted the punishment, was furious and hit the male captain with his backhand. He stood in front of the two brothers, like an old hen protecting her calves, and his eyes turned red when he stuck his neck to the male captain. Compared to Lin Su, he had more and more severe injuries on his face. One of his eyes was hit so hard that he couldn't open it, and his clothes on his chest were covered in blood. However, the look of the male captain staring at him made people subconsciously avoid his creepy sight. He opened his mouth, tearing open the wound that had just healed at the corner of his mouth. Blood flowed out, and he said in hatred, "I owe them. I have already fought back. You better keep your hands and feet clean." The male captain was angry. "Do you think I can pay you back by beating you up? What else?" Su Qingqiang looked at him fiercely. His eyes were as fierce as a wolf. "Killing someone to pay for his life? Kill! Kill me if you can. I drive the car. I came up with the idea. Come on. Punch me here." Su Qingqiang was lifted up by the collar, and the male captain was stimulated by him and really wanted to kill him. In the end, it was the female captain who suppressed him, and then looked at Wei Huan. "How to convict? The car Captain Wei has to come, and Captain Mu is here. You should suppress your temper for me." As her voice fell, everyone's eyes fell on the faces of Wei Huan and Mu Zhong again. Mu Zhong sat in a wheelchair. Wei Huan stood beside him. The two had been silent since the beginning. When asked, Mu Zhong spoke, "Tell us about the rhino." As he said this, Mu Zhong took out the magic flute. The black devil horn-like magic flute was not big, but about the length of a finger. There was a red string wrapped around the magic flute, so it should be worn directly around the neck. The dark energy of this magic flute is very strong. Once it appears on the car, most people here feel uncomfortable. Mu Zhong is the same. He held it for 2 seconds and felt it was pricking his hand. When he was about to put it back, a hand reached out from the side and took the magic flute away. Mu Zhong turned his head and looked at Wei Huan, who had an uncertain expression. Wei Huan played with the magic flute with his hands, and then looked at Su Qingqiang indifferently. Su Qingqiang seemed to be hit in the head by a bullet, and he became honest the moment he spoke. "I opened the box. A month ago, we got the news that there was a treasure here, so we rushed here, but unfortunately, we were a step late and only encountered monsters besieging the city. In that environment, we had to leave the challenge world. We just came back today and went to the treasure location." When Su Qingqiang said this, his eyebrows were so furrowed that they could kill flies. The white rhino was sleeping next to the treasure box. "We saw that this thing was so big, and we knew we were no match for it, so we didn't dare to attack it. But I found that there was a group of people doing something to the white rhino. After thinking about it, I stole the treasure box. You know, the white rhino not only didn't kill those people, but was controlled to catch up with me. At this point, Su Qingqiang glanced at Wei Huan and asked, "Can I smoke?" Wei Huan nodded, Mu Zhong shook his head, and then Wei Huan shook his head. Su Qingqiang looked unhappy, but he didn't dare to really touch the smoke. He curled his lips and said, "Look, the magic flute has been given to you. You promised to protect us from death. You must fulfill the promise of the transaction. You can't kill me and my people." Mu Zhong said, "Let's put it one way. We will protect you from being killed by monsters. The transaction is complete. Now we must settle the account for your misfortune. A total of 102 people were almost killed by you. As a captain of the Azure Dragon Challenge Army, I now propose a penalty for your behavior. From now on, you will be imprisoned until the end of the return CD. After returning to Blue Star, you will receive a judgment from the Azure Dragon Challenge Army, and the law will naturally determine everything." Su Qingqiang pursed his lips, and there was obviously dissatisfaction in his eyes. But he had no intention of defending himself, and he kept his eyes closed and did not speak. The two captains jointly escorted the 3 people away and found a place to guard them. For a while, Fan Tao was the only one left in the car. Seeing that there was nothing to do at the moment, Fan Tao said, "It's so late, why don't we eat first? Everyone has prepared the food and is waiting for you to finish. I want to thank you properly." Wei Huan and Mu Zhong looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Although the challenge world is cruel, over time, challengers who have adapted to such a life have gradually pursued a better quality of life. The food grown and raised by the Legion in the microcosm is continuously put into the auction house every day. Old challengers earn points in various ways, and it is no longer a problem to maintain food and clothing. Those who are incompetent have long returned to reality and given up their identity as challengers. Those who can stay in the challenge world have some ability. As the screws that maintain the circulation of basic materials in the challenge world, they also have an important significance. Who doesn't have some inventory in their car? Take it out to make a delicious meal. Thank Wei Huan and Mu Zhong for saving them, which is the best way for these old challengers to repay. Dinner was eaten in Fan Tao's car. She is only a second-level blesser, but she has a third-level car. This car is a chariot left at the number 3 supply point. The official used a treasure chest prop to allow this third-level car to circulate, so that the car will not disappear when the driver leaves. The challenge world is too dangerous. If the Legion is gone, it will be transformed into a large team. If the large team is gone, it will be transformed into a small team. If the small team is gone, as long as there is one person left alive, the person and the car are still there, this station will still be there. Fan Tao was protected by her teammates and survived to the end, inheriting this car. In this car, she welcomed the arrival of Wei Huan, Mu Zhong, and Lu Qingji, and thanked them for saving her life. The old challengers took their best food and got on the car. When everyone met, they were all tears of relief after surviving the disaster. There were more cries than laughter during this meal. Many people died in the monster siege. Some people did not have the return talisman, and did not stay long enough in the challenge time, so they died directly. Nearly 200 people died in this crisis, but under the light of a new batch of challengers entering this world, not even a splash was made. Not to mention that the monster leader was upgraded to level 5, and humans turned the tide, and finally had a level 5 car. This matter is still talked about today. Challenging the world is like this. You should know that more than 10 days ago, 5 million young people died all over the world. What does the death of these 200 people count for? Only those who struggled and shouted for help at the top of their lungs. Only the Legion squeezed out a little strength under the huge pressure to save this group of people. In the attack of the monster leader, the Qinglong Challenge army suffered the most serious losses, almost to the point of being injured and unable to recover. How many people here have already given up hope and decided to give up their challenger status? So how can they not laugh and cry about what happened today? Being alive has really become a luxury here. But in the end, they raised their tea and the thin wine mixed with a lot of water, and raised their glasses to Wei Huan loudly, 8,000 words, a thank you. Captain Wang, Lu Xiaotian and Miao Miao were already frozen when they arrived at the number 3 supply point. When the aircraft was brought over, it was said that this thing had a fast speed and high wind pressure, and could only be used by the king of soldiers. They came back all the way from the 5th level highway, passing through mountains and forests and swamps. When they reached the desert, it was dark. They were told in advance that the environment at night was bad, and the cost of using the aircraft was very high. It was not until the actual use that they found that even the king of soldiers, who was famous for his strong resistance to drills, could not stand the coldness that penetrated the bone marrow. Since everything has been solved, why go there? Lu Xiaotian's teeth were chattering, and he almost froze to death. Captain Wang squeezed out 2 words, mission. Information can be given to you later, important secret chat. Task accepted, completed. Captain Wang continued to be concise, almost there. Meow Meow, are you okay? Yeah. Hold on, bear with it. Yeah. Speed up, it's colder in the middle of the night. Yeah. The 3 soldiers were like meteors sliding across the sky, and they disappeared in an instant. 2 hours later, before the dawn, they finally saw the ruined city. Boom. 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 The 3 frozen people could hardly control their bodies and land normally. They could only turn into 3 meteors and crash into the open ground. The ground suddenly exploded and turned into a deep pit, and the high temperature of friction burned the gravel into a transparent and sticky substance. The people in the city, who had just relaxed and were ready to sleep, were awakened by the huge movement. They were very sensitive after just experiencing a life-and-death crisis. Almost all the cars showed the attack mode at the same time. They wanted to protect themselves first, but they looked at the location of Wei Huan's car at the same time. They didn't say a word about whether to fight or not. There is now their backbone. Not long after, Mu Zhong's voice sounded from the intercom. Someone is coming, safe, from the Legion. Someone from the Legion is coming? The tense body relaxed, and then lay down, and couldn't fall asleep again with a complicated mood. They complained that the people sent by the Azure Dragon Challenge army were too weak and too late. But this resentment faded because of a bit of helpless understanding. In fact, even though such a big incident happened on the front line, the army did not forget to arrange people to rescue them, which was the best they could do. After all, if they were not challengers, they could still be ordinary citizens on Blue Star. They returned to the challenge world knowing that it was dangerous, which was simply their greed. But if the front line could not hold up, let alone challengers were not, so many people on Blue Star might not be saved. Among those people, there were their cherished relatives and friends. It was just that this cruel challenge world had broken the truly happy and stable life. Captain Wang, Xiao Tian, Miao Miao. Mu Zhong knew all three people who came. They were escorted by the army of undead, and walked with their hands and feet tangled before getting on the car. They looked extremely embarrassed. After getting on the car, Lu Xiaotian was the first to throw himself on the sofa, hugging a pillow and gritting his teeth. Miao Miao was at the other end of the sofa, shaking her hands and taking the hot water handed by Lu Qingji. Thank you. She had never felt that a cup of hot water was so precious. Only Captain Wang still maintained the basic qualities of a soldier. He tried to stand up, looked around the car, and asked, "Where is Wei Huan?" Mu Zhong said, "In the tomb." "When did you go in?" "Almost 2 hours." "Okay, let's rest for 3 hours, and when Wei Huan comes out, we will leave." The latter sentence was said to Lu Xiaotian and Miao Miao. The two of them said him. Not only did they not complain, Lu Xiaotian also said happily, "It's great to be able to rest for 3 hours." Miao Miao's mouth had a smile, and after relaxing, she slowly drank the hot water in her hand. Mu Zhong frowned. Is the war so tense ahead? Captain Wang wanted to say something, and then looked at Lu Qingji with his eyes wide open. Mu Zhong introduced, "Driver Lu Qingji, I asked you to help me check the information before. The heir of Xingdong Group, the grandson of Chairman Zhang Mingzhu, is also a newcomer to the Challenge World this year, and is in District 1006 with us." "Yes, I remember it." Captain Wang nodded, and his eyes softened when he looked at Lu Qingji. Whether before or after the Challenge World came, Xingdong Group is a national pillar enterprise. Especially after the Challenge World came, Xingdong Group has shouldered a lot of responsibilities in people's livelihood and military industry. When Lu Qingji heard that he was being investigated, he did not feel offended, but raised his head proudly. He has always been very lucky to be born in such a family. It is not just a matter of wealth, but the loyalty and pride guarded by the family, which is also his goal. But even so, Lu Qingji is not qualified to listen to the secrets that Captain Wang will personally convey next. Lu Qingji is sensible, so he said he would make food for everyone and left to the kitchen. When there were only a few people left in the room, Captain Wang gave Mu Zhong the USB flash drive he brought with him. "You must show it to Wei Huan." Mu Zhong nodded with the USB flash drive, thinking that it was too much of a waste to let 3 soldiers come here for this matter. Captain Wang then whispered again, "General Mu has been sidelined. Commander Chai has transferred all the 5th level combat forces in his hands, resulting in the suspension of our land reclamation. There has been no new action for 5 days. General Mu's orders cannot be issued by the Legion, and he will return to Blue Star in 1 or 2 days. Let me tell you, don't return to Blue Star for the time being. He will solve the troubles outside. You should challenge the world and develop well. We are waiting for you in front." Mu Zhong frowned. "What does Commander Chai mean? Are you still fighting for power at this time?" Captain Wang did not speak. The one who spoke was Lu Xiaotian. "There is no power struggle. It's just to cultivate your own confidence, so that it is smoother to mobilize. People are also doing a good job on the front line. It's a pity that we have so much strength that we have nowhere to use it. We are just catching fleas for fun." This is somewhat contradictory. Before, he said he was busy, but now he is free to catch fleas. But the Legion is like this. You can do nothing at your post, but you must never leave your post. The war situation often comes suddenly. Once there is any action, they must be in place at the first time. However, Lu Xiaotian and his friends, as trusted confidants of Commander Mu, were used to being assigned tasks on weekdays. Now that they were suddenly free of work, they were not thinking about finally being able to rest, but about the anxiety of having nothing to do. "Okay, stop talking." Miao Miao interrupted Lu Xiaotian's complaints and said to Mu Zhong, "Mu Zhong, let me say first, I came here with my own ideas, and I won't beat around the bush about our relationship. I need some supplies here. Do you have any? Just tell me what resources you need, and you can risk your life. As long as we have a level 5 car, we can break the deadlock." Lu Xiaotian jumped up with a pillow in his arms. Fuck, do you have a secret mission? Captain Wang also looked at Miao Miao in surprise. Miao Miao pursed her lips, glanced upstairs, and whispered, "No, I just want to try. Really, no matter how much Suzaka gives, I can double it." Mu Zhong smiled bitterly. There are really no materials. A platinum box can only drop one core material at most, which happens to be what Suzaku lacks. We are also powerless. Miao Miao heard it, and sighed deeply. Wei Huan only stayed in the tomb for half of the time, and his spiritual power and mental power were a bit exhausted. The casualty ratio of this battle was the highest since his rebirth. The low and middle level cannon fodder troops were sent back to the tomb in large numbers by the explosive power of their own nether fire. They all needed nether power to replenish before they could be summoned again and leave the tomb. High-level ones such as Zayuroma and Crypt Beasts all entered the weak CD, especially the Zayuroma, who had received the Bloodthirsty Blessing. It took at least more than 20 days before they could barely participate in the battle. It would take more than a month to fully recover. Wei Huan returned to the challenge world again, and he pushed and crushed his opponents all the way. He was no match for the opponents he faced. This was the first time that he mobilized 90% of his strength, but not only did he not kill the opponent, but he also let the opponent escape. Recalling the huge white rhino, Wei Huan thought of the scene in his previous life when he saw the white rhino fighting against the human challenger army from afar. There were also huge crowds of people and corpses everywhere. But before that, the soldiers of the Legion had never thought that one day they would not die in the battlefield they imagined, and their opponents would not be the dark beasts that forced Blue Star into a desperate situation. The War Clan. These traitors. A group of lunatics. When Wei Huan came to his senses, his fingers had already pierced into his palm. In the professional temple, he was just a spiritual body, and the pain in his palm was just phantom pain, but he still felt it hurt a lot. He was full of anxiety. So did the Legion in this period of time realize that this undercurrent was surging? If left alone, the tragedy of the previous life would probably repeat itself. We cannot exterminate the War Clan after suffering betrayal and losing so many soldiers. That is meaningless and cannot make up for the loss of lives. After resurrecting a group of undead lives again, Wei Huan's dark power has reached the bottom when he sees that there are only a few remaining undead waiting to be resurrected. Pressing his aching forehead, Wei Huan did not plan to leave immediately. He wanted to stay in the tomb until the last moment before leaving. It would be best if all the resurrection work could be completed today. Little Dot was summoned over, and Wei Huan rarely sat on its back in the tomb. The Crypt Beast's mother was too tall, which was not conducive to discovering the abnormality of the tomb. So in the tomb, Wei Huan usually sat on the back of the running wolf. But today Wei Huan had a headache and was not in good spirits. He felt more comfortable on Xiaodian's back and needed to slow down. Xiaodian walked slowly under Wei Huan's command. It usually followed Wei Huan to patrol the mountains. Even without Wei Huan's control, it knew where to go. Just like that, step by step, it circled the tomb and went up in a spiral. Wei Huan started sitting on Xiaodian's back, but he got sleepy after shaking for a while. At the same time, the headache caused by excessive consumption of the dark power continued to harass him. He fell asleep at some point. Normally, when a professional falls asleep, it means that he is not in good spirits and will be ejected from the professional temple. In serious cases, he will fall into a coma directly, which is also a protection mechanism. But today, Wei Huan clearly fell asleep. He was confused and knew that he was asleep, but it seemed that he was in a nightmare and could not wake up or leave. He lay there, and could even feel the slightly shaky walking posture, which was like a drunken state. He tried his best but could only make his fingers twitch. His misty eyes were half open, looking at the gray sky above his head. On weekdays, he had not looked at the sky of the great tomb so carefully. Even in his last life, during the 11 years in the farmer sequence, he had not looked at the sky of the professional temple so carefully. It was as if the sky was painted with dark gray paint. The poor technique made the sky in front of him particularly dull, without the aura that a painter should have. But in this shaky state, Wei Huan felt that his eyes seemed to have double images. It was like transparent smoke, floating and distorting his vision. Blinking, he found that these smokes seemed to have a fixed shape. Why did the lines on the edge look so much like bat wings? And in the middle of the wings, is there a ball? So this is. Wei Huan almost jumped up after realizing what he saw. Chapter 62. If Wei Huan had been more awake, he would have realized what he was seeing at the moment. But it was precisely because he was in a special state that he could make such a special discovery. As his eyes were always drawing a line, a figure gradually appeared in front of him. It was also the moment when he outlined the figure of the other party with his eyes that this existence seemed to emerge from the Lee Gray wall, with a specific appearance and color. This was an eyeball with a pair of bat wings. On the eyes as big as a human head, black bloodshot was clearly visible, spread like a spider web on the white sphere, and finally gathered in the green eyeball. The eyeball changed from black at the edge to green in the middle, like the vertical pupil of a snake's pupil, jumping with green nether fire. Nether fire? Fire of death? Was it ignited? When Wei Huan realized this, a stronger feeling of dizziness and exhaustion came together. He tried to open and close his eyes, trying to get rid of this state and stand up again. But obviously, he couldn't do it. But it was faster, and he was chased out of the professional temple in a dizzy state. The next second, Wei Huan's eyes went dark and he fainted. 3 hours passed in a flash. Since just now, Mu Xiong has looked at the stairs several times. When it was time to wake up, Wei Huan hadn't come out yet. Did he just fall asleep? Mu Xiong thought about the scale of today's battle and was a little worried. He controlled the wheelchair and wanted to go upstairs to take a look. But Captain Wang said, "Don't disturb him." Mu Xiong didn't mean to call Wei Huan down. If Wei Huan really fell asleep, he would let him sleep. Today's battle was hard. When the battle ended, Wei Huan looked very bad. It seemed that the consumption was greater than he expected. Captain Wang called Mu Xiong and said, "We have completed the mission this time, so we will not stay any longer. We have to rush back as soon as possible." That's it. When Lu Xiaotian heard it, he stood up. Thinking that he was leaving, he rushed to the kitchen, picked up the remaining barbecue and stuffed it into his mouth. Lu Qingji was dozing on the dining table. When he looked up, he saw Lu Xiaotian giving him a thumbs up. He grinned back. Lu Xiaotian stuffed his mouth with meat and said vaguely, "I eat your barbecue next time." Miao Miao picked up the aircraft at the door and replenished the energy, which was enough to support them to fly continuously and reach the entrance of the third-level highway. "Let's go!" She looked at Mu Xiong deeply. "Seeing you like this now, I feel relieved. It will be better in the future." "Well, goodbye, Sister Miao Miao." Mu Xiong knew the rules of the Legion and did not keep them. He sent them to the door and watched them wrap their bodies in armor and fly into the air. Captain Wang finally reminded him, "Look at the USB carefully. The answer to your experience this time should be found in the information." "Well?" Mu Xiong touched the USB close to his body and watched the 3 streams of light going away in the sky. He knew that even if they were 4th-level professionals, they would still suffer a lot when they returned. But challenging the world is like this. There is no enjoyment. Only the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. You have worked hard. Go back and rest. I will make breakfast tomorrow. Mu Xiong looked back at Lu Qingji. Lu Qingji was energetic at this moment and shook his head. "I can get up." Mu Xiong can actually understand Lu Qingji's current state. Anyone who gets on Wei Huan's car will feel pressured. This car is too good, and the driver is the best. It seems that if you don't squeeze yourself, you are not worthy of this car. How about this? Mu Xiong glanced at the time. If you are not in a hurry to travel tomorrow, you can get up later, at 7 o'clock, and sleep for 2 more hours, butler. The smart butler replied, "Okay, the alarm service will be at 7 o'clock tomorrow morning." "Does the driver also need a delayed wake-up call?" Mu Xiong said, "When he wakes up, you can tell him about our situation." "Okay." The two went upstairs to the room one after the other. At the door, Lu Qingji didn't rush to enter the room, and asked Mu Xiong, "Boss Mu, I heard that you have a lot of recipes here. Can you show them to me?" Mu Xiong nodded, went into the room, and came out with a stack of recipes. The top one should be read frequently, and the corners of the cover have been rolled up and worn. Mu Xiong handed the book to Lu Qingji and said solemnly, "I trouble you in the future." Lu Qingji vaguely felt that he had taken over the inheritance spoon. A sense of mission rose up, and he patted his chest. "Don't worry, I will be derelict in my duty if I don't feed you." "That's not necessary." Mu Xiong shook his head and smiled. "Good night." Wei Huan was awakened by his biological clock 1 minute before the alarm clock woke him up. He waited for the alarm clock to ring in the dark, and recalled his last memory in the tomb before he fell into a coma yesterday. After his mind was clear, he immediately recognized the transparent undead creature floating in the air, called Lord of the Magic Eye. This is of course not the name of the creature itself, but the human perception of it. The eyeballs are covered with bloodshot, the pupils are like snakes, and they emit an ominous red light when they open and close. They can emit black straight-line damage similar to lasers. There is a pair of black bat wings on the side, which has the ability to fly in the air. It is a magical creature that only exists in myths and legends. Wei Huan has always been very clear that the undead soldier he can recruit in the next stage is the Magic Eye Lord. Magic Eye Lord is also what he is looking forward to very much. It is an air-to-ground long-range combat soldier, which can make up for the fact that his undead soldiers are almost all land soldiers. But it is obvious that his current strength is still too far away. Not only can he not recruit the Magic Eye Lord, but he can't even observe the other party. Unless he advances to Sequence 3, Grave Sacrifice. But yesterday, when he was extremely tired and close to coma, he seemed to have not only observed the other party, but also successfully completed the recruitment. The last memory was the green flame ignited in the eyes of the Magic Eye Lord. If he was not really hallucinating, then the green flame could only be the fire of death. When Wei Huan thought of this, his consciousness could not wait to return to the Temple of Occupations. He had to see it with his own eyes, and confirm it before he could feel at ease. He returned to the tomb, and was still on Xiaodian's back. After he left last night, Xiaodian did not move, waiting for his return. Feeling the movement behind him, Xiaodian uttered a pleasant hum. Wei Huan patted Xiaodian's back shell soothingly, stood up, and looked out. The groups of undead creatures surrounding him in front of him were all his brave and fearless warriors. Fearless and brave, they were always looking at him with fighting spirit, waiting for the next expedition, and swearing to serve him to the death. Seeing this imposing scene early in the morning, Wei Huan's blood boiled, and he wanted to go out and fight again. He suppressed his emotions, and scanned the legion carefully. Just when he thought that what he experienced yesterday was indeed an illusion. Realizing something, he suddenly raised his head. Then, just above his head, he saw an eyeball as big as a basketball, flapping its wings and looking at him. The burning green in the pupil has left Wei Huan's mark very deeply. Through the fire of death, he also felt his control over this undead creature. 100%. It completely obeys him, and will never betray its absolute loyalty. Wei Huan waved to it, and the Demon Eye Lord, who had been flying above his head just now landed obediently on the side of his shoulder. The wings flapped up and down, but he could not feel the flow of air. In fact, the Demon Eye Lord's ability to fly has nothing to do with the wings. After staring at the Demon Eye Lord for a while, Wei Huan suddenly realized that the Demon Eye Lord was not a skeleton. It is almost the same as the living Demon Eye Lord that we have seen in reality, except that the middle of his pupil is green. No wait, the bloodshot that should have covered its eyeballs has turned from red to black. This change reminds Wei Huan of the undead life of zombies, whose blood and organs have turned black. So, the Demon Eye Lord is a zombie, then this zombie is not ugly. Wei Huan looked at his big eyeballs, and his aesthetic taste was biased unconsciously. I used to think that the face hugger was a little cute, but now I think this big eyeball is very beautiful, and even the black mesh under the eye mask reveals a twisted mystery. What abilities do you have? Wei Huan seemed to be talking to himself, and was also communicating with the Lord of the Magic Eye. The higher the star level of the recruitment, the more unfamiliar Wei Huan became. Even though he had already known about creatures like the Lord of the Magic Eye in the Dark Beast list, the undead were different. The Lord of the Magic Eye actually understood what he said, and began to fly upwards. At the same time, Wei Huan felt that his vision was distorted, like some kind of invasion. He was nervous for a moment, and then realized that he could interrupt this invasion at any time, and even kill the Lord of the Magic Eye who caused all this, without leaving even a drop of tissue fluid. He was relieved and let the other party take it away. Or in other words, share his vision with himself. Soon his vision changed. With his permission, his left eye shared the vision of the Lord of the Magic Eye, and came to the sky. Looking down from the height, he saw his body standing on the small dot-back shell, and also saw countless undead skeletons wandering on the charred land. The tomb was so large that one could not see the edge at a glance, but he could vaguely confirm that he was infinitely close to the top. Where was the highest point of the tomb? As Wei Huan thought about this, his vision seemed to have adjusted the focus through the Lord of the Magic Eye, and the distant scenery was quickly brought closer and enlarged. As long as he wanted, there would be no obstacles in the middle of the target. He could even see the dirty and hard nails on the claws of a theloma 1,000 meters away. Wei Huan was not disappointed with this ability. He was very happy, which was exactly what he expected. The Lord of the Magic Eye not only filled the gap in his aerial long-range arms, but also solved his vision problem. As long as he thought about exploring the ruins, with the Lord of the Magic Eye sharing the vision, he could command the whole process while sitting in the car. More importantly, in a battle like yesterday, if he could control the vision, he could order the Fire Crow to avoid the battlefield, and there would not be such a big loss. Maybe, even the group of unsightly faces hiding on the back of the rhinoceros could be seen. Wei Huan ordered the Lord of the Magic Eye to continue flying forward, indulging in the pleasure of changing vision. At the same time, it was the first time to observe this tomb from a different angle. The tomb was so big and boundless, It was like a country. And Wei Huan found that he did not go around the tomb at all when he was patrolling the mountain in the Tomb Keeper stage. He seemed to have only gone around a mountain. These mountains were like tombs located in this vast world. Thick black fog filled the tombs, separating them into mounds. On the nearest tomb, Wei Huan found that there seemed to be some life wandering there. But when he wanted to take a closer look, he suddenly got stuck. Yes, it got stuck. Even in the professional temple, the summoned creature still has a distance limit from his body. It cannot leave the radius centered on him. Now it is about 4 kilometers. Wei Huan floated in the air regretfully. After confirming that the vision of the Lord of the Magic Eye also has its limits, and he could not see clearly what was wandering in those tombs, he could only slowly withdraw his gaze. But his heart was no longer calm. It turned out that there was more than one tomb. In this world where the boundaries could not be seen clearly, there were so many tombs. Are they all tombs of dark beasts? Or are they not just tombs of dark beasts? Wei Huan thought that he had been reborn and had mastered a lot of secrets that people didn't know. It wasn't until this moment that he realized that there were too many secrets in this world. When he answered one question, 100 more questions would appear waiting for him. Where did this boundless tomb space come from? Who was buried in these tombs? What was the reason why humans became challengers? What was the truth of this world? Really? Is there a god? Wei Huan was immersed in such thoughts until he felt the rejection of the tomb, and he unconsciously consumed a lot of energy. He suddenly opened his eyes, and his consciousness returned to his body. It was already dawn. The bright sunlight passed through the window lattice and fell on his arms, warm and comfortable, reminding people of the feeling of getting up when the weather was good on Blue Star. But in the challenge world, there would never be such a comfortable environment. During the day, the weather in the desert area could roast people alive into jerky. The reason why they feel comfortable is that they are strong enough, develop fast enough, and have a level 3 car that everyone envies. Level 3 cars are the highest expectation of ordinary challengers in the challenge world. Luxury RVs, a 2-story villa, can shelter from wind and rain as long as there is no monster attack. Where can't you go? Some challengers who are content with the status quo often say, level 4 cars are ground fortresses, they are military products, and they are to be sent to the front line. We just need to be well fed and clothed, and a level 3 car is enough. Wei Huan is lying in the level 3 car at this moment, relieving the dizziness that appeared when he opened his eyes after excessive energy consumption. At the same time, his fingers slowly closed together, as if he was catching the sun in his palm. Then, he turned over and got out of bed. Butler, what time is it now? The smart butler said, it's 6:21 in the morning. No wonder the energy consumption is so great. I stayed in the professional temple for another 7 or 8 hours without realizing it, and the energy that I had recovered last night was consumed again, so I felt so uncomfortable. But even if it's uncomfortable, it's time to get up. Wei Huan steadied himself and stood up. He went to the bathroom first, and then came out with a better complexion. Where are Mu Zhong and Lu Qingji? There were visitors on the car last night, the 4th level soldier king, Captain Wang, Lu Xiaotian and Miao Miao, who didn't leave until 2 in the morning. The deputy driver delayed today's morning ring to 7 o'clock. But now the deputy driver and Chef Lu have left the room. This sentence contains a lot of information. Wei Huan thought about it and only asked the simplest question. Is there a chef position in a level 3 vehicle? No, Chef Lu wants me to call him that. Wei Huan opened the door and went downstairs. When he reached the stairs, he saw Mu Zhong sitting in a wheelchair and coming upstairs. The two bumped into each other at the corner. After a moment of stun, Mu Zhong smiled first. The housekeeper told me that you have woken up. You worked hard yesterday. Wei Huan explained. I went to the professional temple and recruited new soldiers. Mu Zhong's eyes lit up. Unexpected surprise. What kind of soldiers? The Lord of the Magic Eye. Wei Huan naturally walked around Mu Zhong's wheelchair and pushed him downstairs slowly. His movements and tone were very gentle. I will show you slowly later. I heard from the housekeeper that Captain Wang and others came and left yesterday? Yes. Mu Zhong turned his head and saw Wei Huan's jaw and Adam's apple moving up and down as he spoke. He stared at them for a second, then came to his senses and felt confused. He took out a USB flash drive from his pocket and said, let's watch it together after dinner. It's an official secret. Okay. Wei Huan didn't ask if it was appropriate for him to watch this secret. After coming to Challenge World and calming down for these days, he basically didn't reject the Azure Dragon Challenge Army, and was even a little worried about the current situation of the Azure Dragon Army. These days, he tried hard to recall his memories of the Azure Dragon Army in his previous life, and the more he recalled, the darker his face became. Since the last attack, when the Azure Dragon army was defeated, the commander of the corps changed 3 or 4 times in the following years, but one of them was promoted and died in battle not long after. Not to mention the corps commanders below, who died silently, and the casualties were thousands or even tens of thousands of people at any time. The high-level dark beasts are smart. They know that the weak spot of the human yin country is the Azure Dragon Challenge army, so they focus on attacking the weak defense points. The current situation of the Qinglong Challenge army can be described in one word: difficult. In his memory, Commander Mu had never become a commander, and he never saw his name appear in the battle report. That is to say, Commander Mu probably died when he was just a rookie. Without Commander Mu, would Mu Zhong, who lost his legs, still be alive? What would be the fate of his mother and sister in such a chaotic world? Just thinking about it makes him suffocate. Whether from personal feelings or national justice, the Qinglong Challenge army cannot fall. So deep in his heart, he has already drawn himself into the circle of the Qinglong Challenge army little by little, and he is willing to contribute even a little bit of insignificant strength. Since he had seen the destruction of the mountains and rivers with his own eyes, he should fight bravely and fight against fate. Therefore, facing this so-called Legion secret, Wei Huan naturally accepted his new position and new identity. After going downstairs, the smell of meat came from the kitchen. Lu Qingji turned his head to look at them, smiling brightly. "You are just in time. The fresh and delicious noodles with soybean sauce are out of the pot." A large bowl of noodles and a large bowl of meat sauce were served on the table, and shredded cucumbers, green onions and garlic slices were placed next to them. A bowl of steaming noodle soup was placed next to it, sprinkled with chopped green onions, and a bowl was served after the noodles were eaten. The original soup was dissolved in the original food, which was delicious. At first, Mu Zhong and Wei Huan wanted to talk about what happened yesterday. After waiting for the first bite of noodles with soybean sauce to go down, the two stopped talking. The taste was just right, rich and authentic. It was simply the oldest and most authentic noodles with soybean sauce they had eaten in Beijing. "Did you roll the noodles yourself?" Mu Zhong tasted the difference. The noodles are fragrant and chewy, delicious. "Yeah." Wei Huan didn't say much, but he served another bowl and praised directly. Lu Qingji smiled happily. "If my grandma hadn't insisted on me being a playboy, I might have been a chef or a food broadcaster." Lu Qingji's life became brighter because of this breakfast. Positive performance. "Just tell me what you want to eat. It doesn't matter if I don't know how to make it. As long as there is a recipe, I can make it." Mu Zhong is a person who can praise people. "Once you get on the car, our living standards will be different. As long as you are on the life list, you can get the first place." Lu Qingji nodded. "I'm not as praised as you are. I will work hard and won't let you regret letting me get on the car. Okay, from today on, our logistics support work will be completely handed over to you. Can you do it?" Lu Qingji patted his chest loudly. "Yes. No problem. I will complete the task." Wei Huan and Mu Zhong finished breakfast and went to the cab with a full stomach. Lu Qingji hummed a song and started to clean up the kitchen, and was already looking for something to cook for lunch. The two arrived at the cab, and before the door was closed, they saw the male captain walking around outside the door. I'm afraid he has been waiting for them for some time. When the door was open for people to get on the car, the male captain's head was hot and smoking, and it was almost burning. After getting on the car, he didn't stay for long, saying, "We have received the order and have to go back in a while. The supply point we are responsible for cannot be left alone. The garrison arranged by the Legion is on the way. Most of the first wave of newcomers will arrive here to rest at noon tomorrow at the earliest, and there will be a large number of people returning at that time." Speaking of this, the male captain scratched his head embarrassedly, and the rest of the words were not said. Everyone knows that Wei Huan is the one who will continue to move forward, so it is not appropriate to ask him to stay here. It's just that the current situation is special. The Qinglong Challenge army is short of people everywhere, stretched to the limit, and many supply points and cities are restless. There is also an unknown force surging in the dark. The white rhino yesterday, and the female shaman priest on it, who is obviously a human, all made the army alert. The order came down, and the first thing to do was to guard the station that they were responsible for. The two teams responsible for the rescue really couldn't stay to help with the restoration and construction. Whose order is it? Do you want us to stay and help with the reconstruction? Mu Zhong frowned. His face was not very good. It's understandable that he was ordered, but the car is not his, it's Wei Huan's. Wei Huan is not currently serving in the army, and he has no military rank and no salary. It's a bit unreasonable to order Wei Huan to a student of Challenge University. Mu Zhong could sense the change in Wei Huan's mentality, So now he had to consider Wei Huan's feelings. Putting aside his personal emotional problems, even a talent like Wei Huan deserved the respect of the Corps, and it would be best if his father could personally invite him. The male captain hurriedly shook his head. No, there is no such order. After some explanation, it turned out that they were about to leave, and they were worried about leaving Su Qingqiang and the other 3 third-level professionals behind. Fan Tao was only a second-level blesser, and he also had to take care of the reconstruction of the supply point, so they hoped to temporarily keep Brother Chang in their car and wait for the replacement to come and hand over. Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan. Wei Huan lowered his eyes and felt that this was indeed a problem, so he made a decision immediately. Send those 3 people to my car. It's just right. I also want to go to the treasure point to take a look. Chapter 63. Mu Zhong fully supports Wei Huan's decision, but only asks, is it a short-term custody, or until he leaves the challenge world? It depends on the situation. Wei Huan doesn't mind solving a problem at the same time. Su Qingqiang's strength is not weak, but he can't get out of his car, and he is a little interested in Su Qingqiang's profession. He actually awakened one of the 3 extremely rare dark professions. It is the legendary criminal sequence, and it is said that after being released, the combat power is extremely amazing. But when Mu Zhong heard Wei Huan say that Su Qingqiang's profession is good, his eyebrows have been tightly knitted. Later, he opened the mall and spent some points to buy some supplies. He said to the smart housekeeper, improve the security system in the car, strengthen the material level in the car to level 4, and upgrade the monitoring system. The smart housekeeper replied, okay, please cooperate to complete my upgrade of the vehicle. Yes. Wei Huan listened in surprise, but he didn't show it on his face. After observing for a while, he found that the driver could unlock some vehicle performance that could only be improved when the driver was in the car. He only knew that the driver could improve the vehicle performance by 20% when he was in the car. At first, he thought it was speed, defense, etc. Now it seems that the driver himself has the profession-specific drawings, and the vehicle with the driver can be modified with targeted drawings. Wei Huan opened his eyes. It seems that rebirth is not omniscient. Mu Zhong also explained, in fact, I am upgrading the prison now. When it comes to the 4th level car, we can also have a separate prison space. This is the driver's exclusive drawing. Wei Huan nodded. Prison room, he had indeed never seen it. But in this way, it would be doubly safe to take Su Qingqiang to the car, and there would be no more accidents. Mu Zhong acted quickly. As soon as the upgrade was completed, Su Qingqiang and his 2 brothers were escorted to the car by the male and female captains. Su Qingqiang wore an electric circle on his hand that could control his professional abilities, which should also be a product of the driver sequence. From this point of view, the official has actually been training the driver sequence, but currently it is being trained as a scientific research profession, and it is not clear that the combat effectiveness of the driver is also amazing. Su Qingqiang got on the car and looked at Wei Huan with a complicated expression. Then, he was escorted upstairs without saying a word and entered the cell specially strengthened for him. At the same time, Su Qingqiang's level 3 car was also handed over. Before leaving, the male captain reminded Wei Huan, from the development in his car, it can be confirmed that he is very strong. You have to be careful. When the arranged garrison arrives, you can transfer the people there. I leave it to you during this period. I will never forget your life-saving grace. I will wait for you at the entrance of the 3rd level highway. As long as your request does not violate the principles, I will do my best. Wei Huan nodded. Take care. See you later. The male captain got in the car, waved goodbye to Wei Huan, and drove away in a blink of an eye. Wei Huan retracted his gaze and looked at Fan Tao, who wrapped himself like a mummy and commanded the army of undead to work until Mu Zhong came back. Is he locked up? Su Qingqiang is in solitary confinement. The monitoring and security have been fully upgraded. He can't run away. Mu Zhong also looked out the window. What should we do now? I have confirmed that the treasure underground palace is outside the city, within a 3-kilometer range. Go and have a look. Mu Zhong took out the USB drive, inserted it into the reader in the cab, and said, take a look at this by the way. As he spoke, a figure jumped out of the windshield in front of the car. He was in his 30s, wearing a military uniform with the badge of the Qinglong Challenge Army on his chest. He was very gentle and handsome. Even his short hair could not harden his facial features. He was smiling even when he was not talking. Luo Jia, Major Luo, the adjutant of Commander Mu. Mu Zhong explained, leaning forward and listening carefully. Adjutant Luo said, Wei Huan, Mu Zhong, hello, I am Luo Jia. What I am going to say next is an official secret, but this matter has not been 100% confirmed. His eyes were dark and firm, giving people a good impression, and he spoke slowly and calmly. There are traitors in our human race. They have surfaced from the dark and are looting ruins everywhere. They obviously have the ability to command and control and challenge monsters. Hearing this, Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan in surprise. That was not yesterday. Halfway through the question, he found that Wei Huan's expression was not surprised, you know? Wei Huan not only knows, but also knows a lot, maybe more than the official information. But now, it is obviously not the time for him to know, so he shook his head. I felt something was wrong yesterday. Luo Jia continued, we don't know their specific identities, nor do we know the size of their power. We must be careful in the next exploration. Even within our official organization, it may not be safe. We are also investigating in detail. I am worried that they will take action against our genius. I hope you can calm down and conceal your whereabouts as much as possible before the reunion. Hearing Luo Jia's words, Wei Huan's car also started to move at the same time. As soon as he moved, the crowd in the square became nervous. The two official teams left. If Wei Huan also left, wouldn't they be waiting to die if they stayed here? But if anyone really wanted to stop Wei Huan, they really didn't dare to do so. They could only watch Wei Huan go away anxiously. Some people even flashed back to the car. Only the car could make them feel at ease. Fortunately, Wei Huan left, and his summons were still working. After waiting for a while, everyone relaxed. It turned out that they were not abandoned. The undead creatures with terrifying and hideous appearance became the guardians of a sense of security. The challengers who got off the car to build the city again were close to the undead skeletons, their eyes glued to the skinny bodies. The more I look at it, the more I like it. I really want to kidnap one. Undead skeleton, Wei Huan left dog in the city, brought a bunch of small face huggers to help with infrastructure, and left 2 large burrow beasts. Although the face hugger is a summoned creature of the crypt beast, the dog has Wei Huan's sword of imperial order, and even the mother crypt beast has to command it. With the help of the undead creatures, who are not afraid of hardship or fatigue, it won't take much time for the city to recover. Wei Huan also arrived at the entrance of the treasure underground palace very quickly. The dark door is more than 10 meters long and is directly embedded in the ground. The wind and sand overnight cannot completely cover the complex runes on the door. It seems to be affected by some rules. It is worthy of being a treasure that requires 25 treasure maps to open. Just outside the door, Wei Huan felt a great pressure. This is definitely not an ordinary treasure underground palace. If you have to use a noun to describe it, it should be ruins. Some traces of ancient and great civilization. Lu Qingji was temporarily done with his work at this time, and came to the cab. Seeing this scene, he exclaimed, "It's like the gate to hell. Boss, look at the patterns on the gate. Do they look like demons?" Wei Huan thought of the platinum magic flute they got, looked at the fierce gate in front of him, and finally thought about Su Qingqiang's profession, and suddenly understood why he had to come to this ruins. Mu Zhong also thought of it, and said, "There is not much information about the criminal sequence. At present, there are 2 criminals who are very famous in the Fence Country and the West Country. I only know that they seem to lose their minds in battle, but their combat power is so strong that once they are fully released, the 3 farmer sequences of the same level are not their opponents. However, when they are excited about killing, it is easy to not distinguish between enemies and friends, and be vigilant by various countries. So far, the Qinglong Challenge Army has restricted the recruitment of only criminals." Wei Huan nodded, he knew this. It should be that the entire Yin country prohibits criminals from joining the Legion. The most feared thing for a Legion that fights as a team is this kind of uncontrollable factor, which is like a rat shit that spoils the whole pot of soup. However, it is indeed a good way for the criminal sequence to become a bounty hunter. As a lone wolf, you can always accomplish a lot by being ferocious and cruel. The Gate of Hell. Wei Huan and the other 2 called it that. The Gate of Hell was slowly opened from one side, by Wei Huan's army of undead. With a creaking sound, the smell of decay poured out from deep inside. The car drove into the ruins along the gap of the open gate. With the creaking sound behind him again, the eyes fell into darkness. The steep slope was so steep that it felt almost vertical, and the car couldn't stop at all. It kept sliding down and down. The headlights were turned on, illuminating the walls around, and the traces of civilization flashed by. The passage was shaped like a wall, and patterns could be seen occasionally. It was pitch black under my feet, as if it really led to hell. Lu Qingji was a little nervous. He had never even explored the ruins. He had only been with Boss Wei for 2 days, and he had already fought a big battle and then explored the ruins. His heart was a little insufficient. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong were also silent at first. But after roughly adapting to this environment, Mu Zhong spoke first. After the ruins are developed, the traces of existence will disappear in about 10 days, which is exactly the shortest time that challengers are forced to stay in the challenge world. The ruins will exist for a longer time, but this ruin has existed for a month and has not dissipated. Hasn't it been explored yet? Yes, it has not been explored yet. Wei Huan nodded, which was also the reason why he wanted to come here. The more you find a bargain, the better. If you can get something good, it will be worth his battle yesterday. Moreover, Su Qingqiang's explanation was vague. When they arrived, they saw the treasure chest monster of the platinum treasure chest, which was being subdued by the war clan, and they secretly opened the treasure chest and ran away, and then were chased. This kind of thing always feels a little wrong. By the way, does the USB say what the person who controls the white rhino is called? Wei Huan confirmed it. Mu Zhong thought about it, and shook his head. No, what should it be called? No. Mu Zhong looked at him for a second. Mu Zhong was very perceptive, so Wei Huan couldn't say more. War Clan was the name of the crazy group, but now they have not completely come out of the dark, and the official only knows that there is such a dangerous undercurrent. As they were talking, the car finally drove out of the inclined passage. The body of the car fell, and then fell to the bottom. We've arrived. It's very spacious here, like an underground palace. The 4-level headlights can illuminate the ceiling. The dome over 300 meters high can see some vague reliefs, but if you look closely, you can't see anything. They are in a corner of the underground palace. There is a more spacious space in front, which seems to be a square, and it seems to be some kind of evil and mysterious altar. There are many passages around the altar leading to unknown directions. Some of the passages are ventilated and make strange woo sounds. The overall style of the challenge world is not dark, but more like a test of natural disasters and survival. But these ruins and relics are all secretive and oppressive. The unknown is the only thing that's scary. Mu Zhong concluded, then laughed. Now I have no fear of the scaled serpent ruins. Wei Huan thought about it and agreed. What's next? Arrange for the undead to scout. We wait here. Yes. Wei Huan was never reckless. Although he was very strong, he was still very cautious. As his conversation with Mu Zhong ended, the portal opened outside the car. Anal-digging brother came out first, and fully understood Wei Huan's intentions. He clicked and led his army of running wolves forward, constantly dispersing and heading to different caves. The ghost crow flew over the head of the running wolf, and arrived first, flying into the cave faster. The appearance of the crypt beast's mother, in addition to releasing face huggers, is to protect Wei Huan. They surrounded the vehicle, and the sense of security was 100%. Even if the white rhino appeared again, it would not be able to break through the defense and attack Wei Huan in a short time. But Wei Huan could retreat and leave the ruins at any time. There were not many face huggers today. Most of them stayed on the ground for infrastructure construction. He did not repair Rome, and was still weak. He suffered a lot of losses in the battle yesterday, and Wei Huan's combat effectiveness is now somewhat discounted. But even so, in order to explore this ruins, Wei Huan released all the zombies, and his strength is still very terrifying. Wei Huan was exploring as a routine, but Su Qingqiang on the second floor saw it, but he was shocked for a long time, and couldn't come back to his senses, his face full of envy. He even felt that this was a deterrent to him from Wei Huan. When he was ready to move, and wanted to escape, he released these undead, which made him have to think more. But in the end, Su Qingqiang still looked at the monitor calmly, with a red light in his eyes. There was a faint demonic energy flowing through his body, and black demonic patterns grew out of his clothes, spreading to his neck like vines, and surging to his face. As the demonic patterns covered him, his physical strength increased rapidly, and at the same time, the red light in his eyes intensified. For a moment, his eyes became evil and crazy, but he quickly suppressed it with great effort. Finally, after the momentum accumulated to the extreme, the demonic patterns instantly covered his face, and his handsome face suddenly became twisted and hideous, with a crazy light in his eyes. Then, he opened his mouth with fangs, screamed ah, and suddenly jumped up and hammered at the glass. Boom! The whole car was shaking. In the cab, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong's faces changed. One looked outside the car to see what kind of attack it had encountered, while the other looked inside the car, thinking. Then, Mu Zhong said, Butler, turn on the prison surveillance. Okay. As he spoke, a new picture appeared on the large glass in the cab. I saw Su Qingqiang suddenly jump up and hit the glass heavily. It was indeed him. But the huge force was blocked by the reinforced glass, and Su Qingqiang was bounced back by a greater force. Su Qingqiang fell to the ground, holding his bleeding head, and was sitting on the ground with a confused look on his face. Mu Zhong raised his eyebrows and smiled. Prison is specially used to guard criminals. Su Qingqiang was obviously not convinced. As a driver who also had a level 3 car, he was very familiar with the defense of the level 3 car, and he couldn't believe that he was stopped. After his head was broken and bleeding, he was left with a deeper anger and a brutality that would not stop. Bang! He jumped up and punched the glass again. But in return, he only had his hand shaking with pain. The pain aroused his ferocity, and his red eyes gradually lost their rationality. The black vine-like runes on his face gradually changed from an elegant and stretched posture to a twisted and hideous one with sharp thorns. Bang! Boom, boom, boom! He was like a wild beast that had lost his mind, attacking the window frantically, hitting it from all angles. The more blood he shed, the crazier he became. The furniture in the whole house was destroyed, and the camera could no longer capture his figure. Only shadows were left in the house. Again and again, madly, leaving no way out. Blood was everywhere on the ground, walls, and ceiling, all of which were wounds on his body, but he obviously could not feel any pain, and seemed to be enjoying this pain. Gradually, in addition to boom 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 in the room, there were also strange sounds of GGG, GA, ha ha ha. The crashed car was shaking. Lu Qingji was puzzled and shocked. He is really a madman. Mu Zhong said, the criminal sequence is the evolution of a madman, from criminal to madman, twisted, violent, and then to the demon of sequence 5, which is obviously not a human being. Lu Qingji listened obediently and nodded. Yes, he is possessed by the devil. Mu Zhong said, at the end of this sequence, it is likely that he will become a devil. The form is very different from that of a normal professional, and it is difficult to integrate into human society. Marginalization is inevitable, but in the end it depends on his own moral standards. Balancing the relationship between professionals and ordinary people has always been the focus of the official attention. Lu Qingji's eyes were blank, but he nodded obediently, as if he listened very seriously and understood. It's amazing. Who is Mu Zhong? How could he not know that he didn't understand at all? He shook his head and smiled, and when he looked up again, his eyes looked at the surveillance screen and became cold again. It is indeed a madman's profession, laughing GA, and he has already hit the whole room with blood, and he hasn't stopped yet. Even if his reinforced windows could stop Su Qingqiang every time, they couldn't withstand such crazy attacks. But it was obviously unrealistic to go in now, which gave Su Qingqiang a chance to escape. Now, it depends on whether he falls first or the glass breaks first. Go ask his two brothers how to control this situation. As he spoke, the surveillance screen in the room of the two brothers next door also appeared on the glass. Compared to the madness over there, this side was obviously also very anxious. Open the door. Open the door quickly. Who of you will open the door? Brother Chang. Please calm down. Calm down, and don't hurt yourself. Bang bang bang. Open the door. Open the door for me quickly. What's going on? How can I calm him down? Wei Huan's voice sounded in the room through the smart housekeeper. Lin Su was stunned when he heard the voice, and immediately turned to the monitor and said, Brother Chang is a criminal series, and has advanced to distortion. Once the seal is completely unlocked, he will know nothing, and will not even care about himself. Please let him wake up. Zhou Yong nodded frantically beside him. Yes, he will kill himself. Wei Huan's voice was still very cold. Don't think I don't know about distortion. If the criminals can't stop every time they go crazy, they will have died long ago. I just ask you, is there any way to stop him from going crazy? He can't escape. If you want him to suffer less, let him stop. The two were exposed by Wei Huan's words, but they didn't feel embarrassed, but still anxious and worried. Since you know that distortion can be stopped, you should know under what circumstances it can be stopped. Now he is like this, how can he stop? He will keep killing until he is exhausted and comatose, or even die. Wei Huan really doesn't know this. Criminal sequence has always been very mysterious, and the official introduction to this sequence is very vague. Seeing Wei Huan's silence, Su Qingqiang's roar next door became more and more crazy, and the first ones, who couldn't stand it, were his two little brothers. Lin Su showed weakness first. Anything is fine, give him something to eat, he will calm down when he sees blood. So that's it. The three people in the cab all showed expressions of sudden enlightenment. That's right. Twisted is indeed twisted. Su Qingqiang broke his hand, but he didn't stop and continued to attack as if he didn't feel any pain. If Mu Zhong hadn't upgraded the prison, He wouldn't be able to be locked up with this madness. Because there was no opponent in the battle, Su Qingqiang freed himself just because he wanted to escape, so the madness he paid had never been rewarded, so he could only continue to be mad. Need to devour the flesh and blood of the loser, restore oneself and nourish oneself at the same time. This is the core mechanism of the criminal sequence. Plunder, absorb, and then release. But here, where can we find food that can calm Su Qingqiang down? The food that can appease him, of course, cannot be food in the traditional sense. It must be alive, and have huge energy, such as treasure chest monsters, to make up for his loss. This underground palace has been basically explored. Even if there is a secret door, in the best case scenario, it will not be found in a short time. Before that, Su Qingqiang will either crash the car into a hole or kill himself. Wei Huan was angry that Su Qingqiang was diverting the blame. If he was not there yesterday, I am afraid that more than 100 people would have died in the monster siege. It is just that there is no personal grudge between the two parties, and Wei Huan hopes that Su Qingqiang can get a fair trial. So if possible, he will also try to stop Su Qingqiang's self-harming attack. Send a pig in? This was Wei Huan's idea. In their microcosm, they had a litter of wild boars. Now they were growing wildly, and it was a bit outrageous. They had agreed to give them to the challengers, who were rebuilding the city before leaving. Now they could give them to Su Qingqiang to eat. How to send them in? Mu Zhong asked back, and then said, I have a good idea. Let me see if it works. Wei Huan gestured to him. Let him go. Mu Zhong said, a wild beast that has lost its mind will only hunt for food according to its instinct. Once it is full, it will fall into a short coma, as Lin Su and the others said. Instead of letting him toss like this, it is better to let him eat and drink enough to calm down, and then catch him back. Okay. Wei Huan agreed directly. But Mu Zhong hesitated. Don't think about it more? Maybe there will be some accidents? It doesn't matter if there are accidents. I can handle it. Strength is the foundation of self-confidence. As long as you are sure that you can cover it, it doesn't matter what kind of attempt you make in the middle. Lu Qingji, who was standing by, got goosebumps when he heard this. With such a boss, who was willing to take him with him and back him up, it was a pleasure to be his slave. Soon, a black-skinned wild boar was taken out of the microscopic world and thrown out of the car. This wild boar was very fierce. It was a bully in the microscopic world, bullying ducks and geese and destroying vegetable gardens. Now it came out even more fiercely, rushing around and just wanted to run away. But challenging the pollution outside the world was a great threat to ordinary creatures. After a few seconds, the wild boar began to weaken. Open the window. Wei Huan gave the order, fearing that if he delayed any further, the wild boar would be polluted into pork jelly, which would not be attractive to the crazy Su Qingqiang. The smart butler followed the command and opened the glass that Su Qingqiang had been hitting. This time, there was no obstruction, and Su Qingqiang flew out of the window and fell to the ground. Ha! He bounced up again, hunched over, and looked around cautiously. In this way, Su Qingqiang looked more like a devil. The black totem on his face was twisted, twisting his facial features into a strange shape, and his teeth and hands and feet were sharp like a beast. The most obvious thing was the small bulge in the middle of his forehead, which felt like it was about to grow a horn. His eyes were bloodshot, and he had completely lost his mind. He fell to the ground and bounced up. Even though one of his arms was soft and skinned and hung at his side, he was still laughing. But the strange thing was that he did not pounce directly on the wild boar that was about to die, but twisted his neck and swept around, not knowing what he was looking at. Wei Huan thought about it and said, throw 2 more pigs out. Lu Qingji received the order, opened the window, and threw the 2 pigs to Su Qingqiang's feet, and quickly closed the window. The 2 pigs just appeared, still red and jumping around, running around Su Qingqiang. But the fresh breath did not attract Su Qingqiang's attention. He was still looking at other places, and gradually showed a salivating expression. Wei Huan noticed something first and thought about it. Mu Zhong discovered it immediately and muttered to himself, no way. He. Su Qingqiang jumped up and pounced on a violent bear zombie not far away. Chapter 64. Su Qingqiang didn't even look at the 2 pigs, who screamed and fell at his feet. He pounced on the army of undead, who surrounded him like a vicious tiger. The monster with magic patterns all over its body, with twisted bones and no human form, held the head of a zombie bear and tore off its rotten skin with a wow, and even bit the hard skull underneath. After removing the bones and skin and swallowing it, the black brain looked like a mouthful of self-service thick soup in Su Qingqiang's eyes. The 3 people in the car, including Wei Huan, almost vomited because of nausea. Crazy. Mu Zhong sighed, the taste was too strong. But Wei Huan was disgusted and surprised. But he didn't order other undead to stop Su Qingqiang from eating. He was even waiting for Su Qingqiang's reaction after eating this meal. So under such a gaze, Wei Huan also had a clearer understanding of the combat power of Twist. With very strong strength and strong bite force, the second-level Violent Bear zombies are very strong defensive attack troops in Wei Huan's undead army. But this kind of defense is nothing in the eyes of Twist, and the bones are eaten crisply, like small biscuits. The Violent Bear zombies, with a length of more than 3 meters, did not even last 3 minutes in the Twist's eating spree, and only a little residue was left. During this process, Su Qingqiang's stomach did not become bloated, but his body became stronger, and the whole person became more sturdy. At the same time, the small bag on the forehead unexpectedly grew a 1 centimeter long black horn at some point. After eating a Violent Bear zombie like a live one, Su Qingqiang was obviously not full yet. He greedily looked at another Violent Bear zombie next to him. He pounced on it again. Is your hand healed? Mu Zhong noticed that Su Qingqiang's hand, which was originally broken and unable to move, began to move at some point. The Violent Bear zombie that he had taken a fancy to began to resist under Wei Huan's order, but Su Qingqiang's eyes glowed red, like a hooligan who saw a beautiful girl. While laughing he pinched the neck of the Violent Bear zombie and opened his mouth to press it down. Mu Zhong frowned. Do you want to stop it? No hurry. Until now, the two were not in a hurry, because the power displayed by Su Qingqiang was still within their control. Instead of fighting now and causing casualties, it is better to take the opportunity to understand the limit of the criminal sequence. In addition, Wei Huan closed his eyes at this moment and went to the tomb. He looked for the Violent Bear zombie eaten by Su Qingqiang, wanting to learn more. Soon, Wei Huan opened his eyes, with a somewhat surprised expression, and said, the ones he ate disappeared. Mu Zhong thought, you mean, they can't be resurrected? Yes, the zombie Violent Bear disappeared. Wei Huan said this without feeling distressed. In his eyes, these undead armies are just a manifestation of his professional ability, and only a few elites are worth his attention. Besides, not long ago, he discovered that there are far more than one tomb. There are countless tombs in the space of the professional temple, and he can't see the end. The undead lives living in the tombs are endless. Now, he is grateful for this trip, which made him know that the criminal sequence has a restraining effect on the Tombkeeper sequence. If a group of criminals came to eat his army of undead, he would also feel a little distressed. After all, they could not be resurrected. During the simple test, Su Qingqiang had already eaten the second one, and was looking at the third one. However, it could be felt that his hunger seemed to be much weaker, and his eyes were no longer just eating. He even looked up. It was this glance that gave Wei Huan a strange idea. Don't stop it? Mu Zhong asked Wei Huan. Wei Huan put his hands on the windshield and looked at Su Qingqiang with a surprised expression. Su Qingqiang also looked at him through the glass. In the blood-red pupils, Wei Huan confirmed that he saw a green flame swaying. For a moment, he felt Su Qingqiang's emotions, confusion, distortion, violence, and lazy satisfaction. Su Qingqiang pressed down the third zombie Violent Bear again, and the speed of swallowing slowed down significantly. After eating 1/3 of this zombie Violent Bear, he lowered his head and did not move. Then the totem on his face faded away little by little. When his fair skin reappeared, he shook his body, and finally fell on the rotten fur of the zombie bear, as if he was exhausted. Who he actually snored. What a full and satisfied man. After Su Qingqiang was captured, he was still unconscious. Wei Huan looked at his body, and found no wounds. His physical data in Wei Huan's glasses was actually higher than before. Name, Su Qingqiang. Age, 21. Gender, male. Occupation, distortion, sequence 3, stamina, 1070. Strength, 325. Agility, 325. Spiritual power, 60. Special status, sleeping. Criminal sequence, the attributes are a profession with strong strength and agility, and high stamina. In addition to being irrational in combat, it is a very good hexagonal melee. In fact, after losing reason, not being afraid of pain and fear is not necessarily a bad thing. I don't know how many challengers of the farmer sequence have lost because they dare not fight monsters in close combat, and then gave up their identity as challengers. At the same time, the way for criminals to improve their strength may really need to be devoured. When Mu Zhong saw him yesterday, his strength and agility were only 323. Now that he has eaten 2 zombie bears, His strength and agility have increased to 325. This change made Wei Huan have to think more. If he feeds a criminal, is it possible to cultivate the strongest demon in the sequence? While Wei Huan was thinking about this, Mu Zhong discussed with the smart housekeeper the possibility of strengthening the prison again. The advantages of the driver sequence are also being revealed bit by bit. The space of the third-level car is limited, and Mu Zhong's professional level is not high, but if it is upgraded, many special function areas will appear on the car, which are drawings that Wei Huan cannot open even when opening a box, but Mu Zhong can complete the construction on the car. It can only be said that there is no useless profession in the challenge world. It depends on how you use it. Wei Huan was still thinking about the emotions he felt after the green fire appeared in Su Qingqiang's eyes. It was just like the connection between him and the summoned undead. At this time, a ghost crow flew back. Finally, a passage was explored to the end. Just as imagined, there was nothing. And other ghost crows returned one after another, all bringing the same news. This ruins has been completely explored. After digging 3 feet into the ground, all the mechanisms that could be found have been triggered. Now the ruins are just gloomy and dark, but when the ruins were just opened, it must have been full of monsters and corpses of human challengers, like a real hell. Do you want to go back? Mu Zhong asked him. Wei Huan shook his head thoughtfully. Wei Huan had been standing here, looking out for a long time. When he thought of something, the green fire in his eyes rose, and an eyeball with bat wings appeared outside the car. The eyeball was covered with spider web-like blood vessels, floating silently in the air, which was particularly in line with the atmosphere here. When Mu Zhong saw it, he not only did not find it ugly, but said with surprise, "Is this the demon I lord you summoned?" Wei Huan nodded. "I can share vision with it. I need to take a closer look." "Okay." As he spoke, Wei Huan had closed his eyes, and at the same time, his vision was connected to the demon I lord and also outside the car. He saw the small broken car he was in, which seemed fragile and could be broken by a slap. The windshield was dark. He was clearly inside, but he could not see anything. Inside and outside the car, it seemed like two worlds. Turning his sight back, the demon I lord also spun around, and then flew towards the altar. The altar was large and the light was not good, but as a dark creature, the demon I lord was more suitable for such darkness. Looking down from a high altitude, the entire altar was clear in Wei Huan's eyes, and he also had the ability to zoom in and out and adjust the focal length. Then, he quickly discovered the difference of the circular altar. Drawing a grotesque pattern of 7 volcanoes erupting, countless demons twisting and crawling on the ground, converging into fine lines, and finally converging into the huge mouth of the abyss in the middle. "There is a second layer," Wei Huan said. "Under the altar?" Mu Zhong also looked over. It was a question, but very sure. Challenging the world is cruel, but one thing is indeed very clear, it is not a puzzle style. Almost all clues are placed in the open. The main point is to let you discover, and then through fighting, quickly improve your strength. The only possible reason why such an obvious clue has not been cracked and left until now is that the previous adventurers were too hasty. The first batch competed with each other and had to kill monsters, so naturally they had no time to observe carefully and were destroyed. Then Su Qingqiang brought people down to explore and disturb the plan of the war clan. The two sides had a big battle royal. It was not until today that Wei Huan could calm down and think slowly. Luck is something that cannot be stopped. Wei Huan summoned the mother beast of the underground beast and gathered them in the middle of the altar. He pierced the floor with his long feet, and then little by little, with a click sound like the stirring of mechanical gears, he actually opened a gap of less than 1 meter. Puff! Dark and thick smoke gushed up from below. A little scarlet could be vaguely seen, and the temperature in the underground palace rose instantly. The toes of the mother beast of the underground beast were burned gray. The mechanism there was very powerful, and continued to try to close the entrance. Wei Huan could only summon a few more female crypt beasts to completely stabilize the entrance. But the 1 meter wide entrance was obviously telling the challenger that vehicles were prohibited from entering from here. It was time for the challenger to take risks again. Without the protection of a vehicle, it was hard to imagine what it would take to get the final result by relying on one's own ability to enter. Perhaps it was the life of a companion. Or perhaps it was one's own life. But those were the methods of other ordinary challengers. When it came to Wei Huan, it was very simple. Dozens of ghost crows turned into dark clouds and flew down in the face of high temperature and thick smoke. A few face huggers climbed down the cliff of the abyss. Wei Huan left enough troops to circle the entrance, and then controlled the Lord of the Magic Eye to fly down. The joy of being able to share vision with the summoned creatures was further reflected. Wei Huan looked at everything in front of him clearly, including the scarlet-red dot that was constantly enlarging, which gradually turned into boiling underground magma. And, in the middle of the magma, there was a huge black cylinder inserted. In fact, it was obvious that this cylinder should be the last treasure in this relic. It was also the real treasure. Or something on the cylinder. In short, the treasure chests on the ground were just a bonus to this relic. But even so, the opening of the platinum treasure chest still destroyed a city. Seeing that the treasure was about to be obtained, Wei Huan became calmer. He ordered the ghost crow not to touch the black iron cylinder, and he looked into the depths of the magma. Wherever there is a treasure, there must be a treasure monster. The treasure monster guarding the ruins must be very powerful. What's wrong? Mu Zhong, who was waiting on the side, saw the change in Wei Huan's expression. What's down there? Lu Qingji also stretched his neck, wishing he could grow a head to go to the entrance to see it with his own eyes. Wei Huan said, "It's a big thing, but it's too close to the city. I can't use the Hellfire Bomb." And after experiencing a big battle yesterday, his combat effectiveness was damaged, and most of the high-end soldiers, the Xiaorong, fell into weakness, and their combat effectiveness was reduced by 1/3. Mu Zhong nodded. Yes, the Hellfire and Xiaorong can't be used. The Facehugger is doing infrastructure in the city, and there are only limited troops left here. It is indeed difficult to fight a treasure monster. However, after saying this, Mu Zhong continued, but this is a secondary road. He reminded Wei Huan, I don't know if you noticed that the white rhino we met yesterday had almost no other fighting power except for its size. No matter how thick its skin and flesh were, it couldn't stand the ants eating elephants. If it weren't for the mysterious person controlling it on its back, it wouldn't be difficult to subdue it. Wei Huan looked at Mu Zhong steadily. One of his eyes was normal, and the other was pitch black, as if the demon I lord was embedded in his eyes. Black bloodshot filled his eyeballs, and green flames burned in his vertical pupils. The mutated eyes, on the same side as the butterfly-shaped black ear bones, made his face seem to be split apart, showing two completely different sides, gentle and bright and coquettish and cold. Extremely terrifying. And full of charm. Mu Zhong's mind was blank for a few seconds, and then he tried to calmly look at the pair of strange eyes. I think it's okay to try after turning on bloodthirstiness. Wei Huan opened and closed his eyes, agreeing with Mu Zhong's statement. First of all, will he give up the treasure? Leave without doing anything, and then wait for the combat power to recover before coming back, without worrying about the long night and many dreams? Impossible. Besides, he has successfully recruited the demon I lord, which means that 1 foot has already stepped into the 3rd level, and soon his strength will be greatly improved, enough to catch up with the current losses in a short time. Besides, these undead are just weak, not lost, they will come back sooner or later. When the idea of taking action is firm, the portal opens, and more undead creatures appear outside the car. After the loss of Xiaoluoma, Wei Huan's strongest combat power is only this huge number of zombie violent bears. The extra crypt beasts also came over. After adding the buff, they could still squeeze in the number of facehuggers they summoned. Finally, when these undead armies filled the underground palace, and Wei Huan was about to close the portal, a Shiroma rushed out. Is it? It is not big because it has not advanced to the 2nd stage, and is still in its initial size. But you can feel the integrity of its body, and the expansion of its muscles, and feel that its strength is stronger than that of its peers. This is a very obvious elite Shiroma, but unfortunately its brain is not good. It was the Shiroma who was bitten off by the dog, and was not afraid. It came out, hoo-hoo twice, and rushed to the center of the altar in front. Then it jumped handsomely into the abyss. Wei Huan, this is... The demon I lord flying above the magma quickly caught Mogg falling in free fall. It was really brave and fearless. Even though it was looking at the magma ahead, and even though it couldn't fly at all, it still showed its endless bravery to challenge the world and make a hole. With a plop, it smashed into the flames. The magma splashed a small splash, and then it was calm. Wei Huan, So what are you looking forward to? The quiet and short time passed in a flash. Gradually, bubbles surged under the magma, and some huge monster was emerging from deep underground. The pressure at this moment was very strong. Wei Huan controlled the demon I lord to fly to the highest point and hide against the wall, while ordering the smart butler to be ready to escape at any time. Mu Zhong's fingers had already touched the earrings, and the corners of his mouth were pursed. Lu Qingji sat in his seat, holding his breath and fastening his seat belt. The gods were fighting. He just had to be obedient and not cause trouble. Gulp, gulp, orange bubbles rolled up from the depths of the magma, small and dense at first, and then the bubbles became larger and more numerous. The bubbles exploded on the magma, emitting wisps of dark smoke. Then, something terrible was floating up from below, and the sense of oppression was very strong. This kind of pressure even made Lu Qingji, who was hiding in the car, unable to control his teeth. It was like a soul shock brought by a high level of life. It was like the ancestors of mankind had encountered such a terrible existence in ancient times, so it was imprinted on their DNA, and they were afraid of it unavoidably. Wei Huan watched the changes in the magma with one eye, and the other eye remained in the car, always paying attention to Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong was much thinner than Lu Qingji, but his mood was stable. His eyes were full of determination as he stared ahead, like a loaded bullet. The sound of gurgle 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 became louder and more frequent. Wei Huan finally said, "Be ready to go at any time." After that, he turned all his attention back to the Lord of the Magic Eye. As soon as he came back, he saw the molten lava rising in a scarlet heat wave. The viscous tension made the magma plane rise very high, almost submerging the black cylinder, and then completely revealing a piece of black scales. The scales were oval, thin at the edges and thick in the middle, with a textured fan-shaped pattern, and one piece could be half the size of a person. A glimpse of the whole leopard shows how big the thing is. At this time, a face hugger that had received the order long ago fell from the ceiling and fell straight on the exposed scales. The scales looked black like jade, but the temperature was frighteningly high. The face hugger didn't last even a second when it landed on it. It poofed and turned into a fireball, and burned quickly, turning into black ash. Seeing this, Wei Huan, who was not surprised by the opponent's large size, changed his face. To be honest, Wei Huan's summons were still a little afraid of elemental damage. Especially this kind of thing with a strong fire attack and a huge size. Even if his summons climbed up, they would probably be burned to death like the face hugger before they reached the fatal point. In this world, one ring is better than another, and the human wave tactics have never been absolutely invincible. Soon, the monster broke through the water surface, revealing its hugely shaped flat head, a bit like the head of a snake, but Wei Huan couldn't see the organs on its face. The whole process of poking out from the magma was very oppressive, and the huge head was raised high, as if it was exploring something. The position of the snout was swaying slowly. Then, the scene was deadlocked. Wei Huan watched for a long time before realizing that the other party seemed to be looking for a creature that disturbed it. After all, its head had no facial features. And this thing might rely on sound to determine the direction. It didn't react even though the ghost crow had landed not far from it. Ghost crows, a kind of spiritual undead, can fly completely silently as long as they don't make noisy calls. The demon Eye Lord that Wei Huan relied on had the ability to float in the air through the magic side, and the existence of wings was only to control the direction and speed. So, the stalemate lasted for a long time, so long that Wei Huan saw this thing with his own eyes, and it slowly slid back, until the magma completely stabilized. Wei Huan's eyes fell on the black cylinder. Now that he knew the form of the guardian monster, all that was left was to study how to take away the treasure. Since he had entered the treasure mountain, he could not return empty-handed. Ordered the Lord of the Magic Eye to fly around the black cylinder and observe the patterns on it. What could such a big thing be? Could it be some kind of architectural treasure? Although he had never heard of this type of treasure since he returned from the future, he had never heard of the existence of such a treasure, but he had never been able to challenge the world. A bone-like crypt beast mother beast finally merged with his car, and became a dead ranch. Didn't it happen? Thinking of this, Wei Huan didn't know for a moment whether he expected it to have better equipment or a better architectural treasure. It would be a good thing if there was another professional training ground. Finally, Wei Huan touched a black iron pillar through the Lord of the Magic Eye. The huge black pillar, which looked like a skyscraper, suddenly disappeared in the magma space. Disappeared, gone, causing the magma to surge and the underground cave to tremble. Then, the monster that had just disappeared not long ago once again poked its flatly shaped head out of the magma. The red lava dripped down its body, quickly revealing dense black scales. But this time, it seemed to have eyes. As soon as it appeared, its snout was aimed at the demon Eye Lord that Wei Huan was attached to. Without giving any reaction time, it slammed over. Wei Huan ordered the demon Eye Lord to fire. A black beam of light shot out from the demon Eye Lord's eyes, and the huge damage of the magic system directly pierced through a piece of black scales and burned the flesh. But this injury was like being pricked by a needle tip for the monster's huge body. It had no effect except to anger it. The head that was slapped over suddenly accelerated. The demon Eye Lord couldn't dodge in time, and saw the huge body that filled the entire field of vision falling. Puff! The field of vision was turbulent, and Wei Huan's attention returned to himself. He shook his head, and his mind was still turbulent in the overwhelming slap. Then he quickly adjusted and said, "Be careful, it's coming out. Except for Xiaodian, all the Crypt Beast mothers will refresh the spiritual power buff, and the strength and agility on the running wolf. Bloodthirsty, wait for my order." The crack in the center of the altar emitted boiling fog, and the power of the fire was surging up. A group of ghost crows rushed up. Then the Crypt Beast mothers loosened their claws, and let the altar close again. But they did not escape. Instead, under Wei Huan's order, they surrounded the altar inside and out. Since he took the treasure, this battle is inevitable. Challenging the treasure chest monster of the world, it is a fight to the death. If he doesn't want to face endless pursuit in the future, he must use the current terrain advantage to destroy the opponent first. The damage that the Demon Eye Lord successfully caused to the monster just now may be very low, but at least it means that he can break the defense. This battle must be fought. Chapter 65. Issuing orders quickly, Wei Huan closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the Demon Eye Lord was resurrected and summoned again. His vision was reopened, and he flew to the dome and looked down from above. The Crypt Beast refreshed the buff and began to produce a large number of face huggers. The walking corpse Violent Bear was at the forefront, hoping that they could play a role. The Anal Digger was very cunning, knowing that his and the wolf army's defenses were insufficient, and he did not lean forward. He wandered among the undead army, waiting for an opportunity. Boom! Boom! Bang! During this period, under their feet, in the molten cave deep in the earth, there was a loud noise. Every blow made the ground tremble, and as the force gradually increased, the monster finally came to the altar. Bang! With a shocking sound, the huge stone mechanism that required 8 Crypt Beast mothers to pull out was cracked by the monster with just one blow. The huge rock from the dome fell, killing many facehuggers. "The boss is coming," Lu Qingji muttered, holding onto a small safety belt, looking for a sense of security. How powerful is this thing? The noise of its appearance is so loud. If it were him alone, he would probably run faster than anyone else, but the boss only wanted to kill the boss. It was really exciting to hang out with the boss. In 2 days, he encountered all the shocks he had ever experienced in his life. Bang! 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 The continuous sounds were like crazy chiseling. Finally, with a boom, the huge stone of the altar could no longer withstand such an attack, and suddenly exploded. In the splashing of sand and flying stones, black shadows suddenly rushed out from it. In the thick smoke, they danced wildly towards the sky, and it was hard to see clearly. However, Wei Huan felt the massive loss of his undead summons at the first time. Although there were many fragile face huggers, they were not enough for the opponent to attack. I am afraid that even the wind that danced past them could kill them. But Wei Huan also had his own ideas. He thought of the only wound left on this monster by the Lord of the Magic Eye when he possessed it. He said to Mu Zhong, "Open bloodthirst for the face hugger." Ding! A light sound. Dong dong. Dong dong. The sound of war drums floated from the sky, and there were also mumbling chants, as if the ancient priests were dancing an ancient dance and praying devoutly to the sky. The power came. The face huggers surrounding the car suddenly emitted a hazy red light, and their bodies became 3 times larger. Red lines appeared on their white shells. The 8 eyes on the back, which originally glowed green, now turned red. Their aura also became extremely powerful. Groups of face huggers turned into blood-colored waves and rushed towards the monster without hesitation. The 2 sides instantly entangled each other, fighting to the point of collapse and cracking. Finally, in such a fight, the smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the truth. Wei Huan was the first to discover the abnormality. Through the eyes of the Demon Eye Lord, he finally saw the whole appearance of the monster. No, it should be said that this is not the whole appearance of the monster. It is just a part of the monster, or a part of the foot. He thought that the flatly shaped snake head was not a head at all, but a tentacle. 2 identical tentacles squeezed out from the narrow altar mouth, slapping randomly, killing countless undead lives. If it were just these 2 tentacles, it would be fine. With the number of the undead army, it would be enough to deal with it. But unfortunately, there are 3 tentacles that are more flexible than these tentacles, wandering around and interfering. The tentacles are thinner and longer, squeezed out from the gap at the entrance of the altar, and covered with flagella. This gives it a sensitive perception ability, and often the undead are whipped away by the tentacles before they climb onto the tentacles. So, bad news, this is obviously part of the leg of some giant creature, and it is not all, so the main body must be bigger than he imagined, like a mountain, maybe bigger than the white rhino. Good news, Mu Zhong is right. The secondary road really limits the strength of this monster, and the solid altar can only let it show a part of its strength, it is really capable of fighting. It is hard to imagine what will happen to this secondary road if the complete body of this monster appears. It will definitely be destroyed. Thinking of this, Wei Huan no longer hesitated and ordered the Lord of the Magic Eye to fly over again. At the same time, he said to Mu Zhong, strength, agility, spiritual power. This time, his target was the dancing tentacles. Hit the snake at its weakest point. This thing is powerful, but without the tentacles, it is just an invisible and inaudible whip. The undead army began to attack frantically, attracting the attention of the tentacles, and creating an opportunity for Wei Huan. Mu Zhong's buff caught up in time. Wei Huan only felt that his vision suddenly became faster, and the Lord of the Magic Eye moved more lightly. They flew all the way down to the altar entrance, close to the root of the tentacles. He wanted to cut off the opponent at the root. A tentacle sensed something was wrong, and quickly left the battle group on the other side, and whipped towards the Lord of the Magic Eye. But the speed of the Demon Eye Lord was faster, and the energy in his eyes gathered. Once again, the black beam condensed and shot straight at the root of a tentacle. The Demon Eye Lord was a dark energy monster. After turning into an undead creature, it became a more sinister dark force. The ray fell on the root of the tentacle, first freezing it to the extreme, and then the core of the freezing began to turn into dust, and it broke off in an instant. The tentacle that was about to hit the Demon Eye Lord suddenly lost its strength and fell heavily to the ground, bouncing and struggling like a fish out of water. Boom, boom, boom. This time it seemed to make the creature feel pain, and began to hit the ground continuously, as if it wanted to get out completely. But fortunately, this altar was really solid, without any cracks. Brother Dig Anus led his army of running wolves to pounce on the tentacle, and began to tear it madly, dismembering the tentacle that was as thick as their vehicle. After all, most high-level life forms have the ability to heal broken limbs. Since they are cut off, they cannot be reconnected. Wei Huan did not stop, but went around to the other side and did the same thing, trying to quickly deal with another tentacle nearby. But the damage just caused had attracted the attention of the monster, and one tentacle turned their heads at the same time. Wei Huan noticed that there was no wound on the leaf-shaped tail of this tentacle, which was a good opportunity. He began to wander, dodge, and continue to attract the attention of this tentacle and one tentacle, wrapping them tightly around him. At the same time, the beams kept shooting out, most of which were dodged, and a small part froze a piece of meat, but because they could not attack deeply, it was difficult to cut them off with one blow. Of course, the main battlefield of this round is not on Wei Huan's side. On the other side, the same tentacle are engaging in a head-on attack with Wei Huan's main force. The zombie bear is no match for the tentacles. Often, as soon as it approaches, it will be burned by the high heat of the opponent's body, and its hair and flesh will be charred black, emitting a foul smell. However, with the restraint of the zombie bear, Wei Huan's real killer finally reached the intended target. The face huggers that were hit by bloodthirstiness endured the burning of the tentacle surface, while climbing up on the bodies of their own kind. Even if each face hugger stays on the monster's body for only 2 or 3 seconds, it is enough time for the fearless, agile and huge face huggers. Finally, at the top of the stacked insect ladder, a face hugger still climbed to the end of the tentacle, where the scales fell off. It jumped onto the meat, pierced its 8 legs into the meat, and held on tightly. The crack under its belly opened and closed wildly, tearing the muscles wantonly. Puff! Puff! The face hugger, whose attributes increased tenfold, successfully broke through the monster's muscles, and just like grabbing tofu, it dug a deep hole in a blink of an eye and drilled into it. If there was one, there would be 2. Then, one after another, the face huggers drilled under the scales of the tentacle. No matter how high your scales defense is, they will hollow you out from the inside. The feeling of being eaten from the inside is indeed very exciting. The tentacle and the tentacles that were chasing Wei Huan were obviously spasming, stiff, and twitching in pain. Then a tentacle withdrew, and the tip aimed at the bitten hole, and puffed it in, stirring it. The facehugger that had finally entered was indeed torn to pieces, and died in an instant. But does it matter? It doesn't matter. The terrifying number of the undead army is to make you lose sight of the big picture and be exhausted. Give me the bloodthirst. Wei Huan seized the opportunity and gave the order. Mu Zhong understood and squeezed out the last bit of spiritual power to use the bloodthirst on the Demon Eye Lord. Also affected were Brother Digging Ankle and part of his wolf army below. With a buzz, red light descended. Brother Digging Ankle's body swelled, his bone spurs were hideous, and red lines were faintly visible on the white bones. The rare remaining white eyeballs in the black reticular blood vessels on the Demon Eye Lord's eyeballs turned red and looked extremely hideous. Ah, crack, crack. Brother Digging Ankle roared and rushed forward fearlessly. The eyeball of the demon eye lord shook forward, and after 3 seconds of brewing, a black beam wrapped in red shot out. It was 3 to 5 times thicker than before, and hit the leaf-shaped tail of the tentacle accurately. Swish! The underground palace suddenly lit up. Then, the leaf-shaped tail of the tentacle was blown apart, including half of the tentacle. This time, it was more brutal than gnawing meat. Wei Huan could even hear the roar coming from underground from a distance. It was like a person cutting off a finger, and he should scream. The monster with half of the tentacle broken went crazy, and the remaining 2 tentacles, and the tentacles that were bitten so hard that the leather armor collapsed, whipped wildly. The altar was as solid as a rock, but the underground palace obviously couldn't withstand such an attack. Rocks fell from the dome, and the walls cracked and fell. The smart housekeeper reminded, "The entrance is collapsing, please leave as soon as possible." Wei Huan withdrew his consciousness from the Lord of the Magic Eye, and the first thing he asked was, "Did anything fall?" Lu Qingji answered quickly, "It fell, a stick of something, and a piece of Mafati's scale." When he heard about Mafati's scale, Mu Zhong was stunned. But now is not the time to talk about this. Challenging the rules of the world, once the item falls, it means the battle is over, at least temporarily. It is indeed time for them to leave. Let's go! While Wei Huan ordered the butler to drive away from here, he took back as many undead creatures as possible to the tomb. But the underground palace was destroyed too quickly. They rushed to the ground at lightning speed. The collapse and airflow chased them all the way, like a terrifying abyss. Until the last moment, they rushed out of the underground palace and came to the brightly lit ground. Behind the smoke, they turned around and saw a puff sound, and the whole huge black door seemed to be dragged down. In the flying wind, it disappeared without a trace. The large desert in front of them sank, and the sand dunes flattened. More than half of the undead summoned by Wei Huan did not come back. After careful sensing, there was not a single one left in the underground palace, indicating that the ruins were completely destroyed. This also fits the fate of the ruins after the treasure was taken away. The 3 people in the car were speechless for a long time. Facing this life and death battle, they all felt a little lucky to have survived. Even Wei Huan felt the body weakening. A lonely car in the desert. The dusk gradually fell. Finally, Lu Qingji couldn't help but sigh and broke the silence. Then he shouted in a weird voice, "Exciting!" Wei Huan turned to look at Mu Zhong, and when their eyes met, they smiled at the same time. "Leave here first." "Okay. Just in case the monster rushes out. We can't stay here for long. We can't lead the monster to the city." The car drove away from the city. After driving 3 miles, he turned back to look at the collapsed ruins behind him. This wait took half a day. During this period, because of the distance of the summoned creatures, the face huggers in the city returned to the tomb. But Mu Zhong had contacted Fan Tao to explain the situation, and both sides were very stable. "We must confirm that the monster will not appear again. After all, they have obtained something incredible. The value of this thing is not surprising even if the monster is chasing it all over the world." "Wei Huan, look at this." After calming down a little, Mu Zhong couldn't wait to call Wei Huan and asked him to let the warehouse. Wei Huan also knew that what he got this time was not ordinary, but when he really saw the attributes, he was still shocked. "What is this?" Pseudo-demon Mafati ring, fragment, use all attributes to increase by 25%. The curse from the abyss, once it is targeted by him, the holder will never have peace. Whether it is pseudo-demon or pseudo-god, such prefixes have never been seen before. Even with Wei Huan's knowledge, he has never heard of them. But not having heard of them does not mean that they cannot distinguish what kind of good things they are. According to the current division of equipment attributes in the challenge world, the equipment level can be distinguished according to the level of the box. Bronze level, black iron level, silver level, gold level, platinum level, diamond level. In these basic levels, there are 2 more powerful and completely supermodel equipment: pseudo-god level and god level. In the last life, the country had made the pseudo-god level equipment public. One of them was the shield in Captain Fong William's hand, also known as God Sai. There was also a pseudo-god robe in the hand of Agris Frankling, the apostle of the Dark Knight of Asham, called Nightwound. However, the specific value was not announced. We only know that it is very powerful, and can make an ordinary professional as powerful as a god. So, it can be seen that if there is pseudo-god level, there must be god level. Wei Huan took the ring of Mafati out of the warehouse. It was not surprising that this thing was exactly the same as what he saw in the lava cave, a long iron rod. Of course, it was much smaller in size. It can be held in one hand. At a cold glance, there was not much special. If it were not for the half-meter-long black chain at the end of the iron rod, it would be just like the legendary Monkey King's golden hoop, a rod that can be big or small. When he took it in his hand, Wei Huan vaguely saw a huge figure hidden in the black fog, roaring to the sky. The tentacles swaying behind him, like a peacock spreading its tail, were exactly the tentacles he saw in the underground palace, with Li-shaped flat shapes at the end. Then, the monster suddenly stopped roaring and looked straight at Wei Huan, with blood-red eyes, like the red sun in the sky. The unknown language, passing through time and space, sounded in his ears, as if it was imprinted in Wei Huan's soul. Somehow, he knew that he was being watched. Then, these images left Wei Huan's mind, and he felt the strong dark power pouring into his body. His various stats were rapidly increasing. From the reflection of the windshield, he saw his new attributes. Name, Wei Huan. Occupation, Grave Patrolman, Sequence 2, Stamina, 1610. Strength, 390. Agility, 320. Dark Power, 1080. Special Status, Dark Energy Corrosion. Number of Summoned Creatures, 1226, 3,500 plus Explosive Soldiers. In terms of physical stats alone, he is even stronger than Su Qingqiang. A third-level distortion, when going crazy, has the combat power of 3 real soldiers, or even more. In melee combat, Criminal Sequence is indeed the strongest in combat power, except for being uncontrollable. Maybe Fong William, a dual professional honey knight of the same level, would be beaten up if he met a criminal, and at most he would protect himself from death. It is almost impossible to win a single fight against a criminal. But as a long-range profession, Wei Huan is only at the 2nd level, and he is not inferior to Su Qingqiang in the attribute panel. This comparison is enough to show how powerful he is. It is indeed a pseudo-artifact. Even if it is just a fragment, it has been significantly improved. Wei Huan could feel his attachment and reluctance to this weapon, but in the end, he still raised the long stick and handed it to Mu Zhong. "Try it," he said. Mu Zhong did not raise his hand, but just smiled at Wei Huan and shook his head. "Just like the magic flute, I can't use it." No one is willing to give a god-level weapon to others. Even lovers and couples can't do it, but Wei Huan still handed it to him, hoping that he can try it. That's enough. Sometimes people need this kind of trust to get along with each other. Not to mention that he can't use this kind of dark equipment at all. Even if he can use it, he can't take it. Mu Zhong said, "This is yours. If you use it well, it will be the biggest improvement for our team." Wei Huan felt the dark energy that was still surging, which was indeed not a force that the shaman could accept. He nodded and took his hand back. Said, "Keep alert, I need to recover my combat power as soon as possible." Mu Zhong nodded. He used Bloodthirst twice in a row and exhausted his energy. He really needed to rest. But thinking of one thing, Mu Zhong still said, "Mafati's scales are the core materials for the farmer to upgrade to Sequence 5. When Captain Wang and his team came over yesterday, they brought a list of supplies. They originally wanted to give it to us directly, and upgrade it to level 4 vehicles in one go. I didn't accept it. It's not that I refused, but I just felt that I needed to talk to you about this matter. After all, it can be exchanged at any time." After he finished speaking, he considered his tone and said, "Look, we got the core materials of level 5 today. Do you want to exchange?" Wei Huan nodded and agreed directly. Using and used materials to exchange for the most needed materials at the moment, making himself stronger while making the Yen Kingdom Legion stronger, this was originally his idea. He has never been a profit-seeking miser. For him, as long as he has enough equipment and points, he doesn't mind selling things or even giving them away. He believes that anyone who comes back from the end of the world and sees the last moment of the starlight disappearing cannot be immune. Mu nodded, and then said, "Second-level roads can only be used for regional transactions. We need to go to third-level roads to conduct national transactions. Otherwise, we can only wait for the people ahead to come back, or return to Blue Star tomorrow or the day after tomorrow, but Commander Mu does not recommend that they return to Blue Star now." Mu Zhong did not tell Wei Huan about Mu Diheo's current predicament in the Legion. This was not a matter of distrust or deliberate concealment. He simply felt that there was no need to talk about such embarrassing things. If he could solve it himself, he could solve it himself. What was the point of talking about it? Could he still expect Wei Huan to help? Wei Huan certainly knew the predicament that Commander Mu might face, and he thought further. If he followed his experience in the previous life, Commander Mu would not know which of the recent wars would be sacrificed. If he could save this regret, it would be the best. So Wei Huan said, "Use whichever way is faster. Of course, it is the most reasonable and fastest to go to the third-level highway. At their current speed, it only takes 1 day to reach the world entrance of the third-level highway. In the second half of the highway, after leaving the stage, there is no need to stick to the starting and ending points of the highway. The width will be stretched very wide, but the exit may not be at the farthest place. After a few words of discussion, Wei Huan fell on the driver's seat and entered the professional temple. Mu Zhengze also needs to contact multiple parties to confirm the list of materials for this transaction. If the people ahead can make it in time, it is not impossible to make another trip, but the materials that can be carried are limited, and there are many dangers along the way. Lu Qingji was quiet all the way, and only then did he finally support his sore thighs and limp away. He had to go and make something delicious to calm his nerves. It was too exciting to hang out with the bosses. The car was quiet for a while, and Su Qingqiang also fell into a sweet and satisfying dream, sleeping soundly. Only Lin Su and Zhou Yong, who lived opposite and witnessed the two battles with their own eyes, fell into a long silence. The intensity of the war today is no less than yesterday. They were chased and could only run away yesterday. Even if they really opened the secret treasure, they would still be in danger of death in the face of the monster's tentacles. But only this car won 2 consecutive intense battles. When I thought that I was not only alive, but also unscathed under the attack of those terrifying monsters. The two of them thought of a possibility at the same time. If only they could stay in this car. But soon, when their eyes met, and they saw through the covetousness in each other's eyes, all they had left was a bitter smile. How could it be possible? They were already criminals who were destined to go to the military court and be sentenced to imprisonment. This was how their lives would be. It was only a luxury to follow the strong to take risks and conquer the world. At this moment, the two regretted it. Maybe if I didn't lead the group of monsters into the crowd at that time, even if I died outside, maybe these things wouldn't happen later, and I wouldn't commit crimes. But when it comes to life and death, how can I have so many thoughts, just to survive? And, is Brother Chong okay? What happened? He ate Wei Huan's undead, and he ate a rotten corpse. It should be okay, he can even eat poisonous scale snakes as spicy strips, isn't it just eating some black brain juice? Speaking of brain juice, the two of them vomited at the same time. The only thing to be thankful for is that Brother Chong didn't remember what he did most of the time after he went crazy. In this way, 3 hours passed in a blink of an eye. After a short rest, Mu Zhong recovered a little energy and continued to communicate with the front army about trading materials. When Lu Qingji pushed the door open, he brought the aroma of food with him. His round face looked happy. Boss Mu, when will the boss wake up? Lunch is ready, we can eat now. Mu Zhong glanced at Wei Huan, who was still sleeping, and said, "Thank you for your hard work. If you are hungry, eat first, I will wait for him." "Then I will wait too, I am not hungry." Lu Qingji laughed, "I will put the food in the pot to heat it up, and the boss can eat it directly when he wakes up." "Okay." Mu Zhong remembered and pointed upstairs, "Send some food upstairs." "Okay." Lu Qingji did not think too much, and brought whatever food he prepared for the bosses upstairs. Su Qingqiang was still unconscious, and did not need to eat, so he only sent it to Lin Su and Zhou Yong's room. The rooms of these two people were not upgraded to prison, but ordinary rooms. The door was opened directly after the food was sent in. Faced with Lu Qingji, who was only sequence 2, the two actually took the food obediently, and said thank you politely. Lu Qingji scratched his head and said honestly, "You're welcome." After closing the door, he realized that he had taken a risk. But the two people in the room had no intention of running away. They put the plates on the table, sat down face to face, picked up the white rice, and started eating. After the first bite of food, Lin Su's eyes were red. "This is the food for people. Let Xiao Yizi taste it. This is food." Zhou Yong wiped his tears, swallowed a big mouthful of rice, and choked up and said, "Yes." Just then, a mysterious breath suddenly surged out. The rich dark energy made everyone in the car uncomfortable, but not too uncomfortable. Everyone stopped their actions instantly, and looked in the direction of the energy. The challengers all knew that someone was promoted. Mu Zhong in the cab felt it the most strongly, and he almost jumped up from the wheelchair. Finally, he held the wheelchair armrests tightly with both hands, and looked at Wei Huan excitedly. "This is..." Wei Huan advanced. Chapter 66. No one knows better than him how much Wei Huan will improve after his advancement. He is so looking forward to this moment. I thought it would take another 3 or 2 days to advance after recruiting the demon I lured last night, but I didn't expect that he has completed the advancement now. It seems that the continuous battles in the past 2 days have really improved Wei Huan a lot. Greykeeper Sequence. Level 3. Grave Worshipper, not only the attributes have been greatly improved, but the most important thing is the addition of new soldiers. At the same time, the undead ranch should have been strengthened in all aspects. Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan eagerly, waiting for the moment when his eyelashes trembled and slowly opened his eyes, until he bumped into a pair of dark eyes. Mu Zhong came back to his senses, and forgot what he should say for a moment. Then, he watched the eyes bend down little by little, softening the coldness in his eyebrows. Congratulations, you have advanced. Sincerely wishing, he said it naturally. I've advanced? Wei Huan opened his mouth, and the first sentence he said was this. He was very happy that he could share this good news with Mu Zhong as soon as possible. He put his feet down from the steering wheel, turned the seat, and faced Mu Zhong, and continued, I thought it would take several days, but I didn't expect to advance today. He stood up, pressed Mu Zhong's hands on the armrest with both hands, and squeezed them excitedly. I'm going to the undead ranch now. Wait. Mu Zhong pulled Wei Huan back and reminded him, eat first. No hurry. 10 minutes at most. Mu Zhong said, you will take a long time to go, and if you are at the 3rd level, your summoning distance will increase, just in time for the dog to take the face huggers back. Wei Huan was convinced. Nodding. Mu Zhong remained calm and touched the back of his hand that had been pinched. Chuckling. At the last moment, when Mu Dihao was about to return, he was stopped by his adjutant Luo Jia. Luo Jia handed the list in his hand to Mu Dihao and said, Captain Mu wants a lot of things. If we take them from our warehouse alone, it may affect the subsequent development. Mu Dihao didn't look at the list and waved his hand directly. Give it to him, whatever he wants. This? Luo Jia hesitated. Mu Dihao looked at him. Are you thinking that he is my son, so I favor him? Luo Jia was silent and didn't dare to nod. Mu Dihao raised his eyebrows and smiled. You are right, I am biased towards him. Let me ask you, an absolute confidant who will never betray your child, and he is a genius, are you willing to give him the best? In short, I am willing to do my best to train them, as long as I have it, I will give it to them. Not to mention that they exchanged for core materials. As he said, Mu Dihao patted Luo Jia on the shoulder and smiled. You are jealous of the rich, or do you think I will be stingy and finally force my son and his partner to leave and abandon me, so that you will be happy? In this era, there is no slow preparation. If you see a target, you have to hit it hard, throw resources at it, and train it, so that you can live longer. You, put down all the things in the past, take a good look at this era, and don't be abandoned by the era. Luo Jia didn't know which sentence touched him, and he was instantly enlightened and completely clear. He stood at attention and nodded. I understand. I will go and pack the supplies. They plan to enter the 3rd level highway the day after tomorrow morning. I will contact them as soon as possible. Mu Dihao nodded, and wanted to stay for 2 days. It would be great if he could meet the 2 children in the challenge world. But he had a wife and a little daughter on Blue Star, and the situation was so treacherous that he had already stayed in the challenge world for 10 days, and had to go back. This matter is very important. I leave it to you. You must do it well, understand? Mu Dihao was the best to explain. Luo Jia nodded and patted his chest. I promise to complete the task. Okay. After that, Mu Dihao's figure faded in the challenge world. When he opened his eyes again, he had returned to the challenge room of the military base. The staff and doctors here rushed up one after another. Wei Huan did 3 things before leaving. He ordered Gozi to lead the team to help with the infrastructure construction, and basically completed the cleanup of the ruins in the city. The remaining reconstruction issues would take a long time, and he couldn't wait that long. Before dark in the afternoon, the convoy sent by the Legion arrived, and 4 team members got on Fan Tao's car. Fan Tao didn't want to be the captain, so he gave the position of the car captain to a 3rd level real soldier, and officially completed the handover. However, the team's strength was very average. Except for the car captain and another real soldier who were 3rd level, the others were 2nd level professionals. This arrangement not only revealed the embarrassment of the Legion in terms of manpower, but also with such strength, Su Qingqiang and the other 2 could not be handed over to them. Su Qingqiang could go crazy and escape from prison in a minute. So before setting off in the morning, Wei Huan did not hand over Su Qingqiang, but only left a lot of living supplies for Fan Tao and the others. A large number of supplies came from the output of the microscopic world. There were more than 30 black pork alone. Not to mention enough for the people here to survive. Even the newcomers, who completed the challenge from the stage, could get a good rest here. After receiving the supplies, Fan Tao's thousands of words were reduced to a thank you. She looked at the car slowly driving away under the scorching sun in the early morning, waved, and waved again, until she could no longer see the car, and was unwilling to look away for a long time. Sister Fantao, do you want to get on our car? No, I'm not someone who can rush forward. If I can't keep up with your pace, there's no need to be a burden. I can do something here. Our car will get bigger and bigger, and there will be more and more people on the car. There will be no burden, and everyone can find their own place, so Sister Fantao can contact me whenever she wants to come. The young man in the wheelchair waved with a smile on his face, and he seemed to believe that they would meet in the future. The young man standing behind the young man watched all this quietly, with indulgence in his eyes and face. He gently held the wheelchair handle and nodded to her, as if repeating the young man's words. Behind them, a tall, white, fat man smiled so hard that his teeth were exposed, and waved to her warmly, Sister Fantao, goodbye. This scene turned into a warm light, and was stored in a corner deep in her heart. She thought, maybe one day in the future, they will definitely meet again. Let's go to the treasure coordinates while passing by. Mu Zhong said this, and he confirmed it with the smart housekeeper first. Housekeeper, are we far from the coordinates now? The smart housekeeper said, one coordinate is 489 kilometers away from the defense line, which will extend the time by 1 hour. The other coordinate is farther away, and it takes 11 hours to arrive, and the coordinate accuracy is only 82.12%, so it is not recommended to go there. Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan. Wei Huan nodded. Go to the coordinates of 400 kilometers. Smart housekeeper. Okay, driver. It was 6:27 in the morning. They were far away from the number 3 supply point, and the car body tilted slightly, deviated from the course, and drove towards the treasure coordinates. Mu Zhong's eyes fell on the fragments of the treasure map piled in the corner, a little regretful. It's a pity for these treasure maps. Wei Huan said, I will accompany you back when I have time. Not to accompany me back. As the words faded, Mu Zhong touched his earrings uncomfortably. The green emerald reflected the redness at the root of his ears. He touched his hot ears and said, it's a treasure after all. I also got a pseudo-magic weapon yesterday. Wei Huan didn't notice Mu Zhong's discomfort. He pressed his tired and painful forehead and didn't close his eyes from yesterday to now. Resurrection, recruitment and promotion. In order to restore combat effectiveness as soon as possible, he has been busy until now, and he has barely formed an army. He was very tired now, and wanted to sleep, but he was worried that the next treasure would be difficult to open. He stood up without waiting for Mu Zhong to finish his words. I go to the undead ranch again, about an hour, wait for me to open the treasure. Oh, okay. Mu Zhong's eyes followed Wei Huan and reminded him, rest when you are tired. Wei Huan waved his hand and didn't care, it's just one day, not that long. Wei Huan left the cab, and the living room on the first floor had been cleaned up. Lu Qingji has been busy these days, and he has cleaned up the house, and finally has some quality of life. Wei Huan took a look at the components piled in the corner that were not completely hidden, and walked over. In fact, Lu Qingji is not a person who can work. Children who grow up in pampering are like this, but he is really good at cooking. Just look at the recipe, and you can make amazing food. It's good for a person to have these specialties. All the way upstairs, all the doors of the rooms are tightly closed. 3 rooms have owners, and 2 rooms are locked. Lin Su and Zhou Yong are very quiet. They don't make any noise and eat when they are given food. Su Qingqiang is still sleeping. The satisfied look that can't be concealed even in his sleep, as if he has never eaten enough. Wei Huan returned to the room. Before entering the undead ranch, he left a magic eye lord on the balcony, so that he could find him at any time. Then he returned to the undead ranch again. Dark, desolate, and twisted are the main colors of the undead ranch. Now there are more undead lives wandering among the branches, making the whole picture even more absurd and weird. Wei Huan stepped on the rotten black mud, exuding a cold momentum, stopping the black buds that seemed to want to climb up. He came to the grass. After one night, the durability of many one-star grasses was exhausted, and the few remaining first-level undead went to the distance to find grass that could enter. After reaching the 3rd-level grave worshipper yesterday, his spiritual power was greatly improved, so in addition to resurrecting the sacrificed undead, he also recruited some new undead. Wei Huan has always had a special liking for crypt beasts, and coupled with the flexible assignment of the wolf army by the brother Diagong, he decided to increase these 2 arms first, instead of recruiting high-level undead with 1 heart. Under the premise of the undead pasture, the cost-effectiveness of low-level undead must be higher. He must now form an army as soon as possible, and high-star arms can be slowly supplemented later. Now, after one night, Most of the newly recruited undead have completed the advancement from the first level to the second level, and now they are wandering in front of the second level grass, waiting for Wei Huan to return. It's a pity that the undead life cannot complete the advancement by itself because of its low intelligence, so Wei Huan needs to come back and allocate it in person. However, if it weren't for the low intelligence of the undead life, they wouldn't be so fearless and become the natural disaster that makes all opponents headache and fear. Wei Huan looked at these undead lives, who didn't know to enter the second level grass when passing by, but just wandered aimlessly, looking stupid, but he didn't feel bored. On the contrary, he enjoyed this process of improving himself. Find the second level grass with suitable durability, arrange the appropriate undead life to go in, watch the durability of the grass decrease little by little, and look forward to the emergence of more evolved undead. Brother Dion, Xiaodian and Guzi have been following Mu Zhong. They completed the second level advancement as early as last night. As elite undead, they all showed their own unique evolutionary direction. The bone spurs on Brother Anal Digger became longer, especially those on his neck and elbow joints, which were thick and long, like walking weapons. Xiaodian and Guzi had further improved their IQs. Guzi's body size did not change, but Xiaodian's was slightly bigger. At this time, a ghost crow flew over, croaking. It said in Wei Huan's ear, "Master, it's out." Wei Huan looked up and looked at the ghost crow. After completing the second level advancement, this ghost crow, which was already half a step elite, finally reached the elite level and had the ability to truly communicate with Wei Huan. However, at the current stage, it is far from meeting Wei Huan's expectations. It has the IQ of a 6 or 7-year-old child, and cannot complete a task that is too difficult. Wei Huan turned around and followed the direction where the ghost crow flew, and the other 3 elites followed him closely. Brother Diaogong still hopes to carry Wei Huan like before, but Wei Huan must refuse when he sees the bone spurs on it. The dog is very lively, following Wei Huan like the wind, circling around him twice, and then running away to no one knows where, and running back after a while. Xiaodian is always the most stable, and deserves to be regarded as the last line of defense by Wei Huan, and truly guards at all times and never leaves. That is, when its toes pass by, if there is an undead creature blocking the way, it will directly poke it and never avoid it, but it will avoid all the pasture, knowing that it will not do what Wei Huan doesn't like. It is very smart. In this way, it walked more than 200 meters along the way, and all the way was filled with 2-star pastures filled with heavy undead creatures. Until they came to this pasture, they saw the demon Eye Lord, who had been upgraded to the 3rd level. This was the first demon Eye Lord summoned by Wei Huan. According to convention, the first undead, who actively exposed himself and approached him, was more likely to become an elite. Therefore, Wei Huan was full of expectations for this demon Eye Lord. But now it seems that it has not evolved into an elite. A very ordinary panel, strength 32, agility 56, spiritual power 150, endurance 300. It is indeed a bit disappointing. For a species that has evolved stably, the probability of rapid evolution to a good direction through genetic mutation is too low. But this also shows how strong the ability of the controller is to challenge the world and stimulate the rapid evolution of humans and dark beasts at the same time. Light stimulates the secrets hidden in human blood, becomes a different professional, and then masters extraordinary power, but countless scientists throughout the ages have not been able to decipher the part. Wei Huan did not regret not being able to harvest the expected magic Eye Lord elite. Behind him, at some point, a large number of 3rd-order undead life that has completed evolution is gathered. Their strength has been improved again. If they meet the white rhino or the tentacles again, Wei Huan is now confident that he can achieve the previous effect without half the effort. If he tries his best, maybe he can keep them directly. The expansion of strength makes Wei Huan feel very good. He is not sleepy, and his headache is gone. After patrolling the ranch, it seems like an hour has passed, and he is still a little reluctant to leave. When he returned to the car had stopped. Wei Huan stood on the balcony and looked out, not surprised by the scenery in front of him. Before coming out, he would see some scenes outside through the magic Eye Lord from time to time. Originally, the 1st-level demon Eye Lord could only connect to Wei Huan's vision in the same plane. Now, after being upgraded to the 3rd level, he can also see across planes. However, due to the low level, there are still many restrictions. The connection time is very short, about 1 second for observation, and the number of times is limited. They have arrived here for a while, but no one is in a hurry to call him. Wei Huan also hopes to stuff the new batch of undead army into the pasture, so that when they evolve, he can do something else. Now that he has barely sorted it out, Wei Huan looks out from the balcony, and still sees thousands of miles of desert. There are no treasure chests or ruins at the coordinates of the treasure. Because the treasure is secret and buried deep underground, special procedures are required to open it. In short, it is almost impossible to get the treasure location by accident. The coordinates can only be obtained through the treasure map, and the treasure map is also required to open the treasure. Wei Huan went downstairs, and Mu Zhong and Lu Qingji were waiting for him in the cab. Lu Qingji was lazily leaning on the sofa, studying a recipe in his hand. When he saw Wei Huan coming in, he sat up straight. Mu Zhong was sitting in a wheelchair, facing the deputy captain's sofa, on which was placed an abandoned mecha, and only the legs were left. Wei Huan stared at the mecha for a few seconds, then asked him, "Can it be repaired?" His tone was full of expectation. Mu Zhong shook his head and smiled bitterly. "The level is too low. At least an intermediate technician can comprehend it. I can hardly even disassemble it now. So now we have to advance to the second level driver first?" "Yes." Wei Huan nodded and looked out the window. "You continue to be busy, Lu Qingji, and I will open the treasure." When Lu Qingji heard that he had his own work, he jumped up happily. "I come." Mu Zhong smiled. "It's my first time. I want to see it too." Next, the smart housekeeper used a laser to accurately land on the coordinates of the treasure map and open the car door. Lu Qingji walked in front, striving to show off, carrying 6 slate-like treasure map fragments on his back, and got out of the car. Wei Huan followed behind. For safety, every step he took, there would be a lot of undead lives behind him. The undead, who advanced to the 3rd level, are 1 level stronger in physique and breath. He also ordered Xiaodian to protect the car. Lu Qingji arrived at the place, carefully placed the treasure map slab on the ground, and then pieced together the treasure map according to Wei Huan's instructions. The coordinates on the treasure map must coincide with the real coordinates, because this is the key to open the treasure map. Lu Qingji, who did this for the first time, was very serious. His fingers were shaking with excitement. He adjusted it carefully again and again, fearing that he would not do it well. "It's okay." Wei Huan saw that the treasure map began to glow, and the gaps seemed to merge together, and it was being pieced together into a complete stone slab. This shows that the key is correct, and the treasure place is about to be opened. "Leave here." As he said, Wei Huan walked quickly to the front of the car. "Hey, here I come." Lu Qingji's figure flashed, and he used the agility of the fraudster to double, and flashed to Wei Huan's side in a few seconds. Flexible fat man. They got into the car directly, and Mu Zhong looked out curiously in front of the windshield. The order and effect of opening the treasure are all learned in Challenge University, but no matter how much you learn, it is not as good as seeing it with your own eyes. I saw that the refused treasure fragments gradually glowed, and finally turned into a circular halo. Something was spreading silently from the depths of the underground. It was invisible, but there was a strange feeling. Then, the light dissipated, and a red ominous entrance appeared on the ground. "It looks like the ruins of the Scaly Snake," Mu Zhong said. "Well, it should be the Scaly Snake treasure," Wei Huan said. "The treasure level of the 6 treasure maps is the lowest. I will arrange the undead to go down. This treasure should be explored soon." "Okay." Mu Zhong nodded, thinking, so the Demon Underground Palace needs 25 treasure map fragments to open it. After all, there is a pseudo-magic weapon. After saying that, Mu Zhong looked at the Mafati ring on Wei Huan's back. The strong dark power always made him unhappy. The undead army had already set out outside the car. Not all the 3rd level soldiers were there, but the momentum was completely different. Go Zi and Tao and Gu led their own groups, cooperated with each other, and each had their own ideas. They entered the treasure entrance in order. Wei Huan summoned 2 Magic Eye Lords to follow him in. He shared the sight of one of his eyes with one of the Magic Eye Lords. Treasure exploration is always different. The reason why other places are called ruins, and this place is called Treasure Underground Palace. Because there are only boxes in the ruins, and if you don't open the box, you won't wake up the treasure box monster. And in the Treasure Underground Palace, there are living monsters, and they will be much larger than ruins of the same type. Wei Huan is experienced in this area. Not long after they entered the Treasure Underground Palace, they were attacked by a scaly snake hiding in the dark. The undead army was completely in chaos. The dog took the lead and rushed forward. His 8 legs dug into the scaly snake and did not let go. The ferocious mouthparts on the abdomen bit frantically. Even though the scaly snake had amazing defense, it was broken by the 3rd level dog in a few seconds, and its scales and large pieces of meat were torn off. Other face huggers followed suit and crawled on the scaly snake. They were densely packed. Even though they were not as powerful as the elite dogs, Biting them a few more times would always be effective. The scaly snake rolled in pain in the cave, making a shrill hissing sound. Hiss! Hiss! The poison sac on the top of its head began to swell, and suddenly exploded. Puff! The cave was filled with highly toxic venom. If it were touched by humans, their flesh and blood would melt, and they would roll around in pain. Unfortunately, the undead life is the least susceptible to toxins. A body of bones, nothing can be melted, and after the third level, all aspects, including resistance, will be improved, just like not caring about this venom bath. The ferocious dog has bitten the scale snake, almost splitting it in half. The scale snake with the venom sac exploded was completely dead. The whole battle lasted less than a minute, and the wolf army led by Brother Diagon won an absolute victory before they even started. Chapter 67. The undead army stepped over the ground of broken meat, and advanced deeper again. The cave was covered with traces of the undead up and down. Wei Huan shared the vision with the Lord of the Magic Eye. He flew in the front half of the army, and would not be affected by the battle. He could witness the battles one by one and make tactical changes in time. The appearance of the Lord of the Magic Eye was definitely a huge breakthrough for Wei Huan in commanding the undead army. From the ancient method of messengers, it became a real timely and correct remote control. The treasure palace was really big. There were forks along the way. From time to time, scaled snakes would emerge to attack them. The undead army pushed all the way, and finally saw the first treasure chest. It was a very ordinary black iron treasure chest. The most valuable thing it dropped was a black iron level strength potion. For the treasure palace, low-level treasure chests were just extras. They were picked up by chance on the way of exploration. There were no treasure chest monsters. After all, the level of the scaled snakes that killed along the way was not inferior to that of a silver treasure chest. Treasures are not something that everyone has the ability to open. This also once again explains why so many people who go to open the demon ruins end up dying so miserably, and making such a big fuss. In the challenge world, most people still have a hard life. There are only a few people like Wei Huan who dare to touch the demon ruins in the 7 years since the challenge world was opened. If you are strong enough, this treasure underground palace is easy to explore. It is not an exaggeration to say that they are crushing withered trees and rotten wood. Soon they swept all the forks and opened a silver treasure chest. The silver spiritual power potion dropped was exactly what Wei Huan needed, and he and Mu Zhong were still short of the full amount. Finally, the undead army came to the deep cave, the nest of the owner of the scaly snake underground palace. There was indeed a high-level scaly snake with a scarlet body, a body length of 15 meters, a circle of poison sacs on the top of the head, and a bone spur-like crown. However, it should have been the big boss of the treasure, but after seeing the undead army finally coming, it actually showed a fearful expression in its eyes, baring its teeth and hissing to intimidate the undead army to leave here. If you look at its body more carefully, you will find that it has wounds here and there, and some places the wounds are so deep that the bones are almost exposed, and the pain makes its body spasm constantly. In fact, as early as 3 minutes ago, when the undead army killed the monster guarding the silver treasure chest, this big boss sneaked up on them very stupidly, trying to join forces with his strongest subordinates to eliminate them. But the result is obvious. One died and one was injured, and the injured boss escaped. The way out of the nest was blocked by the army of undead, and as the treasure boss, it could not leave the treasure. The final result was that it could only shrink in its nest, looking fierce but weak, and threatening them with a ferocious face. This scale snake boss was not stupid. He knew that guarding the cave entrance, and not letting the undead army enter would delay his own death. In the dying struggle, the dog who led the way was directly beaten to pieces by the scale snake's tail, and returned to the tomb. In fact, Wei Huan didn't know that the dog died. Once the battle started, it was very chaotic. The boss's snake tail kept beating, and the number of undead army that could enter at the same time was limited. The time was tense, and could not advance. Wei Huan, who was about to let the demon Eye Lord go in and give the boss a shot, suddenly felt some kind of urgent emotion from the tomb. Wei Huan's consciousness was withdrawn from the demon Eye Lord and returned to his own body. He went directly into the professional temple. Then he saw the dog howling in anger in the tomb. It was the first time that Wei Huan found that this soft and coquettish voice could also be cursed very dirty. It seemed that it was very angry because it was beaten to death. Wei Huan ignited the fire of death in its eyes as it wished, and summoned it back to the battlefield. The dog that came out of the portal again turned into a mad dog, with 6 green smoking eyes on its back, even vaguely illuminating the faint green lines on its shell. It cursed all the way and rushed back into the treasure palace. Stepping on the passage, the army of undead rushed forward and rubbed. He moved flexibly, avoiding the tail's blows and collisions, and in the blink of an eye he climbed to the 7 inches of the scaly snake boss, stabbed down with his 8 legs, and clasped them tightly. Awoo! He bit down. Blood splattered. The scaly snake boss was bitten on the weak point, and his body froze. When it wanted to struggle again, it was too late. The army of the undead flew out of the cave, like a stabbing blade, and in an instant it tightly wrapped its body, leaving no inch of skin exposed. It hissed and roared, rolled on the ground, and delivered a dying blow. Indeed, the bones were scattered all over the ground, and countless undead were killed, and the dog returned to the tomb again. But in the same way, it soon became just a cold corpse. For Wei Huan, all the losses were just some of his spiritual power. It's over, Wei Huan said. Lu Qingji rubbed his hands excitedly. It's over? Ah! The treasure boss is killed? It would be great if I could see it with my own eyes. Next time you go in with me. Mu Zhong teased him. Lu Qingji stopped talking immediately, and it was obvious that he was timid. Mu Zhong always believed that Wei Huan had the strength to push down any treasure and ruins, and it would be the same with or without him. However, he looked at the projection screen in front of him and said, "The treasure has not jumped out yet." Wei Huan had experience and said, "Wait a little longer." This wait took 3 minutes. After the last trace of blood of the dead scaly snake boss cooled, its body was recovered by the challenge world. The entire cave was empty, without a drop of blood left. Only the broken stones proved that a fierce battle had taken place here not long ago. And at the location where the scaly snake corpse was originally, a treasure chest appeared from nothing. This treasure chest is different from other treasure chests. It is too gorgeous, inlaid with colorful gems, and looks vulgar and rich. Swipe it, Wei Huan said, and ordered the demon I Lord to touch the treasure chest. At the moment the treasure chest disappeared, his consciousness completely returned to his body, and looked at the projection screen. Supplies popped up on the projection screen. Get Gold Strength Potion X1. Get Gold Endurance Armor X1 2 supplies, only 2 gold level supplies. Neither Mu Zhong nor Wei Huan could use them. In fact, they were a little disappointed. But Lu Qingji's inhalation reminded them, oh my! 2 gold level. They are all things that can be used by the farmer sequence. 4 or 500 million are just like this. Lu Qingji's eyes lit up. Oh my god, it's such a good deal to open the treasure. Wei Huan and Mu Zhong, The two looked at each other and smiled. Yes, taking too many gold treasure chests seriously skewed their values. It's normal for Lu Qingji to be like this. Even if he is rich and Grandma Lu loves him like his life, the only gold equipment he bought at a high price is not very suitable for his profession. And most people, after seeing these potions and equipment, the first reaction is to convert them into yen country currency in their minds, and their minds are full of hundreds of millions. They will never be like Mu Zhong and Wei Huan, who think it's a bit rubbish when they see it's not suitable for them. Such thoughts are indeed a bit too crazy. Mu Zhong and Wei Huan reflect deeply. Then Mu Zhong said, leave the potions and equipment in the warehouse first. I will now announce the most common DKP system in the challenge world. Orange juice, you know DKP, right? The ownership of the spoils is determined by the contribution of the team members. Lu Qingji shook it like a rattle. Mu Zhong was a little surprised, but still explained, attendance points, combat points, logistics points, land reclamation points, and special contribution points, 5 aspects, according to different points, accumulate points. DKP is only circulated in our car, and the auction of equipment of the same profession is won by the highest bidder. Wei Huan, as the commander and the absolute main output, does not participate in the auction, and all materials and equipment have priority. No. Lu Qingji listened excitedly and continued to shake his head. I understand everything you said. I just want to ask, can I also bid? I just cook and clean the house. I didn't even participate in the battle. Can I also get DKP? Mu Zhong smiled, glanced at Wei Huan, and explained, just don't participate in the battle. You can get logistics points and full attendance points, and you can also try to get other DKP. Personally, I still advocate that you should participate in the battle. With such good conditions and companions who can help you, you should face the battle and protect yourself. Challenging the world is too dangerous. No one knows when we will have to fight the enemy with a broken sword. I just hope that by then, you have the ability to protect yourself. Lu Qingji's eyes were red when he heard it. He knew that Boss Mu was doing it for his own good. With his useless combat power, he was not even a scum in front of the boss's undead army, but Boss Mu still hoped that he could stand up. And if he participated in the battle, he would get DKP and could bid for equipment. Gold equipment. As long as he is brave, he can change into a set of gold equipment sooner or later. Isn't this better than being a waste in the car and being supported by the bosses? Lu Qingji said, I want to be a playboy waste. Why do I come to challenge the world? I just want to prove that I am not a waste. I can be strong and independent, and protect my grandma and Xingang. Mu Zhong was amused by Lu Qingji's appearance. Yes, no one is as strong as yourself. Well, I will work hard to earn DKP. Okay. Mu Zhong finished speaking, and then looked at Wei Huan. There is nothing to do next, you go to rest. I will watch the car, and by the way, discuss with the housekeeper about the DKP system suitable for our car. After a pause, he said, tomorrow morning, we should be able to reach the exit of the secondary road. When we get there, we will challenge the world nationwide. It is not for nothing to compete in the Central Plains, it is very chaotic. Wei Huan nodded. He had heard that the 4th level highway was more chaotic, so he had never had the chance to go there, but he also had a deep understanding of the chaos of the 3rd level highway. In his previous life, he almost died on the 3rd level highway several times, and he had also sent many team members and companions away. If he could save them this time. Can we get there tomorrow morning? Wei Huan asked. The smart housekeeper replied, go full speed ahead, and you can reach the entrance at 4 a.m., where there is the last supply point. Okay, go full speed ahead. Okay, driver. Wei Huan got up and left. He really needed a break. But when he reached the door, Mu Zhong called him again. Do you need to check the coordinates? Lu Qingji was curious. What coordinates? What happened? Mu Zhong explained. Before leaving the stage, we received some coordinates that were obviously not in the stage. We suspected that someone was deliberately luring us there, so we were a little concerned. Wei Huan frowned, but still said, no time. Yes, no time. Mu Zhong also nodded in agreement. It is more important to get the materials to upgrade the level 4 car at present. I will contact Captain Zhao to check those ruins when I have time. Captain Zhao was the male captain who faced the monster siege together the day before yesterday. He and his team have been stationed in the public area of the secondary highway and are more familiar with this place. That's all he can do. Wei Huan nodded and left. Wei Huan returned to his room and did not enter the tomb or go to the undead ranch. Although he knew that this batch of undead should have completed the upgrade, he still fell on the bed and fell asleep directly. He really needed to rest. At 4 o'clock in the morning, the wind and sand were strong, whirring from the horizon, and the flying sand and rocks were accompanied by extremely low temperatures, which could freeze people to the ground and then lift them into the sky. On such a night, you can only stay in the car, and it is best to park the car in a parking lot with a protective cover in the city, which is the safest. Unless it is urgent, even a level 3 or 4 car is unwilling to run outside at night. Supply point number 6 is not the last supply point in the public area of 1006 secondary highway, but it is the supply point closest to the entrance of highway number 3. From here, it is at most 300 kilometers to reach the entrance of highway number 3. So many individuals and teams who are eager to try highway number 3 will finally go to supply point number 6 for final preparation. Therefore, supply point number 6 is also the most prosperous city on the secondary highway. Not only does it have a permanent population of more than 800, but it also has more than 2,000 merchants and adventurers coming and going. The magnificent trading hall can complete tens of millions of transactions every day, and there are 4 level 3 convoys stationed there. 2 days ago, 2 level 3 vehicles that went to the number 3 supply point for rescue came back, and the excitement in the city has never subsided. Everyone has mentioned Wei Huan's convoy and his army of undead that people talk about. Even the challengers, who have not returned to Blue Star for a while, and are ignorant of the news, have heard of Wei Huan's name. Even rhinos as tall as mountains are no match for Wei Huan. Surrounded by millions of wandering monsters, his undead army not only killed them all, but also easily protected tens of thousands of people in base number 3. His undead army is so powerful, each of them is notorious. Guess what they are? That's right. They are all skeletons of dark beasts. I saw it with my own eyes. Those dark beasts that chased us to kill and challenge the world are the most loyal warriors in front of Wei Huan, and they don't even blink an eye even if they kill their own kind. They are strong and powerful, gathered in groups, taller than the Himalayas, more fierce than the waves, and no grass grows wherever they pass. For 1:00 in the morning, it is a quiet night, a night of sweet dreams, and the last training time in the professional temple before waking up. But such a self-disciplined life is obviously not suitable for everyone. There are always some people who lose their enterprising spirit after settling down and hang over in the city tavern, not caring about the collapse of the sky and the earth after dawn. Jufei Tavern is located at the number 6 supply point, in the protective cover of the city center, and next to it is the parking lot. It is also the only entertainment venue on the secondary road. It is expensive to open a tavern in this prime location, and the background is very strong. I heard that the big boss behind the scenes has opened more than 30 taverns in the challenge world. As the only entertainment venue in District 1006, this place makes a fortune every day, but it is just an insignificant tavern under the name of this big boss. Uniqueness makes the business of this tavern very good. The days of adventure cannot be separated from alcohol, and the days of celebration cannot be separated from alcohol. Even fear needs alcohol to calm down. In the 1980s and 1990s, old songs from Xiangxing were played in the bar. At this time, soothing music was played as much as possible to drive away customers. Unfortunately, these drunkards did not want to leave. They were still talking about Wei Huan and his army of undead, including the shaman in his car. Do you know who the shaman in his car is? A drunkard was asked by a middle-aged man. They had been talking for a long time. Unfortunately, the drunkard did not notice that the man was playing with the wine in his hand that he had not drunk for a long time, and his sober eyes. Mu Zhong, ask anyone in launching, and you will know that the shaman is Wei Huan's lover, a man he. Hiss, is Wei Huan a man or a woman? A man, same-sex marriage. What era is this? You don't even know this. Find time to go back to Blue Star, you're out of date. Haha, okay. The middle-aged man had thick sideburns, and his eyes were covered with thick black mist. A sip of wine moistened his harsh lips, and he looked up at his 3 companions sitting at the table next to him. One of them had a short haircut, with a delicate and beautiful face, and his slender fingers tapped lightly on the table, sending a secret signal. If you look down along his chin, you will find that he has no Adam's apple, and it turns out to be a woman. In the challenge world, it is not uncommon for women to cut their hair short for convenience. After receiving the signal from his companions, the man with sideburns stood up and was about to leave. The drunkard on the other side tried to pull him away in a daze. His eyes were drunk, but his heart was not. Hey, you got so much information from me, but you didn't even buy me a drink? Hee, you're not going to cause trouble for Wei Huan, are you? I advise you to give up this idea. He is a member of the Azure Dragon Army, and the Suzaku Army still owes him a favor. No, all of us owe him a favor. If you want to cause trouble for him, you have to get through me first. But the man with sideburns ignored him, and he got tired of pulling and tugging. Before the bartender looked over, he grabbed the drunkard's head and pressed him heavily on the table. With a muffled bang, the drunkard fainted. The man with sideburns, who got away, left the bar without saying a word, and then walked into the depths of the parking lot and disappeared. Soon, 2 women and 1 man also walked out of the bar, following the direction, and soon they met the man with sideburns in a car that looked inconspicuous on the outside, but had a 3-level interior. 4 people, plus the driver of this car, gathered together. For a long time. It was the short-haired woman who broke the silence first. The shaman priest is average in strength and was suppressed by me. He should have advanced not long ago. The driver looked handsome but gloomy. He sat lazily on the sofa and smoked and said, "The CD of the shaman priest is not like this. I don't want to fight hard, and I don't want to take you. Does Wei Huan's undead army need to consider the CD problem? You June, if you don't speak, no one will think you are dumb. If you have the ability to fight hard, don't come to me. You don't want to talk anymore?" The 2 bickered, and the man with sideburns took 2 puffs of cigarettes before saying, "Anyway, we need to leave here before dawn. I was notified that a war will break out between the human race and the dark beast race in the near future, and we need to send the sacred beast to the battlefield. TSK. Speaking of this, the short-haired woman said angrily, "It's a pity that the magic flute fell into Wei Huan's hands. It's not important at all." The man with sideburns comforted, "He will go to the front sooner or later. If you really can't bear to leave, you can take it back when you meet it. Go back to our car and blow up their car. Are you happy? That's not bad." The short-haired woman smiled sweetly. The driver saw that they had finished talking, sneered, and put out the cigarette but in the ashtray. He stood up and walked towards the cab saying, "Come on, get out of my car, you bunch of rubbish." The man with the sideburns looked gloomy. "You are just a level 3 driver." "So what?" Yu Jun turned around and leaned against the door of the cab. His gloomy and world-weary face was now full of a rich and gorgeous color. "Don't beg me. Just for the sake of money, ha! A bunch of inhuman guys. We are the Great Warrior Clan. said the man with sideburns. Yu Jun looked at him deeply, and finally shrugged. Whatever, whether you are a warrior clan or a turtle. Then, he turned around and disappeared in the cab. The closed cab separated the anger of the man with sideburns and others. In the extremely angry mood, the car started, slowly left the parking lot, and went out of the city. The guard at the gate checked the other party's identity and car model, and then opened the thick city gate. The car disappeared in the wind and sand in a blink of an eye. The guard was about to close the door, and suddenly from another direction, the lights turned on and drove towards the city gate. The two cars went east and came from the south. They seemed to pass by each other, but they were unaware. Only the guard in the duty room saw this scene. The system on the car scanned the identity of the visitor, and confirmed that it was a human. But he still stopped at the door, and the guard shouted, "Show your ID." The car stopped, and after the window opened, half of Mu Zhong's face was revealed. "Sorry for the trouble," he said politely with a friendly smile on his face. The guard noticed that he was sitting in the passenger seat and reminded him, "You need to submit the driver's information." "Really? Sorry, but can I trouble you to try?" "Thank you." The guard looked at the smile on Mu Zhong's face, and although he didn't care, he still followed the rules. Unexpectedly, it was passed in one go. In the challenge world, the identity certificate is the identity information after adding a friend, which can be temporarily opened to the official visible, and then the professional identity background is known. At the same time, the historical background of Blue Star and the population information of various countries are entered into the challenge world. The advanced intelligent AI has a computing power that is stronger than the most advanced computer on Blue Star. So after Mu Zhong's friend application was approved, as soon as his information was revealed, the two words "pass" popped up on the screen in front of the guard. Above the word "through," "confidential" was written in big red letters. What does this mean? It means that Mu Zhong is an official, and his identity is very sensitive. Mu Zhong appeared as a superior officer, and the guards did not dare to stop him. They did not even check the people in the car, and hurriedly opened the city gate to let the people in, and immediately notified the garrison commander in the city. The gate closed behind him. The car was driving on a quiet street. The driving mode had been changed to manual. Wei Huan sat in the driver's seat, slowed down, and controlled the steering wheel to drive forward. There were two completely different weather conditions inside and outside the city. The protective shield worked, and the violent sandstorms were isolated outside the city. Looking out, the lights all over the city were to drive away the invasion and disturbance of the night. It was like a galaxy, illuminating the prosperity of this city. Chapter 68. Newcomers who just came out of the stage will definitely like this place. The scale of the city is already close to a small town on the 3rd or 4th level highway. Many cars are parked on the roadside, representing a house, which is a feature of the challenge world. It spreads all the way to the front, and there is no end in sight. But to see whether the city is prosperous or not, you have to see how many buildings there are. It is actually a bit thankless to build infrastructure in the challenge world. After all, the space inside the car is large enough to accommodate many people living at the same time. Even so, the human desire to own a piece of land and to obtain real estate has not diminished. In the end, it will become that when survival is basically guaranteed, people are willing to buy a house in a city. Let's talk about it. If you fall in love with a car and always bring your partner to your car, the driver will be unhappy. So at least buildings such as love hotels are just needed. Even though I have never seen the appearance of supply point number 3 when it was intact, from supply point number 6, there are many more 2- or 3-story buildings than supply point number 3. In the middle of the road, as they continued to move forward, Mu Zhong was also explaining to the curious Lu Qingji, vehicles that park temporarily must go to the parking lot and pay parking fees. These cars on the roadside are different. They are considered to have property in the car, so they are qualified to park on the road. On Blue Star, those who buy a house are called owners, and in the challenge world, the same is true. If you buy a property in the city, you are also one of the owners of the city, so they are required to keep the lights on all night. You can imagine that this is one of the property fees paid. Lighting can drive away darkness. If there is no dark area, there will be no wandering monsters refreshed, which is also a way to protect yourself. Like huddling together for warmth. Lu Qingji had been looking out. When he said this, his tone was not derogatory, and his eyes were clear. He approved of this way of survival of mutual help from the bottom of his heart. The car drove forward for a while, and the headlights of the car on the opposite side shone towards them. As the distance between the two sides narrowed, the car on the opposite side suddenly stopped in the middle of the road. Then the car door opened and several people got out in a hurry. A tall and strong figure appeared in the range covered by Wei Huan's car lights. It's Captain Zhao. That was the male captain who fought against the monster siege together 2 days ago, the third-level real soldier. He was also accompanied by the baby-faced spirit follower Xiaoqun. Who am I talking about? Captain Wei. Captain Mu. And Xiao Lu, hello. As soon as they met, Captain Zhao laughed heartily and opened his arms to greet Wei Huan, who also got off the car. The experience of that day is unforgettable. I have thought of you more times than I thought of my wife these 2 days. I thought it would take some time before we could meet again, but I didn't expect you to come now. Captain Zhao hugged Wei Huan. Come on, get in my car, let me treat you well. Wei Huan did not refuse. The three of them got on Captain Zhao's car. After drinking a cup of tea, he said, "We are going to the third-level highway and will set off at dawn." So soon? Captain Zhao was surprised and said, "Yesterday at noon, the first batch of new talents who passed the assessment passed the Phantom Wall. I heard that many of them agreed to stay at base number 3 to help with the reconstruction before returning." Wei Huan nodded. Of course he knew this. Now the number of people in the chat room has increased to more than 2,500. In addition to the challengers who have recovered from the crisis and returned to challenge the world, there are 70 to 80 newcomers who have passed the second-level highway assessment. After the newcomers of District 1006 arrived at the number 3 supply point, they all spoke in the district channel. Following Boss Wei's footsteps all the way here and hearing his legendary stories, this feeling is really great. I am still struggling for survival, but Boss Wei has already started to save the city. Damn, is the gap too big? I counted with my fingers and knew that Boss Wei is not a fish in the pond. Once he encounters the wind and clouds, he will turn into a dragon. In other districts, everyone fights openly and secretly and makes sarcastic calculations. From time to time, they will curse in the chat room because of some disputes. But in District 1006, there is only one style in the chat room, all kinds of rainbow farts for their Boss Wei. It's not that the challengers are selfless, nor that everyone is naive. The key is that Boss Wei has not only rectified the discipline, but also given too much. In short, the style of the chat room in Area 1006 is very strange. Anyone who sees it has to wonder, is this a harmonious group, or is it the challenge world that everyone is afraid of? Since the challenge newcomers left the stage one after another, the chat room has become much more lively, including the national channel, which is more lively than usual. The old people in Area 1006 talked about Wei Huan with the newcomers, and talked about the great things he did when he just came to the public area. It doesn't matter if there are people who are not convinced among the people who are talking, they are holding it back anyway. After all, they have the ability to fight the monsters and save more than 100 people by themselves. Of course, the people in the car know about these heated discussions. Except for Lu Qingji, who is proud and excited, the other two behaved very normally, doing what they should do, and talking about the third-level highway during dinner. So when he mentioned the newcomers, and saw that Wei Huan and Mu Zhong looked indifferent, Captain Zhao said, "That's right. The improvement you can get from the second-class highway is too small. The third-class highway is where you should go. In no more than a year, with your strength, you will probably be able to upgrade to the fourth-class vehicle." Captain Zhao didn't know that they were about to go there to exchange supplies. It might take 1 or 2 days, not to mention half a year, to upgrade to a level 4 vehicle. However, Captain Zhao kindly reminded them, and told them what he knew about the next situation. If you go to the third-level highway from here, you will directly enter the public area, but you will also automatically sign up for the latest level 3 stage challenge. By then, vehicles that have not completed the level 3 challenge in the country, both old and new people, may meet. Don't underestimate those old people who have accumulated 3 to 5 years on the second-level highway. They are also very strong. In addition, the third-level highway is hilly, and many passes are surrounded by monster lords with their territories. The difficulty upgrade is not ordinary, so you must be careful. The monster lords at the end of the stage are powerful, usually 4th-level lords. My suggestion is that you can fight as a team and act together. Not only will it be easier for you to pass the level, but there will also be more challengers who will complete the assessment together. After saying this, Captain Zhao slapped his head and said, "I was almost dead at the beginning. If I hadn't been led by a big boss, I would have stayed there forever. In my opinion, the role of the leader in the third-level stage is more important. It's a pity that some strong people are afraid of trouble, and are afraid of dragging themselves down with others. This has led to a large number of challengers piling up in front of our third-level stage. If it weren't for the official centralized challenge every 6 months, the number of challengers left on the second-level highway would probably be 10 or 100 times more than it is now. After saying this, Captain Zhao smiled honestly, but everyone present understood what he meant. I hope Wei Huan and the others won't rush to leave, at least announce a challenge time, and take as many as they can. When challenges come, some people take care of themselves, some people work hard, and some people become giants, leading those compatriots, who may not even meet, to overcome difficulties together. It is impossible to say who is right or wrong. But if everyone is a lone wolf, who takes care of themselves, it will be difficult for the human race to survive in such a doomsday. Helping each other is not just talk, it must be the capable ones, and the leader must be in the front. Of course, those who bring their families are definitely not as cool as lone wolves, and maybe lone wolves will laugh at their stupidity. But in this world, there are such a group of people who are willing to pay for irrelevant people. Otherwise, where would these oasis supply points come from, so that you can sleep well at night when challenging the world? How can you experience when you are surrounded by monsters? The Legion's convoy shouts in the ruins at dawn, "Follow me closely, don't fall behind." Mu Zhong agrees with Captain Zhao's words the most. He is a standard Legion captain, and has long understood what protection and mission mean. But this time, he shook his head regretfully, and said, "We have a more important task, we must enter the third-level highway tomorrow." Captain Zhao's face changed slightly. The only thing more important than leading people to break through the third-level highway is to save people from danger and things ahead. After the challenge world comes, if there is anything, it is above all else. That is the evolution war with the dark beasts, and the loser will inevitably be exterminated. So, Captain Zhao wanted to confirm. But Mu Zhong smiled and said nothing, so Captain Zhao knew that this was a secret, and he should not know it. Then Captain Zhao changed the subject, turned on the projection screen in the car, checked the date and said, "The latest third-level assessment is in 3 days. After you sign up tomorrow, you can't prepare much. The third-level highway is the most suitable map for human survival so far, and no special terrain drawings are required. But I suggest that you still prepare equipment and supplies for insects. It would be best if there is a praying person in the car who can treat mosquito bites and poison. In addition, as far as I know, this challenge will have 2 veterans who have stayed on the second-level highway for 5 years. They are very standard lone wolves, profit-seeking and ruthless. The names of their drivers are Peng Zheng and Qi Jialu. Peng Zheng is the boss of the mercenary organization. He is very successful in District 37. Even the official can't deal with him. And Qi Jialu is in the next door 1008 area. 1008 area. Boom! A spark suddenly appeared in the dark night, flew to the end of the darkness, fell on the ground and exploded into a large piece of gravel. In the charred soil, you can see the monster that was blown to pieces, gasping for a short time, and quickly swallowing its breath. Then, amid the explosion, a car rushed out in a hurry and rushed into the light ahead. Not far ahead, there was a blue light shield, the blue light that kept changing beautifully, blocking the wind and sand outside, and you could vaguely see the big green land and vehicles. The car slowed down and stopped politely when it saw the light shield, and drove in slowly and harmlessly until it saw a car coming in the light shield. The light shield fell behind it, and there was peace in front. Looking out, this oasis supplied point closest to Highway 3, but there were no city walls, only cars parked in the oasis. They gathered together, hiding in the protective shield to avoid the wind and sand, and surrounded by a group. In the middle, supporting the Level 4 protective shield, was a gorgeous red sports car. The Level 4 protective shield was open to the maximum, encircling a safe area within a 1-kilometer range centered on the sports car. Hundreds of cars drove into the protective shield, and had to pay a valuable parking fee with points at the first time. This car was no exception. Just as it was about to pay 5 points as usual, a man's voice came from the car blocking them. 25 points. Why? Why is it so high? You lure the monster back, or we help you solve it. What do you think? If you are not convinced, go ask Sister Lu. Sister Lu was mentioned, and her spine was bent even in the car. How dare the visitor dance in front of Sister Lu? He paid 25 points painfully, and was allowed to pass. The person on duty let the visitor pass, but the person sitting in the car at this moment was far less cold than he appeared. In the cab of the second-level car, 2 fully armed men smoked so many cigarettes that their ashtrays were full and about to overflow. The driver, who was sitting in the driver's seat, said gloomily, "It's only 25 points, and you're not satisfied with your life. When we leave in 2 days, these people will have nowhere to die." That's right, 1008 is going to be finished, and the newcomers are sad. Not really, after we leave, the Legion will come in and take over, maybe it will be better. TSK TSK TSK. The person in the passenger seat exhaled a puff of smoke, squinting his eyes slightly. You said, "We are fine on the second-class highway. Why do we have to go to the third-class highway?" Didn't Sister Lou say that? We have already rushed into the fifth-class highway, and we have to develop to the third-class highway. I know, I just want to say, isn't it good to stay on the second-class highway? Sister Lou didn't force you to stay. If you want to stay, you can get off the car. TSK, that's no fun, brother. The car just entered the protective shield and drove all the way in, but was stopped halfway. What are you doing? Sister Lou's place is in front. Just find a place to park. The visitor was rudely driven away, and didn't dare to say a word. It was just that the old man in the car said to the young man in the passenger seat, "See, that car is Sister Lou's car. I will introduce you to Sister Lou at dawn. With her protection, I will be relieved that you can challenge the world." After a pause, the old man said, "Sister Lou is leaving. It can't be concealed. Many people want to go with her, and some people just want to stay. You are a young person. You have to move forward to have a future. Don't die here like me. After sending you in, I will go back to Blue Star. When you come back after struggling, I will make you a hot meal." The young man's eyes were red and he nodded. "Grandpa, I know, I will work hard." Then, the young man thought of Sister Lou's sexy appearance, and his heart was a little hot and pounding. I heard that Sister Lou likes young people like them. If Ching Qian was arrested? The red sports car has an unexpectedly huge space. The space on the first floor can even play a formal 5v5 basketball game. The huge space has a unique ecosystem. Trees and flowers are planted in the room, and small rooms with different uses are built one after another. People can enjoy life, and at the same time, they can see traces of high technology everywhere. This is the interior of the fourth-level vehicle, the ground siege vehicle. The woman who came down from the upstairs was wearing a black long skirt, with slightly curly hair lazily draped behind her. The black color made her skin look too white. She looked extremely dazzling, with bright eyes, a straight nose, and sexy heart-shaped lips. With her plump body curves, she almost filled the entire space with the sexy charm of a mature woman. Even the roses blooming in the garden were not as gorgeous as her. Her voice was a little lazy and hoarse, and even though she just said a casual sentence, it seemed to be heard from far away. Then, 7 or 8 young men with different looks, but all in their prime, and with their own characteristics, walked out from the garden, the room, and the cab. The man leaning on the door frame of the cab was tall, with broad shoulders and narrow hips, and a pair of straight and long legs. He looked like a standard domineering boss living in female novels, with an aura that was difficult to approach and an overly sharp look. But when he looked at the woman, his eyes were full of tenderness, and he answered, "Yes, he has been arrested for 2 days. I heard that he will be sent to a military court for trial." "That's fine." Who knew that the woman would relax her brows instead? His job is also deadly. No one can control him when he gets crazy. One day he will lose his life. The woman walked in front of the man, avoided the hand he handed over, and took a cup of warm milk from the plate held by another man, and walked into the cab. At the same time, she said, "But he was arrested for my mission after all. You can ask someone to find a good lawyer for him in Blue Star. Time. Lock him up for a month or so, and he will lose his identity as a challenger, and that's it." The 2 men behind her were fighting openly and secretly, and the woman was too lazy to care, just continued, "The Legion people will come today during the day, and make a good handover with them, otherwise a group of people will die as soon as I leave, and I will have to eat vegetarian food for many days to compensate. Sister Lou is kind, we must make a good handover." What does Sister Lou have to do with their trouble? If you don't have the ability, why don't you go back to Blue Star Taiping? Who can you blame for your greed? Sister Lou got to the main driver's seat, and nestled in the seat like a cat, with her shoes off, and a perfectly shaped ankle exposed from the back of the chair. There was a moment of silence behind her, and her eyes were so hot that they could ignite her feet. Sister Lou raised her eyebrows slightly, and looked at the countdown on the projection screen, which was jumping towards 6 in the morning. "Have you found the information of those 2 people I asked you to check yesterday?" "Let me see." "Yes, I have found it, please wait." Then, 3 photos popped up on the projection screen in front of Sister Lou. The man on the left is big and strong, a rare fat man in the challenge world, and his appearance can barely be called a blessing. The man on the right has a delicate face and handsome features, as if he came out of a comic book. Even in the photo, there is a slight arc in the corner of his eyes, full of smiles. The emerald necklace on his left earlobe is very eye-catching, and it also makes his already soft facial features look more feminine. But in the information next to it, it is written in detail, captain of the Defense Intelligence Department of the Qinglong Corps, both legs amputated. Such a person has nothing to do with Sissy. Sister Lu shifted her gaze. The man in the middle is different from the warmth on the left and right. The glasses he wears can't block the aggressiveness in his eyes. The straight corners of his mouth are not for smiling. The high nose bridge and narrow phoenix eyes make him seem like a blade to keep people away from him. The excessively cold breath, only the butterfly-shaped ear bone clip on the left ear slightly distorts the temperament, making it look more sharp and fierce. This glasses. Sister Lu gently sipped the wall of the glass, her lips slightly curled, revealing a smile that saw through everything. If I could take it off. The daytime of the challenge world always comes so quickly. As soon as 6 o'clock arrives, the sky immediately brightens, and the high temperature covers the earth, leaving no chance for people to breathe. The temperature in the desert area during the day has reached 60 degrees Celsius. Only challengers who have advanced to Sequence 2 can barely survive here. Wei Huan and his team have already set off on the road. Now there are 3 people left in the car. The reason why they have to go to the supply point while rushing on the road is to hand over Su Qingqiang and the other 2. Wei Huan and his team have to enter the 3rd level highway to complete the stage challenge, so it is not convenient to escort people in the car. There are 4 3rd level vehicles at the number 6 supply point, and this combat power is enough to escort Su Qingqiang. The only pity is that Su Qingqiang did not wake up until the handover was completed. He has been in a coma for 2 days. Wei Huan has always been a little concerned about the green eyes of Su Qingqiang before he fell into a coma. It is obvious that by eating the undead, he also devoured his netherworld power. At that time, he even felt Su Qingqiang's emotions, as if he was facing his own summons. Is it possible? But now is not the time to explore the truth. They must go to the 3rd level highway and trade the Mafati scale to the front. This is not the material for the 5th level car, but the core advanced material of the Farmer Sequence 5, the Martial King. I hope that with the 5th level professional, I can help General Mu complete the upgrade of a 5th level car as soon as possible, and maybe change his fate of death. As for the 4th level materials obtained in exchange, they are also useful to Wei Huan. He can reach the front line at a faster speed, and he does not mind being trained by the Legion. In fact, with his ability, what he should worry about is not that no one will train him, but who should he choose? In short, once his car enters the 3rd level highway, it is defaulted to participate in the survival assessment of the nearest 3rd level track. This is a national war level challenge highway. Captain Zhao has told him everything he knows, but whether it is Wei Huan's experience in the previous life or the information Mu Zhong learned from the Legion, they can confirm that this challenge is not that simple. Competing with the old people who have accumulated strength for many years in the 2nd stage, and it is a national nature, those powerful old challengers are enough to trample the genius newcomers into the mud. For example, Peng Zheng and Qi Jialu, who were specifically mentioned by Captain Zhao, have stayed on the 2nd level highway for 5 or 6 years, and even upgraded their cars to the 4th level, and their personal strength has also reached the 4th level. Like this level, it is almost foreseeable that the scope of the gold treasure chest in this challenge highway, even the scoreboard that Wei Huan was proud of, might not be able to beat them. Of course, since they all participated, Wei Huan also had to fight for the gold treasure chest. This was also the reason why Wei Huan finally accepted the trade with him, by Commander Mu at a value far exceeding that of the 5th level material. Commander Mu wanted to train him, and he chose to accept it, just to become stronger. Looking at the end of the road ahead from afar, Wei Huan put away his scattered thoughts, and looked at it intently. Just like the end of the 1st level highway, a black and white checkered finish line stood abruptly in the desert. Above the arch, the fluttering national flag fluttered in the air. The 2nd level highway came to an end. They were about to go to the next challenge. Wei Huan suddenly turned his head, and looked at Mu Zhong in the co-pilot seat. Mu Zhong also looked at him. The eyes of the two were entangled, burning with ideals and beliefs, as well as strands of entanglement and concern. Wei Huan suddenly felt very happy. He and Mu Zhong arrived at another destination together. Chapter 69. The car slowly passed through the archway, and came to the back of the finish line. This time, they did not force themselves to return to Blue Star after crossing the finish line of the 1st level highway. After they passed through the illusion wall, the in-vehicle system had an additional return button. Before the end of the 10-day assessment, the return button could not be pressed, and there was only a countdown that kept jumping. Now the button is lit green, and you can choose to return to Blue Star at any time. Wei Huan certainly would not go back and leave it alone. Instead, after entering the 3rd level highway, the system received a series of notifications at the same time. You have joined the national channel. 130720876 people were online in the chat room that day. Speech limit is 1 time/minute. Open the National Auction House. Not open for the time being if you have not participated in the third-level highway assessment. Open the World Scoreboard. Not open for the time being if you have not participated in the third-level highway assessment. Open the World Combat Power List. Not open for the time being. Open the World Life List. Not open for the time being. Open the World Vehicle Performance List. Not open for the time being. Notice. You have entered the third-level highway. Please sign up for the highway assessment as soon as possible to unlock multiple functions. Please note, the countdown to sign up is 59 seconds. If you do not sign up for the third-level highway, you will be deported. Please note, it took less than a minute. There was really no loophole. However, Wei Huan, who had been prepared for a long time, pressed the confirmation button without hesitation. Confirmed to participate in the third-level highway assessment. Notice, driver Wei Huan confirmed to participate in the third-level highway assessment. The assessment starts at 47 hours 22 minutes and 32 seconds. Please make preparations for the assessment. From then on, the series of notifications that jumped completely disappeared. The national channel is very lively. The third-level highway is the highway with the most people, with more than 100 million people online every day. Occasionally, if there is a special situation, there will be 200 million people online at the same time. Therefore, the public area of the third-level map is also beyond imagination. There are crouching tigers, hidden dragons, and crisscrossing. Official and private forces gather here to form various power divisions. Not only do they compete with each other for trade, but they also join forces to fight wars with major monster tribes and capture cities. Fortunately, the third-level highway does not need to be shared with the Dark Beast Lord. Dark Beasts also have their own development maps. Only individual Dark Beasts will appear in the stage after accepting the task and snipe the genius of humans. Just like the members of the Yin with Dragon group went to random challenge to snipe the genius of the opposite side. Both sides did everything they could to compete for the final victory. Therefore, most of the random monsters are causing trouble for humans in the public area. There are also some powerful tribes that have left traces of civilization. The latter often live in ruins, and will attack humans together with random monsters. Then, add the war tribe. The third-level highway can be said to be a mixture of dragons and snakes, extremely chaotic, so it is jokingly called fighting for the Central Plains by humans. Wars are breaking out every day and every moment. Start the vehicle and go to the coordinate point. Wei Huan ordered the smart butler to drive forward automatically, and his eyes fell directly on the chat room on the screen. Even though the limit is 1 speech per minute, the speeches in the chat room are still swiping up crazily. If you lose your focus for a moment, you may miss useful information. The auction house puts lichen on the shelves, which is the core material of real soldiers. It only takes 3,000 points. The quick hand will be lost. 10,392.98872 requests assistance. The city is besieged by monsters. It is urgent. Fuck you, Song Bing. You steal things and kill people. A high reward for Song Bing's location. Hunka Mercenary Company recruits with high salaries. 3 golds and 5 insurances, national registration, complete procedures, and recruits all sequences except criminals. Just like in my memory, the various conversations had a kind of fireworks atmosphere that should not exist in this challenging world. At the same time, before there were external enemies, the contradictions within the human race seemed to never be harmonious, and there was endless fighting and killing. And as the road with the largest number of human remains, there were too many acquaintances of Wei Huan here. Wei Jihong and his team, including the Gong group that invested heavily, were all here. Wei Huan lowered his eyes, and suppressed the dark light in his eyes. He looked at the chat channel for a while, and it seemed that some urgent shouting, all kinds of scolding, were normal phenomena on this road. If one day, no one talked in the chat room, or everyone was talking about the same thing, that would be a big deal. Then, Wei Huan waved his hand, and the screen content was cut to the major lists. Here, he can see the strong men in the country. A national list with the most credibility that no longer distinguishes between veterans and novices, and all Yin country challengers gather together. National score list: first place Fong William 156 million points. Second place Hao Tian 155 million points. Third place Nye Jing 151 million points. 150 million points for Wei Huan, who currently has only 14,000 points. It is simply a difference between heaven and earth. Of course, The fact that Captain Fong and his team can get this score is also directly related to their active presence on the front line. And it is not just the war on the front line. Such a score can only be obtained by going to the random battlefield and killing a large number of dark beasts, with 10 times the score, and getting hundreds of millions of points. National Combat Power lists first place Fong William 3490 points. Second place Nye Jing 3280 points. Third place Peng Jiahai 3012 points. In this list, the first two are from the Legion. The heroes cultivated by the national power must be the most combat effective. However, the third place was Peng Jiahai, which surprised Wei Huan a little. He knew that Peng Jiahai was a talent cultivated by private forces. In the previous life, he was praised as one of the top 10 strong men in Yin country. At this time, he was once promoted to the third place. However, what puzzled Wei Huan was that Captain Fong and Captain Nye must have been promoted to the 5th level. Peng Jiahai could still be the third place. Could he also be promoted to the 5th level? Thinking of this, Wei Huan's eyes flickered slightly. This time, after rebirth, history has changed a little because of his intervention. I don't know whether this is good or bad. Read on. Vehicle performance list. The first place is also Fong William, with a score of 980 points. As the first to get the 5th level materials, and the first to upgrade to the 5th level car, Captain Fong does have a great advantage. I just don't know what place Captain Fong was before I handed over the Star Beast skin. The second and third places on the vehicle performance list are both members of the Legion, and their scores are also over 900 points. They must all be level 5 vehicles. The vehicle performance ranking is actually very simple. The base score is 150 points for each level 1 upgrade, 150 points for a level 1 vehicle, 300 points for a level 2 vehicle, and so on. The extra points represent the extra points for special terrain drawings. For example, the windbreaker and aerodynamic tires on Wei Huan's car now add extra points to him. Captain Fong and others' vehicle performance points exceed those of level 5 vehicles by more than 200 points, and they may have collected all the special drawings. Maybe there is also a score bonus for the driver sequence. Wei Huan's current vehicle performance score is 480 points. Among them are special parts wind-breaking hood and aerodynamic tires, as well as prison that Mu Zhong specially upgraded for Su Qingqiang. Prison is a blueprint that cannot be printed, and it is a special ability that only driver sequence can possess. Once the driver leaves, special areas such as prison that are out of maintenance will also disappear, and the points will be gone. This is also the reason why the driver will improve the vehicle performance by 20%. It can be said that if you want to impact the vehicle performance list in the later stage, the car must be equipped with a driver, and the level cannot be low. To say what are the benefits of impacting this list, it is also very simple. Every year from December 25th to December 31st of the challenge calendar is the annual ceremony. After the inventory, challengers who rank high in each list can get various treasure chest rewards. The national level has a national level gold treasure chest, and the world level has a world level platinum treasure chest. At the same time, after the inventory of the annual ceremony, the first place in the overall list can also get the only diamond treasure chest. Diamond treasure chest. Every year, there is only one highest reward on Blue Star. It is a treasure chest that all national legions are fighting for, and it has even risen to the level of a strategic mission. To a certain extent, compared with the war against the Dark Beasts, competing with other countries, to obtain the diamond treasure chest is even more meaningful. Finally, it is the life list. The top 3 of the life list are completely replaced by a group of people. Life list first place Chui Xueqing 45640 points. Second place Zhang Jing 43012 points. Third place Xu Zhuyun 42400 points. From this point of view, the difference between them with a life score of 24,210 points is not particularly large. The most important thing is that Wei Huan upgraded the space and time of the microcosm twice, and these 2 upgrades account for the bulk of the life list. If Wei Huan wants to compete for the ranking of this list, he only needs to spend 550,000 points and upgrade the microcosm twice in succession. 550,000 points is an astronomical figure for others. But for Wei Huan, as long as he goes to random challenge, it doesn't take too long to collect them. Of course, at this stage, what they lack most is time. For a young team, there are too many places to improve. Go here and there, get materials, open ruins, explore ruins, and then get points. A year may pass in a blink of an eye. The war in front is tense, and sometimes it is impossible to develop slowly. Maybe you will be transferred to the front line at any time. In short, these 4 lists directly overwhelmed Wei Huan's proud achievements. It is almost impossible to participate in the competition for reward materials at the end of this year. After entering the national level, the scene of Wei Huan suppressing the entire list alone has disappeared. Even if his list is opened, he will probably be outside the top 100. Mu Zhong said, "It may not be that bad." After getting the materials to upgrade the level 4 car, and then taking the time to do random challenges for a while, it is not that difficult to enter the top 100 in the country. The difficult part is that after the world list is opened, you can still be among the top. Just like Captain Fong, it is better to say that the country will also tilt resources when it is said that the resources of the Suzaku Challenge Corps are gathered for cultivation. After the first one upgrades to the level 5 car, his resources will only be more. Cultivating the strongest is not only useful on the battlefield, but also can compete for treasure chests on the list. Especially the diamond treasure chest. If the country does not make every effort, some small and medium-sized countries will not even be able to stand on the starting line. After chatting for a while, I don't know when the yellow sand that filled the field of vision gradually disappeared. Green weeds and some thorny saplings emerged from the ground. In the distance, there was a green patch. Large tracts of trees grew from the moist soil and gradually became tall and tall. It looked like a forest road, but it was different from a first-class road. The trees were not so dense that vehicles could not enter. There were roads everywhere among the sparse trees, and occasionally a small hill appeared, blocking the road ahead. Hills are the characteristics of this road. Even if the trees were cut down, they would return to normal overnight, continuously blocking the field of vision and possible crises ahead. There is no doubt that there are monsters in the forest, and they have entered the third-class road, and the level of the monsters will not be low. Wei Huan has released the undead army, and the ghost crows are flying out and spreading everywhere. The faster and more agile running wolves are the main exploration troops in this terrain. Because of the trees, the movement of the burrow beasts in such an environment is slightly restricted, which is not good news for Wei Huan. However, the face hugger is enough to cooperate with the running wolf to complete a beautiful reconnaissance. The smart housekeeper has reduced the speed of the car to 300 miles. The terrain also restricts the driving of the vehicle. Unless you are really in a hurry, it is most appropriate for the third-level car to move forward at this speed. As for the fourth-level car, there is another bold way to move forward. There are less than 2 days before the assessment of the third-level highway, and they only have one thing to do now. We are just going to exchange materials, so we are not in a hurry. Mu Zhong and the other party confirmed the coordinates again, and they were not far ahead. But Mu Zhong suddenly asked sternly, "Why did you change the coordinates temporarily?" The person on the other side was obviously familiar to Mu Zhong. "I found a ruin, and I will develop it together when you come? Don't do other unnecessary things during the mission." Okay, then after we finish the transaction, let's go to develop the ruins together. Don't send the materials back first? We have completed the assessment, so we can trade directly, right? Let's go to develop the ruins together after the mission is completed. And I have always wanted to meet Wei Huan for a long time. He is your lover. So who is on top? You have no legs, and you are very sexy in any position. Mu Zhong, can I draw a book for you? I am good at drawing human bodies, and thick painting is also great. Mu Zhong frowned and glanced at Wei Huan secretly. Wei Huan was also watching the screen projection, but Wei Huan used his own account and only watched the list. After the third-level car, the number of crew members on the car gradually increased. They could log into their own accounts separately, and each person had a separate system interface, which was a basic function. And the technology far exceeded that of Blue Star, so that many areas in the car could form virtual screens. For example, now, they can have a separate virtual screen when sitting on the crew sofa behind the cab, which not only allows them to maintain private social interaction, but also allows them to control the vehicle according to their own permissions in the car. Mu Zhong's face was very tense, as if he was reading a highly confidential document. Even Lu Qingji, who was sitting in the same row, could not find his abnormality. However, Lu Qingji's attention was not on Mu Zhong. From the beginning, he had been looking at the scenery outside the window without blinking. Later, he simply stood up, with his chubby face slightly open in amazement, looking silly. Ahem. Mu Zhong cleared his throat, and continued to ignore the strange words coming from the other side, saying, "It's just ahead, at most 10 minutes. Ah! What is that?" At this moment, Lu Qingji pointed outside the car and cried out in surprise. The other two also discovered the abnormality at the same time, and Mu Zhong closed his mouth. "I saw a huge mosquito flying in the middle of the tree trunk in front. If its 6 legs, 2 pairs of wings, and the long needle-like appearance on its mouth meet the characteristics of a mosquito, than the mosquitoes that can be seen everywhere on this blue planet, but isn't it a bit ridiculously large? Lu Qingyi looked at the mosquito that was 1 meter tall with a shocked face and said, "Is this thing really an insect? Not a monster?" "It is a monster." Mu Zhong said with certainty, "I have learned in the challenge school that the random monsters on the 3rd level highway are very difficult to deal with, and many of them appear in groups. Seeing one means you have discovered a group." As he spoke, he saw more mosquitoes slowly flying out from the depths of the woods. These mosquitoes are extremely huge, and their hideous mouth parts that look like steel pipes can make all those who are afraid of needles shudder. Why is there no warning? Mu Zhong tilted his head slightly, and looked at Wei Huan in confusion. Wei Huan was also thinking about this question. Maybe it is a monster that has never been seen before, so it has not been added to the danger list for the time being? The ghost crow's weakness is still obvious. Mu Zhong thought about it and said, "Didn't you say that there is an elite among the ghost crows? I will train it in the next 2 days. It's impossible to add it to the list only after it is surrounded by monsters every time." "Okay." The ghost crow forced to make up for the lessons, The two chatted like this, and there was no tension on their faces. Because behind the swarm of mosquitoes that gradually surrounded the car, a darker shadow appeared at some point. Then, the green flames jumped behind the swarm of mosquitoes, like fireflies in summer, appearing and disappearing. The swarm of mosquitoes was surrounded by Wei Huan's army of undead without knowing it. Caw caw caw. Buzz buzz buzz. Boo, boo buzz buzz buzz. A melee. Caw caw caw. Boo, boo. The only sounds left were the celebrations of the anal digger and the dog. The killer mosquitoes that the 3rd level challenge world feared were torn into pieces, scattered on the ground, and then absorbed by the challenge world bit by bit and disappeared. Only broken trees and thorns were left, proving that a fierce war had taken place here. Even such traces would probably not be seen again tomorrow after a night. The undead upgraded to the 3rd level are indeed much stronger. Facing ordinary monsters on the 3rd level highway, the 1-star bloodline running wolf can actually achieve a 1v1 victory. Even the starless face huggers, 3 of them can tear a killer mosquito to pieces. In terms of numbers, the undead army is more than 100 times that of the mosquito swarm. It was very easy to win. Lu Qingji lay on the windshield, looking at the anal digger with bone spurs all over his body, and the dog beside him, his eyes sparkling. He said sincerely, "The word ugly can only be used to describe the enemy. Our own people are handsome, powerful, and domineering. My brethren is also awesome today." Then he slapped his head. "Oh no! I forgot to go to the battle, my DKB." After completing a battle quickly, Wei Huan also had a basic understanding of his current strength. Compared with the hardships he had on the 3rd level highway in his previous life, what kind of god level start is this? Murderous mosquitoes. And there are a group of 20 monsters. This kind of insect that can fly, looks scary, appears and disappears, and most importantly, carries plagues. In my memory, every time I encounter it, I can only rely on vehicles and wander around to attack. If you are not careful, you may damage vehicle parts in the siege, and it will be a battle that is not worth the loss. Now it is easy, just move your fingers and it will be solved. So awesome. You are worthy of being the boss. Although I knew it a long time ago, I am still shocked every time I see it. Woo woo woo. The happiness of hugging thighs. Lu Qingji's voice came from time to time, praising it as unique in the world. Wei Huan's mouth curled slightly, and he was in a good mood. But he reminded himself that there was nothing to be proud of. It should be like this. With such ability in this life, he should pursue better heights, which is the meaning of rebirth. After walking less than a kilometer forward, the list of supplies popped up on the projection screen. Obtain Black Iron Power Necklace X1. Obtain Tire Upgrade Blueprint 3. Obtain. Opened a Black Iron Treasure Box. Because of the last day of rushing on the road, Wei Huan has not opened a treasure box for a day. Now, the treasure chest suddenly popped out, and the familiar feeling of blood being awakened reappeared. Mu Zhong also said, "It would be great if I found a ruin on the technology side. I haven't been scavenging for a long time. It will happen. I accompany you," Wei Huan said naturally. Mu Zhong lowered his eyes, his eyelashes trembling, and looked at his screen. The other party was still sending verbal harassment, helpless. "Has Captain Shui ignored you recently?" Oh. Our little Captain Mu is shy." "Is he shy?" "He is shy. Married people are really different. I heard that your family's first appearance was almost mistaken for a combat profession. How many strength and agility potions did he drink? You have to work hard too. Don't be compared with him in terms of physical strength." Mu Zhong couldn't bear it anymore. Do you want to let Captain Shui come and see? What are you talking about? Sister is concerned about your marriage life. If he sees it, he has to care about it with me. Do you think he doesn't talk about it often? Don't worry, it's good. How can I describe it? Do you want me to describe it? If I can, hee. 2 seconds later, the other party followed up with a message. I feel relieved. I am really happy. I never thought that one day I can continue to joke with you like this. When Mu Zhong saw this, his heart was warm, and he looked up at Wei Huan's eyes, with a love that he could not see. Wei Huan had returned to the main driver's seat, and the wide seat blocked his figure. But Mu Zhong wanted to be this seat, and hugged him tightly. He gave him everything, all the happiness and stability. We are here. Wei Huan suddenly spoke while he was stunned. Mu Zhong came back to his senses, and looked outside the car. He saw a large off-road vehicle with a domineering front face, and a fierce eagle eye, painted in camouflage green, parked in the gap between the trees opposite. Chapter 70. Camouflage is the main color of the third-level highway. This is a hilly area, and almost all large areas are densely covered with trees and bushes that cannot be cut down. So the car shell is changed to camouflage, which is theoretically the most suitable color for the current terrain. Of course, whether it is a monster or a hostile vehicle, it no longer needs to detect with eyes, and using camouflage is just a psychological comfort. At least for the rookies, who have been promoted from the secondary highway, such a large off-road vehicle with a camouflage shell is really cool. Lu Qingji's eyes were full of light, and he liked it very much. This skin is good, I have points, I must buy such a skin. It turns out that off-road vehicles are the type of car that men should drive. He was full of praise, and after seeing Wei Huan and Mu Zhong, he hurriedly added, it's just too conspicuous. The first bird to stick out will be shot. On the battlefield, it is probably this kind of big thing that is aimed at. Look how good we are. Low-key white boards directly confuse the enemy at first sight, and suddenly attack when the opponent is not paying attention. Ha ha ha, victory is easy to grasp. Mu Zhong laughed. Don't care about our feelings, really don't. Lu Qingji, I don't, I really mean it. As he spoke, a man wearing a peaked cap jumped out of the car opposite. He was burly, his arms were thicker than the trunk of the small tree next to him, and he was wearing a set of black warrior clothes that were more common in the farmer sequence. The half-face exposed under the cap was square and resolute, and his thick lips gave him a simple and honest temperament. But when he raised his head slightly and revealed his dark eyes, it was as if he was bombarded by a cannonball head-on, so heavy that it was hard to breathe. Mu Zhong said, this is Captain Shui Chao, also a third-level real soldier. The co-pilot is Li Shui. I call her Sister Shui. She is a ghost step. Wei Huan nodded. His eyes fell on the badge on the other's chest in Guqing Long Challenge Corps. There is no unified uniform in the challenge world, and there is no need to waste points to make unified clothing. The best way to identify identity is the badge. After the establishment of each faction, you could apply for a badge style in the points mall. Then, people who join the faction only need to spend 1 point to buy the badge. The wearing of the badge requires the faction and the individual to agree to it. This mode is very similar to the guild in the game setting. After successfully joining the faction, you can even open a separate faction channel, where you can talk, trade, and include stage goals. Faction members can also directly accept tasks through the faction system. Some factions reward points, some reward equipment, and some strange rewards, all of which require the faction to prepare by itself. Therefore, the better the welfare benefits of the big forces, the more people will join them. It is not uncommon for small forces to survive with difficulty, and no one to care about them. Maybe they will be wiped out in the challenge world at any time. In Yin country, the strongest forces are of course, the 4 legions affiliated with the country, which basically account for 1/10 of the people in the challenge world. In addition, there are 3 major private super forces, namely Jingcheng Trade, Jiaoluan Military Industry, and 4 sides, and 8 sides of Money Gate. The first 2 have deep cooperation with the country, but are privately operated. They are considered to be business-type units, and each has a staff of 1 million or so. The last one, the Money from All Directions, has emerged as a new force. This is a very loose bounty hunter organization, with the slogan Freedom, Riches, which has attracted many lone wolf bosses to join. Peng Jiahai, the 3rd place in the National Combat Power list that caught Wei Huan's attention, is from the Money from All Directions. It is not wrong to say that he is profit-driven, but it is also true that he is selfish and only cares about himself even in the end of the world. This can also be used to judge his lack of pattern. The most common people in the Money from All Directions are people like Peng Jiahai. Wei Huan seemed to have thought a lot, but in fact, It was only a few seconds before he pushed Mu Zhong's wheelchair and got out of the car. The pollution of the third-level highway must be higher than the previous two highways. However, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong are already at the third level, so there is nothing unusual on this highway. Only Lu Qingji, who was following behind, felt extremely uncomfortable as soon as he stepped out of the car door. He hesitated for a moment, and finally forced himself to get out of the car behind the two bosses. Orange juice, help us pay attention to the surrounding environment in the car and turn on the defense mode. Mu Zhong turned around and said so. In just a few seconds, Lu Qingji already felt a little numb and itchy on his face. He disliked his own waist, and knew that Boss Mu had noticed his situation and deliberately arranged it this way. Lu Qingji, who was cared for, was very moved. He decided to make Boss Mu's favorite meals for lunch and dinner today, and he must make Boss Mu praise it. Go. Yes. Lu Qingji got in the car again, and Mu Zhong and Wei Huan continued to move forward. To be honest, Wei Huan had been tempered by the challenge world, and he had a certain hostility towards all strangers. He was forcing himself to not let the army of the undead surround him. Even so, the army of the undead also surrounded him outside, and could appear at any time if there was any situation. The reason why Wei Huan endured it was because he believed in Mu Zhong. Mu Zhong sat in a wheelchair, leaning forward, his eyebrows and eyes stretched and his mouth was smiling, and his whole body revealed a happy and trusting atmosphere. So Wei Huan would also try to relax and trust the people opposite. Mu Zhong. Wei Huan. Hello. I finally see you. The one who came up more enthusiastically was Li Shui, who got off the passenger seat. She had a high short ponytail and was petite, but her figure didn't look small at all. Her smile was sunny, and it seemed that there was sunshine flashing in her eyes. Is this Wei Huan? I'm so curious. The only necromancer in the world. After such a compliment, Wei Huan soon found that she was not sincere. Because her eyes were all on Mu Zhong, when she saw the empty legs, she almost couldn't hold back the smile on her face, and burst into tears. Why is it so severe? It's broken right from the root. What happened at that time? Did you step on a bomb? Is Xiao Gigi still there? Just opening her mouth, the atmosphere was completely destroyed. Mu Zhong, Wei Huan, Captain Shui raised his hand, hugged Sister Shui's mouth, hugged her back, lowered his head, and looked at her silently. Li Shui slapped herself. Stinky mouth. Mu Zhong was used to Li Shui's straightforwardness. It was not the first time he met her, so he would not get angry. He even explained, very complete. Li Shui's eyes lit up. Really? Mu Zhong smiled but said nothing. Li Shui's round eyes scanned Mu Zhong's body restlessly, but before she could see more, Captain Shui's big hand covering her mouth moved up and blocked her eyes again. Captain Shui smiled apologetically at Mu Zhong, and then looked at Wei Huan seriously. Captain Wei, let's complete the transaction first and wait for supplies in front, okay? Wei Huan nodded, okay. Captain Shui was obviously a confidant of Commander Mu, otherwise Mu Zhong would not be so familiar with them. They were carrying priceless supplies in their cars, and the car could not enter the secondary road, so they could only wait for them at the place closest to the entrance. And Wei Huan's car, because it did not participate in the third-level highway assessment, could not use the National Auction House, nor could it conduct remote transactions. In the end, it could only use this stupid method to trade face-to-face. Of course, you could also leave the challenge world and go to reality, just like Wei Huan traded the empty animal skin to Commander Dong. As long as there are props, you can complete the cross-server transaction. Isn't it that Wei Huan and his team Stay CD has not yet arrived? To complete this special transaction, they must return to Blue Star with the car and the people. 3 return symbols are not a small number. Commander Mu is not very confident now. The landlord's surplus food has been emptied, so he can save as much as possible. It's only a few hours. Soon, the transaction was completed in person. Lu Qingji was in the car, drooling at the supplies that popped up on the screen, and his face was red with excitement. Damn! Damn! All the production buttons are lit. Are they spiraling up to the 4th level car on the spot? Woo woo woo, this is the benefit of being an adopted son. Dads are so fierce, come on dads. Dads are the best. Dads are working hard to upgrade. Mu Zhong also called out, Orange juice, do you see the production button light up? All that can be upgraded has been upgraded. Yes, 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 all are lit up, I clicked it. I have already clicked it. All that can be clicked has been clicked. Lu Qingji answered excitedly. Captain Shui, after getting the Moffatized scale, also returned to the car very carefully. The two of them worked together, and traded the materials to the front line at the first time. After finishing all this, Li Shui leaned on the car window, half of her head stuck out, and said, "What are we going to do next? Let's go to the ruins. I know your car is being upgraded, so you don't have to do it. Just accompany us and take a look. Everything we get will be given to you. Just think of it as my sister wishing you a happy wedding." After Li Shui finished speaking, her eyes widened. "I will not accept rejection. I will not accept rebuttal. It is already very sad that my brother did not attend the wedding. If anyone stops me from giving a red envelope, we are enemies." The last sentence blocked the rejection that Mu Zhong and Wei Huan were about to blurt out. In this case, we can only agree. It's just that, after being married for so long, it's the first time that someone has spoken to them about their relationship so clearly and firmly. For a moment, even Wei Huan's eyes when he looked at Mu Zhong were a little inexplicable. Mu Zhong avoided Wei Huan's gaze once, and then after thinking about it, he put his hand on the back of Wei Huan's hand that was resting on the wheelchair. Wei Huan's heart skipped a beat, and when he looked down, there was a spark in his eyes that he didn't even know about. When their eyes met, Wei Huan remembered the unexpected mental entanglement between them in the microscopic world. It was an indescribable feeling, and Wei Huan could call it desire. Occasionally, when he was free, Wei Huan's gaze on the microscopic world would be inexplicably long, revealing a bit of stickiness that even he himself was puzzled about. He thought, if Mu Zhong didn't object, they could actually do this kind of joint farming again. Okay. Wei Huan spoke and agreed. Mu Zhong's smile suddenly became stronger, and he looked at Li Shui. "Lead the way." Li Shui smiled meaningfully. "Don't you want to get in our car?" Mu Zhong shook his head, thinking of something, and suddenly said, "Do you want something special?" "What's special?" Li Shui was confused. Mu Zhong looked at Wei Huan, and just as he was about to speak, the portal had already opened, and Xiaodian walked out with its 8 slender and charming long legs. Mu Zhong was shocked. Is the tacit understanding so high, but very happy? Yi Xiaodian made an ethereal and soft cry. If you don't look at its appearance, just listen to the sound, it's like the cry that only a beautiful bird can sing. Li Shui's head was raised to the extreme as Xiaodian appeared, and she was stunned. Then, she disappeared from the car window in a flash, and flashed to Xiaodian's thigh, hugging her tightly like a sloth, making a trembling sound. "Oh, my dream beast!" Li Shui liked Xiaodian very much, especially when all of them, including the car, were carried on Xiaodian's back shell, like a walking jellyfish, walking slowly above the woods. Li Shui's covetousness for Xiaodian reached its peak. "Give it to me! Give it to me! I will love it well! It's my dream beast!" Of course it's impossible. All of Wei Huan's undead creatures cannot leave their own summoning distance, even if he agrees to send them. What's more, Xiaodian is an elite. The elite crypt beast that has been upgraded to the 3rd level is not only a circle larger than other crypt beasts, but also stronger, and its bones have become extremely white and smooth like jade. Even Wei Huan likes to play with it. Captain Shui once again lifted up Li Shui, who was playing with Xiaodian on the shell, and this time, he carried her whole body on his shoulders. He was over 1.9 meters tall, and he held the petite Li Shui like holding a cat, and his voice was very gentle. "No, you like this. I go to the mall to buy you a similar one." Li Shui also knew that it was impossible, so she sat sideways on his shoulder, holding his big head in a depressed manner, and said aggrievedly, "It must be this white, this smooth, and this big, so that you can ride it." "Okay." Captain Shui smiled dotingly. Mu Zhong whispered to Wei Huan to explain their relationship. Captain Shui and Li Shui are a real couple. They have been married for 5 years. They have been struggling on the same car since the beginning. Not only has their feelings not been wiped out by the crises that challenge the world, but they cherish each other more and more. Such a relationship is enviable. They share life and death, joy and sorrow, and can be comrades in arms, and of course lovers. After Captain Shui coaxed his wife, he smiled at the two of them shyly and said, "Excuse me, I almost forgot that I haven't introduced our teammates to you yet, right? Xiaoman, Lao Su and Lan Lan." As Captain Shui finished speaking, the glass windows on their side opened one after another, and half of the bodies of men and women, young or old, were leaned out. A middle-aged man with wrinkles on his face deliberately sighed, shook Wei Huan's hand, and said, "Hello, Wei Huan, just call me Lao Su." Finally, it was our turn to perform. I was so frustrated that I had been thinking about how to introduce myself. "Hello." Wei Huan shook the hand and nodded. Wei Huan didn't dislike such occasions, but he was not good at it. Luckily, Mu Zhong was very good at such small talk, and they were already familiar with each other, so they chatted immediately. The speed of the small dots in the hills was not fast, much slower than the vehicles. But no matter how slow it was, the destination, which was not far away, was soon reached. A wall of broken walls wrapped around a metal entrance protruding from the soil. Li Shui said, "We're here, it's..." Mu Zhong straightened up in surprise. "The ruins of the technology side." Li Shui looked at him puzzledly. "What's wrong?" Mu Zhong said, "My other profession is a driver. After the development of this ruin, my driver will be 100% advanced." "Oh, that's it." Li Shui remembered. "Oh, I didn't ask. How many stars did you awaken?" Mu Zhong pursed his lips and chuckled. 5 stars. Burp. Li Shui hiccuped in fear. 5 stars? So Wei Huan opened the platinum treasure chest for you? Yes. After Mu Zhong finished speaking, his heart suddenly softened. Yes, Wei Huan had been protecting him well. Not only did he reach the end, but he also opened the platinum treasure chest for him, making him more enviable. What does a 5-star potion mean? If this potion was so easy to open, they wouldn't have traveled so far just to escort the materials for a level 5 advanced potion. Just because a level 5 professional can change the current situation on the front line. The value of this potion is priceless. Mu Zhong, with a sudden warmth in his heart, touched the back of Wei Huan's hand again. And this time, he pinched Wei Huan's ring finger with his index finger and thumb. After realizing what he was doing, he pinched that finger again and again. There was an indescribable intimacy. It seemed like flirting. Wei Huan lowered his eyes and looked at Mu Zhong's eyes, very deep. The people in Team Shui's car were already discussing the advantages and disadvantages of the driver sequence. In fact, no matter what disadvantages there are, they are not disadvantages for Mu Zhong. A person with 2 professions, even if he regards the driver as a pure auxiliary and only practices it when he has time, is much better than most other single professions. And when it comes to the driver, who can pick up scraps in such a technological ruin, everyone showed an envious expression. No one dislikes having a lot of points. If you can earn a lot of points just by picking up trash in the ruins, isn't this a piece of cake? Who wouldn't like it? Do you want to go in together? Li Shui hesitated a little, mainly because of Mu Zhong's injury. Wei Huan said, "It's okay, I will take care of him." Li Shui raised her eyebrows, smiling. "Why are you in a hurry to answer? No one is competing with you. The person is yours. If you don't take care of him, who will?" Wei Huan, In this way, Team Shui will go in, Wei Huan and Mu Zhong will also go in, and Lu Qingji, who wants to earn DKP, will also grit his teeth to participate in this exploration. Outside the ruins, there are only 2 level 3 vehicles with defense mode turned on, and a bunch of undead lives. They left the car and entered the ruins. Captain Shui and the other 2 real soldiers of the team walked in front. Li Shui and Lan Lan walked behind. Li Shui was Ghost Step, and Lan Lan was Spiritual Follower. With such a team configuration, it is still quite difficult to explore the ruins on the 3rd level highway. Although a pure offensive team can strike hard, it lacks the means of maneuvering and bursting. Once the opponent is too strong, it is easy to suffer casualties. However, for the Legion team that has stayed at this stage for some years and has been trained, the strength is not enough to make up for the experience. Generally, there will be no major problems. Xiaoman and Lao Su are the members who joined this team later, but it has also been 2 years. Xiaoman, who was walking in front, was still a little nervous. The ruins on the technological side are very rare, and the danger level is higher than that on the biological side. Be careful, there are traps. Captain Shui said, "Xiaoman, you go to the back." Okay. Lu Qingji, who got off the car to explore the ruins for the first time, was even more nervous. Seeing Xiaoman coming over, he said gratefully, "Thank you, brother." Xiaoman saw that he looked unhappy and said, "Sequence 2? Yeah. Hurry up and advance. You must be feeling very uncomfortable now." "I can bear it, for DKP." Xiaoman certainly remembered this system. Thinking of the countless treasure chests that Wei Huan opened, he looked envious and whispered, "This DKP must be earned at all costs." Lu Qingji nodded vigorously, as if he had found a colleague. But Mu Zhong glanced at the sky and said, "Captain Shui, there are many traps in the ruins on the technological side. Instead of us triggering the adventure, we might as well send the undead to go ahead." Li Shui hesitated to speak, thinking that if Wei Huan had to take action, how could he say it was a wedding gift for them? But, looking at the man walking in front, she nodded and looked at Wei Huan. "Okay, thank you for your help." Wei Huan responded, but nothing happened. After about 10 seconds, a rustling sound came from behind, which made people's scalps numb. Wei Huan explained, "Face hugger." After that, a face hugger crawled out from the passage illuminated by the light. But unlike the face huggers in common sense, These face huggers have no meat, only white jade bones. Some of the bones of those who are not in the underworld are still dark red. Originally, the undead face huggers should have pieces of meat hanging on their bodies, with hideous and terrifying shapes and some stench, but because the owner didn't like it, the meat disappeared at some point. I think it was after the dog appeared that the appearance of these face huggers was rectified. Guzi, this elite, is really good, and can even guess the master's intentions. The face huggers that look very pleasing to Wei Huan are not the same in the eyes of others. There was an endless stream of face huggers crawling from the ceiling, so crowded that they had to crawl on the side walls. When they passed by them, they could most intuitively feel their size and strength, as well as the cold dark power. And there were too many of them. They were already standing stiffly, and the face huggers were still appearing behind them. How many were there? Li Shui thought so and asked. Mu Zhong said, "It is enough to send about 200 face huggers to this ruin, and we need to arrange dozens of running wolves to come in. They will cooperate with each other." Li Shui was puzzled. What kind of cooperation do face huggers and running wolves have? The boss of the face hugger and the boss of the running wolf are good friends. They will communicate with each other. Let them take care of the exploration ahead. Li Shui, who did not expect this answer, was silent. Sure enough, when the face huggers were about to finish, Xiaoman saw something pushing him from behind. He turned his head to look and was shocked. A wolf, with a head bigger than a human, eyes dancing with green flames, and a circle of hideous bone spurs on its head, stuck close to him at some point. Then, it nudged him with its pale nose bone, surprisingly acting very friendly. It's Brotherin. Lu Qingji recognized the identity of the visitor at a glance. This was the first time he had faced Brotherin at such a close distance. His nostrils were thick with excitement. "Hello, Brotherin, I'm Lu Qingji, and I'm also the boss's younger brother. We're colleagues. You look so majestic when you look at me up close." "Brotherin, caw caw caw." "Xiaoman,